Chapter 1. A Night of Intoxication Post-Divorce. Slap. A resounding blow struck Qin Shou's face, abruptly rousing him from a deep slumber. Before him stood a woman of breathtaking beauty, her body concealed beneath the covers, her eyes seething with a fury that could pierce through him. Observing the stark crimson stain on the pristine white sheets, Qin Shou began to grasp the gravity of the situation, though a sense of bewilderment lingered. What transpired last night? County Party Secretary Sun Changsheng had leapt to his demise, a suicide born of guilt, and the Discipline Inspection Commission was currently conducting an inquiry. As Sun Changsheng's secretary, Qin Shou, a rising star in the political arena of Changle County, had seen his trajectory come crashing down. He had even become a suspect in a corruption investigation. In an effort to sever ties with Qin Shou, his ex-wife Su Jing had accompanied him to the Civil Affairs Bureau the previous day to finalize their divorce. With his future in ruins and his marriage dissolved, Qin Shou sought solace in alcohol, ultimately becoming inebriated. Then everything went blank. "Beautiful lady, allow me to explain." "Get lost." Qin Shou was at a loss for words, but when this enchanting woman commanded him to leave, he promptly gathered his trousers and exited. After all, he had not truly suffered any loss. During his year-and-a-half marriage to Su Jing, he had not even laid a finger on her. Could it be that this woman from last night was a first-time encounter? His ex-wife was undeniably stunning, yet this woman eclipsed her beauty, a veritable goddess. The more he pondered, the more he felt he had not been wronged. Upon leaving the hotel, Qin Shou settled onto a park bench, lighting a cigarette and reflecting on the events of the night. However, he had consumed far too much alcohol, likely of dubious quality. The more he tried to remember, the more his head throbbed. Meanwhile, the woman in his room had already dressed. She was the newly appointed county party secretary, Yang Wenqing. Yesterday, Yang Wenqing had assumed her position in Changle County, and County Mayor Wang Ren had hosted a welcoming banquet, during which she had been inundated with drinks. Following the meal, Wang Ren had suggested a karaoke outing, but Yang Wenqing, feeling quite dizzy, opted to decline. She then hailed a taxi, sought out a hotel, and checked into her room. "Wait, that man, who was he? How did he end up in her room?" Yang Wenqing clutched her room key and approached the front desk. "I'd like to check out," she stated. The front desk attendant scanned her key card. "Ma'am, this key card is incorrect. You are in room 702, yet this key card belongs to room 703. Yang Wenqing rummaged through her bag and produced another key card. The card she had just handed to the attendant was the one she had taken from the slot upon leaving her room. Could it be that she had inadvertently entered the wrong room last night? "Could you check this key card for me? I found it on the floor as I was exiting my room." She fabricated a story to salvage her dignity. The attendant scanned the new key card, confirming, "Ma'am, this card is correct. It belongs to room 702. After completing her checkout, Yang Wenqing's mind buzzed. How had she ended up in the adjacent room? Could that lecherous man be a habitual offender? Did he often reserve a room, leaving the door ajar to lure intoxicated women into his lair? Fury welled within her to have preserved her purity for 28 years, only to lose it in a haze of confusion the previous night. What troubled her the most was that she could not send that despicable scoundrel to prison, for she had been the one to impulsively run to his room. She lacked the evidence to prove that he had coerced her, and furthermore, her identity as Yang Wenqing did not permit her to escalate the situation. In a courtyard within the 49 city, an imposing elder addressed a middle-aged man clad in a Zhongshan suit, saying, "Heir, how has Qin Shou been of late? Sun Changsheng has committed suicide. He is suspected of embezzlement and bribery, and the disciplinary committee may investigate him. At the same time, his wife has divorced him." Alas! The elder sighed deeply, continuing, "Your third brother was disobedient in his youth. He eloped with a peasant girl and fathered Qin Shou. Later, when they returned to their village, they met with a tragic accident, both losing their lives. I have yet to come to terms with your brother's death. It still weighs heavily on my heart. Nevertheless, Qin Shou is his flesh and blood. With your brother gone, as his second uncle, it is your duty to look after him. Isn't Li De, the secretary of Bashu province, your subordinate? Give him a call. The new county party secretary of Changle County is Yang Wenqing, the granddaughter of old Yang. Have Li De arranged for Qin Shou to remain by Yang Wenqing's side. If that lad possesses any skill and manages to win her heart, I shall approach old Yang to propose marriage. Understood, fathered T the border. a distinguished soldier adorned with 2 stars jogged over to an elder and saluted with precision. "Good day, Chief," Xiao Tang. "How has Qin Shou been lately?" "Report, Chief. I've been preoccupied with preparations for battle and have not inquired about him. Qin Shou is a gifted general in our war zone, and due to his injury, he has retired. How can you neglect his well-being? After retiring, he asked for nothing and went to serve the people in the impoverished Changle County. I have received news that the county party secretary, son Changle County, has committed suicide, and Qin Shou was his secretary. The disciplinary committee intends to investigate him. I am well aware of Qin Shou's character. He could not possibly be at fault. Therefore, you must personally call Zheng Yaohua, the secretary of the Beiyang Municipal Committee." "Chief, are we transferring Qin Shou to Beiyang?" "No. That rascal dislikes my interference in his affairs. Simply have Zheng Yaohua greet the new county party secretary of Changle County and ensure his retention by her side. The new secretary is Yang Wenqing, the daughter of Yang Yuanjun, the provincial secretary of Jiangdong. Qin Shou's wife is blind, yet she chose to divorce him. Hence, I am considering arranging for him to assist Yang Wenqing and cultivate a bond that if they truly ignite a spark, I shall swallow my pride and approach Yang Yuanjun to propose marriage for Qin Shou. Chief, you are exceedingly kind to Qin Shou. If you were unmarried, I would consider proposing for you as well. Chief, do you have any further instructions?" "None. Hurry and call Zheng Yaohua." "Yes, Chief." As Yang Wenqing stepped into her office, she received 2 phone calls. The first call was from Zheng Yaohua, the secretary of the Beiyang Municipal Committee, who spoke highly of Qin Shou, urging her to nurture him diligently. The second call came from Li De, the secretary of the Basha Provincial Committee, who informed her that Qin Shou was a remarkable talent and must not be overlooked, insisting that she keep him close. After hanging up, Yang Wenqing was left utterly bewildered. Who exactly was Qin Shou? Why had both the provincial and municipal secretaries reached out to her, urging her to promote him? As a remnant of the previous regime, and with Secretary Sun having taken his own life, Qin Shou understood that the newly appointed Secretary Yang would likely not favor him. Just yesterday, Secretary Yang had visited Changle County, yet Qin Shou had not had the opportunity to meet her as he lacked the standing to do so. This morning, after leaving his hotel, he resolved to take a chance. Thus, he returned to his dormitory to don formal attire, refreshing his appearance, and made his way to the county committee building, intent on seeking an audience with Secretary Yang. Chapter 2: The Machinations of the Former Mother-in-Law. As Qin Shou approached the entrance, he was greeted by the sight of a woman, still possessing an alluring charm. Striding towards him, this woman was his former mother-in-law, Wan Xiangyu, who held the esteemed position of director of the county party committee office and was also a member of the standing committee of the county party. The role of director is one of considerable significance, demanding a high caliber of professional competence. However, Wan Xiangyu is devoid of such capabilities. Her ascent to power is attributed to her beauty, as she is the mistress of Deputy Mayor Chen Haiba. The swift demise of Su Jing and Qin Shou's marriage was largely instigated by Wan Xiangyu. Chen Haiba's son, Chen Feiying, had taken a fancy to Su Jing and had been ardently pursuing her, which naturally led Wan Xiangyu to desire her daughter's union with the deputy mayor's son. Thus, she relentlessly pressured Su Jing to divorce Qin Shou. Wan Xiangyu approached Qin Shou, obstructing his path. In the past, as his mother-in-law, he was obliged to exhibit a semblance of respect towards her, regardless of his personal sentiments. However, now that he was divorced from Su Jing, he had no ties to her, and thus felt no obligation to be polite. Consequently, he coldly admonished, "Good dogs do not block the way. Who do you dare call a dog?" Wan Xiangyu retorted, "I've heard that Chen Haiba keeps a dog, but never feeds it bones, only ham." Enraged, Wan Xiangyu raised her hand to strike Qin Shou across his sharply defined face. Yet, he would not indulge her. He swiftly seized her wrist and twisted it. She cried out in pain. He then released her, warning, "Do not lay your hands on me. You are no longer my mother-in-law, and I shall not tolerate your antics." Wan Xiangyu, realizing she could not overpower him, refrained from further aggression. However, she had come to confront him. After massaging her wrist to alleviate the pain, she produced a document from her handbag. "Qin Shou, do you know what this is? It is your transfer order. You are being reassigned as the head of the Jigong River Hydropower Station. Sun Changsheng had committed suicide due to issues related to the Jigong River hydropower station. And this reassignment was ostensibly an opportunity for Qin Shou to clean up the mess. As Sun Changsheng's secretary, you are also implicated in his embezzlement. It would be prudent for you to rectify matters before the Discipline Inspection Commission comes calling. Otherwise, prepare for a lengthy incarceration. Having delivered her message, Ruan Xiangyu strode into the office of the county party secretary. What a venomous woman Ruan Xiangyu is. She has dared to assign herself to the Jigong River hydropower station as its head. This station, having only recently passed inspection at the end of last year, is akin to a shoddy construction project. It has just begun to store water, and already the dam is showing signs of leakage. In a few months, once the flood season arrives and torrential rains strike, the dam will be unable to withstand the onslaught. Should the dam collapse, the villages downstream would inevitably face inundation. As the head of the station, he would bear the brunt of the responsibility. No, he absolutely cannot accept the position of head of the Jigong River hydropower station. Last night, at the welcoming banquet, Ruan Xiangyu had attended and had toasted Yang Wenqing several times, thus ensuring she had made an indelible impression on him. As Ruan Xiangyu entered, Yang Wenqing greeted her with a smile, inquiring, "Director Ruan, do you have something to discuss?" "Secretary Yang, this is a personnel transfer order. It appears that Sun Changsheng's secretary, Qin Shou, may be implicated in Sun Changsheng's corruption case, and the disciplinary committee is likely to investigate him. Therefore, he is unsuitable to continue as your secretary. The organization department has recommended Lu Shuang, the deputy chief of the secretary section, to take on the role. Since the Jigongi hydropower station has been operational for some time without a station chief, we can temporarily assign Qin Shou to act as the station chief. This is a lateral transfer and adheres to procedural norms. Lu Shuang was recommended by Ruan Xiangyu, who is her godmother. This goddaughter is not only beautiful, but also obedient. Whenever higher-ranking officials visit Changle County for inspections, it is Ruan Xiangyu, as the office director, who is entrusted with the reception duties. Each time she arranges for Lu Shuang to accompany these officials, they're always left quite pleased. The mention of Qin Shou made Yang Wenqing's body tense. Prior to her assignment in Changle County, she had done her homework and was aware of the significant issues surrounding the Jigongi hydropower station. It was essentially a shoddy project. Once the flood peak arrives and mountain torrents strike, the likelihood of a dam failure at the Jigongi hydropower station is alarmingly high. Assigning Qin Shou as the station chief would essentially mean placing the blame on him. With less than 3 months until the flood season, time is of the essence. The Jigongi hydropower station must not encounter any problems. All potential hazards must be swiftly addressed. Otherwise, should the dam collapse and inundate downstream villages, resulting in casualties, the consequences would be catastrophic. Both the provincial and municipal party secretaries had called her, insisting on protecting Qin Shou. Could they have foreseen that he would be set up? While the top officials from the province and city were rallying to support Qin Shou, the officials in Changle County seemed intent on ensnaring him. What exactly is Qin Shou's background? Very well, Lu Shuang will temporarily assume the role of my secretary. As for Qin Shou, summon him here. I wish to speak with him. Yang Wenqing acquiesced partially, withholding her full agreement. Ruan Xiangyu understood that leaders tend to be this way. They seldom comply with every suggestion made to them. If they did, how could they maintain their authority? The discussion with Qin Shou was merely a formality. Before her divorce from her daughter, the county leaders had afforded Qin Shou a modicum of respect due to her status as his mother-in-law. Now, everyone was aware that she had distanced herself from Qin Shou, leaving him without support. In the world of bureaucracy, lacking backing renders one susceptible to manipulation and destined to become a scapegoat. The position of station chief at the Jigongi hydropower station was custom-made for Qin Shou. After all, someone must bear the blame should the dam fail. Upon exiting the secretary's office, Ruan Xiangyu spotted Qin Shou waiting in the hallway, smoking a cigarette in a despondent manner. With her scheme having come to fruition, she approached him with a bright demeanor, saying, "Qin Shou, Secretary Yang has approved the transfer order and wishes to speak with you. Director Ruan, if you intend for me to be the scapegoat and face imprisonment, I assure you I will ensure that there are enough others to share the burden. Qin Shou certainly did not wish to assume the position of director at the Jigong River hydropower station. After taking a moment to smoke a cigarette and reflect calmly, he had made his decision. If the newly appointed Secretary Yang agreed to the transfer order, he would resign. He would rather relinquish this insignificant post than face imprisonment. With the thought of resignation in mind, Qin Shou straightened his back and strode confidently into the county secretary's office. As their eyes met, both Qin Shou and Yang Wenqing were taken aback. How could it be you? Chapter 3. Fabricating Charges. The newly appointed county secretary was, astonishingly, the beautiful woman from this morning. Qin Shou was utterly bewildered, as if struck by a bolt of lightning. Despite the stunning beauty before him, he still found it hard to believe. Had he truly slept with the county secretary while intoxicated? And worse yet, was it her first time? Surely, she must harbor a deep-seated hatred for him, wishing him 1,000 tortures. How could he possibly navigate the future now? Yang Wenqing, clenching her small fists, glared at him with fury. You are Qin Shou? Yes, I am Qin Shou, he retorted. You are a beast. Yes, I am Qin Shou, the beast of beasts. It finally dawned on Qin Shou that she was indeed cursing him. However, he dared not retort, firstly because she was his superior, and secondly, he had just shared a bed with her. He had to tread carefully and avoid exacerbating the situation. Secretary Yang, I sincerely apologize for last night. It was truly a misunderstanding. Silence. Do not mention last night again. You can take the position at the Jigong River hydropower station. Never appear before me again. Yet, Secretary Yang, faced with the wrath of the beautiful leader, Qin Shou felt as though he were staring down a ferocious tiger, instinctively fearful. And he no longer dared to mention his resignation. Regardless, even if Secretary Yang consented to the transfer order, it would still require a lengthy process, at least several days. He resolved to wait a couple of days until her anger subsided. Then perhaps he could coax her into retracting the order. Upon exiting the secretary's office, Qin Shou noticed that Ruan Xiangyu had not left. She stood at the stairway, arms crossed, seemingly waiting to witness his misfortune. Director Qin, congratulations, Ruan Xiangyu proclaimed, her words dripping with sarcasm and an unmistakable sense of schadenfreude. Although Qin Shou had been married to her daughter for a year and a half, they had always slept apart, and he had never touched a hair on his daughter's head. Nevertheless, as his daughter's former husband, Chen Xiao held a grudge against him. Thus, it was essential to see Qin Shou imprisoned, allowing Chen Xiao's resentment to dissipate entirely. Enabling her daughter to marry into the Chen family, the son of the deputy mayor, Ruan Xiangyu's actions were not born of malice, but rather a misguided pursuit of her daughter's happiness. Qin Shou, with his hands in his pockets, cast a cold glance at Ruan Xiangyu and replied, Director Ruan, it is you who should be congratulated. Your scheme has succeeded, and I have indeed become the director of the Jigong River hydropower station. This way, not only can I take the blame and face imprisonment, but a flood could also wash away the evidence of your corrupt dealings. Your cunning scheme can truly be described as a brilliant stratagem, a clever plan that achieves two objectives with a single stroke. However, do you believe I would simply surrender and await my fate? Even if I were to face imprisonment, I would be the first to implicate Director Wan. With that, Qin Shou departed. Upon hearing Qin Shou's menacing words, Ruan Xiangyu felt a twinge of fear. This scoundrel, Qin Shou, possesses far too much knowledge. He cannot be allowed to remain. He must be dealt with swiftly to prevent further complications. Immediately, Ruan Xiangyu began to devise a new plan in her mind. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She realized she had a course of action. The plan had changed. She needed to confer with Wang Ren. Thus, Ruan Xiangyu entered the county leader's office. Upon her arrival, Wang Ren hurriedly retrieved some premium Longjing tea to personally brew her a cup. Although Ruan Xiangyu held a lower rank as the director of the county party office, she was the mistress of Vice Mayor Chen. Moreover, her daughter, Su Jing, was soon to marry Chen Feiying. The two of them, one the lover of his superior and the other the future bride of his son, were to be treated as esteemed guests. After all, Wang Ren harbored ambitions. He did not wish for his career to stagnate as the county chief of Changle. He must strive to advance towards the city. Director Wan, please enjoy some tea. This Longjing was gifted to me by a comrade. It's said to be of such quality that it cannot be purchased with money. Do give it a taste. Wan Xiangyu lifted the teacup, took a small sip, and exclaimed, "Delicious tea. Exquisite tea." Wang Rin picked up a cigarette from his desk and asked, "Director Wan, would you mind if I smoke?" Wan Xiangyu nodded in approval, saying, "County Chief Wang, you are too courteous. Please feel free." After taking a puff, Wang Rin inquired, "Director Wan, you sought me out for a reason?" "County Chief Wang, what are your thoughts on the Jigong River Hydropower Station?" Wan Xiangyu probed cautiously. The Jigong River Hydropower Station is a key project in our county, with an investment of $2.3 billion. Compared to those large-scale hydropower stations with investments in the hundreds of billions or even trillions, our investment seems modest. However, Changle County is impoverished, and this $2.3 billion includes some funds allocated by the province, some raised by ourselves, and others obtained through bank loans. Observing Wang Rin deflecting the issue with vague remarks and laughter, Wan Xiangyu directly asked, "County Chief Wang, several townships lie downstream of the Jigong River Hydropower Station. If the dam were to breach, inundating those townships and resulting in loss of life, could we blame Qin Shou, the station chief, for it? Would he truly be able to take the fall?" Wang Rin was well aware that he could not escape culpability if such a disaster were to occur. Thus, he had been concerned about this matter. Now that Wan Xiangyu had brought it up, Wang Rin casually inquired, "Director Wan, do you have a better idea?" "County Chief Wang, as long as the dam does not breach and no casualties occur, there will be no significant impact. Even if the dam of the Jigong River Hydropower Station has some seepage and quality issues, those are merely minor concerns. The issue primarily concerns the relevant personnel involved in corruption and bribery. If we apprehend those guilty of such offenses, the problem will be resolved and everyone will be safe." "Director Wan, please elaborate." "The dam of the Jigong River Hydropower Station is experiencing seepage. If we store water and generate power during a flood peak, there is a possibility of a breach. As long as we do not store water and open the sluice gates, the dam will remain safe. We have repaired the hydropower station, but if we do not store water for power generation, how can we justify this to our superiors? Let Qin Shou handle that. Sun Changsheng has committed suicide, and he is the primary person responsible. Qin Shou, his secretary, is the secondary responsible party. Therefore, we merely need to solidify the evidence to attribute the blame of the Jigong River Hydropower Station being a shoddy project to Sun Changsheng and Qin Shou. Since it is indeed a shoddy project, it naturally cannot store water for power generation. Once we bring the corrupt official Qin Shou to justice, we can then apply to our superiors for repairs to the Jigong River Hydropower Station. After the repairs, while the station may not operate at its originally designed capacity, generating power at 1/3 capacity will pose no significant issue. With 3 units, we can simply operate one. Although it is a hydropower station, like the sidewalks and roads in the county, it too will require maintenance. Regular repairs are necessary every year. Utilizing it while concurrently maintaining it is the sustainable approach. Chapter 4. Adding insult to injury. After contemplating Director Wan's proposal, Wang Rin nodded in agreement. "Director Wan, your suggestion is excellent, very practical, and scientifically sound. In constructing the Jigong River Hydropower Station, we must not only consider economic benefits, but also the welfare of the populace. Since generating power at full capacity poses a danger to the downstream communities, generating power at only 1/3 of the design capacity is indeed a commendable suggestion. However, how do you propose we bring that corrupt official Qin Shou to justice? He has military experience and an unwavering resolve. Extracting a confession from him will be exceedingly difficult. County Mayor Wang, Sun Changsheng's suicide has caused quite a stir in the city. The Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection will be sending personnel to investigate in the coming days. At that time, we simply need to ensure that the investigators uncover evidence of Qin Shou's corruption. Even if he attempts to deny it, he will be unable to evade responsibility. Director Wan, please make the necessary arrangements." "Understood." In the office of the county party secretary, Yang Wenqing picked up her pen, preparing to sign the transfer order. Suddenly, she received a phone call from the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection. The inspector informed her that they would be investigating Sun Changsheng's suicide, and the focus would be on his secretary, Qin Shou. The investigation was, of course, orchestrated by Zheng Yaohua, who had assigned reliable personnel. Zheng Yaohua believed that the individual he had called to protect would withstand scrutiny. If Qin Shou cannot bear the investigation, even the favor of that influential figure would not sway Zheng Yaohua. After hanging up the phone, Yang Wenqing began to ponder the situation. The provincial party secretary and the municipal party secretary simultaneously called to ensure the protection of Qin Shou, prompting the city's disciplinary committee to swiftly send personnel to investigate him. Is this truly an inquiry into Qin Shou, or is it perhaps an attempt to validate his innocence? After all, should the comrades of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission look into him and find nothing, it would signify him as a commendable and upright individual. Yang Wenqing set down her signature pen, refraining from signing the transfer order. Qin Shou returned to the secretary's office, for he was the secretary of Sun Changsheng and naturally the head of the secretary's office. Until the transfer order was issued, he remained the head of the secretary's office, which afforded him an independent office. As Qin Shou approached the door to his office, he discovered it had been carelessly opened, with Yang Song removing his belongings. Yang Song, a principal staff member in the secretary's office and a sycophant of deputy head Lu Shuang, had been a dedicated toady for over a year without gaining any favor. However, this did not deter Yang Song from continuing his obsequiousness. With his transfer to the position of head of the hydropower station, the role of head of the secretary's office would undoubtedly fall to Lu Shuang, who is the goddaughter of Ruan Xiangyu, a very obedient and rather uninhibited goddaughter. Indeed, once, when Chun Haiba visited Changle County for an inspection, Ruan Xiangyu took Lu Shuang along for the evening's entertainment. That night, it was said that the three entered a hotel room together. What transpired within those four walls remains a mystery, though one might conjecture they were merely engaged in a game of cards. Qin Shou lit a cigarette, one hand tucked in his pocket as he drew on, quietly observing Yang Song as he transported his belongings. Once the last item was moved, Yang Song finally noticed Qin Shou and, feeling guilty, flinched. Nevertheless, recalling that he was acting on behalf of his goddess and the head of the secretary's office, his demeanor stiffened with false bravado. With a tone reminiscent of an ascendant eunuch, he provocatively remarked, "Oh, what a pitiful stray dog we have here." Qin Shou exhaled a plume of smoke and calmly inquired, "Yang Song, what are you doing? Are you pilfering my belongings?" With Sun Changsheng having taken his own life, you are no longer the head of the secretary's office. The Municipal Discipline Inspection Committee will soon come to apprehend you and see you imprisoned. You ought to remove these items to make way for head Lu. Return them to me, untouched. Or right does a stray dog like you have to command me. When Sun Changsheng was alive, you serve him as a pet, flaunting your influence within the secretary's office. But now that your master is gone, having jumped to his death, what authority do you possess to bark here? Yang Wenqing emerged from the restroom and, upon hearing the commotion in the corridor, paused in the shadows to observe. As the newly appointed county party secretary, she was unfamiliar with the individuals in Changle County, necessitating her discretion in watching and listening. Curious about how Qin Shou would respond to the scathing remarks from his former subordinate, she noted that, given Yang Song's recent behavior, his future appeared bleak. For Yang Wenqing had little tolerance for those who waver with the winds. Individuals like Yang Song were mere reeds swaying, easily toppled by the breeze. If anyone finds themselves in distress, the first to emerge and take advantage will be him. Yang Song, I shall remind you once more, return everything to its rightful place. Out of consideration for our colleague's status, I shall overlook the vulgarities you just uttered. I want to move a muscle. Go ahead and hit me. Since Yang Song has put forth a demand, Qin Shou must comply, of course. He landed a punch squarely on Yang Song's face, leaving it bruised and swollen. Following that, he delivered a kick to Yang Song's abdomen, sending him sprawling to the ground. Before Yang Song could rise, Qin Shou rushed forward and administered a thorough massage to him. Of course, Qin Shou lacked the gentle touch of a female technician. He wielded fists harder than steel and kicked with the force capable of shattering steel plates. After enduring a tempest of punches and kicks, Yang Song was left battered and bruised, his body marked with shades of blue and purple. Qin Shou was a formidable warrior on the battlefield. Even the most skilled soldiers would find themselves at his mercy. Thus, His punches were more precise than the most advanced lithography machines. Although he had left Yang Song with a battered face, there was no way to classify his injuries, not even as minor. Qin Shou clapped his hands, brushing off the sycophantic air surrounding Yang Song. He then offered a friendly reminder. Yang Song, I have fulfilled your request for a beating. Are you satisfied now? If not, I could reluctantly deliver another. If you are satisfied, then hasten to return everything. Yang Song was infuriated. He scrambled to his feet, shouting, Qin Shou, how dare you strike me? I will report you to the authorities and have you imprisoned. I did strike you, yet you cannot substantiate any injuries. Therefore, even if you report me, the most I would face is a brief detention. Upon my release, I shall continue to pummel you. Every encounter shall be a lesson. You scoundrel, return my belongings inside, or I shall strike you again. Qin Shou, do not act so arrogantly. Your days of hubris are numbered. Await the arrival of the disciplinary committee. Though Yang Song's words remained defiant, his body was subdued after the beating. He begrudgingly began to return each item he had removed back to the office. Observing Qin Shou's handling of Yang Song, Yang Wenqing mused, what a brute. Unable to reason through logic, he resorts to violence. If fists could solve problems, what need would there be for the law? Initially, Yang Wenqing's opinion of Qin Shou was already at zero, but after witnessing him thrash Yang Song, it plummeted to -100. However, Qin Shou was unaware that his brutal confrontation with Yang Song had been witnessed by Secretary Yang. Chapter 5. Ignorance of Protocol. Lu Shuang saw Qin Shou assaulting Yang Song. For it was she who had instructed Yang Song to fetch Qin Shou's belongings from the department head's office. Yet, during Yang Song's beating, she did not intervene. Although Qin Shou was absent, the fear of further punishment left Yang Song no room for laziness. He returned all of Qin Shou's possessions to the office, striving to restore them to their original positions from memory. After completing his tasks, Yang Song returned to the expansive office of the Secretary Department, intent on lodging a complaint against Lu Shuang. Upon seeing Yang Song's battered visage, resembling that of a panda, Lu Shuang could not suppress her laughter. She even erupted into a fit of giggles. The plight of a sycophant is one devoid of rights. Even if a sycophant is beaten into a panda by his goddess, he can expect nothing but derision, for he is valued solely for his utility and will be discarded once deemed unnecessary, cast aside like a lifeless dog into a refuse bin, unworthy of a second glance from the goddess. Did I not instruct you to clear out the director's office? Have you finished? Lu Shuang inquired with a frosty demeanor. Lu, while I was tidying up that office, Qin Shou unexpectedly appeared and gave me a thorough beating. He even threatened me, insisting that I return all the items I had moved out. Otherwise, he vowed to beat me again. Each encounter would result in another thrashing. He struck you, and you did not retaliate? I am no match for him. He is a soldier, formidable in combat. What a worthless fool. Even a beaten dog knows to bite back. You are even inferior to a dog. Lu Shuang expressed her disappointment, but then a cunning glint sparkled in her eyes, revealing a devious scheme. Go to Secretary Yang and file your complaint, claiming that Qin Shou assaulted you without cause. Assert that he has violent tendencies and has frequently resorted to violence since assuming the role of Secretary Department Head. Tell her that you merely returned from the restroom, entering with your left foot, and he provoked you by questioning why you did not enter with your right foot. Then he struck you, leaving you in this pitiful panda state. Yes, Director Lu, Yang Song, the quintessential sycophant, exemplified the notion of bearing wounds while forgetting the pain, so long as it pleased his goddess. He proceeded to the office of the county committee secretary. Upon reaching the door, he composed his thoughts and rapped gently on the door. Knock, knock, knock. He tapped 3 times softly and methodically. Inside the office, Yang Wenqing was savoring a cup of coffee. Hearing the knock, she set her cup down, took a tissue to dab her lips, and straightened her posture, adopting the serious demeanor expected of a leader. Please enter. The office door creaked open, and Yang Song stepped inside. Previously, Yang Wenqing had only seen him from a distance, noting his bruised and battered appearance. Now, up close, the sight of him nearly caused her composure to falter. However, as a secretary hailing from a politically astute background, she had been surrounded by cunning individuals since childhood. Thus she maintained her poise, unflinching in the face of adversity. Yang Song, what brings you here? Yang Wenqing did not inquire about his disheveled state or who had inflicted such harm upon him, as concern from a leader is reserved for those with whom they share a close rapport. Yang Song would never ascend to that level of intimacy with Yang Wenqing. Thus, she would never take the initiative to concern herself with Yang Song. Moreover, Yang Wenqing had already surmised that Yang Song's visit was most likely instigated by Lu Xuan to lodge a complaint against Qin. Yang's secretary observed my face, Yang Song said as he rolled up his sleeves and trousers. Continuing now, take a look at my arms and legs. Yang Wenqing cast a glance, disinterested in the matter, and implied, did you fall? Why are you so careless while walking? You should promptly go to the hospital for an examination. Don't let it result in any serious injury. I'll grant you a few days off. Take the time to rest and recuperate. Had Yang Song comprehended her insinuation, he would have immediately expressed gratitude. However, being somewhat dim-witted, he failed to grasp the subtleties. His mind solely occupied with the desire to please the goddess Lu Xuan. Thus, he directly complained, Yang's secretary, I wasn't injured from a fall. I was assaulted by Qin. At these words, Yang Wenqing's expression darkened considerably. This Yang Song, referring to Qin, the head of their secretariat, by name rather than title, displayed a shocking lack of respect for authority. Furthermore, she was the county party secretary, not some community committee matron. How could such matters be brought before her? Yang Song was utterly oblivious to decorum and propriety. Nevertheless, Yang Wenqing could not simply dismiss him. Instead, she inquired, what exactly transpired? Yang Secretary. Ever since Qin became the head of the secretariat, he has been tyrannical. He exhibits tendencies toward violence, attacking anyone he deems unsatisfactory. Both men and women in the secretariat have suffered his assaults. Just a moment ago, I went to the restroom, and upon returning to the office, I entered with my left foot first. Qin then confronted me, questioning why I did not enter with my right foot. I replied that there is no rule mandating the right foot to enter first. He insisted that it was his newly established rule, and to test my obedience, he ordered me to crawl back into the office like a dog. I am a human, not a dog. Naturally, I refused to comply. Consequently, Qin erupted in fury, charging at me and brutally beating me, leaving me in this wretched state. Upon hearing Yang Song's account, Yang Wenqing's already unappealing countenance became shrouded in a tempest of anger. This Yang Song possessed audacity to dare speak so insolently before her, the county party secretary? Did he truly believe her to be a fool, easily deceived by his fabrications? Initially, she wished to remain neutral, unwilling to involve herself in such trivial disputes among subordinates. Yet, Yang Song's audacity to deceive her was intolerable. Thus, she resolved to impart a lesson to Yang Song. Yang Wenqing sogmereli tu reprimand Yang Song. Not to assist Qin, whom she regarded as a beast and a rogue, unworthy of any sympathy. Yang Song, you claim Qin assaulted you. While your appearance indeed suggests you have been severely beaten, I cannot rely solely on your testimony. Thus, you should summon Qin Shou and confront him directly. Certainly, Secretary Yang. Yang Song hurried off to find Qin Shou, confident that Secretary Yang would advocate on his behalf. After all, during the altercation, he had not retaliated in the slightest. Qin Shou, on the other hand, bore no wounds at all. Having been left bruised and battered, he believed that Secretary Yang would undoubtedly side with him. Chapter 6. The strategy of driving the tiger and swallowing the wolf. Qin Shou was smoking on the terrace when Yang Song arrived. Earlier, Qin Shou had not wandered far. He had seen Yang Song approach Lu Xuan. After exiting Lu Xuan's presence, Yang Song immediately made his way to the county party secretary's office. Even without needing to think too hard, Qin Shou could surmise that Yang Song was certainly reporting him to Secretary Yang, having already shared an intimate moment with Secretary Yang, and now facing potential blame as the station master at the Jigongi hydropower station. Was he truly afraid of being reported? Yang Song approached Qin Shou and, with an air of arrogance, commanded, Qin Shou, come with me. Qin Shou exhaled a puff of smoke and replied nonchalantly, why should I accompany you? Secretary Yang summoned you. What? Have you gone to Secretary Yang to complain about me? Do you think Secretary Yang will support you? Qin Shou, do not be so arrogant. Given how you have reduced me to this state, Secretary Yang will surely advocate for me. The most crucial aspect of being a loyal dog is to recognize its master. You are merely Lu Shuang's lapdog. If she neglects you, how could Secretary Yang possibly come to your aid? Glancing at the cigarette in his hand, which still had half remaining, Qin Shou decided not to waste it. He stated to Yang Song, "You go ahead. I will finish this last half of my cigarette before heading to Secretary Yang's office." Upon hearing this, Yang Song felt elated. How audacious of Qin Shou to disregard Secretary Yang's orders. He had to rush to the secretary's office to report Qin Shou's insubordination. Meanwhile, Yang Wenqing sat in her office, eager to witness the spectacle of dogs turning against one another, intending to deal with both of them simultaneously. However, Yang Song returned alone. "Where's Qin Shou?" "Yang Wenqing inquired." "Secretary Yang, I asked Qin Shou to come to your office immediately at your request. He told me to wait until he finished his cigarette," Yang Song reported. Listening to Yang Song's complaint, Yang Wenqing's exquisite oval face remained impassive, but internally, she harbored the intent to teach Qin Shou a stern lesson, to show him the consequences of his insolence. How dare Qin Shou, relying on his connections, disregard her authority as the county party secretary? When Lita made a phone call, Yang Wenqing subtly inquired about Qin Shou. Lita mentioned that Qin Shou was the child of a soldier under his command who had sacrificed his life in the line of duty. Earlier, Yang Wenqing had searched the system but found no information about Qin Shou's father. His mother was merely a rural woman who had died in a car accident. As for Qin Shou, he had enlisted in the army at the age of 16, serving for 8 years before returning to Changle County due to an injury. Initially, he held the position of Sun Chongqing's driver. However, after gaining Sun's trust, he gradually ascended to the role of chief of the secretary's office and eventually became the chief secretary for the county committee. At this juncture, Qin Shou arrived. He did not bother to knock. Instead, he walked directly into the office. This impolite action greatly displeased Yang Wenqing. She delicately sniffed the air with her exquisite nose and immediately detected a strong smell of smoke emanating from Qin Shou. "Have you been smoking?" Yang Wenqing inquired. "Secretary Yang, is there any regulation forbidding smoking? Are you challenging me?" "Not at all. You are the leader. How could I dare to oppose you? After all, you wield significant power and could unceremoniously reassign me to be the head of the Qin River Hydropower Station." Qin Shou's face was filled with defiance. He was already prepared to shoulder the blame and face imprisonment. The county secretary was insignificant in comparison, and he felt no obligation to show her respect. He believed that having slept with her once did not grant her the privilege to act recklessly. He was not a sycophant and would not indulge any woman. While Yang Wenqing could reprimand Qin Shou, she could not afford to disregard the reputations of Lida and Zheng Yaohua. Therefore, she had no choice but to clarify. "The decision to assign you to the Qin River Hydropower Station as the head was not mine. It was proposed by Director Ruan and the organization department of the county committee. I have only just arrived in Changle County and am unfamiliar with the colleagues here. However, I trust that the comrades in the organization department are indeed capable of recognizing and placing the right individuals in positions of responsibility. Hence, I hope you can adopt a proper attitude and not oppose the organization." With this eloquent statement, Yang Wenqing deftly shifted all accountability onto Ruan Xiangyu and the organization department. Showcasing her remarkable political acumen, Yang Wenqing understood that the political landscape in Changle County was treacherous, akin to a tropical rainforest teeming with venomous snakes, all controlled by local tyrants. Each snake was dangerous, and any of them could strike without hesitation. Therefore, Yang Wenqing had resolutely decided to let Qin Shou contend with these local bullies, for he had powerful backing. Qin Shou, being a ruthless individual, was hoped to transform into a fierce competitor, devouring these poisonous entities in Changle County as if they were mere snacks. Thus, Yang Wenqing's strategy of driving the tiger to swallow the wolf would come to fruition. This exemplified her wisdom, the wisdom of a county secretary. As a leader, one must not engage directly in battles with adversaries, but rather understand how to leverage circumstances and utilize people effectively. Unlike Yang Song, who was a mindless fool, Qin Shou immediately grasped Yang Wenqing's intentions. She aimed to use him to confront Ruan Xiangyu and her cohort of corrupt officials. Nonetheless, despite her ulterior motives, Yang Wenqing had explained her position with patience, and Qin Shou realized he still needed to extend her a modicum of respect. Thus, he nodded and replied, "Yes. I will certainly comply with Secretary Yang's arrangements and will not oppose her. Secretary Yang instructed me to head east. I shall certainly not venture west. I am merely urging you to adhere to the organization," Yang Wenqing interjected. Secretary Yang embodies the organization. Qin Shou's declaration sent shivers down Yang Song's spine, prompting him to silently berate Toady, utterly shameless. Yang Wenqing's expression turned slightly awkward, particularly as Yang Song was present, and all of Qin Shou's disgraceful, sycophantic remarks were laid bare before him. "Ne fortalece, Yang Wenqing maintinet her composure." She turned to Yang Song, returning to the matter at hand. "Yang Song, did you not just claim that Qin Shou laid hands on you? What transpired? Now that both of you are here, I shall not entertain one-sided narratives. Confront each other directly. Secretary Yang, it is because of the organization, namely you, that Qin Shou has been assigned to serve as the director of the Jigong River Hydropower Station. He is unwilling to go and seeks to oppose the organization. Consequently, Qin Shou vented his dissatisfaction towards you upon me. When I entered the office of the secretary's office, Qin Shou questioned me about why I entered with my left foot first. I retorted that there is no rule stipulating that one must enter with the right foot. Upon hearing this, he became furious, charging at me like a madman. He first struck me directly in the face, swelling it significantly. Then, he kicked me in the stomach, toppling me to the ground. I did not retaliate, yet Qin Shou continued his assault. Like a rabid dog, he lunged at me, raining blows upon me. His fists fell like a torrential downpour, and his kicks descended upon me like hailstones the size of eggs. Chapter 7. Trivial Skills. Qin Shou was aware that Yang Song intended to report him. Yet he truly did not anticipate that Yang Song would treat Secretary Yang as a fool. Could he possibly believe the fabrications he concocted? If she were to believe him, it would be akin to having her head kicked by a mule. "Qin Shou, how do you intend to address Yang Song's allegations against you?" "Secretary Yang, I admit that I struck Yang Song, but it was at his own behest. Yang Song asked me to hit him. If I had refrained, would that not have been disrespectful? As for the sequence of events, our county committee building is equipped with surveillance cameras. We can merely review the footage to clarify matters. Otherwise, Secretary Yang, shall we proceed to the surveillance room to examine it?" The surveillance room is managed by the security department, whose director, Wan Hongbing, is a cousin of Wan Xiangyu. Qin Shou's suggestion for Yang Wenqing to visit the surveillance room was predicated on his certainty that Yang Song would alert Wan Hongbing en route, ensuring the deletion of the surveillance footage. Thus, Secretary Yang would gain a first-hand insight into how Wan Xiangyu and her associates operate with impunity in Changle County. Yang Wenqing did not immediately acquiesce. She furrowed her brows in contemplation, pondering Qin Shou's motives. In no time, her keen intellect discerned that Qin Shou aimed to reveal something significant. Curious to see how this performance would unfold, she nodded in agreement, stating, "Very well. Let us proceed to the surveillance room and retrieve the footage to unveil the truth." Qin Shou led the way ahead, and the three of them made their way directly to the surveillance room. Yang Song walked at the back, quietly sending a text message to Wan Hongbing, informing him of the situation and urging him to delete the surveillance footage promptly. Upon their arrival at the surveillance room, they were met with utter darkness. At that moment, Wan Hongbing was feigning urgency, perspiring profusely as he directed the scene. His sweat, a result of consuming particularly spicy snacks, was a testament to the performance he was putting on in front of Secretary Yang. After all, when acting before Secretary Yang, one must ensure that both the performance and the props are impeccable, leaving no room for error. While power was restored in other parts of the county committee building, the surveillance room remained shrouded in darkness. Yang Wenqing could easily deduce, even without much thought, that foul play was afoot. Yang Song had an audaciousness that seemed to disregard her authority as the county committee secretary. Rather than erupting in anger, Yang Wenqing inquired calmly, "What is going on?" "I have no idea." Yang Song feigned ignorance before hastily calling over Wan Hongbing. "Wan, this is Secretary Yang. She wishes to review the surveillance footage." "What seems to be the issue with the surveillance room?" "Secretary, the recent heat has put a strain on our equipment. causing a short circuit. Please bear with us. Power will be restored shortly, and we can provide you with the footage, Wan Hongbing explained hurriedly, urging his subordinates to act swiftly. Move quickly and restore power. The power outage in the surveillance room was not a mere short circuit. It was orchestrated by Wan Hongbing, who had ordered the circuit breaker pulled. Before doing so, he had deleted the footage of Yang Song being assaulted by Qin Shou. Thus, with the surveillance footage gone, Wan Hongbing could conveniently claim that the hard drive had been damaged in a short circuit and was irretrievable. Although this was merely a temporary plan, it was flawlessly executed, leaving no room for Secretary Yang to find fault. Suddenly, the dark surveillance room was illuminated. Wan Hongbing wiped the sweat from his forehead, feigning relief as he announced, "Secretary Yang, power has been restored. I will retrieve the surveillance footage immediately." "Very well." Yang Wenqing, already suspecting that the footage would be inaccessible, nodded in response. She was keen to observe how Wan Hongbing would continue his charade. It was her first official day at work, and a mere head of security thought he could outshine her in performance. The waters of Changle County were murky indeed. Just how many big fish were hidden within such murky depths? Yang Wenqing silently vowed to catch each of these troublemaking big fish, restoring clarity to Changle County's waters. Wan Hongbing sat before the main console, executing a series of commands. Finally, he turned to Yang Wenqing with a face of regret and said, "Secretary Yang, the short circuit has damaged the hard drive, and the data is irretrievable. Therefore, all previous surveillance footage is lost." Yang Song quickly interjected, "Secretary Yang, although the footage may be inaccessible, the injuries I bear are very real, regardless of the circumstances that led to this incident. It is undeniable that Qin Shou subjected me to a severe beating. Qin Shou must face consequences for his actions." Yang Wenqing refrained from expressing her stance, and instead turned her gaze towards Qin Shou, inquiring, "What do you have to say for yourself?" "Secretary Yang, it was not my intention to strike Yang Song. Rather, he insisted that I do so. Therefore, my actions were fundamentally motivated by a desire to assist him in alleviating his discomfort," Qin Shou explained. A stifled laugh escaped Yang Wenqing as she found amusement in Qin Shou's audacity. This Qin Shou, not only brutish, but also rather mischievous. "Nonsense. When did I ever ask you to hit me?" Yang Song retorted. "If I can substantiate that it was you who prompted me to strike you, then my actions would be excusable, and Secretary Yang could not impose any punishment upon me," Qin Shou cunningly proposed, setting a trap for Yang Song. The surveillance footage had already been deleted and could not be recovered. How could Qin Shou possibly prove that Yang Song had instigated the assault? At this juncture, the crucial task was to perform for Secretary Yang, ensuring not to appear guilty in the process. After careful consideration, Yang Song nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well. As long as you can prove that I urged you to hit me, regardless of the reason, even if it was in jest, I shall accept my fate and not hold it against you." Yang Wenqing watched Qin Shou with keen interest, smiling as she encouraged, "Beast, please commence your proof." Only Qin Shou discerned that when Yang Wenqing referred to him as a beast, it was not directed at him personally. Nevertheless, Secretary Yang smiled at him. Could it be that the events of last night were to be overlooked, and she would no longer hold it against him? Clearly, Qin Shou was overestimating the situation. Yang Wenqing still harbored deep resentment towards him, wishing nothing less than his utter destruction. Qin Shou patted Wan Hongbing's shoulder with a sly smile, saying, "Wan, allow me to handle this." The hard drive had not been damaged. The surveillance data had merely been deleted and could indeed be restored. Deleting data was Wan Hongbing's handiwork. Though he was well-connected, he was also exceptionally skilled. Thus, he had confidence that Qin Shou possessed the capability to recover what had been erased. Consequently, Wan Hongbing stood up, courteously stating, "All right, let us witness the prowess of Section Chief Qin in the realm of computing." During his tenure in the Special Forces, Qin Shou had once been a hacker capable of breaching the most secure systems. Wan Hongbing's trivial technical maneuvers would take him no longer than 3 seconds to dismantle. With remarkable speed, Qin Shou typed a line of code into the keyboard, taking only a second before hitting enter. According to the rhythm established during his military service, the code would be executed within a second, followed by the restoration of the deleted video files. However, the county's monitoring system was dreadfully inadequate. It took a full 3 minutes for the code to execute. Approximately 5 minutes elapsed before the deleted videos were finally recovered. Had the military been equipped with such subpar machinery, even the most formidable team would have been easily vanquished by foreign adversaries. As the screen displayed the restored videos that had just been deleted, Wan Hongbing was left utterly flabbergasted. How is this even possible? Qin Shou is merely a crude soldier returned from service, devoid of any understanding of computer technology, and yet he dares to consider himself superior? Chapter 8. Each to receive their due punishment. Qin Shou activated the video and replayed the entire incident. Yang Wenqing, having witnessed the events unfold firsthand, felt no astonishment upon viewing the footage. Prior to watching the surveillance, she had already devised a plan for addressing the matter. Thus, once the video concluded, she wasted no time and promptly announced her decision. Each party would receive equal punishment, leaving no room for exploitation. The entire situation arose from Yang Song. So according to protocol, Yang Wenqing's first action was to address Yang Song. Yang Song, your transfer orders for Qin Shou have yet to arrive, and you still hold the position of head of the secretarial department. Who instructed you to remove his belongings and carelessly discard them in the corridor? Yang Wenqing inquired. Yang Song faltered momentarily, ultimately opting to shoulder the blame himself rather than betray the goddess. Secretary Yang, it was my own decision. Yang Wenqing was well aware that Yang Song was lying, so she coldly pressed on, what prompted such a decision? Because I've always had a dislike for Qin Shou. We have a history, he fabricated. Upon hearing he was reassigned to be the head of the Jigongi hydropower station, I couldn't wait to remove his things from the head's office. Yang Wenqing was not swayed by his absurd excuse. However, she chose not to dwell on this matter, but to expedite the resolution. In the video, Qin Shou politely asked you to return his belongings, stating he would no longer hold it against you. Yet, what did you say? You defiantly proclaimed that he could hit you if he wished. Consequently, Qin Shou did strike you, and you deserve that punishment. Given that you have already endured Qin Shou's wrath, and have learned your lesson from your reckless actions, I shall refrain from imposing further penalties this time. Let this be a warning. Having reprimanded Yang Song, Yang Wenqing turned her gaze towards Qin Shou. At that moment, her eyes glinted with icy resolve, instilling a sense of dread within Qin Shou. Qin Shou, how audacious you were to openly assault a colleague. While Yang Song acted improperly and somewhat deserve a reprimand, as a civil servant, your physical aggression toward a fellow employee is inexcusable. Therefore, you must face consequences. For your actions, I have decided to issue you a major demerit and demote you from head of department to a secondary staff member. Furthermore, you are disqualified for this year's commendation and will forfeit your bonuses, receiving only your base salary, given that Qin Shou was a civil servant. Dismissing him was no simple task, especially considering his substantial connections. Thus, this was the most severe punishment Yang Wenqing could impose upon him. Qin Shou had long prepared himself mentally for such a consequence, especially after the confusing incident involving this woman, who had been a significant first for him. Out of pride, she could not report him and have him imprisoned. Thus, nature can only wield the power at hand, seizing the opportune moment to rectify its own affairs. However, Qin Shou remains nonchalant. To strike is to express affection. The more decisively Secretary Yang addresses his own shortcomings, the greater the likelihood of self-love. After hearing Secretary Yang's reprimand of Qin Shou, Yang Song, initially feeling aggrieved for having suffered in vain, was instantly elated. Qin Shou had been demoted to a Level 2 staff member, the lowest tier for civil servants, akin to the starting rank for those entering the civil service with a diploma. It is worth noting that Yang Song had already ascended to the position of chief officer, albeit a Level 4-1, yet still 2 ranks above Qin Shou. Although he had not been promoted himself, the fact that Qin Shou had been degraded was even more gratifying. Yang Song's sense of superiority surged forth. Were it not for the force of gravity, he might have floated into the heavens. Upon announcing the disciplinary decision, Qin Shou stood with his hands in his pockets, exuding an air of indifference. This incited Yang Wenqing's ire. She had intended to hold Qin Shou accountable, to ensure he faced the consequences. Yet here he was, seemingly unaffected by his demotion to a Level 2 staff member. It made sense. With such formidable backing, even if he were dismissed, he could easily find another position in the government. Given Qin Shou's connections, as long as he remained within the bounds of legality, no one could displace him from his secure job. As for seeking advancement, his carefree demeanor hardly suggested he was someone with lofty aspirations. Striking a cotton ball, Yang Wenqing was thoroughly vexed. Consequently, she confronted Qin Shou. "Are you dissatisfied with my disciplinary decision?" "Indeed, I'm quite displeased. Yet, what good does my discontent serve? Will Secretary Yang rescind the punishment due to my dissatisfaction?" "Absolutely not." "So there you have it," Qin Shou retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Yang Wenqing. "Secretary Yang, I just observed a rather intriguing piece of surveillance footage. Would you care to take a look?" Despite knowing that this individual was likely harboring ulterior motives, Yang Wenqing's curiosity was piqued, prompting her to command, "Show it to me." "Yes, Secretary Yang." With a gentle click of the mouse, Qin Shou opened a video clip. The focal point of the footage was Wan Hongbing, engrossed in his mobile phone. From the visuals, it appeared that someone had sent him a message. However, due to the distance, the content of the message remained elusive. Nevertheless, this did not pose a challenge for Qin Shou. Although the monitoring system in the county party building was somewhat subpar, the cameras within the building were of high definition. Thus, with a simple adjustment, he could zoom in slightly to reveal the message displayed on Wan Hongbing's phone in clear detail. With nimble fingers dancing across the keyboard, Qin Shou swiftly adjusted the shot. Soon, the image was magnified, allowing for a clear view of both the message and its sender. It turned out that Yang Song had instructed Wan Hongbing to tamper with the surveillance footage. Yang Wenqing's expression darkened as she glared at Wan Hongbing. At that moment, Wan Hongbing was utterly petrified. He hastily defended himself, saying, "Secretary Yang, you cannot blame me. It was all instigated by Yang Song. I was wrong, and I shall never dare again. Wan Hongbing, you shall no longer serve as the director of the security department. Instead, you will simply guard the entrance. Consequently, your rank will be demoted to that of a second-level staff member, akin to Qin Shou. Additionally, you must receive a severe reprimand. Your eligibility for this year's awards and recognitions is entirely revoked. All bonuses will be forfeited, and you will only receive your base salary." After all the effort he exerted to attain the position of director of the security department and the vice section level leadership, he found himself cast back to square one due to that scoundrel Yang Song. Wan Hongbing harbored an intense hatred for Yang Song. Though he deeply regretted his actions now, he had no choice but to accept his fate. With Secretary Yang having caught him in the act, did he dare to deny it? Did he dare to utter even a single word of protest? Finally, Yang Wenqing turned her gaze towards Yang Song. "Yang Song, you possess quite the audacity to incite Wan Hongbing to commit fraud against me. For such behavior, you must face disciplinary action. Your rank will also be reduced to that of a second-level staff member, along with a serious reprimand. Naturally, your eligibility for awards and recognitions is hereby revoked. Furthermore, you will not receive any bonuses this year. Lastly, the secretarial department is not suited for you. You need not remain there any longer. As the Jigongi Hydroelectric Station is in need of personnel, you shall work there. As for the specific work arrangements, they will be determined by the station director once the appointment letter is issued." Yang Wenqing's strategy was brilliant. She directly assigned Yang Song to serve under Qin Shou, playing them against each other while simultaneously entangling Qin Shou in a potential disaster. Inevitably, the two would find themselves at odds. Upon hearing Secretary Yang's decision regarding his punishment, Yang Song was left utterly dumbfounded, petrified in place by sheer disbelief. He was being transferred to the Jigongi Hydroelectric Station to serve as a subordinate to Qin Shou. How would he navigate the days ahead? It was over. Chapter 9. The legacy of Secretary Sun. Having dealt each of them a severe reprimand, Yang Wenqing felt thoroughly satisfied. On her first day as the new secretary, she had successfully asserted her authority. Moreover, her punishments were undeniably fair. All three received identical consequences, leaving no room for criticism. Yang Wenqing returned to her office to sign the transfer orders. Qin Shou was not only reassigned to the Jigongi Hydroelectric Station as director, but was also demoted to a second-level staff member. While Qin Shou packed his personal belongings in the office of the section chief, Su Jing unexpectedly arrived. This woman, clad in a form-fitting dress that accentuated her curves, donned high heels, and her long legs were adorned with stockings featuring letters, exuding an alluring and seductive charm that was simply irresistible. Regrettably, after a year and a half of marriage, Qin Shou had yet to experience her intimate embrace, a tremendous loss for him. He did not regret divorcing Su Jing. Rather, he lamented that he had not indulged in her affections even once before their separation. Su Jing crossed her arms and, with an air of defiance, said to Qin Shou, "You truly disappoint me." "Disappointed? What do you know about disappointment? You haven't even experienced it." Su Jing, perplexed by Qin Shou's words, curiously inquired, "Experience what?" "After a year and a half of marriage, you ended up in divorce without even having shared a wedding night. Isn't that enough to feel disappointed? You've become a second marriage woman, yet you haven't even tasted the essence of womanhood. How pitiful you are. Perhaps I should feel sorry for you just this once?" "Qin Shou, you scoundrel. How have you become like this, spewing such vulgarities?" Su Jing stamped her foot in frustration. "I once held on a hope for you, thinking that if you could recognize your mistakes and strive to improve with your capabilities, there should still be a future for you, and life should still hold promise. Although son Chongqing encountered trouble, you are innocent. As long as you don't remain as rigid and stubborn as before, unable to adapt with your talents. A bit of tact could still secure your position as the secretary to the county party secretary. If you could continue in that role, I could persuade my mother and remarry you. I might even bear your child." "Huh, you wish to remarry me? The object of your desire is the secretary of the county party secretary. Qin Shou, look at what you've become. Your support just fell through, and instead of being humble, you resorted to violence against your colleagues. Now, not only can you no longer aspire to be the secretary's top aide, but you've also lost your hard-won position as a department head, reduced to a second-level staff member. Do you understand? With no connections, no backing, and hailing from a rural background, being demoted from a department head to a second-level staff member means your life is essentially over. Even if you endure until retirement, you'll remain a second-level staff member. I may lack a background and connections, having come from a rural area, but I possess talent. Whatever I have lost, I can reclaim." "Reclaim? How naive. What do you possess to achieve that? How about a wager?" "What sort of wager?" "Within 6 months, if I regain my position as a department head and become the secretary's top aide again, you will share a bed with me." "Very well. If you truly possess that ability, I will remarry you." "Who said anything about remarrying? I merely want to share a bed with you. After all, we were once husband and wife, and having never consummated our marriage, there remains some regret. Once that is fulfilled, you may seek your Qin Shou, and I shall find another worthy partner." "You scoundrel, speak one more word, and I shall tear your mouth apart. And by the way, I have no ties to Qin Feiying. He is the one pursuing me, and I haven't allowed him to hold my hand. You are no longer my wife. You have no right to lay a hand on me. As for your relationship with Qin Feiying, it is of no concern to me. Please understand your position, former wife." Enraged, Su Jing stomped her foot and stormed off. Qin Shou paid no heed to his superficial former wife. He knew her too well. When they had just married, she declared that if Qin Shou were to be promoted from deputy to full department head, she would consummate their marriage and bear him children. Half a year after their wedding, Qin Shou successfully achieved that promotion. Then, Su Jing once again set forth, stating that should he be promoted from a primary position to the deputy department level, she would consummate their union and bear him 2 children. Thus, Qin Shou was not inclined to believe Su Jing's deceptive words. This woman was exceedingly materialistic. As for Qin Feiying, the prospect of winning Su Jing's affection seemed rather bleak, for his father was merely a deputy mayor, a position that held significant weight in the eyes of others, yet was of no consequence in Su Jing's view. Su Jing had a university roommate, her closest confidant, named Jiang Mengmeng, whose father was Jiang Jihong, the deputy governor of Basha province. It was precisely due to her friendship with Jiang Mengmeng that Su Jing maintained lofty aspirations. After all, any woman would wish for her husband to surpass her friend's spouse in excellence. Although Jiang Mengmeng remained single, her esteemed lineage ensured that any potential suitor she entertained would be of high caliber. It was noteworthy that even the son of the municipal party secretary had been rejected by her. As for Su Jing, she was indeed a capable woman, having joined a Wangwa group immediately after graduation, and now serving as the executive secretary to the general manager of the Beiyang branch. The Wangwa Group was not only the premier private enterprise in Basha province, but also ranked among the Fortune Global 500. The Jigongi hydropower station was constructed by the Wangwa Group. Qin Shou had transferred all his belongings into his second-hand Santana, a vehicle retired by the county committee. A relic of 15 years, procured for a mere 2,000 yuan. Despite its age, it had not accumulated excessive mileage, registering only 295,863 kilometers, less than 300,000 kilometers, still within its break-in period. Upon acquiring it, Qin Shou had made few repairs. The car could still reach speeds of 140 kilometers/h on the highway, and the air conditioning functioned adequately. Driving the Santana, Qin Shou returned to the Happy Garden, an old residential complex comprised of stairwell apartments that he had purchased in anticipation of marriage. However, Su Jing looked down upon this dilapidated dwelling and had never spent a night there. Building 6, apartment 51. As Qin Shou approached his doorstep, laden with bags, he spotted a familiar woman, Wu Yuqin, the wife of son Changsheng. Wu Yuqin, a language teacher and class advisor at the municipal number 3 middle school, appeared weary and haggard. Ms. Wu, why didn't you inform me of your arrival beforehand? I would have come to fetch you. I feel quite embarrassed to have made you wait at the door, Qin Shou exclaimed as he hurriedly opened the door and ushered Wu Yuqin inside, offering her a glass of water. Xiaoqin, after Lao Sun's incident, he remained at the funeral home for 3 days. And you were the only colleague who came to pay your last respects. Lao Sun did not misjudge you. You are indeed a righteous and kind-hearted individual, someone truly worthy of trust. I have come to entrust something to you. Wu Yuqin produced a disc from her bag and handed it to Qin Shou. Xiaoqin, Lao Sun did not commit suicide. He was murdered. He did not leap from the building. He was pushed. As for the identity of the perpetrator, I am unaware. What is contained within this disc, I cannot say. Lao Sun gave it to me a month ago and instructed me not to look at it. Then he instructed me that if anything were to happen to him, I should hand this disc over to you. By the way, Old Sun asked me to convey to you that this disc is akin to a Pandora's box. Once opened, it has the potential to alter your fate. It might propel you to extraordinary heights, or it could lead you to utter ruin. Whether to open this disc is a decision solely yours to make. Should you wish to avoid such risks and lead a tranquil existence, you may simply destroy the disc. Xiaoqin, I offer you one final admonition. Remember, apart from yourself, do not allow anyone else to witness the contents of this disc. Furthermore, do not disclose to anyone that I have visited. With that, Wu Yuqin took her leave. Chapter 10. Delivering a sound beating to the drowned dog, having endured the tumult of the previous night and relocated all the items back to the office. Qin Shou was drenched in sweat, feeling sticky all over. Accordingly, he decided to take a shower. Upon emerging from his bath, Qin Shou noticed a figure suddenly appear in the vacant apartment across the way, peering through binoculars to observe his room. What was this individual up to? As an elite member of the Special Forces, Qin Shou possessed exceptional marksmanship. He could easily hit a target from 500 meters away without the aid of a scope, and his eyesight was nothing short of extraordinary. As he focused intently, he recognized the person spying on him from across the way. It was Wan Difu, the son of Wan Hongbing. What was Wan Difu's intention? From his demeanor, it appeared he was checking to see if anyone was home. If there was no one present, would he take the opportunity to intrude? Qin Shou stepped onto the balcony and lit a cigarette, taking a long draw. Wan Difu, perhaps fearing discovery, vanished from sight. After finishing his smoke, Qin Shou confirmed that the young man had indeed departed. One must always remain vigilant. Qin Shou promptly retrieved a pinhole camera from his equipment box. He had kept it home, but had never utilized it. Little did he know that his inaugural use would be to install it within his own residence. Quickly and efficiently, he set up the pinhole camera, ensuring it was cleverly concealed within an electrical socket. He installed at least one camera in every direction, thus guaranteeing a comprehensive 360-degree view. Anyone who entered would be captured on film, regardless of their actions. With the pinhole camera secured, Qin Shou grasped the disc. After a moment's hesitation, he entered the bedroom, drew the curtains, and took out his laptop. Upon reviewing the contents of the disk, Qin Shou was utterly astonished. Within it were not only materials concerning the corrupt officials of Changle County, but also documents pertaining to the city and even the province. Had Wan Difu earlier been spying on him, or was he observing Wu Yuqin? After all, the disk Wu Yuqin had given him contained numerous materials related to Wan Xiangyu. Would Wan Difu have seen Wu Yuqin's visit to his home? Just then, Qin Shou's phone rang unexpectedly. It was Lao Yang. The call was made by Liang Song, who is currently a police officer at the Dongxi Township Police Station. 5 years ago, Liang held the position of deputy director at the county bureau. However, due to his differing alignments with Wang Rind and Wan Xiangyu, he was marginalized. Over the course of 5 years, Liang experienced a demotion of 4 ranks, effectively losing 1 rank per year. From deputy director, he was reduced to director, then to deputy director, and ultimately to a mere officer. Qin Shou pressed the answer button. Old Liang, what's the matter? Secretary Qin, a traffic accident just occurred here in Dongxi Township. A red Mazda was struck by a dump truck and plummeted off a cliff. The driver of the Mazda was Wu Yuqin, and by the time the ambulance arrived, she was already deceased. Wu Yuqin? You mean Secretary Sun's wife? Wu Yuqin? That's correct. How did the traffic police determine that? This is a long downhill slope. The dump truck was overloaded and its brakes failed. The conclusion reached is that it was a traffic accident. Understood. The reason Liang Song called Qin Shou was that he sensed something amiss, believing this was not an accident, but rather a murder. However, he lacked evidence. Qin Shou, of course, was acutely aware that this was unequivocally a murder disguised as an accident. The perpetrator had eliminated Wu Yuqin in such a manner due to the disc, which was now in his possession. If the assailant discovered this, he would undoubtedly become the next victim. Qin Shou felt as though countless arrows were aimed at him, threatening to pierce him at any moment. After contemplating, he concealed the disc in his pocket and exited. Should the culprits realize that Wu Yuqin had given the disc to him, they would surely come searching through his home. Wan Difu had not left the happiness garden. He remained concealed, observing Qin Shou's movements. Once he confirmed that Qin Shou had departed in his Santana, he promptly made a call. A van drove into the happiness garden, and under Wan Difu's direction, his 2 underlings carried a large suitcase to the entrance of Building 6, Door 51. One of the underlings, skilled in lock-picking, utilized his tools to deftly unlock the door to Qin Shou's residence. To leave no trace, the trio donned shoe covers and white gloves, collectively lifting the large suitcase into the house and stowing it beneath the bed in Qin Shou's bedroom. Qin Shou's mobile phone was connected to a pinhole camera in his home, allowing him to witness Wan Difu's scheme unfold with clarity. Was this a setup for framing him? Qin Shou resolved to remain still, observing how the situation would develop. Just then, another call came in. He glanced at his phone. The caller ID displayed Lu Shuang. What could this woman want? He answered, Deputy Section Chief Lu, what can I do for you? Upon hearing Qin Shou address her as Deputy Section Chief, Lu Shuang's once attractive visage turned frigid. Qin Shou, I am now Secretary Yang's secretary. Kindly omit the title of deputy. Even if you are Secretary Yang's secretary, you remain a Deputy Section Chief. I'm not here to engage in banter. I will soon be the Section Chief. Now, where are you? You are not my wife. My whereabouts are of no concern to you. Secretary Yang instructed me to inquire why you have yet to report to the Jigong River hydropower station. Are you defying organizational arrangements, or do you intend to go on strike? Who says I'm not going? I shall report immediately. Qin Shou hung up the phone. On the other end, Lu Shuang's heart-shaped face revealed a smirk, a sign that her cunning plan was about to succeed. She had already orchestrated everything at the Jigong River hydropower station. Once Qin Shou reported for duty, he would undoubtedly face humiliation and disgrace. This wretched creature, Qin Shou, had not only lost his backing, but had also been demoted to the lowest rank of a secondary staff member. A drowning dog is fair game for anyone. He could be bullied by all. Half an hour later, Qin Shou arrived at the Jigong River hydropower station in his Santana, with only a few parking spaces available. Upon his arrival, they were all occupied. Thus, he had no choice but to park by the roadside. As soon as he got out of the car, 2 traffic police officers approached him. Slap! A ticket was affixed to his vehicle. Qin Shou recognized that this was undoubtedly orchestrated by Lu Shuang. That woman was intent on sabotaging him. However, Qin Shou remained unfazed. What was one ticket? A small price to pay to avert greater calamity. Chapter 11. The cuckoo occupies the magpie's nest. Just as Qin Shou thought the ticket was the end of his troubles, a tow truck arrived. Goodness. Lu Shuang had gone too far. Not only a ticket, but now a tow. This was double trouble. Qin Shou hurried over. The tow truck driver, clearly a habitual offender, had already deftly secured the Santana with the tow rope and was preparing to haul it away. What are you doing? Release that tow rope at once. As Qin Shou attempted to intervene, the officer who issued the ticket, Wu Fan, quickly approached and warned him, "Please do not obstruct traffic enforcement." "How am I obstructing traffic enforcement? You are improperly parked, disrupting the flow of traffic. Your vehicle must be towed back to the traffic police station for processing. This is a dead-end road. Not a single car is in sight. How am I disrupting anything? I acknowledge the ticket, but towing my car is simply excessive. Even if construction is underway up ahead, this section is open for use. The absence of vehicles does not justify your unlawful actions." With a dismissive wave of his hand, Wu Fan commanded the tow truck driver, "Tow it away." Qin Shou's Santana was forcibly towed off. As Wu Fan enforced the law against Qin Shou, he was undoubtedly acting under Lu Shuang's orders. Although just 25 years old and a mere middle school graduate, having never attended a day of police academy, he was the deputy chief of the county traffic police. This position was made possible by his father, Wu Dexing, the executive deputy county head and a member of the county's standing committee, ranking fifth among the local leadership. As for why Wu Fan followed Lu Shuang's lead, it was certainly due to her striking beauty. He was pursuing her. In Changle County, Lu Shuang was a coveted figure within the system, with numerous suitors vying for her affection. Although the Jigong River hydropower station had yet to officially commence operations, the staff had been fully appointed. There were over 100 personnel in established positions at this state-run facility. Despite yielding no profit whatsoever, the annual expenses incurred by the salaries, bonuses, and various benefits of more than 100 staff members in the organizational structure amount to tens of millions. Should the hydropower station commence formal operations, the expenditures would escalate even further. If the construction of the hydropower station had been executed with integrity rather than cutting corners, the annual difference between operational costs and revenues would approximately be around 5 million. This implies that the hydropower station is fundamentally incapable of generating profit. In the most favorable scenario, the county would need to inject 5 million annually to cover losses. Nonetheless, the construction of this hydropower station serves a significant role in flood control and drought resistance. Therefore, if managed properly, it could be deemed a vital public welfare project. Qin Shou, lacking prior experience in hydropower management, was uncertain of the precise staffing requirements. However, after conducting a thorough observation, he discerned that both the ordinary staff on the first floor and the various departmental leaders on the second floor were idling without purpose. Drawing from his experience, Qin Shou concluded that even if 2/3 of the over 100 personnel were dismissed, the hydropower station could continue to function normally. Such a measure would effectively save at least 6 to 7 million in administrative costs. If the hydropower station could generate electricity according to the design standards, it could indeed be profitable. Changle County is already impoverished, with its finances stretched thin. Why sustain so many idle employees at the Jigong River hydropower station? Moreover, all individuals associated with the station were relatives of various leaders, with connections being a primary criterion for employment. After discreetly observing the situation, Qin Shou approached the station master's office. Upon entering, he encountered a rotund man with a bushy beard, reminiscent of Lin Xinru, seated at the desk. This individual, named Go Zhongqing, served as the deputy station master of the Jigong River hydropower station. Having not even graduated from junior high, Go Zhongqing was utterly ignorant of hydropower. Nevertheless, through his formidable connections, he secured the position of deputy station master, thanks to his sister, Go Min, who was the wife of the county magistrate, Wang Ren. As Qin Shou stepped into the office, the incumbent Go Zhongqing showed no inclination to rise or yield his seat. Instead, he leisurely lifted his teacup for a sip, signaling to Qin Shou that this position was rightfully his. Qin Shou, refusing to indulge Go Zhongxing, coldly inquired, Go Zhongxing, are you sitting in the wrong place? Am I? Go Zhongxing retorted, casually extracting a cigarette from a pack on the desk and lighting it. After exhaling a large plume of smoke, he questioned, Qin Shou, isn't this position meant for me? Although Qin Shou held the title of station master, his backing had collapsed, rendering him akin to a stray dog without an owner. Furthermore, Go Zhongxing had recently learned that Qin Shou had been demoted to a secondary staff member. While Go Zhongxing held a comprehensive management classification rather than a leadership position, he was a level 4 principal staff member, corresponding to a deputy section chief. Thus, Qin Shou, now a secondary staff member, was 2 ranks below him. Within the bureaucratic system, the position itself holds little significance. Rather, the rank bears greater weight. Qin Shou gestured towards the doorplate, which prominently displayed the inscription Station Master-S Office. Go Zhongxing, are you illiterate? It clearly states Station Master-S Office, not Deputy Station Master-S Office. Despite his military background, Qin Shou was a man of courtesy, always adhering to the principle of respect before force. You see, this sign has been affixed incorrectly. Go Zhongxing seized the desk phone and dialed the number. Shao-sun, come here at once. Shortly, the head of the logistics department, Sun Chao, arrived in a hurried manner. Go Station Master, how may I assist you? Sun Chao inquired, bowing and nodding, completely disregarding Qin Shou, who stood nearby. It was widely known that Qin Shou's support had collapsed. His wife had left him, leaving him in a state of ruin. Go Zhongxing pointed to the doorplate and reminded, Qin Shou claims this office as his. After all, he is the station master of our Jigongi hydropower station. Upon glancing at the doorplate, Sun Chao quickly understood the situation and replied, Go Station Master, this is an oversight on our logistics department as part. I will have it corrected immediately. Go Zhongxing feigned anger, slapping the table with a resounding thud. Then rectify it swiftly. If you cannot handle such a trivial matter, what purpose does your logistics department serve? Yes, Go Station Master, I will see to it right away. Sun Chao hastily summoned 2 workers, who removed the doorplate of the Station Master-S office and replaced it with that of the Deputy Station Master-S office. Sipping his tea, Go Zhongxing smugly inquired of Qin Shou, Qin Station Master, the corrections have been completed. Are you satisfied now? Where's my office? Qin Shou asked. Go Zhongxing promptly addressed Sun Chao, saying, Shao-sun, you have taken down the doorplate of the Station Master-S office. It must be installed somewhere else. However, Go Station Master, there are no available offices on this floor. Isn't there an unused restroom on the first floor? Affix the sign there. Understood, Go Station Master. Chapter 12. The most loyal dog Sun Chao led the workers to the first floor, where they affixed the doorplate of the Station Master-S office onto the door of the vacant restroom. Such is human nature, to kick someone when they are down. Once you have fallen from grace, even the slightest wretch will seize the opportunity to trample on you. After the doorplate was secured, Go Zhongxing pulled a cigarette from his pocket and offered one to Sun Chao, saying, Shao-sun, you did an excellent job. Sun Chao, akin to a loyal dog, beamed with gratitude, thanking Go Zhongxing profusely. His demeanor at that moment rivaled that of a dog ecstatic over a bone bestowed by its master. Go Zhongxing also took out a cigarette for himself and lit it with a cherished Jibao lighter, a gift from a subordinate. With a flick of his thumb, the lighter emitted a blue flame, igniting the cigarette. After exhaling a puff of smoke and striking a pose, Go Zhongxing gestured towards the newly affixed nameplate on the restroom door and addressed Qin Shou. Director Qin, your office is ready. Please conduct your business inside. Qin Shou cast a glance into the office. Although this restroom had never been used and bore no filth nor unpleasant odors, its pristine condition meant it had not undergone any cleaning. Dust covered every inch, with a layer thick enough to measure a finger's width on the floor. Qin Shou retrieved a pack of Li Huan cigarettes, priced at 14 yuan, from his pocket, took one out, and lit it with a 1 yuan lighter. After savoring a puff, he smiled and inquired, Deputy Director Go, who is the director here, you or I? Of course, Director Qin is the director, Go Zhongxing replied, fully aware that the higher-ups had appointed Qin Shou to the Jigong River hydropower station to shoulder the burdens of responsibility. After all, according to the organization's regulations, Any significant safety incident falls under the purview of the principal leader. With the flood season approaching, if the JG River hydropower station were to experience a breach, Go Zhongqing could not bear the weight of such accountability. It had to be the principal leader who took full responsibility. Thus, Go Zhongqing aimed merely to usurp Qin Shou's power, never contemplating the possibility of claiming the position of principal leader for himself. At least until the JG River hydropower station faced its imminent disaster, Go Zhongqing would certainly refrain from assuming the role of a leader expected to take the fall. Since I am the director of the JG River hydropower station, all operational decisions shall be mine to make. I find this office quite satisfactory, Qin Shou declared. From the onset of preparations for the JG River hydropower station, Deputy Director Go had been involved, earning him recognition as a pivotal contributor. Therefore, I have decided to bestow upon you, Deputy Director Go, a special reward. You shall conduct your affairs in this office. From now on, this office will be exclusively yours. As long as I remain the director of the JG River hydropower station, only you will possess the privilege to occupy this office. To affirm my acknowledgement of Deputy Director Go's contributions, the layout of this office must remain untouched. As for the desk, it shall be placed in front of the squat toilet. Henceforth, Deputy Director Go may conduct his business while seated there. Upon concluding his remarks, Qin Shou turned to Sun Chao and commanded, "Quickly switch the nameplates for the director and deputy director's offices. Thank you for your efforts." Of course, Sun Chao had no intention of heeding Qin Shou's orders, for he was but a loyal dog to Go Zhongqing. Observing Sun Chao's disregard for Qin Shou, Go Zhongqing reveled in his triumph. "Qin Shou, when I address you as Director Qin, it is merely a form of mockery. Do you truly consider yourself the director? Your title lacks substance. You are merely a scapegoat. Thus, you must recognize your true position. At the JG River hydropower station, it is I who holds the power, not you. Therefore, you have no authority to command anyone. Do you understand?" Having spoken, Go Zhongqing extended his hand, intending to land a few slaps upon the sharply defined, strikingly handsome face of Qin Shou as a means of humiliation. Just as Go Zhongqing extended his hand, Qin Shou, without an ounce of hesitation, delivered a resounding slap. The sharp sound echoed as it struck Go Zhongqing's face, leaving it swollen, resembling that of a pig. However, it was only half a pig's head, as Qin Shou had only slapped his left cheek, leaving the right side untouched for the moment. But this was merely temporary. Who could guarantee that Go Zhongqing would refrain from provoking Qin Shou again, thus sparing his right cheek from a similar fate? Dazed from the blow, Go Zhongqing took a considerable amount of time to regain his composure. "Qin Shou, you have audacity beyond measure. How dare you strike me?" he exclaimed, clenching his fists and preparing to retaliate. Qin Shou, however, swiftly countered with another slap, this time landing on Go Zhongqing's right cheek. The force behind both slaps was comparable, resulting in both sides of Go Zhongqing's face swelling almost uniformly, creating a symmetrical visage akin to a pig's head. "Sun Chao, why are you still standing there? Get in here," Go Zhongqing shouted, rallying Sun Chao to join the fray, while he himself launched a flurry of ineffective punches towards Qin Shou. Yet, before he could close the distance, Qin Shou delivered a powerful kick to his abdomen, sending him flying. With a loud thud, Go Zhongqing arced through the air before landing in the squat toilet. Unfortunately, there was no excrement in the toilet, resulting in a lack of the dramatic imagery one might expect. Only the sound of his anguished cries filled the air. Though Sun Chao had intended to join the altercation, witnessing Go Zhongqing reduced to a state of helplessness caused him to hesitate. Quick-witted, Sun Chao promptly sent a message to the head of security, Zhu Xiaolong, informing him of Go Zhongqing's predicament and requesting the entire security team. Before long, Zhu Xiaolong arrived with a contingent of security personnel numbering around 30 to 40, all clad in pristine uniforms. The security team at the Jiangongyi hydropower station was undeniably formidable, composed entirely of temporary workers. The official security department boasted only a handful of full-time staff, none of whom were actual security guards, apart from Zhu Xiaolong and 3 deputy heads, accompanied by a motley crew of various department heads overseeing different functions. Upon witnessing such a large assembly of security, Qin Shou was taken aback. His earlier calculations of over 100 personnel had only accounted for those with formal positions. The temporary workers had not been considered at all. One could only wonder how many individuals were encompassed when including all the temporary staff at the Jigongi hydropower station. A mere hydropower station seemed to sustain such a multitude of idle individuals. It was perplexing that the county's finances did not falter under such circumstances. With funds being allocated to support inefficiency, how could public welfare and development thrive? The operation was undeniably bloated. The Jigongi hydropower station was excessively cumbersome. Upon assuming the role of station master, Qin Shou's foremost task was to implement a reduction in staff. He aimed to streamline operations at the Jigongi hydropower station. In Chapter 13, a true hero does not suffer immediate loss. When Zhuo Xiaolong arrived with a contingent of 30 to 40 security personnel, blocking the corridor entirely, Guo Zhongqing hastily scrambled from his hiding place. While he lamented his predicament, he attempted to maintain his bravado. Zhuo Xiaolong, why do you remain in a daze? Do you wish to relinquish your position as head of security? Can't you see I've been beaten to a pulp? Hurry and deal with Qin Shou. Having dropped out of school in the second year of junior high, Guo Zhongqing began mingling with society. And although he now held a formal position as part of the official ranks, his core remained rooted in the old ways of the streets. In fact, this mentality was not unique to him. It permeated the entire Changle County. The more impoverished the area, the more stagnant it became, resulting in diminished awareness and reason. However, this place did adhere to a form of logic, albeit one expressed through the language of fists rather than words. After years of navigating the complexities of Changle County, Qin Shou understood that in this environment, strength was the ultimate truth. In the past, as the secretary to the county party secretary and a civil servant, he had been cautious and refrained from resorting to violence. Now, however, stripped of his former rank and bearing the weight of blame, he found himself in a precarious position, having even inadvertently entangled himself with the newly appointed county secretary. His prospects appeared bleak. Now a man without a safety net, he feared nothing. Even the prospect of imprisonment held no terror for him, for he had neither embezzled nor accepted bribes. Although lacking connections in the political arena, he possessed influential ties within the military, connections that were formidable, yet he preferred not to invoke. Should the authorities attempt to imprison him, he would not hesitate to make a call. Since his discharge from the military, he had refrained from physical confrontations. A practitioner of martial arts should cultivate inner peace and refrain from unnecessary violence. Yet, the provocations from these individuals were insufferable. Reluctantly, he resolved to act. Casting a glance at the gathered security personnel who had yet to engage, he decided to extend one final opportunity. He proclaimed, "Those eager to receive a beating may line up accordingly. Those who wish to avoid such a fate should swiftly retreat. Although you may lack formal positions and are merely contract workers, any aggression towards the station master will result in immediate dismissal. Consider your choices carefully. Do you wish to strike me or retain your uniforms? Do not let a single misstep lead to eternal regret." Most of the security personnel were not foolish. They recognized Qin Shou's authority. While they understood he had been demoted from the esteemed position of the county party secretary's secretary to the station master, he remained, nonetheless, the station master. The position of the station master is indeed significant, and if one were to offend them, it would be far easier to crush these security guards, who lack even formal credentials, than to squish an ant. Observing that all the guards merely surrounded Qin Shou without taking any action, Guo Zhongqing grew increasingly anxious. He shouted at Zhuo Xiaolong, demanding to know what was happening with the guards and how Zhuo, as the head of security, could allow such an action. Qin Shou turned to Zhuo Xiaolong and remarked, "Look at Guo Zhongqing's face. It's I who have struck him. Therefore, you must carefully consider whether you wish to take action against me. Should you choose to do so, I would not hesitate to turn you into a spectacle as well. Your best course of action now is to swiftly return these 30 to 40 guards to their posts." After a moment of calm reflection, Zhuo Xiaolong realized that as merely the head of a small security department, he had no reason to engage in this conflict. Thus, having assessed the situation, he raised his hand and commanded the guards to return to their posts, forbidding anyone from leaving their duties. Zhuo Xiaolong's decision struck Guo Zhongqing like a resounding slap across the face. although he was merely the deputy director of the Jigangshan hydropower station. He considered himself the local sovereign, with authority over all that transpired there. Yet, with Qin Shou's arrival, Zhuo Xiaolong chose to heed Qin rather than him. Furious, Ge Zhongqing seized Zhuo Xiaolong by the collar, demanding to know his intentions. Before Zhuo could respond, Qin Shou coldly commanded, "Release him." Ge Zhongqing retorted defiantly, "Who do you think you are? Just because you tell me to let him go, do you think I will?" In a bid to assert his authority, Ge Zhongqing not only refused to release Zhuo Xiaolong, but also swung his hand to strike him. Just as Ji's hand was about to connect with Zhuo's face, Qin Shou intervened, swiftly grabbing Ji's wrist and twisting it. Ge Zhongqing let out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. His right arm had dislocated. The pain rendered his left hand, which had been gripping Zhuo Xiaolong's collar, powerless, allowing Zhuo to break free. "Leave quickly," Qin Shou urged Zhuo Xiaolong. "This is a personal dispute between Ge Zhongqing and myself. It does not concern you. If Gu dares to trouble you because of this, I will deal with him accordingly." "Thank you, Director Qin." Zhuo Xiaolong expressed his gratitude before hastily departing. Now that Qin Shou had assumed leadership at the Jigangshan hydropower station, he could not allow himself to be merely a figurehead. Therefore, he needed to gather allies. He was aware of Zhuo Xiaolong's background. Zhuo had served in the military for 15 years before returning to civilian life. According to discharge policies, he should have been entitled to a better position, at least as a deputy section chief. However, lacking connections and being the son of farmers, he had been assigned to the Jigangshan hydropower station as the head of security, effectively a minor role. With Zhuo Xiaolong and the guards now gone, only 3 individuals remained. Qin Shou turned to Sun Chao and inquired once more, "Will you change the office nameplate or not? If you refuse, I shall have no choice but to dismiss you from your position as the logistics director. What qualifications do you possess to remove me from my post?" Sun Chao retorted. Unlike Zhuo Xiaolong, he was a loyal dog to Ge Zhongqing, the most devoted of his followers. Thus, he would never betray his allegiance simply due to Qin Shou's threats. "Dismissing you requires a formal process, which cannot be accomplished today. However, I can certainly deliver a beating first. If you do not replace that nameplate, I shall not hesitate to strike." Qin Shou cracked his knuckles ominously. Sun Chao had already witnessed Qin Shou's physical prowess and was acutely aware that should he become the target of Qin Shou's aggression, he would undoubtedly end up bruised and battered. Moreover, prior to Qin Shou's arrival, Sun Chao had heard tales of how Qin Shou had turned Yang Song into a panda after a confrontation in the county party committee office. Yang Song had gone to complain to Secretary Yang, but instead of receiving sympathy, he was demoted in order to report to the Jigangshan hydropower station. A wise man does not suffer immediate losses. Though Sun Chao remained a loyal servant to Ge Zhongqing, he was not a fool. Thus, he made a decisive choice in his heart. Chapter 14. Sun Chao's betrayal. Director Qin, "I will change it. I shall do so right away." Sun Chao hastily began to replace the nameplate, opting to do so himself rather than summon anyone else, motivated by the desire to avoid a beating. Simultaneously, he wished to avoid provoking Qin Shou beyond reconciliation. Could Sun Chao dare to betray his own master? Ge Zhongqing's fury was palpable. He pointed a finger at Sun Chao, threatening loudly, "Sun Chao, cease this at once. If you dare to change that nameplate, you can forget about remaining the logistics director." Qin Shou took a drag from a cigarette, exhaling a ring of smoke, and calmly proposed, "Little son, if you manage to replace that nameplate, I shall overlook the past and allow you to continue as the logistics director. If you perform exceptionally well, I might even consider promoting you to deputy director. Of course, the possibility of making you the director is not entirely out of the question." While Qin Shou had no intention of truly empowering Sun Chao, he saw potential in manipulating the dynamics between him and Ge Zhongqing, relishing the idea of Ge Zhongqing's cherished dog turning against him. Qin Shou's words elicited an involuntary laugh from Ge Zhongqing. "Ha ha!" After his amusement subsided, Ge Zhongqing pointed at Qin Shou, mocking him. "You truly exemplify the saying that boasting incurs no taxes. Do you think you still possess the authority of the county party secretary's chief aide? Even when you served in that capacity, you lacked the power to appoint the director of the Jigangshan hydropower station, let alone directly appoint Sun Chao as its director. How audacious of you. Qin Shou fell silent, merely puffing on his cigarette and casting a meaningful glance at Sun Chao. Sun Chao, being astute, felt a twinge of apprehension at Qin Shou's Oscar-worthy performance. Could it be that Qin Shou was unscathed? It had already been many days since Sun Chongqing's leap from the building, and yet Qin Shou had merely endured a kick from his wife and was relegated to the Jigongi hydropower station as its director, simultaneously demoted to a secondary official. It was this very inconsistency that left Sun Chao bewildered. The director of the Jigong River hydropower station, by rank, should be classified as a senior official. However, Qin Shou, who has been demoted to a secondary clerk, is still able to serve as the station's director. This is quite perplexing. The intricacies within the system are daunting to analyze. As Sun Chao delves deeper into the situation, he increasingly feels that Qin Shou has not truly fallen from grace. In fact, it is quite possible that Qin Shou's support does not originate from Sun Chongqing. Otherwise, how could it be that while Sun Chongqing has encountered troubles, Qin Shou remains unscathed? Although Sun Chao is a loyal dog to Go Zhongqing, he is acutely aware that associating with Go Zhongqing offers no promising future. Thus, he resolves to diversify his investments, moving some of his eggs into Qin Shou's basket. Sun Chao remains silent, diligently working as he carefully removes the nameplate. It is intolerable for Go Zhongqing to have a dog he raised not heed his commands. Clenching his fists, he strikes towards Sun Chao's face. Just as Go Zhongqing's iron fist is about to connect with Sun Chao, Qin Shou intervenes with a swift kick to Go Zhongqing's abdomen, sending him flying. With a thud, Go Zhongqing crashes to the ground, groaning in pain. Qin Shou glares at him, coldly warning, Go Zhongqing, as long as I remain the director of the Jigong River hydropower station, you are forbidden from laying a hand on any colleague. Dare to raise a finger, and I will retaliate. At this moment, Sun Chao has successfully switched the nameplate. Qin Shou points to the items in the director's office, asking Go Zhongqing, will you swiftly move these items out yourself, or shall I deliver a proper beating first, making you comfortable before you relocate them? Go Zhongqing dares not retort. Although he did not graduate from middle school, he is not foolish. He realizes that Qin Shou is indeed capable of following through on his threats. Adhering to the principle that wise men avoid immediate losses, Go Zhongqing begrudgingly begins to pack up his belongings. As Go Zhongqing huffingly moves all his possessions into the restroom, Qin Shou offers him a proposition. Deputy Director Go, for the next month, you shall work from that restroom. Once you have proven yourself and shown genuine reform, I may consider relocating you to a proper office. Qin Shou understands that he cannot dismiss Go Zhongqing, for he is the brother-in-law of the county mayor, and his connections are formidable. Since dismissal is not an option, he must first subdue him, allowing himself to function effectively as the director. At this moment, a well-dressed woman in a neat suit, accompanied by 2 staff members, approaches Qin Shou. Are you Qin Shou? She inquires. Qin Shou nods in affirmation. The woman flashes her identification and states, I am Lung Xiangmei, the director of the 8th Investigation Division of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission. We have received reports of your alleged embezzlement and bribery. Please come with us for an investigation. Go Zhongqing is momentarily bewildered, struggling to comprehend the situation. Qin Shou has been taken away by the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission. Is it truly for embezzlement and bribery? The personnel from the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission have arrived to apprehend individuals, which undoubtedly indicates that they possess irrefutable evidence. Without solid proof, such arbitrary arrests would never occur. Qin Shou's fate is sealed. He is destined for conviction. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Go Zhongqing seized Sun Chao and, without hesitation, delivered several resounding slaps to his face. Yet, still feeling unsatisfied, Go unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks, leaving Sun Chao battered and bruised, his visage a canvas of injury. Return the nameplate to me, he barked, and relocate these items back to my office. If you wish to enjoy a peaceful existence henceforth, procure for me 2 cases of Mao Dai and additionally present me with 20 cartons of Huishiangxia. Go Zhongqing has always been forthright in his demands. 2 cases of Mao Dai. Each case contains 6 bottles, totaling 12. Although the price of Mao Dai has decreased, Each bottle still commands a price of 500 yuan, amounting to 30,000 yuan for 12 bottles. Qin retails at 100 yuan per box, with a carton priced at 850 yuan. Thus, 20 cartons would cost an additional 17,000. Sun Chao's total annual salary barely exceeds 50,000 yuan. Now, due to this predicament, he is expected to part with 47,000 yuan as a bribe to go Zhongqing. This realization left him filled with regret. Had he known, he would never have placed his eggs in Qin Shou's basket. Now, alas, all his eggs have shattered. After suffering such a substantial loss, Sun Chao could only grit his teeth and swallow his grievances. Meanwhile, Lung Xiangmei escorted Qin Shou back to Building 6, Unit 51 of the Happiness Garden. Before Qin Shou's very eyes, the commission staff discovered a large suitcase tucked beneath his bed. Upon its opening, Qin Shou was momentarily blinded by the sight within. The suitcase brimmed with stacks of 100 yuan bills, and atop them lay several gold bars. The staff confirmed that the gold bars weighed a total of 2 kilograms, which, at the current market rate of approximately 700 to 800 yuan, amounts to a staggering 5 million yuan. Additionally, there were over 1 million yuan in cash, along with a substantial amount of US dollars and euros. To top it off, there was even a foreign bank card. Excluding the illicit offshore accounts, the total sum involved approaches 3 million yuan. Chapter 15. Extracting the carrot with the mud. Qin Shou was ushered into the interrogation room of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission in Changle County. Lung Xiangmei pointed to a small iron chair and commanded, "Sit." Upon taking a seat, Qin Shou found the chair's design utterly unscientific. It was uncomfortable and only accommodated 2/3 of his posterior. The backrest was rigid and upright, though the chair lacked spikes. Sitting upon it felt akin to being on a bed of nails. Such is the peculiar design of the chairs in the interrogation room. There is no need for coercive interrogation. Simply enduring the discomfort of this chair for 3 days and nights, with only water to sustain him, would compel even the most resolute individual to confess. However, some cunning individuals, more astute than old foxes, may only divulge minor infractions, withholding the more significant transgressions. The larger the issue, the more prominent the figures involved. Sitting on this small chair for a moment becomes unbearable, and one cannot help but divulge the pressing matters at hand. What authority does the figure behind the scenes possess to pry into your affairs? What purpose do they serve? Noticing that Qin Shou was becoming increasingly uncomfortable, Lung Xiangmei sensed that the time was ripe and thus inquired, "Speak. What is the story behind the large suitcase hidden beneath your bed, filled with cash and gold bars?" Qin Shou glanced at the 2 staff members flanking Lung Xiangmei and replied, "If you wish for me to divulge information, that could be arranged. However, I shall only confide in you. Please have these 2 leave first." Such a request was not prompted by Qin Shou's attraction to Lung Xiangmei's beauty or her alluring figure, nor did he desire solitude with her for any ulterior motives. Rather, Qin Shou had meticulously studied the members of the city's Disciplinary Inspection Commission. After the untimely demise of Sun Changsheng, he anticipated that the commission would seek him out. Consequently, he explored various channels to scrutinize all potential inspectors who might come to question him. His greatest hope was that Lung Xiangmei would be the one to interview him. Within the disciplinary commission, Lung Xiangmei was known by the moniker Black Widow. This appellation was not due to any dark complexion. On the contrary, her skin was quite fair. Nor was it because she had lost a spouse. This woman, at the age of 38, had remained unmarried. The title Black Widow was earned through her formidable track record over a decade in the community, where not a single individual who fell into her grasp managed to withstand her scrutiny. Even those of higher rank, such as provincial-level officials, had been compelled to confess under her interrogation. This woman possessed considerable skill and a commendable moral compass. Corrupt officials naturally dreaded encountering her. However, Qin Shou was not among the corrupt, and thus he eagerly awaited her arrival to conduct his interrogation. Only by falling into her hands could he leverage this Black Widow to unearth the corrupt officials of Changle County and ensure their imprisonment. Lung Xiangmei subtly furrowed her willow-like brows, then addressed her 2 colleagues, saying, "Xiao Lu, Xiao Wang, please step outside for a moment." Understood, Director Lung, replied Lu Chong and Wang Jejia as they exited the interrogation room. Upon leaving the room, Lu Chong received a text message. Has Qin Shou confessed? It inquired. No. He informed Director Lung that he would only speak with her. Consequently, she requested that Wang Jejia and I exit, he replied. The message came from Xionggang, the secretary to Vice Mayor Chun Haiba. Although Xionggang held a position of influence, he was not authorized to interfere in the disciplinary commission's investigations. Lu Chong recognized that sharing details about the commission's proceedings with Xionggang was a breach of protocol. Xionggang was Lu Chong's senior, both having graduated from Zhonghai University of Political Science and Law. After completing his master's degree, Lu Chong joined the city's Disciplinary Inspection Commission, where he was assigned to the Legal Affairs Office, laboring tirelessly with little prospect for advancement and often facing reprimands. At an alumni gathering, Lu Chong had the opportunity to meet Xionggang. Eager to enhance his career prospects, Lu Chong boldly approached Xionggang to offer a toast, successfully aligning himself with his esteemed senior. Xionggang, lacking any subordinates at the commission, subsequently took Lu Chong under his wing. Through her role as the chief secretary to the deputy mayor, she orchestrated the transfer of Lu Chong from the legal department to the 8th investigation room, elevating him to the position of the most formidable director of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission, subordinate to the formidable cold widow, Lung Xiangmei. The significant cases undertaken by the commission were personally managed by Lung Xiangmei. Despite being merely a poverty-stricken county, the former secretary of the county committee occupied a trifling role. The reason for Lung Xiangmei's personal involvement in the investigation of Qin Shou was due to direct instructions from the municipal party secretary, Zheng Yaohua. Upon receiving the directive to investigate Qin Shou, Lung Xiangmei was initially perplexed. Was a mere secretary to a county committee worthy of her direct attention? Consequently, she began to probe into the circumstances of Changle County. The moment she initiated her investigation, she sensed something amiss. The local political environment was exceedingly corrupt. Moreover, numerous incidents implicated officials at the municipal level. Thus, Lung Xiangmei realized that her task of scrutinizing Qin Shou was intended to unearth the deeper rot within the political landscape of Changle County. Qin Shou was that very rot. As the chief secretary to Sun Changsheng, who had succumbed to fear and leapt to his demise, it was evident that Qin Shou was a deeply corrupt figure. A search of his residence revealed a large suitcase concealed beneath his bed, containing an astounding amount of gold bars and cash, amounting to a staggering 3 million. If 3 million could be uncovered, how much more lay hidden? A mere secretary to a county committee had embezzled such a fortune. What those in higher positions? As an experienced member of the Discipline Inspection Commission, Lung Xiangmei was adept at psychological warfare. After Lu Chong and Wang Jejia departed, she refrained from immediately questioning Qin Shou. Instead, she fixed him with a hawk-like gaze that could instill dread in anyone. Even a county committee secretary would tremble under her scrutiny. Yet, Qin Shou remained unfazed, even appreciating the woman before him. Her visage, her poise, and that voluptuous figure, truly exquisite. The only flaw was her somewhat fierce demeanor. Nevertheless, Qin Shou was indifferent. He had no intention of marrying her. Who would dare take the cold widow as a bride? His aim was merely to utilize her to dismantle the corrupt officials of Changle County. The thought of incarcerating his former mother-in-law brought him a sense of satisfaction. Noticing Qin Shou's unwavering gaze on her chest, Lung Xiangmei nearly faltered. Initially intending to elicit a confession from him, she found herself compelled to confront him directly. What was the story behind that suitcase? Who delivered it to you? Speak the truth. Lung Xiangmei's voice was razor-sharp, capable of striking terror into the hearts of any corrupt official. However, upon hearing her, Qin Shou felt no trepidation. He had not embezzled a single penny. With a clear conscience, he feared no dark path. Even if confronted by a female ghost, he would not hesitate to tease. Director Lung, your fierce demeanor is quite intimidating. It frightens me. Perhaps I should first indulge in a cigarette to calm my nerves before addressing your inquiries. Lung Xiangmei was well aware that this fellow was attempting to toy with her emotions. However, such trivial antics were far too juvenile to impress her. He was nothing more than an inexperienced fledgling. Chapter 16. ironclad evidence, go ahead and smoke. Lung Xiangmei conceded. She was eager to see what kind of tricks Qin Shou would employ next. During this forthcoming period, she would remain stationed in Changle County, with ample time at her disposal. Since Qin Shou had not been formally apprehended, but merely brought in for questioning, his personal belongings had not been confiscated. He retrieved his preferred brand of cigarettes, Hongmei, priced at 10 yuan per pack, placed one between his lips, and lit it with a lighter. After taking a drag, he surveyed Lung Xiangmei from head to toe. Director Lung, you are remarkably beautiful, and your figure is quite alluring. With your allure, you should have countless suitors. It's unfortunate, however, that you come off as rather fierce, which explains why, at your age, you remain unmarried. Qin Shou's words incensed Lung Xiangmei, causing her to clench her teeth in frustration, wishing she could deliver a resounding slap to his face. Qin Shou, kindly provide honest answers. Her anger made her look striking, a tempestuous beauty. After admiring her for a moment longer, Qin Shou continued his teasing. Director Lung, your fierceness isn't your only flaw. You also possess a rather foolish disposition. With a loud thud, Lung Xiangmei slammed her hand on the table, roaring like an enraged tigress. Qin Shou, I implore you to answer my questions truthfully. Look at you. As soon as I mention your fierceness, you prove me right. Director Lung, are you attempting to use irrefutable facts to substantiate every word I say, ensuring that they withstand the scrutiny of the organization? Qin Shou, cease your frivolous antics. This charade will not work on me. Do you think that your nonsensical banter will erase the accusations of embezzlement and bribery against you? In her fury, Lung Xiangmei slammed the table once more. The force was such that it caused pain to her delicate hand, prompting her to instinctively shake it to alleviate the discomfort. Director Lung, as an experienced member of the disciplinary committee, you must maintain your composure and not succumb to anger. Observe how your fury compels you to slam the table. Each strike inflicts pain upon your hand, and that pain resonates in my heart. Qin Shou, I demand that you answer my questions honestly. Though she felt the urge to slam the table again, she refrained this time, not due to a lack of anger, but because the pain in her hand was too great. Dear Director Lung, I assure you, it is not that I am unwilling to divulge information. Rather, I genuinely have no information to provide. If you insist on me confessing, I am at a loss as to where to begin. With a piercing glare, Lung Xiangmei admonished, let's start with that large suitcase. Who provided you with the gold bars, cash, and foreign currency contained within? Who gave them to me? I suppose it must have been Santa Claus. Qin Shou, are you still jesting with me? Do you truly believe that your obstinate resistance will spare you from the repercussions of the law? Director Lung, I have unwavering faith in the justice system. I firmly believe that the law punishes only the wicked, the criminals, and the corrupt officials. Therefore, the law cannot touch me. It is no wonder that you are the esteemed secretary appointed by Sun Changsheng. Your psychological fortitude is indeed commendable. However, the evidence of your illegal activities is overwhelming and irrefutable. Your mental resilience will not serve as a veil to obscure the truth. Director Lung, what do you mean? You assert that retrieving a large suitcase from beneath my bed constitutes irrefutable evidence? If that were the case, then surely many cases under your purview must be riddled with wrongful convictions. Wouldn't you agree? I wonder how many individuals have languished in prison unjustly due to your actions. Even when caught red-handed, one could still claim innocence, could they not? Director Lung, let me ask you, if you were guilty of embezzlement and had received a substantial suitcase filled with cash and gold bars, would you hide it under your bed? If you possessed even a modicum of intelligence, you would at least conceal it in a more secluded location, perhaps burying it in a pit. Qin Shou's words held considerable weight, a sentiment echoed by Lung Xiangmei. Yet, she refused to allow this embezzler to manipulate her perceptions. Thus, Lung Xiangmei coldly remarked, this is precisely your cunning nature. Cunning? How so? Qin Shou inquired. With Sun Changsheng's impending fall, you are acutely aware of your inescapable culpability. Consequently, you have deliberately placed a large suitcase at the foot of your bed for our discovery, while your other ill-gotten gains remain concealed. Embezzling 3 million yuan. If you were to confess candidly, would not warrant a lengthy sentence. At most, 3 to 5 years. With exemplary conduct during imprisonment, you might even qualify for early release. In the most favorable scenario, you could find yourself free in 2 years, at which point you could reclaim your hidden assets and live the remainder of your life in leisure. As an experienced member of the disciplinary committee, Lung Xiaomei was well acquainted with the tricks of corrupt officials. She believed she had seen through Qin Shou's ruse. When confronting the corrupt, the paramount strategy is to engage in psychological warfare, shattering their resolve. Once their spirit is broken, these officials will divulge all their secrets. Having personally led a team to investigate in Changle County, Lung Xiaomei was determined to unearth more than just Qin Shou. She aimed to expose every parasite within Changle County's ranks. Qin Shou was merely the appetizer. Her ultimate objective was to pry open the festering wound of collusion among the officials of Changle County. Thus, in her dealings with Qin Shou, Lung Xiaomei possessed an abundance of patience. Director Lung, please observe. Qin Shou produced his phone, revealing a surveillance video depicting one Fu and his accomplices placing the large suitcase at the foot of his bed, framing him for their misdeeds. Upon viewing the footage, a flicker of doubt crossed Lung Xiaomei's elegant visage. Are you suggesting that you have been framed? She inquired hesitantly. Director Lung, you do not have cataracts, do you? You are the one with cataracts. Since you are free from cataracts, your eyes were wide and glistening while watching the video, suggesting you saw everything clearly. I am a victim of conspiracy. This is an undeniable truth. Do you recognize the individuals who enlarged the suitcase under your bed? The ringleader is one Fu, the son of one Hongbing. They are all associated with my former mother-in-law, the current director of the County Party Committee office, Ruan Xiangyu. Interestingly, Director Lung, you and my former mother-in-law seem to belong to the same generation. You are both from the Xiang lineage, differing only in surname. Her name is Ruan Xiangyu, while yours is Lung Xiaomei. However, she is a villain, and you are a virtuous person. This remark infuriated Lung Xiaomei. Was he implying she was old enough to be on par with his former mother-in-law? With a bang, Lung Xiaomei slammed the table once more, growling, "Stop spouting nonsense. Get straight to the point." Qin Shou took a drag from his cigarette and replied nonchalantly, "Director Lung, I have already stated that I have no issues. However, I do possess certain knowledge that you may be unaware of. If you continue to be so aggressive, I shall refrain from sharing it. Are you negotiating with me?" Lung Xiaomei inquired. "I intend to assist Director Lung in identifying the pests," Qin Shou responded. "You are the biggest pest," Lung Xiaomei retorted furiously. As a veteran of the discipline inspection, she found herself being led by the nose by this embezzler. "Since Director Lung refuses to believe me, I shall remain silent. Just arrest me. I am willing to endure imprisonment to add another case of wrongful conviction to your record. After all, you have several such cases already. One more will not make a difference." Qin Shou adopted a nonchalant demeanor, simultaneously provoking Lung Xiaomei further. Chapter 17. Sun Changsheng did not commit suicide. The waves of Lung Xiaomei's anger surged once more. After a brief pause, she uncharacteristically coaxed, "I believe you. Speak." Sun Changsheng did not commit suicide. Qin Shou's statement caused Lung Xiaomei to tremble as she asked, "Are you jesting with me? Director Lung, do you truly believe I would joke about such matters?" Qin Shou countered, "If Sun Changsheng did not commit suicide, then it must be homicide." Lung Xiaomei glared at Qin Shou, enunciating each word. "Who is the perpetrator?" Qin Shou shook his head, responding, "I do not know." "Do not know?" A glimmer of suspicion flickered in Lung Xiaomei's eyes as she questioned Qin Shou. "Are you toying with me? Director Lung, you are the head of the 8th Investigation Office of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission. Am I so foolish as to seek a longer sentence by playing tricks on you? Then you claim Sun Changsheng did not commit suicide, yet fail to disclose who the murderer is? Is that not contradictory? If you cannot provide a coherent explanation, I have ample reason to suspect you are deliberately obfuscating the truth to exonerate yourself. What crime do I need to absolve myself of? I am utterly innocent. Innocent. Then prove it. Validate every statement you make as the truth. That way, I shall believe in your innocence. Director Lung, please remember that you are the law enforcement officer. Now, Director Lung, you have brought me here. It is your responsibility to prove my guilt. If you cannot establish my wrongdoing, you ought to release me. I have no time to engage in verbal gymnastics with you. I am aware of your eloquence. After all, you are the secretary of the county committee. However, no matter how articulate you may be, your persuasion holds no sway over me. As an experienced member of the Discipline Inspection Commission, Lung Xiangmei is well aware of the situation. Even if that large suitcase was a setup against Qin Shou, it remains true that a fly does not alight upon an unblemished egg. The fact that Qin Shou could be ensnared indicates he is a wrongdoer, a flawed individual indeed. Otherwise, why would those foul flies choose to swarm around him? If not him, who else would they target? Director Lung. The information regarding Sun Chongqing's supposed suicide was revealed to me by his wife, Wu Yuqin. After sharing this news, Wu Yuqin drove away from Changle County, only to meet with a tragic accident that resulted in her untimely demise. Subsequently, Wan Difu and his associates brought that large suitcase into my residence, concealing it beneath my bed. Shortly thereafter, your Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission received the information and apprehended me, seizing the evidence. You claim Wu Yumei's death in a car accident is a fact? This question from Lung Xiangmei left Qin Shou feeling that this woman, while somewhat formidable, lacked intellect. Thus, he cast her a look, one that conveyed his disdain for foolishness. He then pointedly reminded her, Director Lung, you are the head of the 8th Investigation Office of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission. With your esteemed position and reputation, which department would dare to defy your requests? Did Wu Yuqin truly suffer a car accident? Did she indeed die unexpectedly? A simple phone call to the traffic police would clarify everything, would it not? Lung Xiangmei rose and exited the interrogation room. Wang Jiejia had seemingly vanished, but Lu Chang was waiting outside. Among her subordinates, Wang Jiejia, a graduate of Yenjing University, possessed a superior foundation. Yet, she often resorted to cunning tricks, unlike the honest Lu Chang. While both were summoned from the interrogation room, Wang Jiejia slipped away, whereas Lu Chang remained steadfastly in place. As a leader, one naturally prefers subordinates like Lu Chang, which is why Lung Xiangmei favored him. Turning to Lu Chang, Lung Xiangmei commanded, Lu, please contact the traffic police to verify whether Wu Yuqin indeed died in a car accident. Yes, Director Lung. After issuing her instructions, Lung Xiangmei returned to the interrogation room. She crossed her legs and fixed her gaze intently upon Qin Shou. Her stare was not one of affection, but rather akin to that of a hawk eyeing its prey. Under such scrutiny from Lung Xiangmei, Qin Shou could not simply concede defeat. Thus, he returned her gaze. After all, this woman was intriguing and captivating. Although he could discern little, merely glimpsing her silhouette was not without its merits. He had initially assumed that his unwavering gaze would instill fear in her. Yet this audacious Qin Shou, a beast of formidable psychological resilience, remained undeterred. Despite the circumstances, he dared to maintain his bold stare. Cold Xiangmei, infuriated, slammed the table and sternly inquired, "What are you looking at?" Qin Shou, undeterred, maintained his gentlemanly gaze. He remarked while admiring her, Director Cold, I am not merely looking, I am appreciating. You resemble a woman from an oil painting, exquisite and imbued with maternal grace. Look again, and I'll gouge your eyes out. Cold Xiangmei slammed the table once more, causing the cups upon it to rattle. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed at the door of the examination room. Recognizing the visitor as Lu Chang, she called, Kumin. The door creaked open, revealing Lu Chang, who approached Cold Xiangmei and whispered a few words in her ear. Seizing the opportunity to converse with her, Lu Chang subtly inhaled the fragrance emanating from Director Cold. This minute detail did not escape Qin Shou's notice. As a man, he discerned Lu Chang's dishonorable intentions toward his superior. However, he reflected they were not so different. While he harbored no designs on Secretary Yang, he had, albeit accidentally, partaken in a rendezvous with her once. After Lu Chang's whisper, Cold Xiangmei nodded. He then exited, closing the door behind him. Although Qin Shou did not overhear their exchange, he surmised its content. He turned to Cold Xiangmei and queried, Director Cold, you have now verified that what I said about Wu Yuqin's fatal accident is indeed true, correct? Even if you harbor doubts regarding Sun Chongqing's alleged suicide, you must possess some skepticism. No? Shall we collaborate? Collaborate? How do you propose we do so? She retorted. Let us set aside the matter of guilt for the moment. The waters of Changle County run deep. If Wu Yuqin could inexplicably meet with an accident, who can assure you, Director Cold, that you won't suffer a similar fate? Are you threatening me? I threaten you with nothing. I merely remind you to exercise caution. While open conflict is easily evaded, hidden dangers are far more insidious. In Changle County, only the latter exists, devoid of overt threats. Thus, were I in your position, I would not risk lingering in Changle County. Instead, I would opt for a more prudent strategy, such as placing an informant within the county to conduct inquiries on your behalf. You could then return to the city and manage affairs from a distance. In this manner, Director Cold, you could orchestrate your plans from the shadows, achieving victory from afar. Upon hearing this, Cold Xiaomei immediately grasped the implication. You mean for me to release you, so you can act as my informant and investigate? Precisely, Director Cold. At your command, I would brave any peril without hesitation. Qin Shou cared not for rank. He simply wished to expose and imprison all the corrupt elements within Changle County, particularly his former mother-in-law, who deserved to languish behind bars. Chapter 18. None are innocent. Cold Xiaomei pondered this proposition before responding. What reason do I have to trust you? Why should I believe a corrupt official such as yourself? Director Lung, we must converse with a clear conscience. While it may be somewhat vexing for you to engage in this self-reflection, given your rather prominent physique, it is unacceptable to completely disregard conscience merely because it eludes your grasp. Look at the shabby attire I don. Forgive me. It's more akin to the wares of a lowly market vendor. Which corrupt official could ever find themselves as destitute as I? Such a pitiful example of a corrupt official. One would think they would fear the ridicule of their peers. Qin Shou there indulged in a moment of self-deprecation. Lung Xiangmei, an astute woman, quickly deduced the underlying truth. Qin Shou must be acutely aware of his inescapable guilt and is thus eager to redeem himself. Hence, he voluntarily offered to serve as her informant, assisting her in apprehending corrupt officials. Having spent many years ingratiating himself within the circles of Changle County, he now occupies the position of the county committee's secretary's chief aide, entangled in issues of embezzlement and corruption. Therefore, he undoubtedly possesses considerable insight into the county's clandestine affairs. It will be prudent to release this small fish, Qin Shou, back into the murky waters of Changle County, where the larger predators may be lured out. As for placing trust in Qin Shou, Lung Xiangmei certainly harbored no intentions of doing so. As the director of the 8th Review and Investigation Office of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission, she has a multitude of responsibilities and numerous corrupt officials to investigate. Consequently, without significant breakthroughs in Changle County, it would be impossible for her to devote all her energies here. Thus, Lung Xiangmei resolved to leave behind a trustworthy individual in Changle County to continue the pursuit of corrupt officials after her departure. The person she intended to leave behind was, of course, Lu Chong. Since joining her, Lu Chong has displayed unwavering dedication, never resorting to underhanded tactics. Regardless of the tasks assigned, he consistently fulfills them with excellence. Indeed, Lu Chong has become Lung Xiangmei's most capable aide, her confidant. As Lung Xiangmei pondered the forthcoming arrangements for her work, she lifted her gaze, only to find Qin Shou staring at her with an intensity that suggested he might well embed his eyes into her very being. This infuriated Lung Xiangmei, prompting her to strike the table once more. What are you staring at, Qin Shou? Of course, I am admiring Director Lung's commanding presence, eagerly awaiting your directives so that I may stand shoulder to shoulder with you in this battle, assisting you in apprehending all the parasites of Changle County. You are the parasite. Even if I am a parasite, I have already been apprehended by you, Director. I cannot escape. So please grant me an opportunity to redeem myself. Very well. I shall grant you a chance for redemption. You may go, but you cannot leave Changle County. Furthermore, you must assure me that you will be at my beck and call. Should you dare attempt to flee, rest assured, I shall detain you without evidence, stripping you of your personal freedom, while I meticulously gather proof of your embezzlement and bribery. With that, Lung Xiangmei opened the door to the investigation room. "Begone, Director. You are truly fearsome. No wonder you cannot find a husband." Lung Xiangmei, infuriated, felt an overwhelming desire to strike Qin Shou. However, he was as slippery as an eel, darting away with the speed of a rabbit. "Qin Shou, I will undoubtedly gather evidence against you. Once I have utilized you to my advantage, I shall ensure you, this small parasite, are brought to justice and imprisoned. If I cannot achieve this, I shall remain unmarried for life, living in solitude until my days are done." Cold Xiangmei clenched her fists, silently vowing a solemn oath in her heart. Lu Chang had just stepped away to use the restroom and took the opportunity to send a message to Xionggang, reporting on Cold Xiangmei's concern for Wu Yuqin, who had tragically perished in a car accident. As he exited the restroom, Lu Chang encountered Qin Shou. He paused momentarily, surprised. Qin Shou waved at him and greeted. "Assistant Lu, hello." Hearing this title filled Lu Chang with joy, for he had longed to be Cold Xiangmei's assistant. Should he ascend to the position of chief assistant, though there would be no official promotion, his status would elevate significantly. He would then become Cold Xiangmei's spokesperson, an invisible second-in-command in the 8th investigation room. After a brief moment of elation, Lu Chang, puzzled, inquired, "What brings you out?" Director Cold interrogated me for quite some time, but ultimately recognized my integrity. "I have not embezzled a single penny. Thus, she released me," Qin Shou replied. This statement left Lu Chang somewhat skeptical. However, noticing Cold Xiangmei standing at the door of the investigation room, observing them without calling for Qin Shou's return, he felt no need to complicate matters for Qin Shou. Whether you are a good person remains to be seen. Director Cole's decision to release you is merely granting you the opportunity to voluntarily clarify matters. Therefore, take some time to reflect and come forward with the issues. Otherwise, if we uncover anything, the consequences will be severe. Lu Chang had already received directives from Xionggang, instructing him to place the blame for the incidents in Changle County squarely upon Qin Shou. For Lu Chang, handling this case was a chance to prove his loyalty to Xionggang. In the realm of politics, no one is entirely innocent. Qin Shou serves as the chief secretary to Sun Changsheng. With Sun having jumped to his death, how could Qin Shou possibly be untainted? Even if one were to ponder with the utmost simplicity, it is clear that Qin Shou could not be innocent. Thus, Lu Chang agreed to Xiongang's request to manage the case against Qin Shou, intending merely to cast a bit more dirt upon Qin Shou's already tarnished reputation. While this approach might bear slight moral blemishes, it did not violate any overarching principles. With Qin Shou gone, Lu Chang approached Cold Xiangmei. "Xiao Lu, go fetch Wan Difu." Cold Xiangmei commanded. "Who is Wan Difu?" Lu Chang asked, perplexed. "Wan Difu is the son of Wan Hongbing. Just now, Qin Shou showed me a segment of surveillance footage. The video reveals Wan Difu bringing a large suitcase into Qin Shou's home and concealing it beneath his bed. Therefore, you must call Wan Difu here, so I may ascertain his circumstances. After questioning him, I need to return to the city. The responsibilities for Changle County will be entrusted to you." Cold Xiangmei's decision to empower Lu Chang indicated her intention to cultivate his abilities for independent work. "Understood, Director Cold." Rather than seeking out Wan Difu immediately, Lu Chang first made a call to Xionggang. "Xiangzi, what is it?" Xionggang continuously called Lu Chang Xiangzi, as it conveyed a sense of intimacy. "Ganggu, Director Lung has asked me to bring Wan Difu over." She mentioned that Qin Shou showed her a surveillance video depicting Wan Difu placing that suitcase beneath his bed. Lu Chang succinctly relayed the situation. "Where's that suitcase?" "All evidence resides in the office of the City Discipline Inspection Committee stationed in Changle County, which has set aside a special room for the evidence." "All right. It is imperative to safeguard the evidence. We must avoid any discrepancies." With that, Xionggang ended the call. In the office of the County Party Committee, Director Ruan Xiangyu was indulging in a facial mask when her phone suddenly rang. She retrieved her phone from her bag and saw it was a call from Xionggang. "Secretary Xiong, what can I do for you?" "Director Ruan, there are surveillance cameras installed in Qin Shou's room, capturing the entire process of Wan Difu placing that large suitcase under his bed. Currently, that suitcase is in the office of the City Discipline Inspection Committee stationed in Changle County." "Understood." Chapter 19. a deceptive encounter upon leaving Lung Xiangmei's presence. Qin Shou suddenly recalled that his Santana was still at the traffic police station, prompting him to decide to retrieve it. Before heading to the police station, Qin Shou returned home to gather some small equipment, specifically a pinhole camera and an audio recorder. He procured these devices to document the entire process when he visited the traffic police station. Meanwhile, a young man with yellow hair stealthily entered the office of the City Discipline Inspection Committee in Changle County, which was housed in a modest 3-story building known colloquially as the Red Brick House due to its construction material. The young man located the large suitcase, emptied its contents, and filled it with items from the black cloth bag he carried. After rearranging the bag's contents, he proceeded to the surveillance room to erase the footage before making his exit. The young man entered the Red Brick House as if traversing an uninhabited realm, a situation made possible by having an insider. Although the Red Brick House was designated for the use of the City Discipline Inspection Committee, the personnel responsible for its maintenance, including security and cleaning staff, were all assigned by Changle County. Wang Difu was brought into the interrogation room. As he was not a public employee, even the City Discipline Inspection Committee lacked the authority to formally examine him. They could only question him. Should he indeed be culpable, he would then be referred to the Public Security Bureau for handling. Cold Xiaomei had no time for pleasantries with Wang Difu and immediately played the segment of the surveillance video from Qin Shou's home. She then inquired, "Wang Difu, what is the meaning of this? Qin Shou caused my father to lose his position as the head of the security department, so in a fit of rage, I sought to retaliate. Thus, I placed this large suitcase under his bed and reported him for embezzlement and bribery." Wang Difu's account was evidently taught to him by Ruan Xiangyu. Cold Xiangmei, being an experienced member of the discipline committee, was not easily deceived. She sensed something amiss and directly confronted him. "You placed so many gold bars, cash, and even foreign currency in that suitcase, valued at over 3 million. You are willing to expend such resources merely for revenge against Qin Shou? Moreover, from whence did you procure those gold bars and money that you used to frame and entrap? What gold bars and money are there? They are merely props." Van Difu's words incited Cold Xiangmei to slam the table in exasperation. Bang! This woman was more ferocious than a mother tiger, and coupled with her status as an old member of the Discipline Inspection Commission, she exuded an air of authority. Such a forceful gesture startled Van Difu. However, despite the tremor of fear, he remained undaunted. After all, Ruan Xiangyu had orchestrated everything meticulously. Now, he merely needed to deliver a convincing performance to conclude this act. For Cold Xiangmei would have no means to contend with him. Seeing Van Difu visibly shaken, Cold Xiangmei interrogated, "You claim the large suitcase contains props? Our colleagues from the Discipline Inspection Commission have thoroughly examined the money, gold bars, and foreign currency within that suitcase. They are all genuine. Are you attempting to mock my intelligence? Do you think our commission members are so blind they cannot distinguish between props and real currency? Director Cold, please calm yourself and refrain from such agitation. If you wish to ascertain whether the large suitcase contains props, simply have it brought here for inspection," Van Difu proposed. "Very well. Since you are one who will not shed tears until faced with the coffin, I shall oblige you." Cold Xiaomei rose and exited the interrogation room, commanding Wang Jejia, who awaited at the door, "Xiao Wang, fetch that large suitcase." "Understood, Director Cold." Wang Jejia hurried off to retrieve the suitcase. 5 minutes later, the large suitcase was brought into the interrogation room. Cold Xiangmei ordered Wang Jejia, "Open it." "Yes, Director Cold." Wang Jejia complied and opened the suitcase. To their astonishment, both she and Cold Xiangmei were left dumbfounded. The gold bars, stacks of $100 bills, and foreign currency had all vanished, leaving only an assortment of props behind. Cold Xiaomei glared at Wang Jejia and demanded, "What on earth happened?" Wang Jejia, taken aback and panicked, shook her head, stammering, I don't know. Has the contents of this suitcase been swapped? Immediately retrieve the surveillance footage." As a seasoned member of the Discipline Inspection Commission, Cold Xiangmei remained composed, regardless of the circumstances. "Yes, Director Cold." Wang Jejia rushed off to obtain the surveillance footage. Pointing at the props within the suitcase, Van Difu confessed, "Director Cold, I deceived your commission and used these props to dupe you. That was indeed my wrongdoing. However, I have consulted with a lawyer, and for my actions, I believe only administrative penalties apply. Thus, you need only to hand me over to the police for a few days of detention. Cold Xiaomei was no fool. Having reached this juncture, she realized she had been outmaneuvered. The depths of Changle County's underbelly were indeed profound. She couldn't help but reflect inwardly. It was clear that no further revelations could be extracted from Van Difu. Prior to Lu Chong bringing Van Difu in, Cold Xiaomei had done her homework. This Van Difu was merely a small-time thug. Therefore, she preferred not to squander more time with him and instructed Lu Chong to escort him to the police station. Just as Van Difu was led away by Lu Chong, Wang Jejia returned from reviewing the surveillance footage. Xiao Wang, has the money and gold bars in the large suitcase been tampered with? Director Lung inquired. The surveillance system is malfunctioning. I asked the staff responsible for monitoring, and they informed me that the system has not been serviced for quite some time, and its failure date is unknown, replied Wang Jejia. Xiao Wang, the evidence was entrusted to you for safekeeping. Now, with the evidence in the large suitcase having been tampered with, you must identify the culprit. You must recover all the gold bars, cash, and foreign currency. Faced with Director Lung's demand, Wang Jejia appeared troubled, expressing her frustration. Where am I supposed to look? Where should I pursue? If you cannot rectify the mistakes you have made, then do not remain in the 8th investigation room. I do not tolerate incompetence here. With that, Director Lung clicked her heels and strode away. Wang Jejia understood Director Lung's character and knew she was not joking. Having graduated from Yinjing University, she had worked tirelessly to gain a position in the city's Discipline Inspection Commission, making her way into the 8th investigation room through immense effort. During her middle school years, her father, Wang Guojiang, was wrongfully accused by corrupt officials, leading to his tragic suicide. It was precisely because Wang Guojiang chose to take his own life, avoiding trial or conviction, that Wang Jejia qualified for public service. By choosing to enter the Discipline Inspection Commission, she vowed to eradicate the corrupt officials who harm the innocent. Thus, she swore to herself that she could not be expelled from the 8th investigation room. She must uncover the truth regarding the tampering of the gold and cash in the large suitcase. She must recover all the stolen goods. She must ensure that all those who commit crimes for personal gain face justice. Chapter 20. A new Master Director Lung was not a leader blinded by favoritism. Although Lu Chong's demeanor made her more comfortable, she was well aware that if one were to speak of integrity, Wang Jejia truly possessed it. However, this girl, Wang Jejia, seemed somewhat naive and lacking in cleverness. Had she been more astute, the evidence she was tasked with safeguarding would not have been compromised. Young people should not fear making mistakes. They must learn to rectify them. After all, it is through mistakes that one grows. Tasking Wang Jejia with investigating the tampering of the cash and gold bars in the large suitcase would allow her to uncover the hidden puppet master behind the scenes. At that moment, Lu Chong returned. He entered the director's office to report. Director, I have handed Van Difu over to the police, Lu Chong stated. Xiao Lu, I am about to return to the city. The matters of Changle County will be your responsibility. You must thoroughly investigate the Qin Shou case and uncover the criminal evidence against him. Although Sun Changsheng has already committed suicide, his crimes must still be meticulously examined. Particularly concerning is the Jigongi hydropower station, which had an investment of a staggering $2.3 billion, but turned into a shoddy project with significant issues. Investigate without hesitation. Do not hold back. Regardless of who is involved, they must be brought to light. Every corrupt parasite must be rooted out. None shall remain. Yes, Director Lung. I assure you I will accomplish the task. Go ahead. After gathering the necessary equipment, Qin Shou entered the traffic police brigade. Wu Fan dared to challenge him. Even if his father was the deputy county chief, Qin Shou was determined to teach him a lesson. A gentleman avenges himself after 10 years, while a petty man seeks revenge from dawn till dusk. Qin Shou did not wish to be a gentleman, for in the political arena of Changle County, one cannot survive as such. Thus, he resolved to embrace the role of a petty man, one who exacts revenge without delay. In the deputy captain's office, Wu Fan had his feet propped up on the desk, smoking a cigarette. With the office door wide open, Qin Shou did not knock but strode in directly. Deputy Captain Wu, I have come to retrieve my vehicle. The sudden exclamation startled Wu Fan, causing the cigarette in his mouth to fall right between his legs. It nearly burned a hole in his newly purchased 8,000 yuan Yujexi trousers, leaving a scar. Fuming with anger, Wu Fan demanded, Why didn't you knock? The door was wide open. How could I knock? Retorted Qin Shou. What do you want? Deputy Captain Wu, have you gone deaf or simply forgotten? I just told you I am here to collect my car. If you wish to take your car, you must first pay the fine. Just give me 10,000 yuan, and I'll let you take it. Wu Fan knew that Qin Shou's dilapidated Santana was hardly worth much, so he didn't ask for an exorbitant sum. For the luxury cars he had towed to the traffic police brigade, he had once extorted 100,000 yuan from the owner of a Maybach. Those in power exploit their positions. As deputy captain of the traffic police brigade, Wu Fan was certainly benefiting from such illicit gains. However, he was not the sole beneficiary. His subordinates also received their share. Qin Shou was equipped with a pinhole camera and a microphone, ready to record Wu Fan's true nature and his words. Therefore, Qin Shou remained unfazed. On the contrary, he displayed Oscar-worthy acting skills, feigning a smile as he asked, Deputy Captain Wu, while I acknowledge that parking on the roadside violates the Traffic Management Act, a fine of 10,000 yuan seems excessive. How did you arrive at that amount? How did I arrive at it? It came from my mouth. If I say it's 10,000, then it is 10,000. If you want your car, bring me the money. If you can't produce it, then scram. I have no time to waste on a stray dog like you. Deputy Captain Wu, should you impose a fine of 10,000 yuan with legitimate grounds and legal basis, I am willing to pay it. Legal basis? In Changle County. I am the law. I am the basis. I say 10,000, and it is 10,000. Wu Fan's arrogance was palpable. He had every right to be arrogant, not only because he was the deputy captain of the traffic police brigade, but also because his father was the deputy county chief. In a small town like Changle County, the law held no weight whatsoever, because the words of officials are the law. Vice Captain Wu, whenever you find yourself short of funds, you resort to towing those luxury vehicles worth millions. My dilapidated Santana, which I purchased for a mere 2,000. And yet you have the audacity to tow my car and demand a sum of 10,000 from me. What if I no longer desire this vehicle? Wouldn't that render your efforts futile? Your act of towing my car, are you not being directed by someone? Is it Lu Shuang who has instigated this? Qin Shou began to extract information from Wu Fan. Indeed, it was Secretary Lu who instructed me to tow your vehicle. You have offended Secretary Lu, and there shall be no place for you in Changle County. I can assure you, even if you pay the 10,000 fine and drive away that miserable Santana, should you dare to park recklessly again, I will have it towed once more. Even if you adhere to traffic regulations and never park improperly again, I still reserve the right to tow your vehicle. After all, in Changle County, your traffic violations are determined by my decree. If I declare you in violation, then you are indeed guilty. As a second-generation official, Wu Fan has always enjoyed the privileges of the elite and within the confines of Changle County. He has acted with impunity. Therefore, he can be unabashedly brazen, indulging in his whims without hesitation. Regardless, Qin Shou, a man stripped of his dignity, is akin to a toothless dog, incapable of even a feeble bite in retaliation. Vice Captain Wu, could you perhaps illuminate my path? Qin Shou deliberately lowered his stance, aware that Lu Shuang was not without intellect. Her targeting of Wu Fan was undoubtedly not motivated by merely a sum of 10,000. A clear path? If you wish for me to illuminate your way, it is not impossible. Wu Fan exhaled a plume of smoke, advising Qin Shou, though your master has leapt from the precipice, leaving you a lost soul, you, this forlorn creature, can still seek a new master. A new master? Who might that be? Qin Shou inquired. Naturally, it is Secretary Lu. You might approach Secretary Lu, acknowledge your mistakes, and express your loyalty to her, to see if she would be inclined to accept you as her loyal servant. The 2.3 billion project at the Jigongi Hydropower Station is the largest undertaking in Changle County in recent years, and, as the deputy county head, Wu Dexing has certainly secured his share. Currently, the powers that be in the county are eager to cast Qin Shou aside as a scapegoat. Wu Fan's suggestion for Qin Shou to seek out Lu Shuang as a new master is intended to ensure that Lu Shuang treats Qin Shou like a dog, compelling him to dutifully bear the blame. Only if Qin Shou accepts this burden can the entrenched interests within Changle County extricate themselves safely. If I were to seek Secretary Lu's forgiveness, would I be exempt from the fine and permitted to drive away with my vehicle? Qin Shou asked. Not only would you be allowed to drive away your car directly, but I would also annul that ticket for you. Moreover, from that moment forth, within the boundaries of Changle County, not only can you disregard improper parking, but even running a red light would incur no penalties or deductions from your score. Wu Fan was essentially informing Qin Shou that as long as he boarded their corrupt vessel, he could navigate freely within Changle County. Thank you, Vice Captain Wu. I shall seek out Secretary Lu immediately. Qin Shou made his way to the county committee building. However, he did not intend to seek out Lu Shuang, but rather to approach Secretary Yang. Chapter 21. The shameless Qin Shou arrived at the door of the county party secretary's office. After taking a deep breath, he knocked on the door. Knock, knock. After several moments, a melodious voice responded, "Please come in." As Qin Shou entered, he was instantly dazzled. His titanium alloy eyes were blinded by the beauty of Yang Wenqing. Today, she was clad in a fitted black suit, paired with a cream-colored chiffon blouse that, while opaque, accentuated her figure beautifully. The alluring contours were unmistakably delineated. With such a physique, even if she were to bear twins, sustenance would never be a concern. At that moment, Yang Wenqing sat gracefully in her chair. The slightly snug trousers highlighted her perfect curves, round and ample, a sight to behold. Her hourglass figure, with just a hint of softness, was truly exquisite. The only regret Qin Shou harbored was the excessive drunkenness of that fateful night. Although he had engaged in the act, it was akin to Zhu Beiji tasting the ginseng fruit. He had savored none of the delight. If given the chance, he would yearn for a repeat, 1,000 times over if necessary. Dying beneath the peony blossom, even in death, one could remain charming. To perish under Yang Wenqing's pomegranate skirts would be a pleasure he would willingly embrace. Upon entering, Qin Shou fixed his gaze on her unabashedly. At the sight of his lecherous stare, Yang Wenqing felt a wave of disgust wash over her. Her expression darkened as she coldly inquired, "What do you want?" "Secretary Yang, I am here to report on a matter," Qin Shou replied, causing Yang Wenqing to startle. Her mind buzzed with disbelief. Had she truly heard him correctly? Reporting a matter? After so many years in leadership, it was the first time she had encountered someone so brazen in their candor. Could this man truly be so foolish? With his emotional intelligence and political acumen, how had he managed to become Sun Chongqing's secretary? Qin Shou was not ignorant of the role of a secretary, nor was he unaware of the intricacies of social etiquette and the nuances of political discourse. However, he found himself in dire straits, with the disciplinary committee already investigating him and threatening imprisonment. Therefore, he had no time for pleasantries. In his dealings with Yang Wenqing, his strategy was to charge ahead with audacity, eschewing any form of politeness or circumlocution. He cared little for her opinions of him. He needed to capture her attention and pique her curiosity. Yang Wenqing loathed the idea of someone reporting on others. Thus, she refused to grant him the opportunity to speak further, retorting, "I do not listen to reports." "Secretary Yang, is it that you choose not to listen? Or is it that you dare not? Are you afraid of Wang Ren and his ilk, hesitant to offend them? After all, you are merely here in Changle County to gild your resume, and once it is polished, you shall depart." Qin Shou intentionally provoked Yang Wenqing. Though she recognized his tactic, she ultimately succumbed to her anger. Before this beast, she felt no need for restraint. Thus, Yang Wenqing slammed her delicate palm onto the table with a resounding clap. The sound startled Qin Shou. Witnessing Yang Wenqing's anger expressed solely through her actions without uttering a word, Qin Shou naturally chose to further provoke her. "Comrade Secretary Yang, as I recall, on your first day in Changle County, Wang Ren and the others welcomed you with great fanfare and treated you to copious amounts of alcohol. What transpired afterward? I need not elaborate. You are well aware. Let's not dwell on that night. After all, I remain uncertain whether I emerged as the victim or the beneficiary." "Beast, silence yourself. Secretary Yang, are you truly upset? Get out. I can leave, but you must first allow me to finish my report." I refuse to listen. Refusal, is it? Then I shall take the events of that night and share them far and wide. Do you dare? Secretary Yang, please understand. I am but a man on the brink of being wrongfully imprisoned. What I am engaged in is a desperate struggle for survival. Thus, if you deny me the opportunity to report my findings, leaving me no avenue for self-preservation, I shall resort to self-destruction. If I am to meet my end, your reputation will matter little to me. Yang Wenqing was engulfed by a tumultuous wave of anger, akin to crashing tides. Shameless, beast, scoundrel. Secretary Yang, indeed, you possess a discerning eye, having seen through my true nature. I am shameless. I am a beast. I am a scoundrel. Should you desire it, I could become your loyal dog, ready to heed your every command. If you do not wish for such an arrangement, I shall remain a stray, devoid of a master, destined to lash out indiscriminately. Defeated, Yang Wenqing was compelled to acknowledge her submission to this utterly shameless individual. In her lifetime, she had never encountered such audacity. You, a man of stature, wish to become a dog? She questioned, exasperated and disdainful. Others lack the privilege to command me, yet you, Secretary Yang, do. I am willing to be your dog, a playful pup or a fierce companion. Should you desire a devoted follower, I would find joy in it. Even the fiercest of women fear the persistence of suitor. Although he had won her physical presence, he had yet to capture her heart. Now, Qin Shou needed to shamelessly cling to Yang Wenqing, like an adhesive, thereby nurturing a bond over time. Secretary Yang, shall we not add each other as friends? Absolutely not. You are present in the work group. I shall send you a friend request. Kindly accept it. I refuse. Should you not accept, I may have no choice but to share the video evidence of my report within the work group. If that leads to undesirable repercussions, do not blame me. Although, if you choose to blame me, it would serve little purpose. After all, I am a man with a tarnished reputation. Director Lung has already summoned me for questioning once. Director Lung? You mean Lung Xiangmei? Indeed, Lung Xiangmei apprehended you and then released you? Correct. As Yang Wenqing pondered the implications in her mind. Having heard of the notorious reputation of Lung Xiangmei, the Black Widow, she was well aware that no corrupt officials could escape her grasp once they fell into her hands. When Qin Shou was apprehended and subsequently released by Lung Xiangmei, one could not help but question his integrity, even if he were truly innocent, devoid of any greed. He remained a beast, a scoundrel. The mere recollection of that fateful night ignited Yang Wenqing's fury. Not only had her innocence been tarnished, but she also endured pain for several days. This brute was nothing less than a savage, utterly devoid of compassion. Secretary Yang, please approve. If you do not, I shall confess my affection for you in the work group. How shameless! What a rogue! Despite her myriad grievances, Yang Wenqing begrudgingly accepted Qin Shou's friend request. For her other friends, she had noted their positions alongside their names. Yet for Qin Shou, she inscribed but 2 words, beast, just as she finished her seething revision. Qin Shou sent her a video. This footage had been covertly recorded using a pinhole camera, capturing a conversation between him and Wu Fan in the office of the deputy chief of the traffic police brigade. Upon viewing the video, Yang Wenqing's delicata oval face darkened ominously. After furrowing her willow-like brows and pondering for a moment, she resolved to probe Qin Shou. Thus, she coldly inquired, "What do you wish for me to do?" Secretary Yang, Lu Shuang is your secretary, and she is evidently unfit for her role. Therefore, I suggest a change. Change to whom? To me. You are even less qualified. Qin Shou was fully aware that Yang Wenqing would undoubtedly reject him. This was merely a casual suggestion. He never expected his first confession to succeed. A man must not be disheartened, but possess the spirit to rise after each failure. Hence, Qin Shou pressed on. Secretary Yang, time reveals a horse's strength, and the heart of a person is unveiled with time. You have just arrived in Changle County, and due to certain misunderstandings, we have encountered complications. I assure you, I am genuinely a good person. A good person? In every aspect, from head to toe, where lies your goodness. You are thoroughly vile, deeply corrupt. You are a beast, a scoundrel. No amount of self-justification will suffice. As I said, time reveals the heart. No need for time. Your heart is already evident. No, you possess the heart of a beast, a savage. As the county party secretary, Yang Wenqing was adept at controlling her emotions. Yet, in Qin Shou's presence, she found herself utterly unable to do so. She could not fathom why this was so. But it seems I have not waited long enough. You scoundrel! Yang Wenqing's teeth ground in frustration. She yearned to deliver a sound thrashing to this insufferable man. Observing her clenched fists, taut with rage, Qin Shou decided to refrain from further provoking her. Thus, he set aside his playful demeanor and solemnly suggested, Secretary Yang, Wu Fan is the deputy chief of the Traffic Police Brigade, which falls under the jurisdiction of the County Police Department. It is indeed somewhat presumptuous for Secretary Yang to personally intervene in the matter concerning Wu Fan. Furthermore, a mere deputy chief of a traffic police brigade hardly merits such direct attention from Secretary Yang. Therefore, my suggestion is to summon the county police chief, Feng Hao, and present this video to him. Yang Wenqing is a woman of considerable wisdom. Upon reflection, she immediately discerned Qin Shou's ulterior motives. This individual seeks to leverage her influence for his own gain. Yang Wenqing, however, would not be so easily manipulated and firmly rebuffed him, stating with such audacity, You dare to come here and threaten me. Take this video and approach Feng Hao yourself. Secretary Yang, in what capacity should I approach Feng Hao? Qin Shou inquired. Isn't Wu Fan engaging in unlawful enforcement? As a party involved, you possess the right to report this to his superior. At this juncture, Yang Wenqing pivoted her discourse, offering Qin Shou a vision of opportunity. Do you not aspire to be my secretary? If you cannot even manage this trivial matter, what qualifications do you have to serve in that capacity? Very well, I shall go find Feng Hao at once. I assure you, Secretary Yang, I will not disappoint you. With that, Qin Shou departed. Observing his retreating figure, Yang Wenqing suddenly felt a flicker of intrigue towards this man. During her brief tenure in Changle County, she had come to realize that her role as the leading official was not easily navigable. Although her commands were acknowledged in her presence, their execution often fell short, significantly so. As the county party secretary, she felt increasingly sidelined, reduced to a mere figurehead. Qin Shou had approached her, overtly seeking to pledge his allegiance, aspiring to be her subordinate. Naturally, she felt compelled to assess his true worth. Nevertheless, Yang Wenqing was astute enough to recognize that Qin Shou was not the archetypal sycophant. His professed desire to serve her might mask more nefarious intentions. Each encounter was marked by his lecherous gaze. Was he truly aiming to be her servant? No, he was nothing but a rogue, masquerading his ulterior motives under the guise of servitude, perhaps hoping to gain access to her private life. Men, after all, are notoriously untrustworthy. Upon arriving at the county police station, Qin Shou stood before the door of the chief's office. The door was closed, but light seeped through the cracks. He knocked firmly. Knock, knock. Soon, a somewhat despondent voice of a middle-aged man emanated from within. Come in. Qin Shou pushed the door open and entered. Feng Hao, engrossed in reviewing documents, looked up and, upon seeing Qin Shou, greeted him with warmth. Secretary Qin, what brings you here? Please have a seat. Feng Hao was not aligned with Wang Ren. He belonged to a more passive faction, having refrained from taking sides throughout his years in Changle County. Though he currently held the position of chief of police, his authority had been significantly diminished. Nonetheless, Feng Hao remained unconcerned. At 59 years of age, he was just a year away from retirement. In the workplace, one sips tea and peruses newspapers, exuding warmth towards everyone while avoiding offense. A peaceful retirement is his utmost desire. A decade ago, when Feng Hao was newly appointed as the deputy director of the county bureau, he too aspired to make a mark. Unfortunately, reality dulled his edges. It was precisely Feng Hao's neutrality, his reluctance to vie for power, that led to his ascension to the position of county police chief. How ironic it is that one can attain promotion by adopting a laid-back attitude. Yet this is the stark truth. In the realm of officialdom, when struggles yield no clear victor, balance must be sought. Feng Hao embodies that equilibrium, appointing a puppet who refrains from meddling in practical affairs as the director, though unsatisfactory to many, invites no vigorous opposition. Director Feng, I have a video that you need to see, Qin Shou stated, sending the video to Feng Hao. Upon watching it, Feng Hao understood Qin Shou's implications. Naturally, he wished to steer clear of this matter. After all, his governing principle was to avoid meddling in trivialities. Secretary Qin, your vehicle has been impounded by Wu Fan. Seeking my assistance is futile. Wu Fan is the deputy chief of the traffic police brigade, and his direct superior is the brigade chief. If I intervene, it would be an overreach, a breach of protocol. If there are issues with the traffic police during their enforcement actions, you should either report them to their immediate superior or, armed with evidence, directly notify the Disciplinary Inspection Commission. Qin Shou was well aware of Feng Hao's tendencies and anticipated such a response. However, he was not easily dismissed. Director Feng, I'm not here merely to waste time. I come to present an opportunity. An opportunity? Feng Hao raised his teacup, sipping leisurely. What kind of opportunity? This video was shown to Secretary Yang before it reached you. Initially, Secretary Yang intended to visit the county bureau personally to provide guidance. However, I persuaded her otherwise, assuring her that you are a competent leader and capable of handling this matter adeptly. Thus, she sent me to speak with you. However, she forbade me from revealing that she sent me. This is a rare chance for you, Director Feng, to assert your authority in the county bureau, reclaim initiative, and become the genuine leader rather than a mere figurehead. I'm already 59 years old and have no desire to contend for power. At 59, a man should be striving. An old steed still aspires to gallop 1,000 miles. Moreover, you're not old yet. Having risen to the position of county bureau chief, do you not wish to be a true director in your final year, rather than a mere puppet? You are on the brink of retirement. What do you have to fear? As long as you do not violate the law, who can touch you? Who can affect the impending retirement of someone like you? Chapter 23. Smoke rising from the ancestral grave, Qin Shou's words ignited the once cold blood of Feng Hao, stirring it into fervor. This was the passionate blood of a policeman, the blood of justice. Indeed, at the age of 59, with retirement looming on the horizon, what is there to fear? If one is dissatisfied, then let actions speak. It is infuriating to endure such indignities. Being a department head feels more stifling than that of a mere housewife. With impending retirement, one should not be subjected to such constraints. Enough is enough. It is time to take action. Feng Hao, accompanied by Qin Shou, made his way to the office of the deputy chief of the traffic police. The door was closed, yet the sounds of card games, reminiscent of a lively round of do di zhu, echoed from within. 4 threes. A king bomb. I win. The triumphant laughter rang out, even as a puppet chief. He held the title of chief nonetheless. In the presence of Secretary Qin and the envoy from Secretary Yang, how audacious of the subordinates to engage in a card game during working hours. Feng Hao's face flushed with irritation, as if he had just received a stinging slap. After a moment's hesitation, he knocked on the door. Knock, knock. The voice of Wu Fan immediately called out from inside. Who the hell is knocking? It's me. Feng Hao. He announced his name, believing Wu Fan would show him some respect, and hastily put the cards away. Once inside, he could concoct a lie about not playing cards at all. This way, at least his dignity would remain somewhat intact. Inside the office, Wu Fan held a formidable hand of a pair of kings and 4 twos, while the cards were undeniably in his favor. He called out to Chun Yong, who was next in line. You go open the door. Chief Feng has arrived. Shouldn't we put on a show and tidy up a bit? Once he leaves, we can resume our game. Tidy up? What does Feng Hao amount to? Wu Fan retorted arrogantly, showing utter disregard for Feng Hao's authority. Chun Yong, though apprehensive, steeled himself as he approached the door. As the son of a farmer, Chun Yong had no connections and had worked diligently to pass the civil service exam and join the traffic police. Although merely a junior officer, he was nonetheless in a formal position. After securing his role, his father, Chun Taizhu, no longer stooped while walking. He could stand tall. Villagers would greet him with envy, saying, Taizhu, your son Chun Yong is the first police officer in our village. Old Chun, your son has made something of himself. You should no longer toil in the fields. With such a promising future, it was believed that in a few years, Chun Yong could even ascend to the role of chief. During the Qingming festival, when paying respects at the family grave, Chun Taizhu could take precedence over his older siblings, lighting the first incense stick. The family finally produced a police officer, a matter of great pride. After 5 arduous years of preparation, Chen Yong cherished his identity as a policeman. Hence, he dared not make mistakes. He found himself in this office because Wu Fan had summoned him to play cards, and he felt compelled to comply. Although his monthly salary barely exceeded 3,000 yuan, he understood the unwritten rules, regularly losing hundreds to Wu Fan during their games. Prior to becoming a police officer, Chun Taizhu had sought a match for his son, but the girls from nearby villages all turned him down, deeming the Chun family too impoverished even to meet. Even if one manages to meet the requirements, it is still essential to purchase a house in the county and acquire a vehicle, both of which must be paid for in full. Additionally, a substantial bride price is required, with a minimum of 88 million. Other expenses, such as the 3 golds and engagement gifts, add up to a considerable sum, totaling around 100,000. In summary, without a sum of 2 to 3 million, one should not entertain thoughts of marrying. The Chun family, being impoverished, cannot possibly muster such a fortune, thus rendering the prospect of marriage unattainable. However, everything changed when Chun Yong successfully became a police officer, securing a formal position. Now, the threshold of the Chun household has been inundated with matchmakers. Since Chun Yong is a police officer with a stable job, young women no longer demand a house, a car, or even a bride price. In fact, many are willing to contribute financially, for marrying a police officer assures a life free from worries. Having ascended to the role of a police officer, Chun Yong naturally sought a partner among the daughters of farmers, dismissing them completely. Now, he exclusively sought women within the bureaucratic system. Even those employed in external companies were deemed unworthy. Only women with formal positions were deemed fitting for him. At this moment, Chun Yong stood at the doorway, deliberately delaying his entrance, hoping to wait for Wu Fan to finish his game. He had observed that Wu Fan held a promising hand. Upon concluding this round, it was possible that Wu Fan would consider the implications and choose to fold. However, Chun Yong gravely miscalculated. Wu Fan, regardless of possessing a poor hand, was determined to continue playing, eager to showcase his prowess in front of Feng Hao. This was the audacity of the son of the deputy county chief. He sought to slap Feng Hao's face with his victory. Previously, when Wu Fan attempted to facilitate the entry of a subordinate into the traffic police, it was merely a matter of securing a formal position. Yet Feng Hao had merely laughed it off and delayed the process. Ultimately, Wu Fan had to seek assistance elsewhere. That subordinate, currently engaged in a game with him, was Xie Jiejun. Xie Jiejun's family owned the only slaughterhouse in Changle County, where all pigs must be processed. Although Xie Jiejun did not complete middle school, he acquired a master's degree, albeit purchased, which granted him the status of a sea turtle. Even though he had never traveled abroad and received his education online, it did not diminish the fact that he possessed an overseas degree. Consequently, Wu Fan managed to secure a personal talent introduction quota, creating an opportunity for Xie Jiejun to enter the traffic police without examination. Seeing Chun Yong still hesitating at the door, Wu Fan's frustration boiled over. "Are you a fool? Can't you even open the door? Are you afraid of that old fool Feng Hao? If you're scared, then perhaps you shouldn't be working in the traffic police at all. Do you believe I could have you dismissed with just a word?" Although Chun Yong consistently lost several hundred to himself during their card games, Wu Fan held him in contempt. It was important to note that Xie Jiejun lost thousands, even tens of thousands, during their games. Yet he frequently treated Wu Fan to outings. It was subordinates like Xie Jiejun that Wu Fan favored, while Chun Yong was merely an imbecile, a dullard, utterly lacking in understanding. Wu Fan's voice boomed so loudly that Feng Hao, not being deaf, certainly heard him. How could this Wu Fan, relying on the fact that his father is the deputy county chief, act so brazenly and disregard others? After all, he himself is the director of the county bureau. How dare this young man insult him as an old fool? Was he completely devoid of shame? Feng Hao's expression darkened instantly. If he continued to cower like a grandson, everyone would perceive him as easy to bully. This mere deputy captain of the traffic police team, who gained his position through his father's influence, dared to be so arrogant enough to ride on his head and relieve himself? Today, if he did not reclaim his dignity, establish his authority, and deal with this young man, He might as well write his own name in reverse. Just then, the door to the office swung open. Upon seeing Feng Hao, Chun Yong trembled with fear, cold sweat trickling down his back. He bowed nervously and greeted Director Feng. Hello. Feng Hao completely ignored Chun Yong and strode into the office. Chapter 24. A father's love like a mountain. Wu Fan was aware of Feng Hao's entrance, yet he did not spare him even a glance, casually discarding 2 cards. 10. Sitting across from him, Xie Jiajun also paid no attention to Feng Hao. Right? Xie Jiajun accepted the cards. Next to Xie Jiajun sat Xiang Tao, a seasoned veteran of the traffic police team, a cunning old hand. Noticing Feng Hao had approached the card table, he hesitated for a moment, but ultimately stood up to greet Director Feng. Hello. Feng Hao did not acknowledge Xiang Tao, but instead directed his inquiry at Wu Fan. What are you all doing? Wu Fan picked up a cigarette from the table and placed it between his lips. Seeing this, Xie Jiajun quickly grabbed a lighter. With a snap, he ignited the cigarette for him. Xie Jiajun's quick wit surpassed even that of many renowned actresses, earning him Wu Fan's favor. It was precisely because of such exceptional skills that he, despite not graduating from middle school, could simply purchase a diploma and be inducted into the traffic police team as a special case. Every talent, even those who took shortcuts, possessed their own unique strengths. Wu Fan nodded in satisfaction at Xie Jiajun, patting his shoulder, and said, You are my brother, a true brother. Once I become the captain of the traffic police team, I will promote you to deputy captain. Then, Wu Fan cast a glance at Xiang Tao and Chun Yong, saying, I have never been fond of those who are opportunistic and indecisive. Brother, loyalty and righteousness are paramount. I disdain those who are unfaithful and unjust. Earlier, when Wu Fan had insulted him as an old fool outside the door, it was at least said from a distance. Now, standing right in front of him, having directly questioned him about what he was doing, Wu Fan dared to ignore him? Did he think that a tiger's silence meant he was harmless? Feng Hao also had a temper, though he rarely displayed it. What are you all doing? Feng Hao demanded loudly. Wu Fan exhaled a puff of smoke, then rose to his feet, casting a disdainful glare at Feng Hao. Director, are your eyes failing you? We are playing cards. We are playing do di ju. You stand so close, can you not see? With such a gaze, I believe retirement would suit you well. Wu Fan issued a warning to Feng Hao, who had raised his voice at him, showing a blatant disregard for Wu Xiao's authority. Wu Fan was unreserved in his willingness to leverage his family's influence to facilitate Feng Hao's early retirement. After years of serving as the director, Feng Hao was naturally scrutinized by Wu Dexing's faction. However, Feng Hao had remained impeccably clean, having never embezzled a single cent. His sole shortcoming lay in his laziness, neglecting his duties and merely idling away his days in the office. Given his behavior, it would be challenging to imprison him. But orchestrating his early retirement would pose no difficulty, for it was indeed a fact that he was drawing a salary without contributing. Wu Fan, as the deputy captain of the traffic police, your gambling during work hours violates departmental regulations, and I must impose disciplinary action upon you. Furthermore, your reckless towing practices and the illegal fines you pocketed will be investigated by the supervisory office. Feng Hao, have you grown so audacious as to investigate me? I shall call my father immediately. Although Wu Fan was a scion of privilege, he was not a fool. He understood that should the county's supervisory office intervene, his actions would lead to considerable trouble. Thus, he hurriedly sought to invoke his father's authority to quell Feng Hao and prevent the situation from escalating. Wu Fan stepped out to call Wu Dexing. Feng Hao, however, refrained from summoning the supervisory personnel immediately. He had come to assert his dominance, and doing so in front of Wu Fan's father would amplify the effect. Half an hour later, Wu Dexing arrived. Upon entering the office, he spotted Qin Shou. As the deputy county chief, Wu Dexing had been closely monitoring developments from the county committee, even placing an informant to keep tabs on Yang Wenqing's every move. Thus, he was aware that Qin Shou had visited Yang Wenqing's office and lingered there for over an hour. What transpired between them, however, remained unknown to him. After departing from Yang Wenqing, Qin Shou had come to the county bureau, where Wu Dexing soon encountered Feng Hao. Feng Hao and Qin Shou together? Have they become allies? A glance at the cards on the table illuminated Wu Dexing's understanding of the situation. Wu Fan had not relayed the truth in his phone call, merely claiming that Feng Hao had sought trouble with him without cause. While Wu Dexing could dismiss Feng Hao and Qin Shou, he dared not offend the influential Secretary Yang behind them. In a swift motion, he delivered a resounding slap to Wu Fan's face, followed by a contrite demeanor. Director Feng, my son has been spoiled since childhood and is somewhat lacking in discipline. His gambling during work hours is indeed his fault. This time, I implore you to forgive him. A reprimand will suffice. As for bonuses, they can certainly be withheld. In the future, during working hours, should he dare to violate discipline again or engage in card games within the office, you are to strike him. Give him a good, hard slap. Vice County Chief Wu, how could I possibly lay a hand on your esteemed son? When they were playing cards in the office, I merely knocked on the door from outside, and he berated me as an old fool. Upon hearing this, Wu Dexing felt compelled to express his discontent further. Thus, he delivered another resounding slap to Wu Fan. Smack! The left cheek had felt the sting moments ago, and now it was the right cheek's turn. Wu Fan's face swelled from the blows on both sides. Wu Dexing's strike was deliberate. He aimed to not only put on a show for Feng Hao, but also to remind this inept son to keep a low profile in these uncertain times. With the new secretary's arrival, the atmosphere was extremely unclear. It is customary for any new official to make a bold impression. Wu Dexing had no desire to be the scapegoat for Secretary Yang's potential ire. He understood the importance of not antagonizing those in power. Feng Hao, recognizing the need for prudence, understood that while he had the upper hand, he should not entirely disregard Vice County Chief Wu's dignity. Therefore, Feng Hao addressed Secretary Qin, saying, Secretary Qin, please convey the issues you wish to reflect to Vice County Chief Wu. Very well. Secretary Qin nodded and proceeded to play the video. After viewing it, Wu Dexing's face turned a deep shade of anger. How could he have fathered such a foolish son? To be a government official requires discretion and restraint. Such arrogance and reckless speech would jeopardize any chance of promoting him in the future. Enraged, Wu Dexing raised his hand for another resounding slap. Smack! This third blow landed on Wu Fan's right cheek. The force was so great that Wu Fan stumbled and fell to the ground. After delivering the slap, Wu Dexing commanded Wu Fan, return Secretary Qin's car immediately and rescind the ticket. From now on, do not issue any tickets to Secretary Qin's vehicle. He is the secretary to the county committee secretary. His vehicle, regardless of where it is parked, even in the middle of the road, serves a public duty. Even running a red light is justified as part of his official responsibilities. It is no wonder Wu Dexing could hold the position of Vice County Chief with such eloquence. It would be a disservice to keep him from such a role. Although Wu Fan felt immense dissatisfaction, he dared not disobey his father's orders. Thus, he could only nod in compliance, replying, Yes, father. Wu Dexing then turned to Secretary Qin, adopting a humble demeanor, asking Secretary Qin, Are you satisfied with how I handled this? Your son seems a bit resistant, doesn't he? Secretary Qin replied, Indeed. Smack. Just for that remark, Wu Fan received yet another slap from his father. Are you compliant? Wu Dexing inquired. Yes, I am compliant. Is that not enough? Wu Fan was on the verge of tears from his slaps. Wu Dexing quickly turned to Secretary Qin, stating Secretary Qin as a magnanimous individual. Could you perhaps overlook this incident for my son, just this once? Chapter 25. That Woman Without Connections. Very well, Secretary Qin nodded, but let this not become a precedent. Qin Shou was acutely aware that the reason Wu Dexing had struck Wu Fan with 4 resounding slaps was entirely due to the imposing presence of Secretary Yang. Thus, he naturally understood the importance of knowing when to retreat. After all, should he push Wu Dexing too far, the situation could spiral out of control, leading to an undesirable conclusion. Haste makes waste. In the realm of governance, one must possess the fortitude to remain composed. It is essential to harbor a strategic mindset and proceed with caution. Wu Dexing and his associates had operated in Changle County for many years, establishing deep roots. To uproot them would not be an instantaneous endeavor. It required a gradual loosening of the soil, methodically severing each root buried beneath the surface. At the county committee, a woman adorned in a fitted blazer possessing a graceful figure and a delicately sculpted oval face, exuded an aura of sophistication as she entered the office of the county secretary. This woman was Xiao Yu, a staff member in the secretarial department. She had graduated with distinction from Yenjing University last year and secured a position as a selected candidate, yet was assigned to Changle County, relegated to the role of a mere junior officer, without even attaining the position of deputy section chief. Her colleagues at the county committee presumed that Xiao Yu hailed from a family devoid of influence. Thus, despite her prestigious education and successful selection, she found herself dispatched to this impoverished county, destined to lead an inconspicuous life. Little did they know that Xiao Yu's arrival in Changle County and her placement in the secretarial department as a junior staff member was part of a larger scheme. She was to serve as the advance guard for Yang Wenqing. Xiao Yu's father, Xiao Hongyang, had previously been the secretary to Yang Yuanjun and now served as the secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission in Basha Province. Although Xiao Yu was currently a mere junior officer in the secretarial department, she was, in fact, a confidant of Yang Wenqing. Yang Wenqing, 3 years her senior, had cherished a sisterly bond with Xiao Yu since childhood. The two women were inseparable friends. According to Yang Wenqing's plans, once she had familiarized herself with the terrain of Changle County, she intended to promote Xiao Yu to the position of her chief secretary, becoming her trusted right hand. The role of chief secretary must be entrusted to the most reliable individual, and without question, Xiao Yu was Yang Wenqing's most trusted ally. Knock, knock, with a gentle rap. Xiao Yu tapped on the office door. Come in, Yang Wenqing called from within. Upon receiving permission, Xiao Yu delicately pushed the door open and stepped inside. Her footsteps so light that even the heels of her high-heeled shoes made no sound against the floor. Once inside, she softly closed the office door. Just as the door was about to shut completely, she deftly twisted her wrist, gently retracting the latch, ensuring that the door closed without a whisper of sound. This was the essence of Xiao Yu's profession, the art of being a secretary. After all, with her father being the secretary to Yang Yuanjun, she had undoubtedly inherited the skills necessary to excel in her role. Xiao Yu, you need not be so formal, Yang Wenqing remarked, finding Xiao Yu's affected demeanor somewhat discomforting. Sister Qing, as a secretary, I must maintain a level of professionalism. Otherwise, if others discover my connection to you, how can I effectively serve as an undercover agent? Xiao Yu replied with a cheerful smile. What have you uncovered, you undercover agent? Yang Wenqing Inquire. Word for the county bureau suggests that Qin Shou not only retrieved his Santana, but also had that Wu Fan soundly slapped by his father. Wu Dexing, Xiao Yu replied, brimming with excitement. As she spoke, her lovely oval face beamed with joy, for she was aware that both Wu Fan and Wu Dexing were not virtuous individuals. Thus, the fact that Qin Shou had orchestrated Wu Fan's humiliation brought her immense delight. Is there anything more gratifying in this world than witnessing a villain receive their due punishment? If there is, it would surely be to witness them suffer once more. Wu Dexing slapped Wu Fan. Yang Wenqing furrowed her delicate brows, pondering the revelation. Her lips parted slightly as she remarked, interesting. This Wu Dexing is quite intriguing. Xingye, I have been in Changle County for over half a year and have gathered some insights. Qin Shou is not in league with Wang Ren and is unlikely involved in any corruption. As for his personal life, he is quite the romantic, treating his wife with utmost kindness. Yet, she looks down on him, deeming him unsuccessful, and has chosen to divorce him. Therefore, regarding your previous inquiry about whether Qin Shou is a scoundrel of low moral character, the answer is evidently negative. I wonder, however, if there might be any misunderstandings between you and Qin Shou. There are no misunderstandings. Someone merely reported that Qin Shou was behaving inappropriately. It wouldn't happen to be Lu Shuang, would it? Please refrain from asking too much. All right then. Yang Wenqing, unwilling to elaborate, prompted Xiao Yu to cease her inquiries. Go ahead with your duties. Yes, Qin Jia. As Xiao Yu departed, her assessment of Qin Shou did not enhance his standing in Yang Wenqing's eyes. Rather, it diminished it. Yang Wenqing, more than anyone, held the authority to judge whether Qin Shou was indeed a rogue. Just moments ago, Xiao Yu had claimed that he was a romantic devoted to his wife. Yet how could a man who is so caring be looked down upon and abandoned by a spouse? Was this not indicative of his failings? Upon exiting the county bureau, The clock read 3:30 in the afternoon, with merely an hour and a half remaining before the end of the workday. However, as the station master of the Jigong River Hydropower Station, Qin Shou could not afford tardiness or early departures. He must lead by example. Thus, he drove his dilapidated Santana to the station, determined to fulfill his duties until the very end. Upon arrival, he found the parking lot desolate, devoid of any vehicles. Entering the office area, he discovered that both the large office for ordinary employees and the independent offices for the leaders were empty. The Jigong River Hydropower Station had yet to commence formal operations and was still in the preparatory stages. With such a lackadaisical attitude, how could they claim to be preparing for anything? A new official must ignite the flames of discipline. As the newly appointed station master, Qin Shou's first act must be to enforce attendance regulations. He needed to instill in everyone a sense of dedication to their work. Witnessing the disarray of the station he was responsible for, Qin Shou was filled with indignation. After circling the entire office building, Qin Shou finally encountered a few living souls in the safety production department. The director, Qiu Bo, along with several staff members, remained steadfast at their posts. Among all the departments, only the safety production department's director lacked an independent office, working alongside the employees in the spacious office. During working hours, remaining in the office is the most fundamental requirement. Yet, astonishingly, only one department managed to fulfill this basic obligation. Qin Shou approached Qiu Bo and inquired, "Where are the others?" Unaware of Qin Shou's presence until that moment, Qiu Bo instinctively turned upon hearing the question. The sight of Qin Shou sent a shiver down his spine, his eyes betraying a look of sheer terror. "Director Qin, weren't you taken away by the Discipline Inspection Commission?" "Indeed, I was taken by them. They merely sought to understand the situation. They did not intend to arrest me." "Is there an issue?" "No, absolutely no issue. I knew you would be fine, Director Qin. You are an incorruptible official, a truly honorable official." Qiu Bo hastily sought to amend his previous statement. Qin Shou chose not to hold a grudge against Qiu Bo and instead commanded, "Summon everyone back. We will convene a meeting in the courtyard downstairs in half an hour. Anyone absent will be dismissed without exception." "Understood, Director Qin." Qin Shou did not depart, but remained in the safety production department's office. Qiu Bo distributed the list to his subordinates, instructing them to make calls according to the roster. Within less than 5 minutes of collaborative efforts, they managed to contact all personnel. After finishing the calls, Qiu Bo reported to Qin Shou, "Director Qin, Deputy Director Go stated he is busy accompanying County Head Wang for a game of mahjong and cannot attend this trivial meeting. He even dared to say that if you have the guts, you should just fire him." This was a direct relay of Go Zhongxing's words, and Qiu Bo had no choice but to comply. "Very well, I understand." Qin Shou recognized that Go Zhongxing was openly defying him. To ensure the smooth operation of the Jigong River Hydropower Station, it was imperative to take decisive action against this deputy director. Half an hour later, Qin Shou stood in the courtyard before the office building, holding a loudspeaker. He surveyed the scene and noted that approximately 1/3 of the employees had arrived. While Go Zhongxing was indeed absent, both Sun Chao and Zhui Xiaolong were present. With the first spark ignited, Qin Shou ordered Qiu Bo, "Use the list to call the roll. Note everyone who is absent." Qin Shou had long felt that the personnel at the Jigong River Hydropower Station were excessively bloated. Since those individuals had granted him the opportunity to reduce staff, he must seize it. By cutting 2/3 of the workforce, the station could operate more efficiently. If managed well, there might even be a chance to turn a profit, or, at the very least, not burden the county's finances. Having completed the roll call, Qin, with the list in one hand and the loudspeaker in the other, addressed the crowd. "I am now the director of the Jigong River Hydropower Station. The county committee has entrusted me with its management, and I shall fulfill my duties diligently. Anyone who skipped work today will have their bonuses for the month entirely forfeited. Furthermore, those who failed to attend the meeting will be dismissed without exception. There will be no leniency, given that you all abandoned your post today. Return to your duties immediately and work overtime without pay. Regardless of how many hours were missed, you are to make up for it double." Upon the conclusion of Qin Shou's proclamation, the individuals below immediately began to voice their dissatisfaction. "Why should we work overtime? Who does he think he is? Deducing our bonuses? If we had known, we wouldn't have come to this wretched meeting. He has fallen from grace and been demoted here. Yet he dares to vent his frustrations on us? On what grounds? Listening to the murmurs of discontent, Qin Shou seized the megaphone and shouted once more. Anyone who harbors grievances against me can leave at once. Get out immediately. Anyone who steps out of this courtyard will be dismissed without exception. For these nuisances, a firm hand is necessary. At that moment, Go Jinxiang stepped forward and addressed the crowd. Fear not, everyone. This Qin Shou is like a grasshopper in autumn. He won't be able to hop for much longer. We are all permanent staff, holding secure positions. He has no authority to dismiss us. Therefore, we need not heed his commands. After his declaration, Go Jinxiang waved his hand decisively. Let us go. We shall leave now to show Qin Shou our resolve. If we do not depart and fail to assert ourselves, he will think we are pushovers to be manipulated at will. I wish to see him try to dismiss us all if we walk out together. Go Jinxiang is the nephew of Go Zhongqing. After graduating from elementary school, he roamed the streets. Once Go Zhongqing became the deputy director of the Jigong River Hydropower Station, he arranged for Go Jinxiang to acquire a fake diploma, securing him a position in the organization. Now, Go Jinxiang is the director of the procurement department, a lucrative role that can generate significant income for Go Zhongqing. Go Jinxiang possesses considerable charisma. His call to action led to the departure of a significant portion of the staff from the courtyard. Upon witnessing this, Qin Shou couldn't help but smile. Now, only 20 or 30 individuals remained, which, according to Qin Shou's vision, was sufficient to sustain the operations of the Jigong River Hydropower Station. A team does not need to be large. The key is that each member must be competent. Maintaining a large group of ineffectual individuals would only hinder productivity. Qin Shou approached a middle-aged woman named Wang Fong, the director of the Human Resources Department. Previously, Wang Fong served in the County Committee's Secretariat. However, due to her adherence to principles, she was suppressed by Lu Shuang and subsequently relegated to the Jigong River Hydropower Station, where she became the Director of Human Resources. Director Wang, please register the colleagues who remain. Then provide me with a list. As for those who did not attend the meeting and those who were taken away by Go Jinxiang, compile a list for me as well. Understood, Station Chief. After the meeting adjourned, Qin Shou proceeded to the Station Chief's office. The sign on the door had not been changed, still reading Station Chief's office. However, all the items within the office belonged to Go Zhongqing. As for Qin Shou, having just arrived, he had yet to bring any belongings to the unit. Just as Qin Shou was preparing to seek out Sun Chao appeared. Not alone, but accompanied by 2 subordinates from the logistics department. After you were taken away by the comrades from the disciplinary committee, Director Qin, Guo Zhongqing moved his belongings into this office himself. I attempted to stop him at that moment, but my efforts were in vain. Sun Chao is lying. It was Guo Zhongqing who personally relocated his items. As the head of logistics, he is akin to a rat caught in a wind box, enduring pressure from both ends. He aligns himself with whoever holds power. Qin Shou is aware of Sun Chao's deceit, yet he is indifferent. Individuals like Sun Chao lack loyalty and are unfit for significant responsibilities. However, such people possess their own utility. As a leader, one cannot expect absolute loyalty from every subordinate. It is essential to recognize and utilize individuals wisely. Please tidy up the office for me, Qin Shou stated calmly. Yes, I will ensure the task is completed. Sun Chao immediately rallied his team to start moving Guo Zhongqing's possessions out. As soon as the office was organized and Qin Shou settled into the director's chair, Wang Fong arrived. Director Qin, I have prepared the list. Wang Fong handed over the list, and Qin Shou glanced at it before continuing to assign tasks. Director Wang, your personnel department will need to work overtime tonight to process the termination procedures for those who have not reported or have left. Understood, Director Qin. Wang Fong, having a background as a secretary, would not question the tasks assigned by her superiors. Instead, she would diligently strive to fulfill them. The termination procedures merely required the proper documentation. As for the final approval and stamping, that was beyond the personnel department's purview. Even Qin Shou, as director, lacked the authority to directly terminate anyone. He too had to report to the county committee. After all, The personnel at the Jigongi hydropower station were all public institution employees. Holding the list, Qin Shou drove directly to the county committee. Upon arriving at the county committee building, it was already past 6 o'clock. Naturally, the offices were empty. However, the light remained on in the office of the county party secretary. Is Secretary Yang still working? She truly is a workaholic. Nevertheless, a diligent leader is a boon, as they tend to favor subordinates who excel in their tasks. It was late, and Secretary Yang likely hadn't had dinner yet. After a long afternoon of work, she must be hungry. The cold noodle shop across the street is quite good, so Qin Shou hurriedly went to fetch a bowl, also ordering a cup of milk tea. With the milk tea in his left hand and the cold noodles in his right, he knocked on the secretary's office door with his elbow. Knock, knock. Having felt a bit warm earlier, Yang Wenqing had removed her blazer and casually tossed it onto the nearby sofa, wearing only a cream-colored chiffon blouse. The blouse was slightly sheer. At this hour, with everyone else having left for the day, Yang Wenqing assumed it was Xiaoyu knocking and did not bother to put her blazer back on, simply calling out to the door, "Come in." Chapter 27. The leader's test. Qin Shou pushed the door open and was immediately taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment at the sight of Yang Wenqing, who sat languidly in her chair, exuding both charm and allure. The two individuals locked gazes, and Yang Wenqing suddenly grasped something, instinctively placing her hands over her chest. Subsequently, her delicate face darkened as she commanded Qin Shou to leave. Instead of complying immediately, Qin Shou took 2 steps forward, placing the cold noodles and milk tea upon her desk. Only then did he exit the office, closing the door behind him. Yang Wenqing, a workaholic, often toiled late into the night in her office. The county committee's canteen did not serve dinner, only breakfast and lunch, which left her without a meal in the evening. She refrained from eating for 2 reasons. 1. As a woman, she was inclined to diet. 2. She was uncertain where to dine. However, her hunger would inevitably grow, causing her stomach to grumble in the dead of night. Gazing at the cold noodles and milk tea adorning her desk, she felt a warmth in her heart. Though seemingly unremarkable and inexpensive, Qin Shou was the first person to bring her dinner in this unfamiliar Changle County. Starving, Yang Wenqing picked up her chopsticks and began to eat heartily. The spicy and fragrant cold noodles, with a hint of sweetness, were simply delightful. As a county committee secretary, her meals should be attended to by a capable secretary. Yet, her chief secretary, Lu Shuang, was seldom seen. If she could not manage the basic responsibilities of a secretary, how could she be expected to oversee her superior's daily life? As for Xiaoyu, she was a young lady, after all. Although she had acquired a few basic secretarial skills from her father, her knowledge was superficial. Moreover, her father had been a secretary over a decade ago now. He was the head of the Provincial Disciplinary Committee, a leader who had long forgotten the intricacies of the role. While savoring her cold noodles, Yang Wenqing realized that as the county committee secretary, she urgently needed a competent secretary. After all, her focus should be entirely on her work. Personal matters indeed required a capable secretary's oversight. She recognized her need for a secretary, yet Qin Shou could not fulfill that role, as he was a beast. After finishing her cold noodles, Yang Wenqing took a large sip of the milk tea. To her astonishment, Qin Shou had purchased her favorite, the mango pomelo sago. This revelation made her feel a tinge of fear towards him. The fact that he had chosen a drink so perfectly suited to her taste implied he had conducted some form of investigation into her preferences. No, such a person could never be her secretary. It was too terrifying. In truth, Qin Shou had opted for the mango pomelo sago because he discovered it was on sale for just 3.99 yuan a cup. His intention was merely to save money. He never anticipated it would align so perfectly with Yang Wenqing's taste and lead to such a significant misunderstanding. Yang Wenqing was aware that Qin Shou had not left, knowing he was likely waiting just outside the door for her summons. Given her current lack of assistance, although Qin Shou was a beast, he could still be utilized to her advantage. Yes, it was indeed a matter of utilizing resources wisely. His unsolicited attentiveness must harbor ulterior motives. Qin Shou bringing her dinner and offering her milk tea surely indicated he had an agenda. Yang Wenqing took a napkin to wipe her mouth and then donned a tailored blazer. wrapping herself up securely to ensure that Qin Shou would not see anything he should not. She then called out toward the door, "Come in." With a creak, Qin Shou pushed the door open. Upon seeing the takeout container and the emptied milk tea cup on the desk, he immediately took the initiative to tidy up. Due to the strong aroma of the cold noodles, he refrained from discarding them directly into the office trash can, opting instead to carry them outside and dispose of them in the bin around the corner of the staircase. Earlier, while enjoying her cold noodles, Yang Wenqing had accidentally spilled some oil on the desk and a few drops on the floor. Although the stains were minute and nearly invisible to the untrained eye. As a secretary, one must be meticulous. A leader's office must be impeccably clean. Therefore, Qin Shou promptly fetched a cloth and mop, diligently cleaning the office and ensuring Yang Wenqing's desk was spotless, with the lingering scent of the cold noodles still in the air. He also retrieved an air freshener and gave the room a spritz. Once he finished, Yang Wenqing felt an immediate sense of comfort in the office. The smell had dissipated, and the desk and floor were pristine. A clean and orderly environment undeniably fosters a sense of joy. In her heart, Yang Wenqing had to acknowledge that Qin Shou was indeed a professional secretary. From delivering her dinner to tidying up the office, he worked diligently without uttering a single word. Moreover, whether he was wiping the desk or mopping the floor, he made not a sound. Even while she was working, he did not disturb her in the slightest. Is this not the kind of secretary that a leader cherishes the most? One who silently attends to tasks, ensuring everything is arranged comfortably and effortlessly. After completing all the necessary duties, Qin Shou closed the office door and approached Yang Wenqing, standing at attention like a poised javelin. "Secretary Yang, I have a matter to report." Yang Wenqing gestured towards the chair opposite her, commanding, "Sit down and speak." "Yes," Qin Shou complied as he took his seat. He then handed her a pre-prepared list. Upon glancing at the list, Yang Wenqing expressed her confusion, asking, "What is this?" The staff at the Jigongi hydropower station is excessively bloated. There are over 100 individuals with formal positions, and when including temporary workers, the number swells to 400 or 500. Strangely enough, even the security department has dozens of personnel. For such a small hydropower station, not yet operational, it is unreasonable to have this many staff. Thus, as the station manager, I propose to downsize to reduce the operational costs of the Jigongi hydropower station. Downsizing? This was precisely what Yang Wenqing aimed to accomplish. Before arriving in Changle County, Xiaoyu had briefed her on the situation. Although Changle County is impoverished, the number of financially supported personnel, both formal and temporary, far exceeds that of similarly sized counties. In Changle County, the cumbersome institutions must be dismantled. Otherwise, the economy shall remain stagnant. There must be a justification for downsizing. And what is yours? Yang Wenqing inquired. Most of the personnel at the Jigong River Hydropower Station were not hired through examinations, but rather gained their positions through connections. Therefore, I propose a thorough investigation into all official personnel and temporary workers. Those who entered through improper channels must be dismissed. Furthermore, for those who facilitated such entries and are suspected of corruption, the disciplinary committee should be involved without hesitation. My principle is to reward those who have genuinely earned their place at the Jigong River Hydropower Station with improved benefits. Conversely, those who have deceitfully infiltrated the ranks to exploit resources shall be expelled without exception. As the director of the Jigong River Hydropower Station, it is your prerogative to decide who remains and who is dismissed. However, such authority must be exercised within the confines of legality and compliance. Yang Wenqing made her position clear. She was eager to see if Qin Shou possessed the capability to eliminate the redundant personnel at the station. Yes, Secretary Yang. Qin Shou sought her approval. With her permission, he could proceed unabated. Chapter 28. Tailoring actions to circumstances to tackle the issue of personnel reduction. One must commence with the most entrenched positions. The employees at the Jigong River Hydropower Station were all recruited by the County Human Resources and Social Security Bureau. The following morning, Qin Shou arrived at the bureau and stood before the director's office, knocking on the door. Knock, knock. Xia Cohen had just brewed a batch of Preaching-Ming Longjing tea, valued at 10,000 yuan per pound, and was savoring its aroma. He had indulged in over a pound of 20-year-old Mao Tai the previous night, relishing its rich flavor. Suddenly, the knocking interrupted his tranquility. Who could be at such an early hour? Irritated, he set down his cup and called out, "Come in." Upon seeing Qin Shou enter, Xie Kuin's expression darkened instantly, as he intentionally displayed his displeasure. In the realm of politics, one must always adjust their demeanor according to the company present. Presently, Qin Shou was akin to a stray dog, having lost his backing. As the saying goes, a broken drum invites a multitude of strikes. If others were to chastise him, and Xie Kuin refrained, it would appear he was out of step with the crowd. Despite Xie Kuin's frosty reception, Qin Shou courteously greeted him. "Good morning, Director Xie." Xie Kuin ignored him, instead sipping from his purple clay teacup. He then picked up a red cigarette box from the table, extracted a cigarette, and placed it between his lips. With a click, he lit the cigarette and inhaled leisurely. Qin Shou recognized that Xie Kuin was deliberately snubbing him. Thus, he provocatively remarked, "Director Xie, you are under investigation, yet you still find time to enjoy tea and smoke?" Although Xie Kuin understood that Qin Shou's words were intended to intimidate him, he was aware that his own conduct was not entirely above reproach. Thus, Xie Kuin inexplicably felt a twinge of guilt. His fingers, which clutched a cigarette, trembled slightly, nearly causing it to fall to the ground. After taking a moment to steady himself, Xie Kuin jestingly inquired, "Qin Shou, I have only heard about your transfer from the county committee secretariat to the Jigongi hydropower station. I did not learn of your move to the Discipline Inspection Commission." "I have not been transferred to the Discipline Inspection Commission. I remain the station master of the Jigongi hydropower station," Qin Shou replied. Being appointed as the director of the Human Resources Bureau, Xie Kuin was undoubtedly a cunning old fox. Upon confirming that Qin Shou's position had not changed and he was still at the same scapegoat post, he could readily ascertain that Qin Shou's earlier remarks were merely intended to intimidate him. He was not one to be easily frightened. Although Xie Kuin was unclear as to why Qin Shou had come to seek him out, he was certainly no soft target to be manipulated at will. Thus, he felt compelled to teach Qin Shou a lesson. "Director Qin, since you are still the station master of the Jigongi hydropower station, and it is currently working hours, you ought to be at your post. Running over here to amuse yourself at my expense and making such untimely jokes, do you think that is appropriate? Just based on your unwarranted absence, I could report you to the Discipline Inspection Commission, which would be sufficient grounds for your dismissal from public office." "Director Xie, are you truly intent on reporting me to the Discipline Inspection Commission? I happen to have a video here, but I am unsure of whom to present it to. If you choose to report me, I shall hand this video over to the comrades of the Discipline Inspection Commission." As he spoke, Qin Shou produced his mobile phone, searched for Xie Kuin in his contacts, and sent the edited video. "Director Xie, please enjoy." Qin Shou plopped down in front of Xie Kuin, nonchalantly took a box of cigarettes from the table, and declared, "Director Xie, I shall indulge in a smoke of yours. After all, these cigarettes cost 70 yuan a pack, and as someone who relies solely on a meager salary, I could never afford such luxuries. Unlike you, Director Xie, who not only receives a salary, but also garners illicit gains from your position." As Qin Shou lit the cigarette and began to exhale puffs of smoke, Xie Kuin clicked on the video. Upon viewing it, Xie Kuin was left utterly dumbfounded. The content of the video depicted an entire year-old incident where Qian Hengdua had delivered gifts to him. At that time, Qian Hengdua had presented him with a suitcase containing 1 million yuan in cash. Qian Hengdua was the owner of Hengyuan Human Resources Company, which managed labor dispatch for all government departments, public institutions, and even state-owned enterprises in the county. The labor dispatch workers at the Jigongi hydropower station were also sent through Hengyuan Human Resources Company. While the county's finance allocated a salary of 3,000 yuan per month for these workers, Hengyuan Human Resources Company only paid them 2,500 yuan, taking a cut of 500 yuan each month. An individual worker could be shortchanged 6,000 yuan in a year. There were a total of 316 labor dispatch workers at the Jigongi hydropower station, leading to an annual profit of 18,960,000 yuan. This was merely the situation at the Jigongi hydropower station alone. After 4 years as the director of the Social Security Bureau, Xie Kuin received nearly 5 million in bribes from Qian Hengdua. Originally, Xie Kuin believed that his clandestine activities were shrouded in secrecy. Little did he realize that the entire bribery process had been surreptitiously recorded. To his shock, the video had made its way into the hands of Qin Shou. But how could this be? At the scene, only Qian Hengdua and he were present. Who could have possibly captured this footage? Was it Qian Hengdua himself? What motive could he have for such an act? Was he truly concerned about jeopardizing his own illicit gains? No, it could not be Qian Hengdua. Who then? Could it be? Overwhelmed by anxiety and fear, Xie Kuan's typically stout countenance turned ashen. Shao Qin, he began, though Secretary Sun has encountered misfortune. I am a man of sentiment. When Secretary Sun was here, we were like brothers. Even now, I remain your elder brother. If you require assistance, do not hesitate to come to me. Whatever I can do, I will accomplish for you with utmost diligence. In the realm of power, one must not only be devoid of shame, but also adept at altering one's demeanor at a moment's notice. Thus, Xie Kuan swiftly transformed from an apprehensive figure into a brotherly figure to Qin Shou. The video that Qin Shou presented was extracted from the disc given to him by Wu Yuqin. He understood well that this footage alone would not suffice to imprison Xie Kuan, as it merely documented Qian Hengdua presenting him with a large suitcase. However, the contents of the suitcase remained obscured. Qin Shou's intention in revealing this video was not to act as a pawn for the disciplinary committee, but rather to leverage it to coerce Xie Kuan into compliance. Such a corrupt official would eventually face justice, but not just yet. The timing was not ripe. Acting too hastily could backfire spectacularly. When confronted by a pack of ferocious hounds, lacking a means to fend them off, the wisest course is to incite them against one another. Chapter 29. The art of conversation while instigating the hounds to turn on each other. Qin Shou's immediate concern was self-preservation and establishing a firm foothold. Only then could he procure a means to defend himself. That means lay in the hands of Secretary Yang, as well as in the grasp of the formidable Leng Xiangmei. Currently, Qin Shou had yet to earn Secretary Yang's trust. Although Leng Xiangmei, the femme fatale, had released him, she still categorized him among the corrupt officials. Director Xie, since you refer to me as your elder brother, I shall address you as Brother Kuan. I seek your assistance with a matter. Qin Shou cleverly maneuvered, causing a slight twitch at the corner of Xie Kuan's mouth, making him feel as though he were in a precarious position. After sipping his tea, Xie Kuan responded with a smile, Brother Qin, since I am your elder brother, your affairs are now my affairs. Whatever is within my power, I shall certainly assist you. This exemplifies the art of communication among leaders. Every promise is laden with conditions. What I can accomplish, I shall assuredly do for you. As for whether I can accomplish this task, is it not within my authority to decide? Qin Shou, being a seasoned veteran in the bureaucratic realm, immediately discerned that Xie Kuan's apparent agreement was, in fact, a veiled refusal. However, both are cunning as foxes, and Qin Shou certainly understood how to convey the nuances of this conversation to Xie Kuan. Brother Kuan, you are aware that the Jigong River hydropower station has been operational for several months now. Yet, due to certain insurmountable obstacles, its formal operation remains a distant prospect. Presently, there are over 316 dispatched laborers at the hydropower station. These workers have little to occupy their time, idling away their days. Sustaining such a workforce imposes significant financial strain. Furthermore, as a public institution, the hydropower station employs over 100 individuals in formal positions, many of whom secure their roles through dubious means. Those who gained entry through the back door do not contribute positively. Rather, they hinder progress. Therefore, my proposal is to eliminate all dispatched laborers and dismiss those who obtained formal positions through improper channels. Brother Kuan, as the director of the Human Resources Bureau, you have been coordinating with Hengyuan Human Resources Company. The personnel recruitment for public institutions also falls under the purview of your bureau. Thus, I seek your assistance in rectifying this situation by removing all undeserving individuals from the Jigong River hydropower station. Upon hearing Qin Shou's bold declaration, Xie Kuan was utterly astonished. His immediate reaction was disbelief. Could Qin Shou truly be so audacious? The dispatched workers at the Jigong River hydropower station were all affiliated with Hengyuan Human Resources Company. Although on the surface, Qian Hengduan appears to be the owner, the true proprietors are several individuals, all of whom possess stakes in the company. It is safe to say that the Brahmins of Changle County all have vested interests. Moreover, those who obtain formal positions through backdoor dealings are no ordinary individuals. They all possess connections and influence. The audacity of Qin Shou, contemplating the dismantling of their positions, was unfathomable. Was he daring to confront the Brahmins of Changle County directly? Brother Qin, you are now divorced and can indulge in whimsical pursuits without concern for family obligations. However, my circumstances differ. My wife is unemployed. My child is in high school, and I have elderly parents to care for. I am responsible for a large family and cannot jeopardize my livelihood. Consequently, I must firmly decline your proposal. Xie Kuan resolutely rejected Qin Shou's request. Brother Kuan, have you so quickly forgotten the video from earlier? If, hypothetically, I were to present that video to Director Long of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission, do you think he could not unravel the entire matter with his formidable methods? You should ask yourself if you can withstand such scrutiny from Director Long. Xie Kuan's expression darkened as he coldly interrogated Qin Shou. Are you threatening me? Qin Shou replied, Brother Kuan, deep down, you know very well that you are not one of Wang Ren's people. You are an outsider, not a Brahmin of Changle County. Thus, like me, you are but a rootless drifter. Taking a drag from his cigarette and flicking off the ash, Qin Shou continued, Brother Kuan, have you ever contemplated your future? This time, Wang Ren and his associates have pushed me to take the fall. Next time, when someone is needed to shoulder the blame, who will it be? Could it be you? Brother Kuan? Even if it's not you next time, what about the time after that? Qin Shou's words caused Xie Kuan to furrow his brow, creating two deep lines across his forehead. Xie Kuan was not a native of Changle County. He had been assigned there after his military service. Initially, he held a deputy division-level position, yet after over a decade, he had merely advanced to a division-level post. His rise was purely a matter of enduring the passage of time, while his subordinates, related to Wang Ren by distant ties, had already attained division-level ranks. In Changle County, familial connections held significant weight. Outsiders were seldom entrusted with important roles. Xie Kuan was acutely aware that in the political landscape of Changle County, he was not one of the Brahmin zone, but rather an eternal outsider, forever unable to integrate. Noticing Xie Kuan's silence, Qin Shou surmised that this old fox had been somewhat swayed by his words, prompting him to press further. Brother Kuan, do you think my earlier statements were the ravings of a madman, declaring war against the entire Brahmin class of Changle County? That I would single-handedly challenge the political arena? Taking a moment to calm himself with a puff on his cigarette, Xie Kuan retorted, Isn't that the case? Brother Kuan, you have been in Changle County long enough to understand that while approximately 2/3 of the significant positions are held by the local Brahmins, nearly 1/3 remains in the hands of outsiders like us. Most crucially, our newly appointed county party secretary is also an outsider. Qin Shou's words ignited a spark in Xie Kuan's previously dull gaze, as if a headless fly had stumbled upon a glimmer of light in the darkness. Clearly, this statement had struck a chord with him. What are you trying to convey? Xie Kuan inquired. With the new secretary, Yang, naturally, there will be a need to make an impression. By assigning me to oversee the Jigong River hydropower station, Secretary Yang intends for me to ignite the first flame. If I succeed, I shall earn her trust. If I fail, I will be discarded without a second thought. To kindle this flame, I cannot do it alone. I require your assistance, Brother Kuan. After all, many hands make light work. If you are willing to help, it will demonstrate to Secretary Yang that she is not fighting alone in Changle County, but has two capable allies at her side. Chapter 30. Continuing the persuasion, Xie Kuan found himself captivated by Qin Shou's persuasion. At this moment, he resembled a stray dog that had encountered a master willing to take him in. Was it Secretary Yang who sent you to find me? Xie Kuan inquired with a hint of excitement. Realizing that Xie Kuan was about to take the bait, Qin Shou naturally intended to carry on with the deception. Brother Kuan, I have just been assigned to the Jigong River hydropower station, and I must dismiss 300 to 400 individuals. Would I dare to undertake such actions without first reporting to Secretary Yang? If Secretary Yang were to disapprove, would I even have come to seek you out? Qin Shou's words were indeed reasonable, as the process dictated such protocol. even though Qin Shou was the director of the Jigong River Hydropower Station. Obtaining Secretary Yang's consent was imperative for such a large-scale personnel reduction. If Secretary Yang were to object, would he dare to proceed? After contemplating for a moment, Xie Kuan asked, "Was this initiative yours, or did Secretary Yang instruct you to do it?" "Brother Kuan, do you know who Secretary Yang is?" "She is the county party secretary of Changle County. She is a leader, a strategist capable of determining outcomes from afar. As for me, I am but a mere pawn. Such daring endeavors and battles must naturally be undertaken by me, this pawn. Therefore, this matter was not directed by Secretary Yang. I came here in secret to persuade you to join me in this endeavor. If we succeed, it would be as if we had accomplished a significant feat in Secretary Yang's eyes, and we would undoubtedly gain her favor in the future. However, should we fail to eliminate the redundant personnel at the Jigong River Hydropower Station, we would be regarded as failures in Secretary Yang's estimation, mere incompetents who cannot even manage such a trivial task." The more Xie Kuan listened to Qin Shou, the more he sensed something amiss. "Qin, what do you mean by that? I have not agreed to collaborate with you. We are not in the same boat. Brother Kuan, you may choose not to board my vessel. However, Secretary Yang is aware that I have come to fetch you. Thus, by refusing to join me, you are in essence refusing to board Secretary Yang's ship. Goodness, are you trying to deceive me? Qin, Brother Kuan, you must understand. Consider it from my perspective. I cannot undertake Secretary Yang's tasks single-handedly. Can I? I need a partner. Otherwise, why would I come here to seek your brotherhood? Am I so idle that I would waste my time? The reason I sought you out, Brother Kuan, is that you share my predicament. No matter how hard we try to integrate, we cannot penetrate the ranks of the local elite. You see, I even went so far as to marry into the family of Ruan Xiangyu. Yet I was cast out without even having touched her daughter's hair." Xie Kuan realized that he had indeed been drawn onto a treacherous path. At this point, if he wished to abandon ship, he would have to oppose Secretary Yang. Opposing Secretary Yang while being unable to join the local elite would leave him vulnerable and without support. With no options left, Xie Kuan had no choice but to resign himself to fate. From the expression on Xie Kuan's face, it was evident that he had come to accept this reality. In order to facilitate a more relaxed conversation, Qin Shou began to adopt a rather brazen demeanor. "Brother Kuan, your Longjing tea looks splendid, doesn't it? It must be quite expensive. I've been sitting here for quite a while. Should you brew me a cup to savor the flavor? You're nearly driving me to my demise, yet you still have the audacity to ask me for tea. Brother Kuan, how could I possibly be harming you? I am merely presenting you with an opportunity to strive for greatness. A chance to transform a bicycle into a motorcycle. If we succeed together, you, the head of the Human Resources Bureau, could very well ascend further in your career. For instance, you might attain the position of Deputy County Chief. Once you become the deputy, who knows, you might even secure a seat as a standing committee member of the county party. And then, should Secretary Yang rise in stature, perhaps moving to the city as the secretary of the municipal party committee, we would undoubtedly be her right-hand man. Would she not take us along on her journey to success? Thus, if we are willing to fight, to strive with all our might, this is our opportunity to transform our lives, a chance to defy fate. If we do not fight, we shall remain at the level of a mere division chief for the rest of our lives. However, if we dare to take a chance, we might even achieve the rank of a department head. Qin, my dear brother, I do not harbor such grand ambitions as you. I'm not aiming for the status of a department head. However, if I could retire at the level of a division chief and secure a position in the city, you would be my benefactor. Brother Kuan, does that mean you agree? How could I refuse? Do I have a choice?" Xie Kuan proceeded to brew a cup of Longjing tea and presented it to Qin Shou. Lifting the cup, Qin Shou took a sip and exclaimed, "Indeed, it is exquisite tea. It was given to me by Qian Hengdua, stored in that very suitcase." Xie Kuan, quick-witted, seized the opportunity to inquire, "Qin, my dear brother, where exactly did you obtain that video?" "Brother Kuan, you are an astute individual. Can you not deduce it?" Qin Shou feigned suspense, intending to further sow discord. Xie Kuan shook his head, replying, "I do not know. Was that video not filmed a year ago? At that time, I was still Su Jing's husband, naturally residing in her home. However, I did not share a room with Su Jing. Although I was unable to share her bed and was treated like a mere dog by my mother-in-law, I could still enter my mother-in-law's room. After all, I was the one responsible for the cleanliness of Ruan Xiangyu's room. On one occasion, while cleaning, I noticed Ruan Xiangyu's laptop on a vanity and, out of curiosity, I opened it. Knowing her password, I successfully logged in. Within a hidden folder, I stumbled upon that video. Qin Shou's tale was coherent. And Xiaokuan, without hesitation, believed him. Did you only see that one video? Were there others? Xiaokuan inquired, a hint of urgency in his tone. The fact that Ruan Xiangyu could access one of his videos implied she could potentially obtain more. After all, aside from monetary gain, he had also received women. I only saw one video and discreetly copied it. As for whether Ruan Xiangyu possesses any additional videos, I cannot say. My dear brother Qin, now that I have boarded your ship of mischief, Ruan Xiangyu also possesses a video of me. If they were to discover that I stand opposed to them and directly submit those videos to the disciplinary committee, would I not be utterly doomed? Brother Kuan, although you are not one of Ruan Xiangyu's associates, over the years, you have certainly done some favors for them, have you not? If they dare to hand over this video to the disciplinary committee, do you not possess something that could be countered? They understand the principle of mutual destruction. Brother Kuan, the leverage that Ruan Xiangyu and her cohorts hold over you is undoubtedly more than just this one piece. If you continue to cower before them, fearful of offending, you will only allow them to manipulate you further. Conversely, should you muster the courage to resist and launch an offensive against them, it would instill a greater sense of caution in them. The less fear you exhibit, the more uncertain they become regarding the extent of your own power. Chapter 31. The wise recognized the times Qin Shou's words resonated with significant truth. After pondering for a moment, Xiaokuan nodded in agreement. To further instill trust, Qin Shou continued his persuasion. Brother Kuan, why would I engage in a struggle with them? It is because, during my time as Ruan Xiangyu's son-in-law, I was compelled by her oppressive influence to undertake many tasks on her behalf. I, too, have vulnerabilities in her grasp. Upon hearing Qin Shou mention vulnerabilities in Ruan Xiangyu's possession, Xiaokuan instinctively regarded him as a comrade in arms. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Qin, please instruct me on what I should do next. Brother Kuan, as I am the director of the Jigongi hydropower station, the matter of layoffs falls upon me to initiate. Once I take action, your cooperation will suffice. In truth, what you need to do is quite simple. Be impartial and strictly adhere to the established regulations, granting no favors to anyone. Upon hearing this, Xiaokuan could not help but feel elated, for it was indeed a straightforward task. As the director of the Human Resources Bureau, conducting affairs in accordance with regulations is inherently expected. Thus, Xiaokuan nodded in agreement. Very well. After leaving the Human Resources Bureau, Qin Shou returned directly to the Jigongi hydropower station. The office across from the station head's office, once vacant, now bore a rather glaring nameplate. The deputy station head's office? Qin Shou had instructed Sun Chao to arrange the deputy station head's office in the unused restroom on the first floor. How had it ended up here? Just as Qin Shou was engulfed in confusion, the door swung open, revealing Go Zhongxing emerging from within. Is that not Director Qin? Shouldn't our hydropower station's working hours begin at 9 in the morning? What time is it now? Go Zhongxing raised his arm to check the time on his Rolex, exclaiming, Goodness, it is already 11:30. Director Qin, as the leader of our hydropower station, you are tardy by 2.5 hours. This sets a rather poor example. At that moment, a woman clad in a tailored skirt, her heels elevated, approached with a sway in her hips. Her name was He Jing, the director of the discipline office, and she was the cousin of Su Jing. Regarding Qin Shou, He Jing has always held him in disdain, never casting a glance in his direction. Each encounter is met with derision, as she mockingly labels him a good-for-nothing who relies on others. He Jing's appearance at this moment is undoubtedly orchestrated by Go Zhongxing. Arriving at the hydropower station at 11 o'clock, Go found the station manager's office dark and the door closed, prompting him to inquire about the situation. To his astonishment, he discovered that Qin Shou had yet to arrive. Consequently, Go swiftly contacted He Jing, and the two conspired to deliver a lesson to Qin, the station manager. Director He, your timing is impeccable. Our station manager, Qin, is supposed to commence work at 9 o'clock, yet he has only just arrived at 11:30. Wouldn't you consider this tardiness? Go inquired. According to the regulations of the Jigong River Hydropower Station, being late within an hour qualifies as tardiness, meriting only a wage deduction. However, being late for more than an hour, but within 3 hours constitutes half a day of absenteeism. Such absenteeism, per the unit's regulations, not only incurs a wage deduction, but also necessitates a public reprimand. Moreover, as the station manager, Qin is in a leadership role. Thus, the reprimand must be forwarded to the county committee office. As the head of the discipline office, it is my duty to enforce the rules rigorously, regardless of who has transgressed. He Jing cast a cold gaze at Qin Shou and queried, "Do you have any objections to my proposed disciplinary action, Manager Qin?" "None whatsoever," Qin replied with a slight smile. "As the head of the discipline office, you must uphold the law strictly. Anyone who violates the regulations deserves to be treated with the same standard. I fully support you." "Excellent. I shall proceed to draft the reprimand for you, Manager Qin," He Jing declared, feeling quite pleased with herself. Although this reprimand would not directly cost Qin his position, it would certainly tarnish his reputation. As the manager of the Jigong River Hydropower Station, to be reprimanded merely for tardiness, what does that signify? It suggests that the station manager is utterly lacking even the privilege of being late. Furthermore, the reprimand would be sent to the county committee office, ensuring that Secretary Yang would learn of Qin's incompetence. Arriving late for work and already absenting himself reveals dissatisfaction with Secretary Yang's arrangements and apparent defiance against him. How could Qin Shou expect to enjoy any peace if he openly opposed Secretary Yang? After returning from the Human Resources Bureau, Qin had been contemplating how to approach layoffs. Terminating the labor dispatch contracts with Hengyuan Human Resources Company would be straightforward, effectively eliminating them. However, dismissing those in public service positions, regardless of how they may have gained entry, posed a significant challenge. Upon entering the office, He Jing executed her plan against Qin Shou. This incident undoubtedly sparked a realization within him. If layoffs were to occur, they must be conducted in accordance with the established regulations. Therefore, Qin resolved to lead by example. Having arrived late himself, by 2.5 hours, he faced wage deductions and the prospect of a reprimand, which would also be forwarded to the county committee office. In the realm of the hydropower station, those who have gained employment through backdoor means, specifically the staff under the civil service system, exhibit a work ethic akin to fishing for 3 days and sunbathing for 2, out of a 5-day work week. It is not uncommon for them to arrive late or leave early on at least 4 occasions, if not outright absent. Guo Zhongqing found himself somewhat astonished. According to his initial plan, he had intended for He Jing to enforce discipline upon Qin Shou. Upon learning of his impending reprimand, it was expected that Qin Shou would erupt in fury, providing Guo with the perfect opportunity to incite further errors from him. However, Qin Shou's calm acceptance was unexpected. Guo Zhongqing, retrieving a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, offered one to Qin Shou, stating, "Director Qin, those who understand the times are truly exceptional. You are indeed an exceptional individual, well attuned to the circumstances." Qin Shou, fully aware of the implications of Guo's words, recognized that Guo likely believed he had acquiesced too easily. Too rigid a stance may lead to a break, he mused. What Qin Shou needed now was to streamline the overstaffed personnel at the Jigong River Hydropower Station. Thus, he resolved to utilize Guo Zhongqing to his advantage. Accepting the cigarette from Guo, Qin Shou placed it between his lips. Guo, with a devious intent, produced a lighter and ignited the cigarette for him. After taking a puff, Qin Shou remarked, "Guo, this cigarette you offer is far superior to my usual Hongmei brand. You certainly get what you pay for." Guo seized the opportunity to respond. "Director Qin, as the station's leader, you could indulge in these fine cigarettes daily. Not only cigarettes, but even the finest liquor could be at your disposal." Qin Shou, perceiving Guo's scheme, recognized the trap being set for him. Although the Jigong River Hydropower Station had yet to commence formal operations, it had been consistently procuring materials. With a significant recent acquisition overseen by the procurement department head, Guo Jinxiang, as the station director, all purchase orders ultimately required his signature. Surely, Guo would not have been so generous with the cigarettes if he were not privy to the procurement details. Understanding Guo's ulterior motives, Qin Shou decided to turn the tables. Vice Director Guo, do you know why I was late this morning? Qin Shou's question came as a surprise. Guo, momentarily taken aback, shook his head and replied, I do not know. This morning, my tardiness was due to Secretary Yang summoning me to her office to assign a task. This task cannot be accomplished alone. It necessitates your full cooperation, Vice Director Guo. Should you choose to oppose me, Secretary Yang may, in a fit of anger, replace the entire leadership team at the Jigong River hydropower station, leaving no one behind. Qin Shou's clever ruse ensnared Guo Zhongqing. With the new official arriving with fervor, it was clear that Secretary Yang's initial target would be the hydropower station, a fact for which Guo was mentally prepared, having received prior warnings from Wang Rand to remain cautious and low-key. What task has Secretary Yang assigned you? Guo inquired, a hint of nervousness in his tone. Vice Director Guo, why not join me in my office? We can discuss it over tea. Qin Shou extended the invitation. Very well. Guo Zhongqing followed Qin Shou into the station master's office. This office, once his domain, had now become Qin Shou's. Although he still held the title of Deputy Station Master, he was no longer the chief of the Jigongi hydropower station. Thus, as he revisited this familiar yet changed space, a sense of nostalgia and loss washed over him. Qin Shou brewed some tea and poured a cup for Guo Zhongqing, cheerfully exclaiming, Deputy Station Master Guo, do give it a try. Let's see how the tea tastes. Guo Zhongqing lifted the cup and took a sip, only to sputter it out, splattering tea all over the floor. With brows furrowed like two wriggling earthworms, he asked in utter distaste, Station Master Qin, what kind of tea is this? It's so bitter. Surely it can't be traditional Chinese medicine? Bitter? Why not take another sip and savor it? Qin Shou suggested. Guo Zhongqing hesitantly raised the cup again and took a small sip. The initial bitterness was undeniable. Yet upon reflection, a subtle sweetness emerged. Unaccustomed to such peculiar tea, having always indulged in fine varieties, he inquired curiously, Station Master Qin, what tea is this? It's bitter tea. When I first took office at the Jigongi hydropower station, Secretary Yang gifted it to me. Qin Shou spoke earnestly, though the claim was dubious. What face would Secretary Yang have to bestow such a gift? Guo Zhongqing, somewhat skeptical, pressed further, why would Secretary Yang give you this bitter tea? Initially, I too was perplexed. Bitter tea is sold for mere tens of yuan per pound, and what Secretary Yang sent me couldn't tea possibly be worth more than 30. The notion that she would gift me such inexpensive tea baffled me. Yet, being accustomed to my role as a secretary, I instinctively pondered the intentions behind her gesture. So, I brewed this bitter tea and took a sip. The first taste nearly made me spit it out, due to its overwhelming bitterness. However, it dawned on me that something was amiss. An impending sense of crisis enveloped me, as if I were plunging into despair. I surmised Secretary Yang's intention was to make me endure hardship, to teach me a lesson, especially since I am a remnant of the previous regime. In that state of despair, I took another sip. Having already tasted the bitterness, I found that the bitter tea was not as harsh as I had initially thought. Upon finishing, I surprisingly detected a lingering sweetness. After such intense bitterness, to discover a return of sweetness? Was this Secretary Yang's message? Perhaps she intended for me to endure hardship before savoring the reward, imparting the life lesson of bitterness before sweetness. Qin Shou's analysis left Guo Zhongqing momentarily speechless. Though he may not possess profound wisdom, he could certainly appreciate the insight. He raised his thumb in admiration towards Qin Shou. Station Master Qin, you are indeed a chosen talent for secretarial work. Secretary Yang gifted you a modest amount of bitter tea, valued at merely 20 or 30 yuan. Yet it has stirred such profound thoughts within you. Were Secretary Yang to bestow this item upon me, I would merely surmise that the tea was deemed too inexpensive for his palate, prompting him to pass it on to me out of disinterest. After all, I occasionally receive gifts of tobacco, liquor, and tea from those seeking favors. Though I hold the title of Deputy Station Master, I am still a figure of authority, albeit of lesser stature. Some of the gifts I have received from certain individuals have indeed been subpar and rather cheap. While it is improper to refuse them face to face, I find myself discreetly passing them on to my subordinates. Deputy Station Master Go, I must speak candidly. I am ill-suited for external assignments. My true calling lies in serving alongside leadership. Unlike you, Deputy Station Master Go, who is genuinely fit to lead. In truth, the position of Station Master at the Jigong River Hydropower Station is more befitting of you than me. Thus, there is no need for us to veil our intentions. My aspirations do not involve remaining as Station Master at the Jigong River Hydropower Station. Rather, I yearn to return to the county committee and serve as Secretary Yang's chief secretary, for that is where my talents truly lie. Qin Shou's words were intended to assuage Deputy Goat Zhongqing's hostility towards him. After all, their prior interactions had been minimal, devoid of any conflict. The animosity Deputy Go felt stemmed solely from Qin Shou's ascension to the role of station master, which had usurped his position of authority. Despite Deputy Go's awareness of the myriad issues plaguing the Jigong River Hydropower Station, which he perceived as a poorly constructed project, he remained merely a deputy tasked with operations, and not the architect of the station's construction. He had contemplated strategies for the impending flood season, reasoning that if the dam were at risk, the prudent course would be to open the floodgates in advance to prevent any water accumulation, thereby safeguarding the dam. The Jigong River Hydropower Station was constructed by the Universal Group, a reputable corporation. While there may have been corners cut, they primarily pertain to non-essential areas. After all, should the dam truly fail and result in significant casualties, not only would the Universal Group face dire consequences, but the entire county committee of Changle would also bear the brunt of the fallout. So, let us toast with tea in place of wine, to express my best wishes to Station Master Qin. May you soon return to the county committee and successfully assume the role of Secretary Yang's chief secretary. Deputy Go Zhongqing raised his teacup and clinked it with Qin Shou's. Upon finishing their tea, Deputy Go inquired, Station Master Qin, you mentioned earlier that Secretary Yang assigned you a task. What is this task? Deputy Station Master Go, you are aware that Changle County is classified as a poverty-stricken area. Consequently, the county's finances have been perpetually strained. Although the Jigong River Hydropower Station has been completed for some time and personnel have been allocated according to operational requirements, it remains non-operational. Thus, we find ourselves with an excess of staff, Qin Shou explained. Upon hearing this, Deputy Go naturally deduced Qin Shou's intentions. After all, during the meeting held in the courtyard yesterday, Qin Shou had boldly declared his intention to dismiss personnel and had even instructed Wang Fong to compile a list. Deputy Go had seen that list, and if it were to be enacted, even he, as Deputy Station Master, would find himself on the chopping block. The entire Jigong River Hydropower Station has only about 10 individuals left. All contracted laborers have been dismissed, and a significant portion of the formally employed staff must also be let go. Although many believe Qin Shou lacks the authority to do this, his actions have instilled a sense of unease among some. Today, Qin Shou summoned me for a conversation and offered me bitter tea, laying the groundwork for what was to come. It is evident that some individuals will indeed be dismissed, but certainly not as many as are on the list. At the very least, as the Deputy Station Master, I am not among those slated for removal. Chapter 33. The Weasel Pays New Year's Greetings to the Chicken Director Qin. I was unable to attend the meeting yesterday, as I was reporting to County Head Wang. I have heard some details about what transpired. The employees at Jigong River Hydropower Station do exhibit a lack of organization and discipline, and they should be held accountable. However, if we follow the list prepared by Wang Fong for layoffs, we must be cautious, as it could severely impact vital personnel. Although I suspected Qin Shou would not take such drastic measures, I felt compelled to offer this caution. Deputy Station Master Go, it is not my decision to lay off staff. Even if Jigong River Hydropower Station only has 400 or 500 employees, it bears no consequence to me. The salaries are not drawn from my purse. They are funded by the county's finances. Moreover, if there were indeed 4,000 or 5,000 employees, my authority as station master would be considerably magnified. The more people there are, the more opportunities one have to excel in my role. Layoffs would yield me no benefits. It is merely a task that would antagonize others while putting me at a disadvantage. A dirty job. As he spoke, Qin Shou lifted his teacup and took a sip of the bitter tea. It was indeed bitter, the kind of bitterness that Yang's secretary had gifted him, regardless of its taste. It was a gift from Secretary Yang, and I was obliged to partake, much like swallowing traditional medicine, pinching my nose to endure it. Go Zhongqing was no fool. As someone in a position of authority, he understood that possessing a larger staff made the role of an official more gratifying, with greater rewards. Thus, he found himself believing in Qin Shou's claims. He accepted that the layoffs were a directive from Secretary Yang, not a proposal initiated by Qin Shou. Secretary Yang, being the top leader of Changle County, issued directives that were to be executed without question. The only matter left to negotiate was how to execute this task effectively. Consequently, Go Zhongqing inquired, Director Qin, how did Secretary Yang communicate this task to you? Secretary Yang mentioned that although the Jigong River hydropower station has passed inspection, numerous issues persist, and it will not commence formal operations in the immediate future. Hence, all contracted laborers are to be dismissed. Furthermore, there are over 100 formally employed staff. There is no need for such a large number. At most, only 1/10 should remain. Oh, and Secretary Yang particularly pointed out one individual, yourself, Deputy Station Master Go. She emphasized that you should be among those dismissed. Why must I be dismissed? Because you are County Head Wang's brother-in-law. Secretary Yang is aware that you entered through the back door. Moreover, since your brother-in-law has been at odds with her since her appointment, Secretary Yang, still establishing her position, cannot deal with him directly, but handling you, her brother-in-law, should be manageable. Director Qin, are you speaking the truth? Surely, you are not jesting with me? Am I in the habit of making frivolous jokes? This matter is far too serious for jesting. Even if I possessed the audacity of a bear or the courage of a leopard, I would never dare to falsely proclaim an imperial edict. By the way, Secretary Yang has issued a confidential decree instructing me not to disclose it to anyone. I confided in Deputy Director Go. Considering you a brother, you must not betray my trust. Go Zhongqing lifted his teacup and took a sip. Initially, he intended to enjoy the tea to calm his nerves. However, after tasting it, he could not help but shake his head and exclaim, "This bitter tea is truly unbearable. Yet, for the sake of the lingering sweetness, we must endure its bitterness." Director Qin raised his cup and took a hearty gulp before continuing. Upon Secretary Yang's orders that only a handful of personnel could remain at the Jigong River hydropower station, and that you, Deputy Director Go, will be dismissed, I decided to stand my ground and argue my case. Ultimately, through the persuasive power of my eloquence, Secretary Yang relented and agreed to give you a chance. At a pivotal moment, Qin abruptly paused, retrieving a pack of Hongmei cigarettes from his pocket, offering one to Go Zhongqing. Go was taken aback for a moment before producing his own Huazi cigarettes, suggesting, Director Qin, perhaps I should stick to my own brand? Before assuming the role of deputy director, Go had always smoked Huazi and had never touched the inferior Hongmei. Even in his junior high days, he preferred Yushi. Deputy Director Go, I am aware that Huazi is far superior to my Hongmei. However, I insist you smoke one of mine. If you fail to seize this opportunity given by Secretary Yang, you may find yourself unable to afford even Hongmei in the future. Seeing the earnestness on Qin's face, which left no room for jest, Go felt a twinge of anxiety. He accepted the Hongmei, placing it between his lips. With a swift motion, Qin lit the cigarette for him. Even if a weasel were to greet a chicken on New Year's, it must at least maintain the facade. Otherwise, the chicken might fly away, leaving behind nothing but a mess. Go took a puff, only to be caught off guard by the harshness of the smoke, leading him to cough violently. This Hongmei is incredibly harsh. He spluttered. Director Qin, this Hongmei is exceedingly difficult to smoke, he added, attempting to extinguish the cigarette. Deputy Director Go, if faced with a choice between imprisonment and smoking a Hongmei, which would you choose? Qin suddenly posed the question. Naturally, I would choose to smoke a Hongmei. Although it burns my throat, it is certainly preferable to being incarcerated. Go replied, Deputy Director Go, should you continue to smoke Huazi, you might find yourself heading toward that very prison. Thus, you must learn to smoke my Hongmei, Qin hinted subtly. Go, being astute, grasped Qin's implication immediately. Although his salary as deputy director afforded him the luxury of Huazi, the expenses for his family, luxurious cars, opulent residences, and his wife's designer handbags, each costing tens of thousands, were far beyond the reach of his modest monthly income. Thank you, Director Qin, for your reminder. Starting tomorrow, I shall take up the red plum blossoms. Furthermore, I will no longer drive that Mercedes. I shall commute to work by bicycle. Deputy Director Go. The Jigong River Hydropower Station is located 20 to 30 miles from the county seat, and cycling can indeed be quite exhausting. As the Deputy Director, you possess the capability to drive. After all, I am merely driving second-hand Santana. Your family is more affluent than mine. Owning a vehicle worth over 100,000 is nothing to be reproached for. Very well, I shall acquire an economical vehicle. With the recent surge in new energy vehicles, there's a call from above for us to support domestic products, and with subsidies available, I shall procure one. It must be said that Deputy Go is quite astute in political matters. Deputy Director Go, let us discuss our forthcoming work. Regarding the layoffs, Secretary Yang is quite resolute. We must streamline the Jigong River Hydropower Station, and results must be seen immediately. Although I have protested vocally, Secretary Yang has mandated that I must reduce personnel by at least 80 within 3 days. Within 3 days? Cut 80 people? How is that even feasible? Deputy Go calculated in his mind that even if all the temporary workers from the labor dispatch were dismissed, it would still not suffice to reach 80. We would have to let go of numerous permanent staff as well. In a small county like Changle, the secretary is essentially a local emperor. Although Secretary Yang is newly ascended, her words carry the weight of imperial decree. To confront her directly is utterly impossible. Deputy Go is acutely aware of his precarious position. He is Wang Rin's brother-in-law, a thorn in Secretary Yang's side. While he stands with his brother-in-law against Secretary Yang, he must also learn to protect himself. He cannot allow the blade to fall upon him. Thus, feeling a surge of anxiety, Deputy Go turned to Director Qin and inquired, Director Qin, what are your thoughts? How do you plan to fulfill this task assigned by his Secretary Yang? Chapter 34. Being sold, yet counting the money for others, we cannot disregard Secretary Yang's authority. She has commanded us to reduce personnel, and we must comply. A significant reduction is imperative. Therefore, I plan to dismiss all temporary workers from the labor dispatch. Qin Shou is preparing to ensnare Deputy Go. He is leveraging Yang Wenqing's influence to intimidate Deputy Go, hoping to use him as a pawn. To dismiss all labor dispatch workers? All of them are from Hengyuan Human Resources Company. Secretary Yang is unaware of the situation, but Director Qin, you should be well informed. The individuals involved with Hengyuan Human Resources Company are numerous. If we were to dismiss all labor dispatch personnel, it would be tantamount to declaring war on the aristocracy of Changle County. Do you believe, Director Qin, that you would still find a place in Changle County after such an act? Deputy Director Go, you have tasted the bitter tea from Secretary Yang, and you have also indulged in my red plum cigarettes. Do you still not comprehend that this is not a choice we can make, whether we desire it or not? As the top officials of the Jigong River Hydropower Station, we are the ones in the spotlight. For Secretary Yang's first decree is to target the Jigong River Hydropower Station. Ask yourself sincerely, can Secretary Yang, as the county committee secretary, truly fail to achieve a reduction at the Jigong River Hydropower Station? Do not assume that only temporary workers under labor dispatch are at risk. Even those with formal positions can be dismissed at a mere whim. Therefore, the crux of the matter does not lie in whether layoffs will occur, but rather in who will execute them. If we refrain from taking action against Secretary Yang, she will undoubtedly target us first. Once we are eliminated, she can promptly appoint 2 new individuals to assume the roles of station manager and deputy manager at the Jigongi Hydropower Station. And it will be those newcomers who will carry out the layoffs. Go Zhongqing furrowed his brows, resembling 2 wriggling maggots, as he pondered the situation. He took several deep puffs from the Hongmei cigarette in his hand, no longer finding it harsh, perhaps due to his heightened anxiety. The sharpness of Hongmei seemed to invigorate him more than the gentler Huazi. The latter was too mild, suited only for leisurely enjoyment. In this moment of critical urgency, Go Zhongqing needed to be alert, to summon every ounce of his spirit. Thus, the Hongmei was more fitting. After the final drag, he extinguished the cigarette but in the ashtray, as a flicker of determination flashed in his eyes. Director Qin, what do you propose we do next? Go Zhongqing inquired. Although Secretary Yang may have been parachuted into Changle County. She is still the top authority. Hence, it is unwise for you, merely the brother-in-law of County Chief Wang, or even for Wang himself, to openly oppose Secretary Yang. Her intention is to carry out all the layoffs in one fell swoop. My suggestion is to first eliminate the labor-dispatched workers and then act according to circumstances. Regarding the dismissal of labor-dispatch personnel, we have two options. The first is for me to take the lead, as I'm unafraid of offending anyone. The second option is for you, Deputy Director Go, to handle it, considering that in Secretary Yang's eyes, you are aligned with County Chief Wang and are destined to oppose her. If the labor dispatch workers are dismissed under your authority, it would serve as proof that you are not in conflict with Secretary Yang, and you would even be presenting her with a token of loyalty. Go Zhongqing, being astute, needed only a hint from Qin Shou. After analyzing the situation in his mind, he felt a surge of joy, for this was a monumental opportunity for him. Thus, he quickly asserted, Director Qin, you are the leader, the head of our Jigongi hydropower station. Naturally, it is my duty as your subordinate to handle the layoffs. Then I shall rely on you, Deputy Director Go. With that, Go Zhongqing exited Qin Shou's office and promptly drove his Mercedes to the county committee. Heeding Qin Shou's prior warning, he refrained from driving into the county committee compound and instead parked in the underground garage across the street. Afterward, he trudged 500 meters to reach the county committee, this brief distance exhausting him, leaving him breathless from the toll of indulgence. Go Zhongqing arrived at the door of the county magistrate's office, casting furtive glances around to ensure no one was observing. He hastily knocked on the door. Bang, bang. Who's there? Inquired Wang Rende. Go Zhongqing leaned closer to the door and whispered, Brother-in-law, it's me. Come in. Go Zhongqing pushed the door open and stealthily entered, quickly shutting the door behind him. Observing his demeanor, Wang Rende curiously asked, What are you up to? You're acting like a thief. Brother-in-law, I have significant news to report. No need for theatrics, just speak. Secretary Yang intends to lay off personnel, cutting 80 from the Jigongi hydropower station. All contract workers are to be dismissed, and a substantial portion of the staff on official payroll will also be let go. As the county magistrate, Wang Rende was privy to all local news at the earliest opportunity. Having operated in Changle County for many years, his network of informants was extensive. Therefore, as soon as the meeting with Qin Shou concluded at the dam, he received the news. Upon learning of this development, Wang Rende began to analyze the situation. Although Qin Shou was bearing the brunt of the blame for the Jigongi hydropower station, he was still the principal figure in charge. No leader wishes to see their team diminish. After all, it is the county's finances that cover the salaries, not Qin Shou's personal funds. Such drastic cuts would not only offer Qin Shou no advantage, but also render him an enemy throughout Changle County. Qin Shou was not foolish enough to allow that to happen. As the county secretary, Qin Shou was far more cunning than he appeared. Wang Rende pondered whether his brother-in-law had been misled by Qin Shou's clever manipulations. With a profound understanding of the intricacies of power, Wang Rende took a couple of Yushi cigarettes from the table, offering one to Go Zhongqing. Let us have a smoke and take our time. While Wang Rende's wealth far surpassed that of Go Zhongqing, he maintained a low profile, preferring Yushi at work while indulging in expensive cigars in private. Brother-in-law, I have an idea. Secretary Yang is the county secretary. We cannot impede her decision to lay off employees. Besides, those being dismissed are not closely related to us. Therefore, I propose to facilitate the layoffs on her behalf. In doing so, Secretary Yang might come to trust me and promote me. This way, I could become your eyes and ears with her. Go Zhongqing's proposition nearly caused Wang Rende to burst into laughter. With such limited intellect and cunning, he aspired to be an informant for Secretary Yang. He was clearly being exploited by Qin Shou, yet still counted the money for him. However, Wang Rende refrained from exposing Go Zhongqing's naivete, instead contemplating a clever strategy to turn his brother-in-law's foolishness to his advantage in the ongoing power struggle with Qin Shou. Chapter 35. The pot was shattered. Qin Shou, the little fox having lost his master's son Changsheng, now saw his only chance of survival in surrendering himself to Yang Wenqing's embrace. He was poised to serve her like a faithful hound, a devoted canine. Wang Ren understood Qin Shou well. He knew that once the cunning little fox found a powerful ally, it would inevitably stir up considerable trouble. Thus, Wang Ren devised a scheme of discord to sever the bond between Yang Wenqing and Qin Shou. He was resolute in preventing Qin Shou from clinging to Yang Wenqing's favor, determined that this astute little fox would not assist her. Just as Zhuge Liang could not meet with Liu Bei. Zhongcheng, you are the deputy director of the Jiangxi hydropower station. How you conduct your work is entirely at your discretion. There is no need for you to report to me. Furthermore, refrain from visiting me unnecessarily in the future. Upon hearing these words from Wang Ren, Zhongcheng instantly grasped their implication. Yes, brother-in-law, I shall not disturb you. In the future, unless absolutely necessary, I will certainly not come and find you. Even if there is a matter, I will visit you secretly at home. I want Secretary Yang to believe that our relationship is strained. Only then will she trust me. With a cheerful farewell, Zhongcheng departed. Wang Ren felt quite satisfied. This little brother-in-law, while sometimes appearing foolish, could indeed show surprising cleverness. Once back at the Jiangxi hydropower station, Zhongcheng promptly approached the Human Resources Department, instructing Wang Fong to draft a notice for the dismissal of all labor dispatch employees. Once completed, Zhongcheng entered the director's office holding the notice. Director Qin, I have asked Wang Fong in the Human Resources Department to prepare a notice for the dismissal of the labor dispatch workers. Please let me know if there are any areas for improvement. If not, I will proceed to distribute this notice. Zhongcheng extended the document to Qin Shou. After all, they were comrades in the same trench, with Qin Shou as the director and he as the deputy director. Thus, Zhongcheng still felt it necessary to show some semblance of respect. One must play their part convincingly. Zhongcheng's demeanor caused Qin Shou to regard him with newfound respect. The brother-in-law of County Chief Wang was, surprisingly, a man of both resilience and adaptability. Qin Shou was aware that Zhongcheng had approached Wang Ren, and he recognized that their open rivalry had quietly transformed into a covert struggle. This covert struggle consisted of outward smiles while harboring daggers behind their backs. Qin Shou scanned the notice, nodded, and remarked, Deputy Director Gua, this notice is satisfactory. Please proceed with its distribution. Yes, Director Qin. Zhongcheng took the notice and departed. Half an hour later, the Jiangxi hydropower station issued the notice to dismiss all labor dispatch workers. Instantly, this provoked a seismic reaction throughout Changle County. After all, these labor dispatch workers were predominantly locals, many of whom had their own connections. Even as labor dispatch employees, despite their modest wages, they were still seen as having secured a position within the government apparatus. Although the Jiangxi hydropower station bore the title of a company, it was in essence a venture of the County State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission. Thus, for most people, being employed at the Jiangxi hydropower station, even as a temporary worker, was akin to enjoying the benefits of a stable government position, a veritable iron rice bowl. The iron rice bowl of 316 individuals has been shattered in one fell swoop, marking a significant event in Changle County. Consequently, discussions erupted in every corner of the streets. The public sentiment escalated rapidly, largely fueled by the local elites orchestrating the situation. However, for the majority of ordinary citizens, this news is met with delight. After all, even the labor dispatch workers at the Jiangxi River hydropower station receive payment without actual work. They're not entitled to partake in the spoils. Thus, with this bowl being broken, the little pests are deprived of their sustenance, and naturally, the populace is rejoicing, even reveling in their misfortune. The hard-working citizens, toiling for their meager earnings and struggling to survive, harbor no affection for parasites. In the face of public opinion, Qin Shou opted for a measured response. That afternoon, Yang Wenqing was reviewing the speech for the upcoming meeting when a knock resonated at her office door. "Guomin," she called. The door gently swung open, revealing Xiao Yu. With the door closed, there was no one else in the office, prompting Xiao Yu to eschew pretense as she plopped down in front of Yang Wenqing. She promptly removed her high heels, placing her feet on her thigh, and began scratching the soles of her feet, indulging in a bit of self-pampering. Xiao Yu was clad in a knee-length dress, and her actions, while comfortable, appeared rather unrefined. Yang Wenqing shot her a disapproving glance and remarked, "Xiao Yu, you are a young lady. Could you please be mindful of your image? Wearing a dress and scratching your feet. Do you wish for everyone to see beneath your skirt?" "Qin Jia, there's no one else here. We've bathed together before. It's not as though you haven't seen," she retorted. "If you want to scratch your feet, do it in your own office. Mine is spacious, with several colleagues present. It would be quite inappropriate and detrimental to my image." Yang Wenqing chuckled at the girl's audacity and asked, "You came here just to scratch your feet?" "Qin Jia, I've suddenly realized that Qin Shou is quite capable," Xiao Yu said, continuing her foot antics. Given their close friendship, Yang Wenqing was accustomed to her erratic thought patterns. "What makes you say Qin Shou is capable?" "Our county's finances are already strained, teetering on the brink, and as soon as Qin Shou arrives at the JG River hydropower station as the station master, he directly dismisses those 316 labor dispatch workers. This maneuver is simply astonishing." "Astonishing? Have you not heard the public outcry? His actions have left many families without income. They are on the verge of starvation." "Qin Jia, you're new to Changle County and may not understand the circumstances. Those who can secure temporary positions at the JG River hydropower station are not ordinary folks. Each one possesses connections and backing. Starving? That's merely the local elites, led by Wang Ren, manipulating public sentiment. The true citizens are applauding this turn of events." I made a rough estimation. With 316 labor dispatch workers, considering Social Security and other expenses, the average expenditure per individual amounts to approximately 70,000 yuan. Over the course of a year, the county's financial outlay reaches over 20 million. Qin Shou has eradicated those parasites, saving our county more than 20 million each year. This money should be allocated to genuine livelihood projects, which is where it truly belongs. Xiaoya's remarks were well understood by Yang Wenqing. Otherwise, Qin Shou would not have stirred up such significant public sentiment. She chose to turn a blind eye, as if she were unaware. By not addressing the issue, Yang Wenqing tacitly consented. She looked at Xiaoya and teased, "Every time you're here, you speak well of Qin Shou. Do you have a fondness for him? If so, I could play matchmaker and introduce you to that beast." Chapter 36. A sharp sword like it? Not at all. He is merely a man cast out by his ex-wife. A pathetic fellow. I would never be attracted to him. Even if every other man in the world perished, I would still not entertain feelings for him. However, it must be acknowledged that Qin Shou is indeed a talent, a cunning little fox. Sister Qing, you could truly make good use of him. If you manage him wisely, he could serve as a sword in your hand, a sharp blade capable of striking down Wang Ren and his ilk. Xiaoya, the advanced scout, had prepared thoroughly for this mission. She had a clear understanding of who among the people of Changle County was useful and who was not. Based on her observations, the only person worthy of reemployment was Qin Shou. Thus, she wholeheartedly recommended him to Yang Wenqing. "Are you familiar with Qin Shou?" Yang Wenqing inquired. "Not particularly," Xiaoya replied. "I have a task for you. Get close to Qin Shou and uncover his background. Then, discreetly monitor his every word and action." Upon hearing this, Xiaoya's large, bright eyes sparkled with understanding. "Sister Qing, do you want me to be your puppet? You cannot directly command Qin Shou, so you wish for me to direct him on your behalf? This is not merely for me, but for the county of Changle, for the benefit of the people." "Understood. Sister Qing, I assure you I will accomplish the task." Xiaoya had nearly picked her feet raw, leaving a mess of dead skin on the floor. "Sister Qing, shall I return to the office now?" Yang Wenqing glanced down at the floor and remarked, "Isn't it disgusting? Clean it up." "I refuse. I'm too lazy." "You are the county party secretary. With a mere command, you could have someone else do it. Why must you make me do it? I'm a little fairy and certainly not inclined to this backbreaking work." With that, Xiaoya slipped away. Yang Wenqing, left speechless, had no choice but to retrieve a broom and prepare to clean up. Just then, Qin Shou arrived. "Secretary Yang, how could you do such work? Allow me." He quickly took the broom and dustpan, diligently clearing away the mess. Half an hour earlier, Qin Shou had arrived and, noticing Xiaoya enter Yang Wenqing's office, had curiously pressed his ear to the door to eavesdrop, once the area was clear of onlookers. Though Qin Shou did not clearly overhear the conversation between the two, he was cautious of being spotted eavesdropping outside the secretary's office. However, He did catch the name Xiao Yu, as she referred to Secretary Yang as Sister Qing. Moreover, Secretary Yang addressed her as Xiao Yu, not simply Yu. Even with the faintest hint of intuition, Qin Shou could deduce that the bond between Xiao Yu and Yang Wenqing was undoubtedly intimate. Upon reflection, all of Qin Shou's prior confusions became lucid. Xiao Yu, a distinguished graduate of Yenjing University, arrived in Changle County as a provincial selected talent, yet was relegated to the position of a mere secretary. Everyone believed she lacked connections and treated her like a mere invisible presence. Yet, it appeared that Xiao Yu possessed substantial connections, perhaps even profound ones. Her arrival in Changle County was clearly a deliberate arrangement. She was there to pave the way for Yang Wenqing. Given Yang Wenqing's age, being appointed as the county committee secretary was evidently a strategic move to facilitate her future political career. Currently, she held the highest position in the county, and the next steps would likely lead her to district leadership, then city, and ultimately provincial authority. Qin Shou was well aware of the intricacies within the system. One starting point undeniably determined their endpoint. Those lacking a background, despite a lifetime of effort, could never reach the heights others achieved from the onset. Yang Wenqing represented a significant opportunity, and Qin Shou needed to seize it. If he could align himself with her, Secretary Yang would surely elevate him. After tidying up and organizing his tools, Qin Shou returned to the secretary's office and stood resolutely before Yang Wenqing. She regarded him with an impassive gaze and inquired, "Do you need something?" "I have come to humbly apologize to Secretary Yang. The labor dispatch workers at the Jigong River hydropower station have all been dismissed, inciting considerable public outrage and turmoil throughout the city. At this critical juncture, if Secretary Yang wishes to quell this unrest, I fear I must be held accountable. In any case, I am willing to accept any punishment that can alleviate your burden. Do you think that by proactively seeking a punishment from me, I would spare you? I will remember your punishment, and it will come in due time. For now, return to the Jigong River hydropower station and fulfill your duties." "Yes, Secretary Yang." Qin Shou departed, elated. The term role used by the secretary brought him joy. It signified that he was not regarded as an outsider, but rather implied a sense of intimacy. As he approached the corridor, a striking woman donning a fitted skirt sashayed towards him, exuding charm and confidence. This enchanting figure was none other than Xiao Yu. "Director Qin, greetings," she said, extending her hand. Noticing her exquisitely smooth hand, akin to jade, Qin Shou graciously reciprocated, engaging in a gentlemanly handshake. "Secretary Xiao, it is a pleasure. I am not merely a secretary. Ah, but you shall undoubtedly become one. The position of Secretary Yang's chief aide is destined for you. Henceforth, my future will rest in your capable hands, Secretary Xiao." Qin Shou was forthright in his intentions, clearly indicating his goodwill toward Xiao Yu. Firstly, it serves to express his loyalty. Secondly, it clarifies to Xiao Yu that he has no intention of vying for her position as the chief secretary. Given the intimate relationship between Xiao Yu and Yang Wenqing, a closeness that allows them to engage in such casual acts as peeling dead skin from their toes in Yang Wenqing's office, it would be sheer folly for him to contend for the chief secretary role. Xiao Yu was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Qin Shou would be so understanding. She comprehended the implication behind Qin Shou's words. This fellow was indeed a cunning little fox, remarkably astute. Merely seeing her emerge from Qin Jie's office, he deduced her affiliation with Qin Jie. "Director Qin, are you free tonight?" Xiao Yu inquired with a radiant smile. "Absolutely free," Qin Shou replied eagerly. "Then shall we meet for dinner?" Xiao Yu extended the invitation. "Sure," Qin Shou quickly agreed. "I'll reserve a table and let you know." With that, Xiao Yu swayed her slender waist and departed. Her movements, a delightful dance, were utterly captivating. Truly, she was a temptation personified. As Xiao Yu vanished at the corridor's end, Qin Shou regained his composure. This dinner was pivotal for his future, his career prospects. Qin Shou was no ordinary man, nor a love-struck fool. He understood well that Xiao Yu's invitation for dinner was not due to his charm, but rather a task assigned to her by Secretary Yang. What appeared to be a simple dinner was, in fact, a test from Secretary Yang, with Xiao Yu serving as the examiner. Chapter 37. How long can you remain resolute at the Dai Lianhua restaurant? They had agreed to meet at 7 o'clock. Qin Shou arrived 10 minutes early, waiting at the entrance. At 7:15, a taxi slowly approached. The door swung open, and Xiaoyu stepped out. Upon witnessing her graceful approach, Qin Shou's eyes widened. It was not merely the figure-hugging dress accentuating her alluring curves, which would cause any man to lose composure, but rather the fact that she was adorned in high-end designer attire, holding a luxurious handbag. Could Xiaoyu's salary truly afford such luxuries? The answer was evidently no. Furthermore, the Dai Lianhua restaurant, where she had invited him for dinner, was the most expensive Western restaurant in Changle County, with an average cost exceeding 4 digits. As she reached Qin Shou, Xiaoyu flashed a charming smile, exuding an enchanting allure. "What are you looking at?" she asked. "Everything," Qin Shou replied candidly. "You are quite the honest man." Xiaoyu teased, then probed further. "Am I pretty?" "Very pretty," Qin Shou answered truthfully. "What makes me pretty?" She persisted. "Everything about you is pretty," he replied, speaking from the heart. "Who is prettier, me or Secretary Yang?" Xiaoyu posed a challenging question. "Secretary Yang is prettier." This response took Xiaoyu by surprise and sparked a hint of irritation within her. "Why is Secretary Yang prettier?" she inquired. "Because she is the secretary. Her position grants her beauty. I remarked upon your beauty, yet it will not elevate my status. You commend Secretary Yang's appearance. Does she hear your praises? Will she grant you a promotion? Even if she cannot hear, my unwavering conviction remains. Secretary Yang is indeed beautiful." "Unwavering? I wonder how long you can maintain that stance." In her heart, Xiaoyu devised a mischievous plan. This evening, she intended to provoke Qin Shou into making a mistake. She could not fathom that there exists a man impervious to the allure of beautiful women. Qin Shou was no saint. Had he encountered another woman as striking as Xiaoyu, he would certainly not extol the beauty of another in her presence. His steadfast admiration for Secretary Yang stemmed from the knowledge that Xiaoyu had been dispatched by her to test him. Thus, he must withstand any trial this night. To facilitate a deeper dialogue with Qin Shou, Xiaoyu had reserved a private room in advance. As they entered the restaurant together, an Audi A4 paused at the roadside. Yang Song, seated in the driver's seat, observed their retreating figures and pondered for a moment. A sense of vengeance began to brew within him, prompting him to make a phone call. Unbeknownst to Qin Shou, his dinner with Xiaoyu at the Dai Lianhua restaurant had not only been witnessed by Yang Song, but had also drawn his ire as he plotted his revenge. Guided by a handsome waiter, the two entered their private room. They sat facing each other, and Xiaoyu handed the menu to Qin Shou, inquiring, "What would you like to eat?" "Anything," he replied. "Not just anything. You must choose." Qin Shou glanced at the menu, exclaiming inwardly at the exorbitant prices. A single fruit salad cost 288 yuan. Wincing at these steep prices, he suggested, "Beautiful Xiao, shall we dine elsewhere?" "Where else?" "You need not pay. I shall treat. If you are treating, then you should choose. Just order as instructed. Stop dawdling." "Well then." Qin Shou casually selected a dish. Xiaoyu interjected, "That one is not tasty. Choose this instead." "Then how about this?" "That is also unpalatable. Let us go with this one." After 10 minutes, they had finalized their order. Each of Qin Shou's selections had been swiftly overridden by Xiaoyu's judgments, some more expensive, some less so, yet the pricier options dominated. In the end, Qin Shou estimated that their meal would cost between 2,000 to 3,000 yuan per person. His monthly salary barely exceeded 4,000. This dinner alone consumed his entire earnings. When a man is impoverished, he lacks the confidence even to dine out. Soon, the waiter served a colossal tomahawk steak, enough for two. Additionally, the waiter presented a bottle of white wine, pouring half a glass for each. "Brother Qin, I toast to you." "Thank you, Secretary Xiao." "Do not call me Secretary Xiao. It feels too formal. Call me Xiaoyu." "Very well. Thank you, Xiaoyu." Qin Shou raised his low-stem glass, clinking it gently with Xiaoyu's. However, with just a slight sip, a delicate blush blossomed on Xiaoyu's fair, oval face, resembling a perfectly ripe peach, utterly enchanting. Indeed, a woman who indulges in a modest drink exudes an irresistible charm. Xiaoyu picked up a small knife, cut a piece of steak, and with a fork in hand, brought it directly to Qin Shou's lips. "Xiaoyu, I can manage myself," he protested. "Open your mouth," she insisted. Reluctantly, he complied, for this was the first time a woman other than his mother, had fed him. Though Qin Shou was aware that Xiao Yu was attempting to ensnare him, the experience was nonetheless delightful. Who is more attractive, me or Secretary Yang? Xiao Yu inquired. Secretary Yang is more attractive, he replied. That steak was truly wasted on a dog, she retorted. How so? He questioned. A dog cannot produce ivory from its mouth. With a sharp glance at Qin Shou, Xiao Yu ceased cutting steak for him and began to eat on her own. Come now, let me toast you, you beast. As a man, you must down this drink in one go. Very well. Qin Shou tilted his head back and drained a glass of white wine. As for Xiao Yu, she merely took a small sip. She then filled Qin Shou's glass to the brim. Xiao Yu, are you trying to get me drunk? It's just a bottle of white wine. Can you really get intoxicated? If you do, it would merely be feigned intoxication. You men often use drunkenness as an excuse for irresponsible behavior. As she spoke, Xiao Yu retrieved a plump envelope from her bag and handed it to Qin Shou. He paused, taken aback, and asked, Xiao Yu, what do you mean by this? Take it, she commanded, and he naturally accepted the envelope. It likely contained money, and, judging by its thickness, it should be around 10,000. What was Xiao Yu's intention in treating him to an extravagant meal and then presenting him with such an envelope? Qin Shou placed the envelope on the table and declared, I cannot accept this without knowing what it entails. If you do not inform me of your intentions, I must decline. Qin, let us have another drink. If you don't discuss the matter, a one-tea drink. Then I shall feed you. Xiao Yu plopped down beside Qin Shou, raised her glass with her right hand, and draped her left arm around his neck, feigning to feed him. Chapter 38. Do not tease an injured man. Wow. Is this woman so forward? Qin Shou was startled and quickly begged, I can manage. I can drink myself. With that, he hastily took the wine glass from Xiao Yu's hand and gulped it down. Qin, you haven't even clinked glasses with me yet. This doesn't count. We must toast before you drink. Xiao Yu filled his glass once more. To ensure he complied, she pretended to casually place her hand on his thigh while pouring. Even the most serious of men find it difficult to resist such advances from a woman. Xiao Yu raised her glass, smiling sweetly as she clinked it with Qin Shou's. Although she only took a small sip, he was expected to drink heartily. Qin Shou possessed an impressive tolerance for alcohol. However, after 3 consecutive glasses of white wine, he found himself slightly tipsy. Setting down his cup, he picked up an envelope, weighing it thoughtfully, and inquired of Xiao Yu, will this be sufficient to treat you to 2 meals in this establishment? Xiao Yu resumed her seat across from him, her hand no longer resting on Qin Shou's thigh. With a graceful flick of her fingers, she playfully tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and replied, This is a token of our meeting. Indeed, it is somewhat modest and barely enough for 2 meals. However, once the task is accomplished, Qin, you could arrange for an entire year of dining here. A year? What do you mean? The implication is that Qin could invite different women for meals here every day. You could indulge in this for a year, or even 2 or 3, without a hint of worry. After dinner, you could retreat to a 5-star hotel, living a life of luxury. Qin Shou calculated in his mind. As Xiao Yu had indicated, this could amount to several million, perhaps even tens of millions, as a facilitation fee. If such standards were verified, it could lead to at least a decade of imprisonment. He recognized that Xiao Yu was attempting to trick him. Thus, he feigned a keen interest and asked Xiao Yu, Such a grand advantage must come with considerable difficulty in the task you require of me, correct? For someone of your stature, Director Qin, it is a mere trifle. A mere trifle? Xiao, I have a close friend whose family is in business. The Jigongi hydroelectric station requires equipment, and her family not only possesses it, but offers international brands at more favorable prices than competitors. The equipment must be purchased. Purchasing from one family or another is inconsequential. So, why not grant me a favor and meet my friend? Whether the business deal succeeds is one matter, but friendships can certainly be. Even if the transaction ultimately falls through, the bonds of goodwill remain intact. Xiao Yu, you are tempting me to err. No, you are urging me to commit a crime. If I were to proceed in such a manner and successfully secure a deal with your friend, Wu Ti, I face a sentence of 10 years or more. Director Qin, even the deputy station master drives a Mercedes. Yet you, the station master, are left with a dilapidated Santana. When wielding power, one must learn to capitalize on it. If you hold on to power without exercising it, once it expires, you will find no opportunity to utilize it again. Moreover, you are well aware of the nature of officials in Changle County, are you not? If they can do it, why not you? Remaining untainted in a world of corruption will only breed envy. In the realm of crows, the white swan is deemed guilty. Am I to stain my feathers black to become a crow? Otherwise, what choices do you have? If you refuse to mingle with the corrupt, do you truly believe you can establish a foothold in Changle County? Pouring himself another glass of wine, Qin Shou tilted his head back and downed it in one go. Then, he feigned a resolute demeanor and declared, "Very well. I shall meet your friend. However, whether the business deal materializes remains to be seen after our discussion. Brother Qin, you are truly my dear brother, and I hold you in the highest esteem." With that, Xiaoyu raised her glass and clinked it against Qin Shou's. This time, she downed the contents of her cup in one swift motion. Initially, Xiaoyu had believed that Qin Shou was different from the other corrupt officials. However, to her dismay, her slight probing revealed his true nature this very evening. The revelation was profoundly disappointing. Nevertheless, the performance must continue. Since Qin Shou was not a virtuous man, but rather a corrupt official akin to Wang Ren and others, Xiaoyu resolved to gather evidence to ensure his imprisonment. With a firm resolution, she began to devise a strategy in her mind. To obtain proof against Qin Shou, she needed to earn his absolute trust. Thus, she decided to employ an emotional approach. "Brother Qin, after your divorce from your ex-wife, have you considered finding someone new?" "Indeed, I have thought about it, but in my current state, I feel like a drowned rat. Who would ever find me appealing? What about me? What do you think of me? Don't jest. Do not toy with a man whose wounds have yet to heal." "I'm not jesting. I speak earnestly." Xiaoyu rested her chin on her hands, her large eyes fixed intently upon Qin Shou. Her intention was to enchant him, to leave him utterly captivated and lost in reverie. After gazing at his face for a moment, she was unexpectedly struck by his handsomeness, a masculinity that was strikingly defined, not the effeminate allure of a pretty boy. Xiaoyu favored true men, those who stood tall and unyielding. Goodness, this woman has been corrupted by wealth and now seeks to ensnare with beauty? Which official could withstand such a trial? Qin Shou understood that Xiaoyu was not genuinely interested in romance, yet he decided to play along, curious to see how her seductive tactics would unfold. "Xiaoyu, you are indeed quite beautiful, objectively speaking, even more so than Secretary Yang. However, having just divorced, I have yet to move on. Thus, matters of the heart can wait." Upon hearing these words, Xiaoyu immediately labeled him in her mind. Scoundrel. Just moments before entering the restaurant, he had declared Yang's secretary to be attractive. What a steadfast belief that lasted a mere 2 hours. Was this truly his conviction? He was indeed a man incapable of withstanding temptation, a quintessential corrupt official. The only reason he had refrained from corruption was that no one had led him astray. Given the opportunity, he might indulge even more than Wang Ren and the rest. Xiaoyu possessed a resilient psychological fortitude, and her acting skills were commendable. As the performance had commenced, she was determined to see it through to its conclusion, the grand finale being Qin Shou's imprisonment. "Brother Qin, I reside nearby. Now that we have nearly finished our meal, would you be so kind as to escort me home?" Chapter 39. The escort home, escort her home? Is this woman turning pretense into reality? Qin Shou began to indulge in whimsical thoughts, even nurturing a flicker of anticipation. As the two ventured into a secluded alley, Xiaoyu suddenly expressed a need for relief. However, the absence of a restroom posed a dilemma. With her playful and mischievous nature, she seized the opportunity to test Qin Shou. She pointed to the dead-end alley and commanded, "You guard the entrance and must not peek." Qin Shou hesitated momentarily and inquired, "What are you planning to do?" "Relieve myself. Is it a major or minor affair?" "A minor one." "How uncivilized. You are the one lacking civility. Are you not aware that urgency is a human necessity? Now, guard the entrance, turn your back, and do not dare to glance even once. Should you have the audacity to peek, I shall gouge out your eyes and use them as marbles." "Understood, Miss Xiao." Qin Shou stood at the alley's mouth like a sentinel, facing away. Though he felt a pressing urgency himself, Xiaoyu was somewhat apprehensive. fearing that he might not adhere to his word. What if he turned around while she was squatting? Such a thought was unsettling. If only men could be rendered harmless, then women would feel secure. Qin Shou strained his ears, listening for any sound from her, yet the alley remained eerily quiet. What was she up to? Growing impatient, he turned his head to glance. At that moment, he beheld Xiao Yu standing upright, not squatting as expected, but instead glaring at him with the vigilance of a wary feline. "Turn around. Do not look," she yelled, startling Qin Shou into quickly redirecting his gaze. Although he complied, turning back to face away, Xiao Yu had already branded him a lecher. Indeed, all men were incorrigible. Her initial distrust had been warranted. He had indeed peeped. Women were truly a handful. Resigned, Qin Shou retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, placing one between his lips and lighting it. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu, unable to hold it any longer, squatted in a corner. As she resolved her predicament, she kept her fierce gaze trained on Qin Shou's back, ready to chastise him should he dare to act inappropriately. Fortunately, until Xiao Yu finished, rose, and adjusted her skirt, Qin Shou did not turn around again. Nevertheless, she continued to mentally berate him. That insufferable lecher. He did not wish to look, but rather lacked the courage to turn around and face her reprimand. Thus, he feigned the guise of a virtuous gentleman, but deep down, he was nothing but a rogue. Like a stealthy kitten, Xiao Yu crept up behind Qin Shou and delivered a sharp slap to his shoulder. Smack! The suddenness startled Qin Shou, causing the half-burnt cigarette in his mouth to drop to the ground. Despite her feminine appearance, Xiao Yu possessed considerable strength, enough to make one wince. "Did you peek at me?" she inquired. "Indeed, I did," Qin Shou replied with an exasperated tone. "With which eye did you peek?" Xiao Yu pressed on. "The one on the back of my head, which saw everything. I'll have you punished." Xiao Yu clenched her small hammer and began to strike Qin Shou's chest in a flurry. Qin Shou was at a loss for words. He had stood guard for this woman, only to receive neither gratitude nor kind words, but rather a beating on his chest. He longed to retaliate. However, he refrained, knowing such an act would be utterly inappropriate. Instead, he fixed his gaze upon the tumultuous waves, absorbing their grandeur. At that moment, several ruffians approached. The leader, Wan Zihao, nephew of Wan Hongbing, had gathered a gang of miscreants to serve as security at the Penglai tea house. The term security was a euphemism, as the tea house was not merely a place for tea, but rather a gambling den, where fortunes were wagered with abandon. The proprietor of the Penglai tea house was Ruan Zhonghua, the fifth brother among the five sisters of the Ruan family, with Ruan Xiangyu being the eldest. The tea house raked in at least 20 to 30,000 daily, effortlessly netting a monthly profit of over $1 million. With annual profits exceeding 10 million, Ruan Zhonghua could not possibly consume all the wealth alone. Ruan Xiangyu had her share, and even Wang Rind was entitled to a portion. Ultimately, in the thriving businesses of Changle County, regardless of who the owner was, the lion's share of profits found its way into the pockets of those in power. Throughout history, merchants have merely been the sickle, harvesting the chives that belong to the sickle's master. Who is the master of the sickle? That would be power. Wan Zihao's demeanor suggested he was not a harbinger of goodwill. With Xiao Yu present, perhaps this was an opportunity to leverage her and dismantle the Penglai tea house. After all, it was a malignant tumor in Changle County, where many men had lost their fortunes, some even resorting to selling their wives and daughters as a result of their losses. Wan Zihao had come seeking vengeance. Yang Song had given him 1,000 yuan to ensure Qin Shou received a beating. After accepting the money, he gathered his cohorts. As for Yang Song, he would not appear in this setting. Despite his demotion, he remained a public servant, and mingling with thugs like Wan Zihao was beneath him. Having sustained injuries, he had taken a few days of sick leave, with plans to report to the Jigongi hydroelectric station the following day. By orchestrating Qin Shou's beating tonight, he would have the perfect opportunity to mock him upon his return. Wan Zihao, unfamiliar with Xiao Yu, was instantly captivated by her beauty and alluring figure, especially after a few drinks with his companions. Fueled by spirits, his mind began to race. His uncle, Wan Hongbing, was a cousin of Director Wan, providing him with a protective backing within the county. Thus, in Changle County, engaging with a woman, regardless of her consent, could be effortlessly resolved through connections. In this day and age, there was no issue too great for power to remedy. If there were, it simply indicated a lack of sufficient authority. Wan Zihao and his entourage encircled Qin Shou and Xiaoyu. "What do you intend to do?" Qin Shou inquired. "What do you think? We're here to deal with you. Someone has offered money for me to beat you up. Therefore, you should crouch in the corner with your hands on your head, allowing me and my companions to give you a good thrashing. As long as you comply and accept your fate, I assure you that you will only end up with a bruised face. I will not break your arms or legs. However, should you resist, I cannot guarantee that your limbs will remain unscathed." Wan Zihao, with one hand in his pocket and the other holding a cigarette, exuded an air of arrogance. Chapter 40. Putting on a show before a beauty did Yang Song send you? Qin Shou inquired. To fulfill a trust is to uphold one's duty. I must keep my client's information confidential. That is the code of our world. Wan Zihao replied. How much did Yang Song pay you? Qin Shou pressed on. 1,000. Wan Zihao responded, but immediately sensed something amiss. He quickly corrected himself, saying it was the person who wanted to beat you that gave me 1,000, not Yang Song. Wan Zihao's reaction was akin to the proverbial, "There's no silver here." Although Qin Shou was a notorious rogue and a corrupt individual, Xiaoyu could not allow these ruffians to assault him. Regardless of his crimes, the law was there to punish him. If these thugs laid a hand on him, they would be committing a crime. Thus, Xiaoyu stepped forward, chest out, and sternly addressed Wan Zihao. "Take your men and leave immediately. Otherwise, I shall call the police. You're causing a disturbance and disrupting public order, which is illegal. Once I report this, you will be arrested." Wan Zihao initially intended to enjoy the company of this unfamiliar beauty after dealing with Qin Shou. To his surprise, this beauty had the audacity to intervene. "Beauty, what did you say? You intend to call the police? Do you even know that the local precinct is the Yixia Street Police Station? And do you know who the chief is? It's my Uncle Liu." The Uncle Liu referred to by Wan Zihao was El Taijun. The Penglai Tea House fell under the jurisdiction of Xia Street, and Wan Zhonghua was a sworn brother of El Taijun. As Wan Zihao was a protector for Wan Zhonghua and the nephew of Wan Hongbing, calling out to Uncle Liu would naturally elicit recognition from El Taijun. In the past, Wan Zihao had bullied others on the streets without anyone daring to report him. Whenever the officers at Xia Street Police Station heard that Wan Zihao was causing trouble, they would choose not to respond. In essence, as long as Wan Zihao did not take a life within the boundaries of Xia Street, the police would remain indifferent. After all, in this small county, connections often outweighed the law. On one occasion, Wan Zihao encountered a beautiful girl on the street and took advantage of her. When she reported the incident to the police, it escalated to the station. With a single word from El Taijun, the girl was labeled as a seducer. The girl, who had been wronged by Wan Zihao, not only faced no punishment, but was also detained for several days. Ultimately, she capitulated, promising never to report the incident again before being released. After her release, she fled Changle County, as if escaping from hell, never to return. Those not belonging to the local Brahmin class, struggling to survive in Changle County, describe it as akin to hell. While this may be an exaggeration, it is certainly a place devoid of hope, where one can only exist in a state of poverty and despair, reduced to mere shadows of their former selves. In Changle County, all lucrative businesses and esteemed positions are monopolized by the local Brahmins. Upon arriving in Changle County, one must either bow like a tiger or coil like a dragon. Wan Zihai's actions and the extent of his audacity remain unknown to Xiaoyu. However, Qin is acutely aware of the situation. The moment he glimpses the way Wan Zihai looks at Xiaoyu, he realizes that Wan Zihai harbors ulterior motives toward her. Given Xiaoyu's status, Wan Zihai is destined to encounter insurmountable obstacles tonight. Thus, Qin discreetly steps back, positioning himself behind Xiaoyu, subtly pushing her to the forefront. When Xiaoyu notices Qin retreating behind her, she shoots him an exasperated glance, disdainfully remarking on his lack of ambition. Qin merely smiles faintly, refraining from retorting. Whether he is deemed ambitious or not holds little significance in the presence of the Secretary Yang's envoy. Power is the only currency that matters. The unfolding events tonight must be sufficiently dramatic to uproot the corrupt, leveraging Wan Zihai's pretext to take down El Taijun and Wan Zhonghua in one fell swoop. Xiao Yu is an astute woman. She is certainly not one to accept Wan Zihai's words at face value. What if Wan Zihai is merely posturing? Just because he claims El Tai-jun is his uncle, does that make a fact? She challenges him. What proof do you have that El Tai-jun is indeed your uncle? Wan Zihai, with a lascivious gaze, scrutinizes Xiao Yu closely before posing a provocative question. If I can prove that El is my uncle, will you spend the night with me? Xiao Yu feels an overwhelming urge to slap the scoundrel across the face, but she restrains herself, recognizing the necessity of extracting information from this petty criminal. With a charming smile, she replies, then by all means prove it. Qin, concealed behind Xiao Yu, understands that she is cleverly ensnaring Wan Zihai. Should Wan Zihai establish that El Tai-jun is indeed his uncle, it would spell disaster for El. After all, being on Xiao Yu's blacklist equates to being on Secretary Yang's blacklist as well. With his hands casually tucked in his pockets, Qin savors the fragrant allure of the woman before him while relishing the unfolding drama. Wan Zihai, being a mere thug, often lets his impulses cloud his judgment. In truth, he possesses little intellect. Otherwise, as a Brahmin by birth, he might have secured a formal position with a modicum of common sense. He retrieves his smartphone, locating El Tai-jun's number and presenting it to Xiao Yu, stating, "Beautiful lady, take a good look. This is El's number, which is also my Uncle S." Xiao Yu raises an eyebrow, questioning, "But how can I trust that this number belongs to him?" Wan Zihai, glancing at the concealed Qin, suggests, "This is Station Chief Qin. Being part of the system, he should possess the contact list of all public officials in the county. Have him verify it, and the truth will be revealed." Although Qin Shou did not possess the phone number of El Tai-jun, he was aware of the relationship between Wan Zihai and El Tai-jun. After a quick glance, he confirmed, "This is indeed El Tai-jun's number. Did you hear that, beauty? This phone belongs to El. I will call him now, and you can listen closely to see if El is indeed my Uncle El." With that, Wan Zihai pressed the dial button. To ensure that Xiao Yu could hear his conversation with El Tai-jun clearly, he intentionally switched to speakerphone. This maneuver was merely to flaunt before Xiao Yu. After all, it was already 11 o'clock at night. To call the police station's chief at such a late hour and have him answer was quite the privilege. The phone rang a few times before being answered. "Zihai, what is the matter?" "Uncle El, a friend sent me some tea, your favorite tea, Guanyin. Should I bring it to the station tomorrow or deliver it to your home?" "Bring it home." "All right. I won't disturb you any longer, Uncle El." Wan Zihai hung up, feeling quite pleased with himself. The tea mentioned was, in fact, a commission for El Tai-jun from the tea house. He delivered this payment weekly, and he had yet to do so this week. "Beauty, now do you believe that El is my uncle? Will you stay with me tonight?" As he spoke, Wan Zihai lewdly reached out toward Xiao Yu. Chapter 41. A woman of significance, Xiao Yu, with her fiery temper, could hardly tolerate a petty thug laying hands on her. With a resounding slap, she struck Wan Zihai across the face. Holding his stinging cheek, Wan Zihai felt humiliated. How dare this woman slap him in front of his subordinates? "You wretched girl, how dare you hit me?" Wan Zihai bellowed in anger. With another swift motion, Xiao Yu delivered another slap, leaving him with a swollen face and a bleeding lip. Infuriated by the two blows, Wan Zihai waved his hand and shouted to his lackeys, "All of you attack." Naturally, upon seeing such a stunning beauty, his subordinates were eager to take advantage of the situation. Thus, at Wan Zihai's command, they charged toward Xiao Yu. Although they appeared to be preparing to assault her, their intentions were rather more lascivious. Qin Shou, realizing he could no longer stand idly by, understood that although Xiao Yu was scheming against him, she was nonetheless a distinguished envoy of Secretary Yang, tasked with discerning loyalty from treachery. These thugs were no match for Qin Shou, the king of soldiers. On the battlefield, he was capable of turning the tide single-handedly, facing hundreds with ease. In less than 3 minutes, Qin Shou unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, toppling the group of thugs, including Wan Zihai, to the ground. Just then, a sharp voice rang out, "What are you doing? Stop this at once." A beautiful policewoman in uniform jogged over, her loose attire still managing to accentuate her captivating figure. This woman was Wan Jiai, a recent graduate from the police academy, now assigned as an intern officer at the Xia Street police station. Upon seeing Wan Jiai, Xiao Yu paused momentarily. Simultaneously, Wen Jia recognized Xiao Yu. However, their exchanged glances did not lead to any acknowledgement. Wen Jia's father, Wen Zheng, was the head of the Provincial Public Security Department, and her placement in Changle County as a junior officer was intended to provide her with practical experience. The primary motivation, however, was the presence of Yang Wenqing, who held a significant political position in the area. To ascend the political ladder, one must first gain foundational experience, and families with connections are adept at orchestrating such arrangements. Even if their offspring are sent for grassroots training, it is often merely a means to mingle within the circles. Qin Shou, a veteran who had emerged from the battlefield, possessed keen observational skills honed through his experiences, including undercover missions. He noticed the brief exchange between Xiao Yu and Wen Jia and immediately concluded that the two women were indeed acquainted. This stunning policewoman undoubtedly had a significant background. After all, how else would she have been assigned to a small county like Changle, given her striking looks? Wen Jia displayed her badge, scanning the crowd before questioning. I am an officer from the Xia Street Police Station. What are you all doing here? Upon recognizing her affiliation, Wan Zihao felt a surge of delight and hastily pointed at Qin Shou and Xiao Yu, concocting a fabricated accusation. Officer 1, this couple is engaging in illicit activities. My friends and I happened upon them and reminded them to behave decently. In retaliation, this man assaulted us, leaving us bruised and battered. As a civil servant, Qin Shou's actions, being in a public place at such an hour with a woman and engaging in such wild behavior, were undoubtedly against regulations. Even if he were not to be dismissed outright, disciplinary action was inevitable. Is that true? Wen Jia inquired of Qin Shou. Not at all, Xiao Yu interjected, asserting, these ruffians were harassing me, and this gentleman gallantly intervened, heroically subduing them. Naturally, Wen Jia placed greater trust in Xiao Yu's words. Given their shared upbringing in the same residential complex and their long-standing friendship, as a police officer, Wen Jia was bound by duty to act impartially. Everyone, accompany me to the station for questioning, she stated firmly. Wan Zihao, upon hearing they were to return to the station, was elated. After all, the Xia Street Police Station felt akin to home for him. All right, Officer 1, my friends and I are law-abiding citizens, and we will fully cooperate with your investigation. We believe that you will certainly advocate on our behalf. Despite not being able to strike Qin Shou and instead receiving a retaliatory blow, Wan Zihao felt no dismay. Rather, he harbored a sense of pride. In a society governed by the rule of law, it is not the strength of one's fists that prevails, but rather the influence of one's connections. Qin Shou had dealt a severe beating to him and his accomplices, an enmity that would surely provide ample opportunities for retribution in the future. Today, however, it was Qin Shou's turn to experience the weighty hand of authority. Officer 1, I am willing to cooperate with your investigation, Qin Shou declared. I too am prepared to assist, Xiao Yu readily agreed. The group followed Officer Wen Jia back to the police station on Xia Street. Officer 1, adhering to protocol, separated everyone and prepared to interrogate them one by one. Naturally, Xiao Yu was the first to be summoned into the interrogation room. The room, equipped with surveillance cameras, was promptly shut off by Wen Jia. She then inquired, Sister Yu, what exactly transpired? Xiao Yu refrained from responding directly and instead posed a question of her own. Jia, what brings you to Changle County? Like you, I was sent here by my father. However, with Sister Qing and Sister Yu present, I find it rather agreeable. My father, however, forbids me from acknowledging you. Wen Jia replied, that is of no concern. We can meet in secret, Xiao Yu suggested. Sounds like we're acting like members of an underground organization, Wen Jia retorted. Before asking, Sister Yu, what is the story behind your encounter with those ruffians? The man who was with me is Qin Shou, formerly the chief secretary to Sun Changsheng. Following Sister Qing's appointment, he was reassigned to the position of station master at the Jigong River Hydropower Station. I had invited him to dinner tonight, hoping to gauge his potential for further responsibilities. After our meal, as he was escorting me home, we encountered those rascals. The leader mentioned that someone had paid him 1,000 yuan to teach Qin Shou a lesson. I intervened, but that ruffian had the audacity to assault me. Consequently, Qin Shou retaliated, swiftly bringing them all to the ground, leaving them battered and bruised. Shortly thereafter, you arrived, Xiaoyu recounted, presenting the facts without bias. Chapter 42. I acted in self-defense when Meng Yi was undoubtedly inclined to believe Xiaoyu. She smiled and nodded graciously, stating, Sister Yu, it is quite late. You should head home now. Very well, Xiaoyu replied, as she left the interrogation room. She pondered whether to inform Yang Wenxing about the need to deal with LV Taijun. However, she realized that her involvement was unnecessary, as Officer Wen Jiai was present at the Xia Street police station. After bidding farewell to Xiaoyu, Wen Jiai began to reflect. The leader of those ruffians had accepted money to punish Qin Shou. What was the story behind this? Determined to uncover the truth, Wen Jiai summoned Qin Shou into the interrogation room. After all, the ruffians were unlikely to provide any truthful accounts. Thus, it was imperative to clarify the sequence of events with Qin Shou before questioning the ruffians, ensuring that she would not be misled by their fabrications. In the interrogation room, Qin Shou sat across from Wen Jiai, who exuded an impressive presence that could not be concealed even beneath her uniform. Thus, Qin Shou's gaze was inevitably drawn in, deeply captivated as he was engulfed by the surging waves. Wen Jiai sensed the peculiar intensity in Qin Shou's eyes and coughed lightly twice. Ahem, ahem. This was her subtle admonition to him, urging him to cease his wandering glances. Officer Wen, have you caught a cold? Qin Shou inquired earnestly, yet his eyes displayed no intention of averting their focus, remaining fixated. Wen Jiai, feeling a surge of irritation, struck the table with her delicate hand. Smack! Qin Shou jumped slightly in surprise. What are you looking at? She demanded. Officer Wen, you are truly beautiful. Not only are you lovely, but you also possess a noble heart, embodying grace and dignity. To foster a closer rapport with a woman, one must engage in flirtation. Observing Qin Shou's brazen demeanor and his lecherous gaze, Wen Jiai promptly branded him a rogue. You'd best behave yourself. Honestly explain what just transpired. Wen Jiai's fierce expression bore the semblance of a predator. However, Qin Shou remained unfazed. After all, he had committed no crime. Faced with a man who had not broken the law, even a stunning police flower could do little to him. He had merely indulged in a gentlemanly admiration and exchanged a few playful remarks, which hardly constituted the offense of indecency. Knowledgeable of the law, Qin Shou felt invincible. Officer Wen, are you a competent police officer? Qin Shou suddenly posed this question. Wen Jiai, somewhat taken aback, darkened her expression but replied, Of course. I'm a competent officer. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Shou gently probed, Officer Wen, do you know where those ruffians came from? Where? Wen Jiai retorted. They hail from the Penglai Tea House, where they serve as enforcers. The leader of that gang is named Wan Ziheo, the nephew of Wan Hongbing, the head of security at the county committee building. As for Wan Hongbing, he is the cousin of Ruan Xiangyu, the director of the county committee office. By the way, the owner of the Penglai Tea House is Ruan Zhonghua, who is Ruan Xiangyu's younger brother. The Ruan family consists of 5 sisters, with Ruan Xiangyu as the eldest and Ruan Zhonghua as the youngest. Before Qin Shou could continue, Wen Jiai interrupted, asking, What does all this have to do with the case at hand? Not much, as this incident merely amounts to a brawl. I struck out in self-defense. The situation unfolded when Wan Ziheo attempted to assault Xiaoyu, who then slapped him twice. In a fit of rage, Wan Ziheo, along with his lackeys, launched an attack on me and Xiaoyu. Naturally, I had to defend myself. Consequently, I brought down Wan Ziheo and his cohorts. I dispatched each one of them with a single blow, never resorting to a second strike. Thus, my actions are fully in accordance with the legal provisions for self-defense. You are quite knowledgeable about the law, but does your account reflect the truth? If you claim to have subdued that group of ruffians with a single strike each, does that necessarily mean it occurred that way? Officer Wen, if memory serves, there are cameras in that vicinity. Is what I said not a fact? Why not check the surveillance footage to find out? Just wait. Wen Jiai left Qin Shou in the interrogation room and hurried off to retrieve the video. Since the incident occurred within the jurisdiction of Xia Street, the department's computer could directly access the surveillance footage. After reviewing the video, Wen Jiai pieced together the entire sequence of events. It became evident that Qin Shou was exceedingly cunning, more so than a fox. During the altercation with the thugs, He only retaliated when they struck first, effortlessly flipping them over with a single move. Thus, every action he took was justified as self-defense. In addition to realizing that Qin Shou was indeed more astute than a fox, Wen Jiayi was taken aback to see Xiao Yu squatting in a dead-end alley, attending to her needs, although the dim lighting rendered the camera unable to capture the finer details. It was unmistakable to Wen Jiayi that Xiao Yu was indeed relieving herself there. Moreover, she had instructed Qin Shou to stand guard for her. What was the nature of their relationship? Could there be an illicit affair? This Qin Shou, so intimately connected with Xiao Yu, had the audacity to cast glances at her. What a scoundrel! Even if he had not committed a crime, she could seize this opportunity to take him down a peg. At the very least, she could detain him for a day. According to legal provisions, even if he was innocent, she could still hold him for 24 hours. Upon returning to the interrogation room, when Jiayi once again positioned herself opposite Qin Shou, her expression icy, for she despised scoundrels above all else, particularly one who had wronged her close friend. Casting furtive glances at other women was the hallmark of Cad. Officer 1, have you finished reviewing the footage? You must see that I'm innocent now, right? Shall we discuss this at the Penlai tea house? Qin Shou was eager to dismantle the tea house and send Ruan Zhonghua to prison. Although Ruan Zhonghua's actions were not trivial enough to warrant a mere slap on the wrist, a sentence of 10 to 8 years would be quite feasible. After all, the charges against Ruan Zhonghua were at least twofold: operating an illegal gambling house and engaging in usurious lending. The camera was malfunctioning, and there was no footage to capture the situation at that time. Therefore, what you just stated is merely one-sided and lacks credibility. For now, you will remain in the detention room until you reflect on your actions and clarify the situation. Alternatively, I will release you once I have uncovered the truth. Officer 1, the Penlai Tea House is bustling with patrons playing cards daily, often wagering large sums. The tea house's monthly cut exceeds $1 million. Of course, if you're too intimidated to investigate. That is understandable, considering the protection it receives from your department. What courage does a mere officer possess to confront your superiors? Chapter 43, Sacred Duty First. Address your own matters. If there is indeed gambling occurring at the Penlai Tea House, I will certainly investigate. With that, Wen Jiayi tossed Qin Shou into the detention room and ceased to concern herself with him, preparing to hold him for the requisite 24 hours before releasing him. After concluding the interrogation of Qin Shou and uncovering the truth, Wen Jiayi summoned Wan Ziheo into the interrogation room. Although Qin Shou was a scoundrel, the information he relayed about the Penlai Tea House was indeed credible. Wen Jiayi was determined to investigate thoroughly and bring all criminals to justice. This was her sacred duty as a police officer. Even if her father were not Director 1, she would still pursue justice with unwavering resolve. Clad in her police uniform, Wen Jiayi was prepared to sacrifice her life at any moment to uphold righteousness. She produced a pair of handcuffs, clicking them into place as she secured Wan Ziheo to the interrogation chair. Unlike the previous individuals, Xiao Yu and Qin Shou, who had not experienced such treatment and had not worn the silver bracelets, Wan Ziheo felt the coldness of the cuffs for the first time, inducing a twinge of panic within him. After a moment's pause, he questioned, Officer 1, on what grounds do you have to cuff me? I am the one who was assaulted. Did you not see the injuries on my body? I was beaten to a pulp by Qin Shou. Why are you not restraining him? Wen Jiayi replied coldly. Qin Shou is in the detention room. Upon hearing this, Wan Ziheo felt a surge of relief. He then asserted, Officer 1, detaining Qin Shou is both reasonable and lawful. Given his provocation and intentional harm, he should be held for at least 10 days to half a month. However, you should not have cuffed me. I am a victim. Throughout the ordeal, I did not retaliate at all. These cuffs are quite uncomfortable. Perhaps you could remove them? Remove them? I have reviewed the surveillance footage. You and your accomplices, under the cover of darkness, harassed and assaulted women. For such conduct, a detention of at least half a month is warranted. Officer 1, your superior is my Uncle Liu. Why don't you allow me to call him? He can advise you on how to handle this case, considering you are new here and unfamiliar with the circumstances. I'm a police officer, and the handling of this case is dictated by legal standards under the vigilant oversight of justice and conscience. Hence, I do not require instruction from anyone. Wen Jai fixed Wan Zihao with a gaze as sharp as ice, inquiring, "What is your occupation?" Finding that the formidable Lu Taijun could not intimidate this seemingly naive officer, Wan Zihao decided to invoke an even greater authority. He spoke with an air of utmost arrogance. "Officer One, I had intended to maintain a low profile. Yet, your lack of awareness is quite disconcerting. Therefore, you should lend me your ear." With that, he deliberately paused. Then, articulating each word with precision, he declared, "I'm a person of Uncle Wu." "Who is Uncle Wu?" When Jia inquired. Uncle Wu is the fifth brother of Director Wan from the county committee, the proprietor of the Penglai Tea House. In Changle County, anyone who dares to disregard Uncle Wu's authority will suffer dire consequences. Therefore, it would be prudent for you to release me immediately and allow me one last moment of comfort. In return, I shall overlook this matter. Otherwise, you can forget about your career as a police officer. Slap. Wen Jai, known for a fiery temperament, swiftly delivered a resounding slap across Wan Zihao's face. The corner of his mouth, previously injured by Xiaoyu, had just begun to heal. After receiving Wen Jiai's blow, the scab split open, causing it to bleed new. Wan Zihao stared incredulously at Wen Jai, his beady eyes widening in disbelief. "You dare to strike me?" Slap. Wen Jai provided her answer with another resounding slap. "Should you utter any more vile words, I shall make your face swollen." This young lady possessed a temperament that was exceedingly fierce. After encountering Wan Zihao, a mere petty thug, Wen Jai suddenly felt that Qin Shou was not quite as rogue as she had initially perceived. That scoundrel had merely gazed at her a few times, unlike this ruffian, who spewed filth from his mouth. With his hands shackled, Wan Zihao could not resist in any manner. Thus, he refrained from confronting Wen Jai head-on. Nevertheless, he silently vowed to make this woman kneel before him, to give him what he desired. If not, he could not quell the anger from having received 2 slaps. He also intended to ensure that Xiaoyu, who had previously slapped him, would kneel and offer him the same. Seeing Wan Zihao bow his head, no longer daring to act arrogant, Wen Jai's anger subsided somewhat. "Is the Penglai Tea House truly powerful? Does Wan Zhonghua rake in over 1 million every month?" Wen Jai queried. "Officer Wen, you are merely a lowly police officer. This lucrative piece of meat is not for you to savor. Even your superior, Uncle L, can only have a taste of the broth. The profits from the Penglai Tea House belong to several bigwigs in the county. When you slapped me, you did not just strike my face. You struck the faces of those influential figures. So brace yourself. You will certainly pay for your actions." From Wan Zihao's lips, little useful information could be gleaned. After all, he was just a petty thug overseeing the scene. Wen Jai found it futile to waste any more time with him. Thus, she promptly tossed Wan Zihao into the detention room. Subsequently, Wen Jai interrogated each of Wan Zihao's subordinates in turn. These thugs knew little, revealing scant valuable information. However, through her questioning, Wen Jai confirmed that what Qin Shou had said about the Penglai Tea House was indeed true. This establishment was a malignant tumor in Changle County that needed to be excised immediately. Since Qin Shou had voluntarily mentioned the Penglai Tea House, it indicated that the scoundrel must possess considerable knowledge about it. Thus, Wen Jai entered the detention room, resolved to inquire about Qin Shou, hoping to extract some valuable information from the lips of that scoundrel. Upon entering, she was rendered speechless. Qin Shou, that bounder, was lying on the hard bed, soundly asleep and even snoring. How could he still be sleeping so peacefully? Infuriated, Wen Jai delivered a sharp slap to his backside. Smack! The sudden pain jolted Qin Shou awake, evoking memories of his childhood when his mother would rouse him from slumber. Chapter 44. The unreasonable ex-wife. As Qin Shou rubbed his bleary eyes, he realized that the figure before him was not his mother, but Wen Jai. Did this woman just slap him? He was perplexed and somewhat incredulous. However, he refrained from questioning her further. A slap was a slap, better that than a blow to the face. After all, receiving a strike from a beautiful policewoman was hardly a loss. At worst, he could find an opportunity to retaliate later. Qin Shou surmised that Wen Jai must have already interrogated Wan Zihao and the others, deducing that she had come to inquire about the Penglai Tea House. What do you know about the Peng Lai tea house? Tell me everything without any concealment. Wen Jiai wasted no time, getting straight to the point. Officer Wen, I am not well acquainted with the specifics of the Peng Lai tea house. All I know is that high-stakes gambling occurs there, leading many to ruin. Additionally, they are involved in usury. However, if you have the resolve, you could conduct a surprise inspection and take down the Peng Lai tea house. Once it's shut down, we can uncover their criminal evidence. A surprise inspection? When? Speed is of the essence. It should be tonight. Tonight? How can I conduct a surprise inspection alone? If you trust me, I can find someone to assist. Who will you find? Liang Song. 5 years ago, he was the deputy director of the county police bureau. He attempted to shut down the Peng Lai tea house, but was suppressed by local forces. Now, he has become an officer at the Dongxi Township Police Station. Alongside him, several of his former subordinates were also marginalized. If you have the courage to lead, I can call Liang Song and have him bring his team for support. Taking down a tea house is a straightforward task. The key lies in having strong backing. Therefore, Qin Shou was determined to ensnare Wen Jiai in this venture. Although she was a novice officer, she possessed influential connections. Very well. Call immediately and assemble the personnel. I shall lead the charge to dismantle the Peng Lai tea house. Wen Jiai's decisive character mirrored that of her father. Wen Zheng was a man who detested evil and dared to take action. His relentless pursuit of major cases had propelled him to the position of director. A tiger begets no dog. Qin Shou promptly called Liang Song, providing a brief overview of the situation. Though Liang Song was now merely a police officer, his reputation remained intact. After all, there were still many righteous individuals within the police force. Half an hour later, Liang Song had assembled a group of 20 to 30 individuals, standing ready outside the Shaha Street police station, awaiting instructions from Wen Jiai. Upon her command, these valiant representatives of justice surged into the Peng Lai tea house. Qin Shou, having gathered a few associates, followed the officers into the establishment, where they commenced a live broadcast. The gambling paraphernalia, the stacks of crimson banknotes, and the frantic escape of gamblers were all streamed live for the world to witness. Concurrently, Qin Shou interviewed several victims' families. My husband lost around 700 to 800,000 at the Peng Lai tea house, and even borrowed 100,000 in usury. We cobbled together and repaid over 200,000 to the tea house, yet they claim we owe them over $1 million. They even sent thugs to seize our home. My son won 20,000 there, but they accused him of cheating, severing 3 of his fingers and demanding 100,000 in compensation. Otherwise, they threatened to kill him. My husband and I have since divorced due to his gambling debts, and the tea house's henchmen threaten me daily, insisting I repay them, or they would send my daughter to the nightclubs. The audacity of the Peng Lai tea house stemmed from its connections. The head of the Shaha Street police station, El Taijun, served as their protector. This live broadcast reverberated throughout the city. The footage was widely circulated, with many recreations trending. The situation escalated to such a degree that Lung Xiangmei from the city promptly arrived in Changle County to apprehend El Taijun. Though Qin Shou had been occupied until the early hours of the morning, as the station chief, he could not afford to be late. Thus, at 8:30, he drove his Santana out of the Happiness Garden. As he approached the community gate, a black Benz 300 barreled toward him. Fortunately, Qin Shou reacted swiftly, slamming on the brakes just in time. The door of the Benz swung open, revealing a striking woman clad in a fitted skirt and high heels. Her long legs adorned in black stockings, sashaying toward him with a slim waist. To his astonishment, it was his ex-wife, Su Jing. After their divorce, she had not only grown more alluring, but was now driving an impressive car. "Qin Shou, you scoundrel!" Su Jing spat, catching him slightly off guard. He scrutinized her from head to toe and retorted, "Dear ex-wife, are you experiencing menopause? Is your restlessness due to a lack of male companionship, prompting you to vent your frustrations on me so early in the day? What mischief did you partake in last night?" Su Jing demanded. "You are no longer my wife. You are merely my ex. Do I owe you an explanation for my actions? Besides, what I do is none of your concern," Qin Shou replied dismissively, rolling his eyes at her. This response infuriated Su Jing. "Have you grown bold? How dare you roll your eyes at me? Ex-wife or not, I'm not your subject to be disrespected. What if I do?" She snapped back, "You wretched scoundrel. I implore you to swiftly devise a means to release Uncle Wu and restore operations at the Penglai Tea House. Otherwise, you shall face dire consequences. Firstly, the closure of the Penglai Tea House was enacted by the police, and I bear no responsibility for it. Furthermore, Ruan Zhonghua has committed illegal acts and must face legal retribution. Not my own. Therefore, to suggest that I release him is beyond my qualifications and authority. Even if I possess such power, I would not acquiesce. I intend for him to languish in prison. Qin Shou, do not presume I am oblivious to your machinations. Is your spite rooted in our divorce, prompting you to target my family? I caution you. If you wish to rekindle our marriage and reclaim your place by my side, you must, by any means necessary, rescue Uncle Wu and offer him a sincere apology. Only upon obtaining Uncle Wu's forgiveness and that of my family shall I contemplate granting you another chance at reconciliation. Su Jing was brimming with confidence, believing herself to be the apple of Qin Shou's eye, convinced that all his actions were meticulously orchestrated to win her back. Thus, she revealed her trump card. No, it was a royal flush. However, even if Qin Shou were to extricate Ruan Zhonghua, she would not easily acquiesce to remarriage. Unless Qin Shou could demonstrate ambition and attain a prominent position, she would remain resolute. Women are invariably drawn to strength. Chapter 45. Has he ceased to love me? Boredom. Qin Shou merely offered Su Jing those two words, then shifted the Santana into reverse, maneuvering the vehicle a few meters back. With a swift turn of the steering wheel, he drove away in the second-hand Santana, leaving a cloud of dust in his wake. Due to ongoing construction, the road was thick with grime, which enveloped Su Jing's new dress as the Santana passed by. Dust also settled upon her meticulously made-up visage. Ugh, 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 ugh. Qin Shou, you scoundrel. I will make you pay. Su Jing stomped her foot in a fit of rage. However, wearing high heels, her foot landed upon a small stone, resulting in a painful twist of her ankle. She collapsed onto the ground, weeping in agony. Qin Shou caught a glimpse of her distress in the rearview mirror. Yet he did not stop, nor did he turn back. Su Jing realized he had seen her, yet he chose not to assist. Could it be that he no longer loved her? Does love truly vanish? It cannot be. Qin Shou, the devoted admirer, could not possibly have ceased to love her. He must be feigning indifference. She would deal with him another time. El Taijun was escorted into the red brick interrogation room, where Lung Xiangmei personally conducted the questioning. El Taijun, will you not confess? Facing her inquiries, El Taijun remained unyielding. Director Lung, you must provide evidence if you claim I am the protector of the Penglai Tea House. Without proof, your accusations hold no weight. I possess evidence. Lung Xiangmei was attempting to coerce El Taijun. If she indeed had proof, she would not be in such a precarious position. If you have evidence, then present it. As long as Director Lung can produce evidence, I will acknowledge it. El Taijun was acutely aware that he must hold firm. As long as he withstands the pressure, Ruan Zhonghua will certainly not confess. Once Ruan Zhonghua remains silent, the fervor surrounding this matter will dissipate, allowing the prominent figures in the county to downplay the situation, transforming significant issues into trivialities. It is indeed true that Penglai Tea House was involved in gambling, a fact that was broadcasted live, and it also engaged in usury, all of which are undeniable truths. While facts cannot be altered, one can always find a scapegoat to bear the blame. After resolving this issue entirely, the Penglai Tea House can continue its operations, merely under a different name. Qin Shou was aware that El Taijun had been taken into the red brick building, and that Lung Xiangmei was personally interrogating him. However, Qin Shou could surmise that Lung Xiangmei would be unable to extract even a single hair from him, for she lacked evidence. El Taijun, being the director, possessed formidable psychological resilience. Without evidence, compelling him to confess was utterly impossible. After meandering around the Jigong River hydropower station and refreshing himself, Qin Shou proceeded to the red brick building. To bring down El Taijun, he needed to provide a blade for Lung Xiangmei to wield. After exhausting various techniques and strategies throughout the interrogation, Lung Xiangmei emerged from the room, her face clouded with frustration. Upon exiting, she spotted Qin Shou leaning against the corridor wall, smoking. She coldly inquired, "What are you doing here?" "Director Lung, Are you feeling defeated? Is El Tiejuan's resolve harder than that of a dead duck, impervious to all attempts at persuasion? Seeing the gleeful expression on Qin Shou's face only darkened Lung Xiangmei's already somber demeanor. Are you here to mock me? She misinterpreted. No, I am here to hand you a blade. Qin Shou quickly clarified. A blade? Lung Xiangmei responded with confusion. Yes, a blade. Right now, El Taijun stands before you, invulnerable, and you have no means to counter him. Therefore, I have decided to offer you this blade. With it, you can strike directly at his weak spot. At that moment, he will have no choice but to confess. Qin Shou's words piqued Lung Xiangmei's interest greatly. She asked, what kind of blade are you offering? The reason El Taijun refuses to confess and boldly resists is precisely because Director Lung lacks evidence, isn't it? As long as you obtain evidence, even if El Taijun has the strongest of wills, you can effortlessly dismantle his psychological defenses and pry open his mouth. Do you have evidence against El Taijun? I do not possess it, but I know where his incriminating evidence is hidden. El Taijun is a cunning old fox. None of the benefits he received from Penglai Tea House were transferred. All were in cash. After acquiring the cash, he refrained from depositing it in a bank to avoid drawing attention, hiding it in a most unexpected place. I know where that place is. Qin Shou's knowledge stemmed from a video that Wu Yuqin had provided, which contained footage of El Taijun and his wife, Chun Hongxia, engaged in conversation. The dialogue between El Taijun and Chun Hongxia revealed the hidden locations of the ill-gotten gains that he had stashed away. Only he and his wife were privy to this information. As for Qin Shou, Lung Xiangmei held little faith in him. Although she had yet to procure evidence against Qin Shou, she remained convinced that he too was a corrupt individual, unworthy of trust. Furthermore, whenever Qin Shou gazed upon her, it was not her face he scrutinized, but rather her alluring figure, filled with desire. Such character traits could hardly denote a person of integrity. Nevertheless, as a seasoned member of the Discipline Inspection Commission, Lung Xiangmei was a woman of great wisdom. Often, it is said that villains have a deeper understanding of their kind. Thus, when Qin Shou claimed to know the whereabouts of El Taijun's concealed funds, it might well be the truth. After all, they might have conspired together in the past. How else could Qin Shou be so well informed about El Taijun's secrets? Since Qin Shou had willingly offered himself, it would be prudent to let him and El Taijun engage in their own battle of wits. Are you seeking to negotiate terms with me? Lung Xiangmei inquired. As a public servant, it is my duty to assist your commission in apprehending corrupt officials. If I were to stipulate a condition, it would be that Director Lung must not engage in favoritism and must ensure that El Taijun is dealt with severely. Do you harbor a grudge against El Taijun? I hold animosity towards all corrupt officials. Do you not possess even a hint of self-interest? While I cannot claim to be entirely devoid of self-interest, if Director Lung could leverage El Taijun to uncover evidence against my former mother-in-law and subject her to investigation, it would be most advantageous. Are you suggesting that you wish to use me as a pawn to exact personal vengeance? Director Lung, I trust in your professional integrity and your unwavering commitment to justice. If Ruan Xiangyu has not contravened the law, no amount of persuasion on my part would lead to her arrest. Then you possess evidence of Ruan Xiangyu's misconduct? None. Lung Xiangmei expressed her disappointment, stating, very well. Lead me to where El Tiejuan's illicit funds are hidden. Chapter 46. Who is the Mole Qin Shou guided Lung Xiangmei, along with several commission staff members, including Lu Chong and Wang Jiajia, to El Jiatsuan. Upon entering the village, Lung Xiangmei curiously inquired, what is this place? Director Lung, this is Lijiakan. No, it is now called El Jiatsuan, came Qin Shou's response, leaving Lung Xiangmei somewhat perplexed. Was it Lijiakan or El Jiatsuan? Director Lung, the story is rather lengthy. Please make it brief. El Jiatsuan was formerly known as Lijiakan, but when El Taijun became the director, he had the village name changed to El Jiatsuan. The astute Lung Xiangmei quickly connected the dots. She then asked, is El Tiejuan's ancestral home located here? Did he hide all his embezzled money in that old residence? Having apprehended numerous corrupt officials in the past, Lung Xiangmei was well aware that many of them concealed their ill-gotten gains in their ancestral homes. Abandoned residences, seldom visited, serve as the most ideal sanctuaries for hiding illicit funds. Lung Xiangmei is trustworthy, but are all the individuals she has brought along equally reliable? Qin Shou harbors deep doubts regarding this matter. To test the waters, he nodded and remarked, "Director Lung, as expected of an experienced member of the old discipline committee, your investigative prowess is indeed remarkable." In the back seat, Lu Chong promptly sent a text message to Xiong Gang, updating him on the situation. "Brother Gang, Qin Shou has arrived at Lujia village with Director Lung to search the ancestral home of El Taijun for hidden, embezzled funds." Lu Chong dispatched this message. And less than 3 minutes later, Chun Hongxia received it. When Qin Shou and his entourage set off, Lu Chong had already briefed Xionggang on their operational plan. However, at that time, Lu Chong was unaware of their destination, though Chun Hongxia had surmised that they would likely head to Lujia village. Thus, she arrived in advance. The ill-gotten gains amassed by El Taijun were initially concealed within the ancestral home, and as they accumulated over the years, they would be transferred to a more secure and inconspicuous location. Therefore, there indeed existed a sum of cash concealed within the ancestral home. Though the amount was not excessively large, approximately 1 million yuan. Upon receiving the information, Chun Hongxia hurriedly transferred that sum of cash into the trunk of her Range Rover. Parked not far from the village entrance, Qin Shou spotted the vehicle and recognized it as Chun Hongxia's. At this moment, it was evident that Chun Hongxia had come to relocate the embezzled funds, indicating that she had likely received advance notice. This operation had been a sudden decision made by Lung Xiangmei, and no one had been informed beforehand. Moreover, all actions taken by the discipline committee were confidential. Thus, Qin Shou felt compelled to suspect that there was a mole within the team accompanying Lung Xiangmei. As for the identity of the mole, Qin Shou could not discern it for the time being, but he was determined to unearth the traitor for Lung Xiangmei. The vehicle halted at the entrance of El Tiejuan's ancestral home. After disembarking, Qin Shou led the group directly to the back mountain, ultimately stopping at a grave. Before the grave stood a tombstone inscribed with the words, "Grave of the Benevolent Father, El Changsheng." Among the names of the filial sons, inscribed was that of El Taijun. With a look of confusion, Lung Xiangmei inquired, "Is this the grave of El Tiejuan's father?" "Indeed," Qin Shou affirmed with a nod. "What are we doing here?" Lung Xiangmei asked. "The embezzled funds belonging to El Taijun are concealed within this grave. If we excavate it, we will unearth the ill-gotten gains." Lu Chong, having slipped into a corner, hastily texted Xiong Gang, "Brother Gang, Qin Shou intends to dig up El Tiejuan's father's grave." Upon receiving Lu Chong's message, Xiong Gang immediately responded with an order. "Stop him. At all costs, prevent him from digging up the grave." "Understood," Lu Chong replied, returning to the grave site. Meanwhile, Lung Xiangmei furrowed her brows in contemplation. After all, this was the grave of El Tiejuan's father, and it was not something that could be disturbed lightly. Lu Chong had slipped away to send a message without Lung Xiangmei noticing, but Qin Shou had observed his actions. Could it be that Lu Chong was the mole? Upon Lu Chong's return, he approached Director Lung Xiangmei and commenced his performance. "Director Lung, Qin Shou is plotting against us. He aims to ensnare all our colleagues in the 8th Investigation Office into making mistakes, leading to their disciplinary action. Therefore, Director Lung, you must not fall for his cunning scheme." Lung Xiangmei paused, momentarily bewildered, and inquired, "Lu Chong, what do you mean by that?" "It is our duty to confiscate the ill-gotten wealth of corrupt officials. If we were to investigate elsewhere, even if we turned everything upside down and found not a single cent, it would not be of great consequence. But this is the grave of El Tiejuan's father. If we were to disturb this grave and uncover nothing, it would not merely result in negative repercussions. The Huaxia Nation holds filial piety in the highest regard. Even though we are the disciplinary committee investigating the case, we are acting in an official capacity. However, exhuming an ancestral grave is utterly indefensible from a moral standpoint." Lu Chong was indeed a traitor. Qin Shou had reached a firm conclusion. Originally, Lung Xiangmei had harbored some hesitation. But Lu Chang's words only served to deepen her uncertainty. If the grave remained undisturbed for just one night, Chen Hongxia could easily relocate the illicit funds buried therein. Thus, Qin Shou felt compelled to provoke Lung Xiaomei. Director Lung, if you lack the courage to pursue this case, then let us abandon the excavation of this grave. I brought you here, and El Tiejuan's family is surely already aware. If we do not unearth this grave now, within a mere night, all its contents will be transferred elsewhere. When that time comes, the evidence will vanish, and El Taijun will naturally be acquitted without charge. As Qin Shou spoke, he deliberately adopted a mocking tone, casting a flippant gaze over Lung Xiaomei, assessing her from head to toe. This woman, despite her fierce demeanor reminiscent of a black widow, maintained an admirable physique. Lung Xiaomei would certainly not allow El Taijun to escape justice. She had no intention of letting Qin Shou off the hook either. If he dared to toy with her, she would ensure he faced the consequences. Qin Shou, you claim that El Taijun concealed the illicit funds within his father's grave. What shall we say if we excavate and find nothing? If we fail to uncover the funds, I could be accused of slander, of spreading rumors, of obstructing your disciplinary committee's duties. These charges combined could jeopardize my position and land me in prison. Chapter 47. Who dares disturb my father's grave? Lung Xiaomei was an astute woman, fully aware that Qin Shou spoke the truth. If he was willing to wager his public office, even risking imprisonment, it indicated his unwavering certainty that illicit funds lay hidden within that grave. Otherwise, such a gamble would be utterly unnecessary. Thus, without hesitation, Lung Xiaomei decisively commanded her staff, excavate. As the workers with tools prepared to commence their task, a furious shout suddenly rang out, "Stop! Who dares disturb my father's grave?" Chen Hongxia had arrived with a throng of villagers, accompanied by the village secretary, Lu Fugue. Lu Fugue serves as the spokesperson for the Lu family, and a significant portion of the residents in Lujia village bear the surname Lu, all of whom heed his words. Thus, as long as Lu Fugue opposes the excavation of Lu Changxing's grave, even the City Discipline Inspection Commission lacks the authority to disturb it. It is essential to recognize that this is Lujia village, where impoverished terrain breeds cunning individuals. Although Lu Taijun, upon becoming the director, has not brought any benefits to the village and even altered its name, his father, Lu Changsheng, was well liked among the villagers during his lifetime, known for his kindness and integrity. Therefore, Lu Fugue's willingness to involve the villagers in this matter is not merely out of respect for Lu Taijun, but rather in honor of his father, Lu Changsheng. The villagers, being simple folk, cherish the bonds of goodwill. Even if the person has departed, the affection endures, unlike the bureaucratic system, where relationships wither upon a person's departure. Chen Hongxia is a clever woman who knows how to leverage the goodwill left by her father-in-law. When Lu Changxing passed away, Chen Hongxia, who had not shed a single tear, dramatically knelt before his grave, lamenting in a theatrical display of grief. "Father, Taijun has been wrongfully arrested. He is a man of integrity. Your other two sons are working far away and cannot return. These villains seek to desecrate your grave in your family's absence. Rest assured, as your daughter-in-law, though merely a woman, I shall lay down my life here to shield your grave from their shovels." In her determination to prevent the grave from being disturbed, Chen Hongxia disregarded her newly purchased, expensive dress and threw herself onto the grave, using her fragile form to protect Lu Changxing's resting place. The grave was constructed without cement, merely mounded with earth, allowing for easy concealment of any disturbances. Each year, the grave is cleared, symbolizing the descendants' filial piety as they visit and maintain it with care. Originally, Lung Xiaomei harbored doubts about whether illicit funds were hidden within the grave. However, with Chen Hongxia rallying the villagers to obstruct the excavation and staging such a performance, it was evident that something was amiss. Lung Xiaomei, the cold-hearted widow, was unfazed by Chen Hongxia's theatrics. She displayed her credentials to the villagers, declaring, "I am Lung Xiaomei, the director of the 8th Investigation Office of the City Discipline Inspection Commission. Lu Taijun has been detained on charges of embezzlement and bribery. We have received information indicating that the funds he misappropriated are concealed within this grave. Therefore, I urge you to vacate the area immediately and refrain from obstructing our investigation. The authority of the Discipline Inspection Commission undoubtedly instilled fear among the villagers. They were acutely aware that Liu Taijun had likely engaged in corrupt practices. After all, how could his wife afford a luxury vehicle like a Range Rover, which costs over $1 million? However, the villagers would never believe that Taijun would conceal ill-gotten gains at his father's grave. For if the money were hidden there, it would necessitate exhumation and subsequently reburial. The next time he wished to hide or retrieve something, he would have to disturb the grave once more. Such an act would be an affront to his father. After all, he was his own father. Even the most callous individual would not stoop to such a deed. What of the Discipline Inspection Commission? Are they permitted to unearth graves at will? The one guilty of corruption is Taijun, not Changle County. If they must search for evidence, they should seek it at Taijun's residence, not disturb his father's resting place. Changle County was a good man, regardless of his son's shortcomings. One cannot simply desecrate his grave. We, the uneducated villagers, only know that the dead deserve peace. Today, no matter who it may be, none shall disturb Changle County's grave. Though the villagers harbored a healthy respect for the authority of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission, the act of exhumation indeed crossed a line for them. Thus, they did not retreat, but rather steadfastly guarded the grave, preventing the commission from proceeding with their excavation. Lung Xiangmei, a seasoned investigator from the commission, had always been engaged with corrupt officials in the city. Faced with these unreasonable, even law-defying farmers, she found herself at a loss. Deep down, Lung Xiangmei was a principled officer. She understood that these farmers were merely being manipulated and were not inherently malicious. Therefore, she would never resort to having them arrested. Despite her capacity to do so, power is meant to protect the common people, not to harm them. This was the guiding principle of Lung Xiangmei's life. Seeing the standoff between the villagers and the commission, Liu Fugue stepped forward. Director Lung, greetings. I am Liu Fugue, the village secretary of Jiaozun. Hello, Secretary Liu. Lung Xiangmei replied without much enthusiasm. Director, as the Discipline Inspection Commission investigates, our village committee shall certainly cooperate fully. However, regarding the matter of exhumation, we must proceed with caution. Besides Taijun, Changxing has two other sons, Taitu and Taigang. If your commission intends to exhume Changxing's grave, surely you must first obtain the consent of his other two sons? They are currently working in another city and won't be back today. How about this? I will contact them, and once they return, we could discuss the matter of exhumation. Liu Fugue proposed this idea in an attempt to appease both sides. Chen Hongxia, upon hearing the suggestion, found it quite favorable. It would likely take at least 2 or 3 days for Taitu and Taigang to return. The commission could not possibly remain on-site around the clock. As long as the commission was absent, she could unearth the hidden items from the grave and restore it to its original state. Thus, when Taitu and Taigang eventually returned, even if the commission were to excavate the grave, they would only discover a decayed coffin and the frail remains of that old man. The commission, realizing they could not recover any illicit funds, would be unable to charge Taijun. Chen Hongxia had long since obtained a green card and could easily secure a one-way ticket to America, never to return. As for Taijun's fate, it was of no concern to her. Husbands and wives are like birds in the same forest. When disaster strikes, they each take flight. Chapter 48. Chen Hongxia's calculations within the grave. Liu Taijun had concealed not only money but also gold bars, with a total value estimated at 2 to 3 million. Chen Hongxia possessed the means to transfer all these funds abroad. Previously, she hesitated to do so due to the exorbitant commission of 30%, which she deemed too steep. However, with Liu Taijun now in trouble, she realized that even a 50% cut was acceptable. Money that could be transferred was genuinely hers. That which could not be, no matter how abundant, remained nothing more than meaningless figures. Of course, Lung Xiangmei would not acquiesce to Liu Fugue's suggestion. If the grave were not opened immediately, the illicit funds within might be quietly excavated by others. In such a case, they would not obtain the evidence against Lu Taijun. Nevertheless, Lung Xiangmei did not rush to express her stance. Instead, she pondered her strategy. Noticing her silence, Lu Fuguei assumed her agreement. Thus, he quickly turned to Qin Hongxia and said, "Madam Director, while I believe Director Lu is innocent, we must cooperate with the disciplinary committee in their investigation. Shall we proceed as I suggested?" Qin Hongxia bit her lip, presenting a helpless and pitiful demeanor as she responded, "I am but a woman. Matters concerning the Lu family should be decided by the men of the family. As long as Lu Taitu and Lu Taiging agree to exhume their father's grave, my consent is of little consequence. After all, it is their father buried there. I am merely a daughter-in-law." Seeing Qin Hongxia's acquiescence, Lu Chong promptly suggested to Lung Xiangmei, "Director Lung, the village secretary's proposal is quite reasonable. We should follow his lead. After all, we must obtain the son's consent before disturbing their father's resting place." Qin Shou immediately chimed in, affirming, "Indeed, Assistant Lu is correct. We should seek the son's approval before exhuming their father's grave." Lung Xiangmei regarded Qin Shou with a puzzled expression, uncertain of his intentions. He was both the hunter and the hunted in this scenario. Was he merely amusing himself? Thus, she furrowed her brow and coldly inquired, "Director Qin, do you believe I have ample free time?" Qin Shou turned to Lu Fuguei and remarked, "Secretary Lu, as you heard, Director Lung claims she is quite busy. Therefore, we cannot delay the excavation. It must be done today. However, your earlier point is valid. We should indeed seek Lu Taitu and Lu Tiegong's consent before proceeding. As the village secretary of Lu Village, you must have their contact information. Why not initiate a video call with them? I can communicate with them directly. If they agree via video, we can avoid the need for them to return just for this matter." Upon hearing this, Lung Xiangmei immediately concurred, "Yes. A video call is essential. If that's inconvenient, a phone call will suffice. The grave must be opened today." Lu Fuguei found this suggestion sensible, but did not immediately reach out to Lu Taitu and Lu Taiging. Instead, he turned to Qin Hongxia and asked, "Madam Director, what do you think?" "I have no objections." Qin Hongxia adopted a nonchalant demeanor, for she firmly believed that the two brothers, LV Taitu and LV Taiging, would never consent to disturbing their father's grave if they possessed even a modicum of sense. As long as one of the brothers opposed the excavation, the grave would remain undisturbed, granting her precious time to relocate her assets. Lu Fuguei produced his mobile phone and initiated a video call to LV Taitu. After a brief ring, the call was answered. At that moment, LV Taitu was laboring on a construction site, his body tanned and drenched in sweat. "Secretary Lu, what brings you here?" he inquired. "Taitu, the comrades from the Discipline Inspection Commission need to speak with you," Lu Fuguei replied, promptly handing the phone to Qin Shou. "Is this LV Taitu? Your elder brother, LV Taijun, has been placed under investigation. He has disclosed that the illicit funds he received were concealed in your father's grave. Consequently, we require authorization to excavate your father's grave, and I am notifying you in advance. Is that agreeable to you?" "Of course, no problem." LV Taitu dared not express any dissent. The mere mention of the Discipline Inspection Commission was enough to instill terror within him. After concluding the video call with LV Taitu, Lu Fuguei swiftly contacted LV Taiging. After several attempts, LV Taiging finally answered, clad in a yellow tunic and busy delivering takeout. "Taiging, the comrades from the Discipline Inspection Commission wish to discuss something with you," Lu Fuguei stated, once again handing the phone to Qin Shou. "Is this LV Taiging? Your elder brother, LV Taijun, has been placed under investigation. According to his confession, the illicit funds he received were hidden in your father's grave. Therefore, we must excavate your father's grave to retrieve the funds and subsequently restore the grave to its original state. Is this acceptable to you? I haven't taken a penny for my brother's embezzlement. You can apprehend him. It has nothing to do with me. If you wish to excavate my father's grave, go ahead. After all, my brother digs it up every year." With that, LV Taiging abruptly ended the video call, eager to avoid any complications with the commission. Commence the excavation. With a command from Lung Xiangmei, the workers began to dig. Half an hour later, the grave was unearthed, revealing a large chest. Upon opening it, they discovered it brimming with vibrant red banknotes, gold, and a ledger. After a thorough count by the staff of the Discipline Inspection Commission, the total value of the cash and gold was estimated to be around 25 million. However, LV Tiejuan's embezzlement over the years far exceeded this sum. Qin Shou had purchased a villa in America and had transferred substantial amounts of money abroad. Altogether, the total was at least over 100 million, with the contents of the grave being the funds she had not yet managed to relocate. As the staff busily counted the money, Lung Xiangmei suddenly inquired, "Where's Qin Shou?" The crowd exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by her sudden absence. Was she not just here? Could she have fled? It seems that Qin Shou is also implicated. At that moment, Qin Shou was already speeding along the highway in her luxurious Land Rover, en route to the provincial capital, Zhonghai City. She had purchased a ticket for a flight from Zhonghai to Hong Kong that evening, intending to escape the country via Hong Kong. Qin Shou was acutely aware of her intentions to flee and that she planned to do so by air. He turned to Cold Xiangmei and said, "Director Lung, may I have a word?" Cold Xiangmei followed Qin Shou into an abandoned thatch cottage. It was uncertain what fragrance this woman had sprayed on herself, but was indeed peculiar. Consequently, Qin Shou instinctively inhaled a few discreet breaths. Although his subtle sniffing went unnoticed by most, it did not escape the keen perception of Cold Xiangmei. "You better behave," she warned. "Rest assured, Director Lung, even if I have peculiar tastes, I have no interest in the Black Widow." Chapter 49, Willing to Brave Fire for You. How dare you claim to be the Black Widow? Cold Xiangmei was infuriated, her eyes narrowing as she coldly inquired, "What did you say?" Qin Shou quickly retreated, altering his statement. "The reason I brought you to this humble cottage is that there is a traitor within your ranks." "On what grounds do you assert that there is a traitor among my team?" If there were no traitor within Cold Xiangmei's team, how could Qin Shou have suddenly appeared to thwart our excavation efforts? The actions of the disciplinary committee are supposed to be confidential. Aside from me, everyone involved in today's operation are your committee members. If the information leaked was not from me, then it must be a traitor. Qin Shou's words caused Cold Xiangmei's elegant brows to furrow deeply, twisting into a tight knot. The leak of information indeed suggested the presence of a traitor. Who could it be? Intuition told Cold Xiangmei that Qin Shou might know the identity of the traitor. Thus, she asked if you claim there is a traitor. "Then who is it?" "Director Lung, the traitor originates from within your disciplinary committee, and among your committee members, you are the only one I know." Qin Shou spread his hands in confusion, saying, "So how would I know who the traitor is? You summoned me here just to tell me this? And now you have no idea who the traitor is?" Cold Xiangmei felt a surge of anger. She sensed that this man was toying with her. No, it seemed he was taking advantage of her, for she had to suspect that Qin Shou had invited her to this thatched cottage merely for a private conversation. What a scoundrel! Qin Shou was oblivious to Cold Xiangmei's inner turmoil, unaware of the vast misunderstanding she harbored against him. Qin Shou likely intended to flee the country. Therefore, your committee must apprehend her. I just checked the flight information, and it appears that Qin Shou plans to fly directly from Zhonghai to Hong Kong before heading abroad. On what basis do you conclude she will fly to Hong Kong? If she boards a flight to Hong Kong, your committee will be unable to stop her. The earliest flight to Hong Kong from nearby cities is tonight, departing directly from Zhonghai. Very well, I will now investigate the ticket purchasing information. Qin Shou may not necessarily book her ticket using her identification card. She possesses a green card and will likely use her American passport. Thus, her name could possibly be translated into Chinese as Sophia. You seem quite familiar with Qin Shou. I'm not particularly well acquainted with Qin Shou, but I am well versed in the corrupt officials of Changle County. Should you require assistance in apprehending the corrupt, I would gladly brave fire for you. Then allow me to express my gratitude in advance. Director Lung, shall we add each other as friends? Qin Shou revealed his QR code. Lung Xiaomei hesitated for a moment, but ultimately took out her phone, scanned it, and added him as a friend. When adding a note, perhaps due to the input method, she inadvertently referred to Qin Shou as Beast. However, this was a trivial matter, unworthy of concern. The most significant aspect was that Qin Shou had successfully added Lung Xiangmei as a friend. This was tantamount to acquiring a sharp sword, a weapon capable of slaying corrupt officials. Upon exiting the thatched cottage, Qin Shou sought out Lu Fugui. Secretary Lu. The grave of LV Changsheng has been excavated by the comrades from the Discipline Inspection Commission. During the restoration, they may not comprehend the customs of the village. Certain procedures and traditions that should be followed might be mistaken for feudal superstition. Therefore, I kindly request your assistance in arranging this matter. Whatever the cost, just let me know, and I will transfer the funds to you up front. Lu Fugui pondered for a moment and nodded. All right, leader, for the labor-intensive tasks. I can have the villagers pitch in. Afterward, I will treat them to a meal and drinks. Consider that on me. However, hiring a priest will indeed require some expenditure. Approximately 2,000 to 3,000 yuan should suffice. Fine. I will transfer 3,000 yuan to you now. Qin Shou retrieved his phone, added Lu Fugui as a friend, and transferred the funds. With this matter arranged, a weight was lifted from Qin Shou's heart. After all, although it was for official business and the seizure of illicit funds, it involved disturbing the grave of an elder. Failing to manage the subsequent tasks properly would weigh heavily on his conscience. Despite being labeled a beast by several women, he was a beast with a conscience. At least, he was a genuine beast, not a refined one. The Penglai tea house was raided. Fifth brother was arrested. And LV Taijun was also placed under double regulation. Even more infuriating was that Qin Shou, that rascal, had taken Lung Xiangmei to excavate LV Tiejuan's father's grave, not only unearthing cash and gold, but also discovering a ledger. This left Ruan Xiangyu deeply worried and uneasy, for she was oblivious to the contents of that cursed ledger. Lung Xiangmei had not permitted anyone other than herself to see it. Ruan Xiangyu resolved to confront Qin Shou personally. She had to educate that scoundrel in her capacity as a mother-in-law. After imparting her wisdom, she would ensure that he resolved the troubles he had stirred up. The incident at the Penglai tea house must not implicate anyone else beyond LV Taijun. A former mother-in-law is still a mother-in-law. A mother-in-law is akin to a mother. Any ungrateful child daring to provoke their mother's ire must be dealt with. As soon as Qin Shou returned to his office, Ruan Xiangyu stormed in, exuding an aura of fury. This alluring woman bore a dark expression, her face more dismal than a bitter melon. Upon entering, she fixed Qin Shou with a piercing gaze, as if she wished to slay him with her eyes, to subject him to 1,000 tortures. Ah, is that you, Director Wan? What brings you here? You scoundrel. Qin Shou. Ruan Xiangyu spat venomously, then raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap directly to Qin Shou's chiseled face. As a hefty slap approached, Qin Shou swiftly seized a wooden plank to shield himself. With a resounding crack, Ruan Xiangyu's delicate hand struck the board instead, causing her to grimace in pain. Yet she refrained from crying out, merely hissing like a venomous serpent. This wooden plank was a sample material sent by the contracting company for the conference room renovation. Qin Shou, you scoundrel! You wretched creature! You despicable rascal! Ruan Xiangyu berated him while shaking her stinging hand, unable to continue her assault. Qin Shou was well aware of the reason for her ire, but feigned ignorance, inquiring, Director Ruan, what brings you here? What brings me here? To slap you, of course. Extend your face so I can give you a good smack. The pain in her hand had dissipated, and Ruan Xiangyu's sole desire was to strike Qin Shou, to release her pent-up frustration before addressing other matters. On what grounds do you presume to hit me? Qin Shou questioned. On what grounds? Simply because I am your mother. You ungrateful child, incapable of succeeding in anything else, yet adept at provoking your own mother. Ruan Xiangyu was skilled in the art of psychological warfare. Her insistence on being Qin Shou's mother was a ploy to offer him a chance to reconcile with her daughter. Though she would never condone a reunion between her daughter and this scoundrel, she could certainly manipulate this foolish lad to her advantage. In Ruan Xiangyu's mind, invoking the card of daughterhood would render Qin Shou obedient like a devoted dog. However, she was unaware that the Qin Shou of today was no longer the same as before. Just the thought of having struck this fellow's face only to hit the wooden board instead, leaving her hand still aching, ignited her anger. She felt compelled to slap Qin Shou, lest her fury remain unquenched. Seizing an opportunity while Qin Shou was distracted, she swung her hand and delivered a resounding smack to his backside. The satisfaction was akin to that of a mother chastising her son. In her youth, witnessing her friends discipline their sons had sparked envy within her. Alas, she had only one daughter, Su Jing, whom she could not bear to strike. Thus, after over 2 decades of motherhood, she had yet to discipline a child. Yet, the earlier slap was merely with her hand. How delightful it would be to wield a hanger instead. Qin Shou was taken aback. Disbelief etched across his face as he asked, "What are you doing?" "What am I doing?" Wan Xiangyu glared at him with irritation, retorting, "I am your mother. If you provoke my anger, I will not hesitate to discipline you. Next time, I'll use a hanger to leave marks on your backside. Even though Su Jing and I are divorced, I am still your mother. Once you call me mom, that bond is eternal. If you dare defy me, I will certainly resort to the hanger or a feather duster. I refuse to believe I cannot handle this little rascal." Wan Xiangyu was merely acting. She had no genuine desire to be Qin Shou's mother. Her true intention was to exploit this foolish lad. Of course, indulging in the role of a mother and venting her frustrations through playful reprimands was a welcome diversion. After all, her greatest regret in life was never having a son. In her youth, she envied her best friend for thrashing her son and longed to bear a son to discipline. Now that she has aged and can no longer have a son, she has decided to use her former son-in-law as a substitute for her whims. Qin Shou found himself somewhat bewildered, unable to comprehend the intentions of Wan Xiangyu. What was her game? Previously, when he was married to her daughter, she had always held him in disdain. Now, did she intend to adopt him as her son? No, that couldn't be right. Wan Xiangyu was a woman with a heart of a viper. She must have ulterior motives. Qin Shou was not easily deceived by Wan Xiangyu, yet he was intrigued to see what performance she intended to deliver. Thus, he decided to play along with her scheme. "Mother, if you strike me, does that imply your approval of my reconciliation with Su Jing?" he teased, eager to observe her reaction. "Mother, how should I behave?" "You mustn't call me mother. Only after you demonstrate good behavior may you do so," she retorted. "You little rascal, if I don't discipline you for a day, you create mischief, don't you? Are you pleased that your 5th uncle has been sent to prison?" "Mother, who is Lung Xiaomei? She is the Black Widow. Surely she cannot return empty-handed after investigating in Changle County. As for the minor offense committed by my 5th uncle, he won't face the death penalty. At worst, he may receive a few years. Once the storm passes, you could arrange for his medical parole, and then he would be free from prison." Qin Shou's repeated calls of mother pleased Wan Xiangyu, who mistakenly believed he had fallen under her influence and that he might once again become her son-in-law. Wan Xiangyu intended to exploit this very weakness of Qin Shou, recognizing it as his greatest vulnerability. Previously, she had sought to hastily imprison him, but now her perspective had shifted. The incident at the tea house had enlightened her. She realized that pushing Qin Shou too hard could provoke him into a desperate frenzy, a danger to everyone involved. Qin Shou was akin to a mutt, unrefined yet fiercely protective, and his greatest asset was also his most significant flaw, his loyalty. Hence, Wan Xiangyu needed to ensure that Qin Shou recognized her as his master, so he would obediently follow her directives. Although the political scene in Changle County appeared harmonious on the surface, beneath lay fierce competition and conflict. Take County Chief Wang Rand, for instance. While he shared mutual interests with Wan Xiangyu, they also had their disputes. However, due to mutual dirt they held on each other, neither dared to sever ties openly. Wan Xiangyu devised a cunning plan to incite Qin Shou to attack Wang Rand. After all, with Qin Shou divorced from her daughter, he was ostensibly at odds with her, making it unlikely for Wang Rand to suspect Wan Xiangyu's manipulation. Wan Xiangyu settled herself comfortably in Qin Shou's chair. "Mother, that is my seat. While I am here, you must stand." Qin Shou, scolded as if he were her son, nodded obediently, yes. Wan Xiangyu was oblivious to the fact that Qin Shou was merely performing. She believed she had completely subdued the young man. Thus, she abandoned all pretense and directly inquired, "I have heard that Lung Xiaomei unearthed a ledger from Lu Changxing's grave?" "Indeed," he replied. "You must steal that ledger for me." "Mother, that ledger is in Lung Xiaomei's possession, and she safeguarded it personally. How could I possibly steal it? Have you not assisted Lung Xiangmei on numerous occasions? Surely, you have earned her trust? Even if you cannot pilfer the ledger, there must be opportunities to catch a glimpse of its contents. Go and discreetly observe what is recorded within. Furthermore, you must promptly report any movements by Lung Xiangmei. Should you dare defy my orders, I shall punish you. If I comply with your wishes, will you permit me to remarry Su Jing? Let us see how you perform. Rest assured, mother, I shall certainly demonstrate exemplary behavior. Qin Shou understood all too well that to topple the Brahmins of Changle County, he must infiltrate their ranks. He was acutely aware that Ruan Xiangyu intended to exploit him, and so he decided to play along, seizing the opportunity to turn the tables on her. In the realm of politics, who isn't a cunning fox? It is a game of deception within deception. Once the initial task was assigned, Ruan Xiangyu felt it insufficient. Thus, she addressed Qin Shou. You are now the head of the Jigong River Hydropower Station. I have heard that the director of procurement, Go Jianxiang, has embezzled a considerable sum of money. I shall be frank with you. The reason Lung Xiaomei has come to Changle County personally to investigate is because of the Jigong River Hydropower Station. Therefore, you must deliver someone to Lung Xiaomei. Your best course of action is to hand over Go Jianxiang. Then, use your personal rapport with Lung Xiaomei to persuade her to withdraw from Changle County gracefully. Mother, Go Jianxiang is under the jurisdiction of County Chief Wang. Even your distant uncle has been implicated. Do you truly believe you can manage this? If you cannot ensure that Go Jianxiang is imprisoned to assist Lung Xiangmei in her mission, I shall make you regret it. Chapter 51. The mother-in-law's command as she spoke. Ruan Xiangyu noticed a feather duster in the drawer and seized it. Grasping the feathered end, she aimed the handle at Qin Shou's rear. Smack! How invigorating! How delightful! Had I known, I would have preferred a son, so I could have played this game from childhood. Qin Shou was speechless. Had Ruan Xiangyu truly immersed herself in this performance? Nevertheless, he understood he must play along as well, feigning a dutiful son. Mother, how old am I? Why do you still strike me? Age is irrelevant. You are still my son. A son-in-law is akin to a son. Disobedience warrants punishment. Even if I were laid to rest, should you provoke Jingjing's ire, I would rise from my grave to chastise you. After reprimanding her son-in-law, Ruan Xiangyu rose from her seat. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall spare you today. You must fulfill the tasks I have assigned. Fail to do so, and next time, I shall use a hanger to punish you. Ruan Xiangyu was tempted to use the hanger immediately, for she yearned to administer a playful reprimand to her son, having lived her life as a woman. Today she finally experienced the joy of reprimanding her son for the first time. The bliss of motherhood. After Ruan Xiangyu departed, Qin Shou prepared a cup of tea and took a sip. At that moment, Go Jianxiang arrived. Upon entering the office, Go Jianxiang exhibited a furtive demeanor, closing the door and audibly locking it behind him. Qin Shou, a man attentive to details, immediately noticed that Go Jianxiang held two items in his hands, a contract and an envelope, just as Ruan Xiangyu had commanded him to deal with Go Jianxiang. Here he was, conveniently presenting himself. In truth, even if Ruan Xiangyu had not approached Qin Shou today, he would have taken action against Go Jianxiang regardless. The procurement department is one of the most vital sectors of the Jigongi hydropower station, and it is unacceptable for a corrupt official to hold the position of director. Thus, Qin Shou must ensure Go Jianxiang is imprisoned and replaced with an upright individual to lead the procurement department. Qin Shou needed to evaluate candidates for the new director, but it was imperative to swiftly eliminate the old director, Go Jianxiang. Furthermore, every transaction made by Go Jianxiang previously must be thoroughly scrutinized to fulfill Secretary Yang's trust. Qin Shou was acutely aware that he could only serve one master, Yang Wenqing. Go Jianxiang approached Qin Shou, bowing and scraping, and said, Director Qin, I have a contract here that requires your signature. He hurriedly extended the contract to Qin Shou, along with a dingy yellow envelope. Instead of examining the contract first, Qin Shou picked up the envelope. It felt heavy, containing a solid object. Judging by its weight, Qin Shou suspected it to be a gold bar. Intrigued, he opened the envelope, and a dazzling gleam emerged, momentarily blinding him. Indeed, it was a gold bar. The bar bore an inscription indicating it weighed 100 grams and was of the highest purity, 99.99. given the current gold prices. This 100-gram bar could equate to Qin Shou's annual income, including his savings and bonuses. For a modest civil servant in a poverty-stricken county, the allure of this gold bar was undeniably substantial. Pointing at the gold bar, Qin Shou inquired, "Go Jinxiang, what is the meaning of this?" "Director Qin," Go Jinxiang replied with a broad grin, "This is your signing fee. Just affix your signature to the contract, and the matter will be resolved. Rest assured, there will be further compensation afterward." This contract was valued at 50 million and required Qin Shou's signature to become effective. According to his agreement with the other party, he could take a 10% cut, amounting to 5 million. As for Qin Shou, Go Jinxiang had already calculated that 50,000 would suffice for him, leaving Go Jinxiang with a comfortable 2,500,000 after sharing with others. Qin Shou glanced at the contract. It pertained to the procurement and installation of hydraulic turbine generator units, with a total value of 50 million. Party A is naturally the Jigong River Hydropower Station, while Party B is a company known as Nanjiang Water Conservancy Engineering Company, Limited. The legal representative and president of Nanjiang Water Conservancy is a woman named Wu Qian. Qin Shou is undoubtedly aware of Wu Qian. She is the sister-in-law of Ge Bing, the director of the County Water Conservancy Bureau, and possesses both beauty and malice. All lucrative projects in Changle County are monopolized by these Brahmins. Without a powerful background or connections in the county, one cannot expect to engage in any profitable business. Although the Jigong River Hydropower Station has been completed, it remains a mere shell, as the generator sets have yet to be procured and installed. Qin Shou lacks expertise in this area. However, he can find knowledgeable individuals. Yang Kai, the head of the technical department at the County Water Conservancy Bureau, is a master's graduate in water conservancy engineering from Haihe University, making him an expert in the field. Yet, no matter how skilled an expert may be, in a small county like Changle, their talents are rendered useless, as these small towns serve as graveyards for capable individuals. Yang Kai was assigned to the County Water Conservancy Bureau 5 years ago, immediately becoming the head of the technical department, and he remains in that position to this day. "Leave the contract with me. I will study it." Qin Shou neither directly refused nor agreed. As for the gold brick, he returned it to Go Jinxiang. "I cannot accept this. Please take it back." "Understood, Director Qin." Go Jinxiang took the gold brick and left. Qin Shou scanned the contract, organizing the specifications, quantities, installation processes, and prices of the purchased generator sets, and then printed the information. Having completed his preparatory work, Qin Shou called Yang Kai to invite him for a small barbecue that evening. After all, directly visiting the Water Conservancy Bureau to seek Yang Kai would be somewhat inappropriate. Qin Shou was not afraid, but if Ge Bing were to learn that Yang Kai discussed the issues within the contract with Qin Shou, leading to its failure to be signed, Ge would undoubtedly make things difficult for Yang Kai. Therefore, Qin Shou decided to treat Yang Kai to barbecue, discreetly clarifying the intricacies of the contract before making a decision. Just then, there was a knock on the office door. "Knock, knock." Qin Shou quickly tidied up the contract and his printed materials, then called out to the door, "Come in." The office door swung open, revealing Go Jinxiang once more. "Do you have further business?" Qin Shou inquired. "Director Qin, my wife's family produces excellent green tea, and knowing your fondness for it, especially green tea, I brought you a jar." Go Jinxiang placed a jar of tea on Qin Shou's desk. "This tea is not expensive. A jar is worth only about 50 yuan, so please feel no burden." Without waiting for Qin Shou to decline, Go Jinxiang hurriedly left, closing the door behind him. Upon opening the jar, Qin Shou discovered a packet of ordinary green tea inside. However, concealed beneath the green tea was a 100-gram gold brick, the very one from earlier. Chapter 52, A Hot Potato. Is Go Jinxiang determined to drag himself down as well? Which official can withstand such a test? This 100-gram gold bar has ceased to be a mere piece of metal. It has transformed into a scalding hot potato. No, it is more akin to a bomb, one that, if mishandled, could obliterate Qin Shou into mere ashes. Although the envelope handed to him by Xiao Yu contained a sum of 10,000 yuan, Qin Shou remains unfazed by her presence, as she is merely a pawn of Secretary Yang. That 10,000 yuan is a bait to lure him. The gold bar gifted by Go Jinxiang poses a perilous dilemma. If Qin Shou fails to navigate this situation judiciously, he would indeed be accepting bribes. Should this be substantiated, it could spell disaster for his political aspirations. How should he proceed? Should he return it to Go Jinxiang? Certainly, Qin Shou would not entertain such a notion. For this gold bar presents a strategic opportunity to draw out the snake from its lair. Should he consult Secretary Yang for guidance? With the gold bar in hand, he made his way to the county committee, bringing along the 10,000 yuan as well. The paramount quality esteemed by leaders is loyalty. Therefore, Qin Shou must manifest unwavering allegiance before Yang Wenqing. Although his intuition suggests that the coveted position of Secretary's chief aide will likely fall to Xiao Yu, he could still salvage his ambition by becoming Secretary Yang's confidant. After all, he is already divorced and in need of a partner. Secretary Yang would be quite an excellent choice. Alas, that fateful night, intoxicated, he failed to savor the experience akin to Zhu Beiji's indulgence in ginseng fruit. If only Yang Wenqing would grant him another opportunity, he would surely abstain from inebriation and instead relish this delicacy from the celestial realm. Meanwhile, in the county committee office, Xiao Yu sauntered into the secretary's office. Noticing a cup of milk tea on Yang Wenqing's desk, she seized it and took a hearty sip. After a large gulp, she grimaced, exclaiming, "This tastes dreadful." Yang Wenqing shot her a disapproving glance and retorted, "If it's so terrible, why are you drinking it?" To which Xiao Yu replied, "I'm merely sampling it for you. If this milk tea is subpar, I'll drink it myself." Xiao Yu displayed no courtesy whatsoever. "You come to my office just to pilfer my milk tea?" Yang Wenqing inquired. "Sister Qing, I must inform you of something. Qin Shou is a notorious scoundrel. Keep your distance." "A scoundrel? Wasn't your previous assessment of him rather favorable? How has he become a scoundrel now? Did he make advances toward you? He was leering at me. Clearly, he is a rogue. Moreover, he is likely a corrupt official, although I have yet to gather evidence." "A corrupt official? Did you not previously assert that he wasn't in league with Wang Ren and the others? Furthermore, did he not recently assist Director Lung of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Committee in seizing the embezzled funds hidden by El Taijun at his father's grave? I also heard that El Taijun's wife, Chun Hongxia, was preparing to flee abroad by plane. It was Qin Shou who timely alerted Director Lung, which led to the arrest of Chun Hongxia at Zhonghai Airport. Qin Shou's actions are not driven by justice, but rather by vengeance. Vengeance? Against whom? Against his ex-wife. The Penglai Tea House is owned by Ruan Xiangyu's fifth brother, Ruan Zhonghua. El Taijun is affiliated with Ruan Xiangyu's faction, although these individuals are indeed notorious for their misdeeds. However, Qin Shou utilized Wen Jiai and Lung Xiangmei to bring these criminals to justice, not out of benevolence, but rather as an act of retaliation. Did you not have a meal with Qin Shou? How could your animosity towards him have intensified so drastically after dining together? Did he dare to lay a hand on you during the meal? If he were to do so, I would certainly ensure his emasculation. Is there perhaps some misunderstanding between you two? There is no misunderstanding. He cannot withstand scrutiny. Not even a bit. Scrutiny? What kind of scrutiny? A test of beauty? Did you test him with your allure? Certainly not. I tested him with money. I mentioned that I had a friend in business who needed to procure equipment for the Chittagong River hydropower station, and my friend had it. Then, I handed him an envelope containing 10,000 yuan, which was my private stash. Yet, that unworthy Qin Shou, who cannot endure such a test, accepted it without hesitation. He took your money, and then what happened? Then, I planned to enlist a friend to stage a bribery act against him. Once I secured evidence, I would approach Lung Xiangmei to report Qin Shou, leading to his disciplinary action and imprisonment. This is entrapment. It's utterly absurd. What of entrapment? He is the one who cannot withstand the test. Should I be blamed for that? Is there anything else? None. Xiao Yu left with Yang Wenqing's milk tea. 10 minutes later, Yang Wenqing craved her milk tea and began browsing delivery options on her phone. After selecting a cup of mango sago, she was about to place her order when there was a knock on the office door. Knock, knock. Yang Wenqing quickly set down her phone and called out, "Come in." The office door swung open, and Qin Shou entered, holding a cup of milk tea, specifically mango sago. The reason for this choice was due to Qin Shou's financial constraints. Only this flavor was on promotion at a 50% discount. Secretary Yang, I have important matters to report to you, Qin Shou stated, placing the milk tea on Yang Wenqing's desk. Coincidentally, he had been wanting the very flavor he brought, and most importantly, it was half-sweetened. How does he know me so well? Yang Wenqing found it rather unsettling. The half-sweetness was a guess by Qin Shou. Women generally enjoy milk tea, yet often lament about their diets. Hence, they prefer half-sweetened options while indulging. This peculiar habit is also shared by Su Jing. Qin Shou understands it all too well. How much is this milk tea? Yang Wenqing inquired. Secretary Yang, consider my treat. If you don't tell me, I want tea, drink it. Just take it back. 8 yuan. 8? Is it really that inexpensive? This flavor is on promotion, 50% off. Upon hearing this, Yang Wenqing curiously probed, what about the last one? Was it also on promotion? Indeed, you truly are a diligent and frugal man. Before the divorce, his salary card was managed by his ex-wife, and his pocket money never exceeded 20 yuan. Therefore, he became accustomed to being thrifty. Qin Shou handed over a bulging envelope to Yang Wenqing. What is this? Yang Wenqing asked. 10,000 yuan, given to me by Xiao Yu, who mentioned that a friend of hers could supply equipment for the Jigong River hydropower station. Qin Shou revealed everything without the slightest concealment. After answering, he produced a gold ingot and handed it to Yang Wenqing. Yang Wenqing glanced at the gold ingot, which weighed a full 100 grams. Is this also from Xiao Yu? She inquired, puzzled. In fact, it was given to me by Go Jianxiang, along with a contract that requires my signature, Qin Shou replied, producing the contract and presenting it to Yang Wenqing. She took the document, glanced at it, and curiously asked, what is the background of this Nanjiang Water Conservancy Engineering Company? Look today. The president of Nanjiang Water Conservancy, Wu Qian, is the sister-in-law of Ge Bing, the director of the county's Water Conservancy Bureau. Qin Shou was not reporting maliciously. He was merely adhering to his promise of never lying before Secretary Yang. What do you intend to do about it? Yang Wenqing, I will follow Secretary Yang's instructions, Qin Shou answered. This matter falls under the jurisdiction of the Discipline Inspection Commission. You are quite familiar with Director Long of the city's Discipline Inspection Commission, aren't you? Take this to her. Yang Wenqing, well-versed in the art of governance, would never overstep her bounds or meddle in the affairs of the Discipline Inspection Commission. Should I take the gold ingot along with this 10,000 yuan? Qin Shou inquired. What do you think? Yang Wenqing retorted. Then I shall take the gold ingot first. As for the 10,000 yuan, although Xiao Yu has already given it to me, the matter has not yet transpired. Therefore, I shall leave this money with you, Secretary Yang. If Xiao Yu truly attempts to bribe me in the future, or if her friend does, I will then take this 10,000 yuan to the Discipline Inspection Commission and have Director Lung apprehend her. Off you go. Yang Wenqing dismissed Qin Shou. Gazing at the 10,000 yuan laid out on the table, Yang Wenqing hesitated momentarily. Ultimately, she chose not to summon Xiao Yu, instead placing the 10,000 yuan directly into her drawer. At such a young age, serving as the county committee secretary, Yang Wenqing was undoubtedly astute and adept in the art of managing subordinates. Upon exiting the county committee building, Qin Shou drove his second-hand Santana to the red brick house to meet Lung Xiangmei, carrying only the 100-gram gold ingot, without purchasing her any milk tea. After all, even if Qin Shou were a sycophant, he would only dote on Yang Wenqing. He had no desire to flatter a woman he could not have. Arriving at the director's office door, he found it closed, yet the light was on inside, indicating that Lung Xiangmei was present, weighing the gold ingot in his hand. He felt a pang of regret at having to part with it so soon. Money is alluring to everyone, and Qin Shou was no exception. He too had an affinity for wealth. If not for his financial constraints, would he still be driving that old second-hand Santana? Why did not fancy a Benz? He certainly admired a Rolls-Royce. After organizing his thoughts, Qin Shou knocked on the office door. Knock, knock. The sound of his knocking was followed by Lung Xiangmei's voice from within. Come in. Her voice was melodious, yet it bore a chill that instilled a sense of trepidation. Although Qin Shou had not committed any wrongdoing, he was still a cadre, while Lung Xiangmei held the position of the head of the Discipline Inspection Commission. Upon encountering her, he felt akin to a mouse in the presence of a cat. Instinctively experiencing a twinge of fear, Qin Shou entered the room, where Lung Xiangmei sat in her chair. regarding him with an expressionless face that betrayed not a hint of emotion. In a tone as cold as ice, she inquired, "Do you have business with me?" Her frigid demeanor was distinctly unwelcoming, creating an atmosphere detrimental to communication and exchange. Consequently, Qin Shou responded with a cheerful smile, "Director Lung, I have come to confess." "Confess?" Lung Xiangmei's gaze sharpened with suspicion as she gravely cautioned, "This is the Discipline Inspection Commission, not a place for jest. Director Lung, as a guest, could you kindly pour me a glass of water? If possible, a cup of tea would be delightful. I have no preference for the tea leaves, Longjing, Pu'er, Tiguanyin. Any would suffice. We only have green tea here." Lung Xiaomei procured a disposable paper cup, added some tea leaves, and filled it with water from the dispenser before handing it to Qin Shou. "Thank you." After expressing his gratitude, Qin Shou refrained from drinking the tea, as it was freshly boiled and too hot. Instead, he produced a gold bar and extended it towards Lung Xiaomei. She examined the gold bar, noting its purity of 9,999 and a weight of 100 grams. "Who gave this to you?" she inquired. "The director of the procurement department at Jiangxi Hydropower Station, Go Jianxiang." Qin Shou presented the contract to her. "In addition to this gold bar, Go Jianxiang also provided me with a contract that requires my signature." Lung Xiangmei glanced at the contract. "A contract worth 50 million, and they only offer you 100 grams of gold? This barely amounts to 100,000. Based on current gold prices, it's only worth around 70 to 80,000. Go Jianxiang mentioned that if I signed, there would be further rewards after the deal was completed." "Further rewards? How much are we talking about?" "I have not signed, so I have not received anything, and thus, I remain unaware of the amount." Qin Shou took a sip of tea and suggested, "Director Lung, what if we turn the tables?" "Turn the tables?" Lung Xiaomei queried, perplexed. "Are you foolish?" "It means to set a trap to catch a bigger fish." "You are the fool. Do you dare to insult the director of the Discipline Inspection Commission? Do you believe I want to detain you for 10 days or half a month? Even if you were to detain me for a year and a half, you would not uncover a single penny of ill-gotten gains for me. Therefore, Director Lung, it is unnecessary for you to waste your valuable time on someone as innocent as I. Enough with the banter. Share your plan." "Director Lung, are you aware of the origins of the Nanjiang Water Conservancy Engineering Company, Limited? Stop with the riddles. Speak plainly. Time is precious, and I have no time for nonsense. The president of Nanjiang Water Conservancy is Wu Qian, who is the sister-in-law of Go Bing, the director of the County Water Conservancy Bureau. Thus, although Go Jinxiang sought my signature for this 50 million contract, he is merely a pawn in this scheme. There must be a significant player hidden behind the scenes." After pondering for a moment, Lung Xiangmei recognized this as a promising breakthrough. Setting a trap to catch a big fish? This is indeed a clever strategy. Thus, she inquired, "How do you intend to cast this long line to catch the big fish?" Director Lung replied, "The freezing of 3 feet of ice does not occur in a single day. The big fish in Changle County have been entrenched local power brokers for many years, deeply rooted in their domains. To uproot them and obtain solid evidence against them cannot be rushed. After all, haste makes waste. Attempting to directly apprehend the big fish would be futile. However, we can begin by capturing the small fish. By doing so, we may glean some evidence from their confessions." Qin Shou's line of thinking resonated with Lung Xiangmei's perspective. Thus, she nodded in agreement and then asked, "So, how do you plan to catch these small fish?" Chapter 54, Infiltration, using myself as bait. Qin Shou declared with a resolute spirit. His ultimate aspiration was to eradicate the corrupt officials in Changle County. If he did not succeed, he would perish honorably. "Infiltration? What do you mean by that?" Lung Xiaomei queried. "The Jigong River Hydropower Station has already seen an investment of 2.3 billion. Of that amount, how much has genuinely gone into the construction of the power station? And how much has been embezzled? We cannot allow this to remain a murky account. Everything must be thoroughly investigated. Therefore, I wish to infiltrate the enemy ranks, gain their trust, and clandestinely gather evidence to bring them all down." Lung Xiangmei appeared somewhat confused and asked, "Are you suggesting that I refrain from making arrests?" "Arrests must be made, but not at your behest, Director Lung. You should discover the corrupt officials on your own and take action. As for me, I will remain on the side of the corrupt. In fact, when the time comes for apprehensions, you may even include me. However, once the investigation is complete, you simply need to release me. You aim to be an undercover agent and provide me with intelligence? Indeed. All right. Lung Xiaomei nodded in agreement. She then added, even as an undercover agent, you must adhere to the law. Should you dare to embezzle even a single penny, I will ensure your arrest. And I shall not relent until you face justice. Rest assured, Director Lung, I have no interest in money. Then what captivates your interest? Catching corrupt officials, eradicating the malignancies. A cold laugh from Lung Xiaomei signified her skepticism. Qin Shou offered no explanation. Time will reveal a horse's strength, and time will reveal a person's heart. That evening, at Aunt Lou's barbecue, Qin Shou drank for the first time with Yang Kai. It was there that Yang Kai had just passed the selection examination and was newly assigned to the Changle County Water Resources Bureau, brimming with ambition and determination to achieve great things. They conversed about a myriad of topics, sharing similar aspirations to enact change in Changle County through their talents and abilities. However, time had passed, and circumstances had changed. The two once fervent youths had seen their edges softened, blending into the crowd. Although neither had succumbed to collusion with the local Brahmins, both had adopted a laid-back attitude. After several rounds of drinks and a variety of dishes, Yang Kai suddenly turned to Qin Shou and said, Brother Qin, this might be our last drink in Changle County. Last drink? Why is that? Qin Shou inquired. I feel that I am still youthful, and I should venture out and not continue to live in a state of aimless existence. Yang Kai raised his glass and clinked it with Qin Shou's. After downing the drink in his cup, he remarked, a classmate of mine has established a hydraulic engineering company and invited me to serve as the technical director. Remaining in Changle County, I find myself with no room to exert my talents. While being a civil servant offers a stable livelihood, our integrity prevents us from indulging in greed or corruption. Our income is indeed quite meager. Continuing in this manner leaves me feeling utterly hopeless, overwhelmed by a sense of powerlessness. Over the years, I have come to see the truth and resign myself to my fate. It's not merely Changle County that suffers. This wretched society is riddled with the same issues. We cannot affect change. The only thing we can alter is to rely on our true abilities rather than resorting to embezzlement, to earn more and provide a better life for our families. As Yang Kai articulated these sentiments, though he appeared to have let go, Qin Shou could discern his lingering dissatisfaction. Qin Shou poured another glass of wine for Yang Kai and filled one for himself as well. Cheers! Let us raise a toast to this wretched society. The two clinked their glasses and drank. Qin Shou then retrieved some printed documents from his briefcase and handed them to Yang Kai. Kai-zi, please take a look at this. You are the expert. I need your most professional advice. Yang Kai glanced at the documents and quickly grasped the situation. Brother Qin, is the Jiegong River hydropower station preparing to install the hydroelectric generator set? He inquired. Qin Shou nodded and replied, indeed. The parameters of the hydroelectric generator set in these documents align with those in the design of the power station. However, there were numerous issues during the construction of the Jiegong River hydropower station. If we simply install this generator set, the efficiency loss will be considerable. The station has already been constructed, making alterations quite challenging. The only area where we can salvage the situation is in the selection of the generator set. Can you check the procurement and installation costs for this equipment? What is the total estimated expenditure? This was Qin Shou's primary concern. Yang Kai promptly took out his phone, searching for data while calculating. Ultimately, he reached a conclusion. The brand listed in the documents offers poor value for money. Although it is imported, it is of the lowest quality among imports and also the most expensive. Crucially, this brand is merely a label for production. In fact, we have achieved domestic production of hydroelectric generator sets. Domestic options not only cost less, but also match the quality of imports. Most importantly, maintenance costs for domestic products are significantly lower in the long run. The total cost for the brand listed, including installation, amounts to around 20 million. If we choose a domestic option with the same power, the entire expenditure could be halved, coming in at around 10 million. Qin Shou was well aware that Gu Bing and his ilk were all unscrupulous. However, he He truly did not expect these individuals to be so unscrupulous. Were they attempting to charge the county government $50 million for something worth $20 million? This was an egregious exploitation of the county government. Qin Shou seriously confirmed, so it can be procured for $20 million? The price of $20 million is still considered a discounted rate, if we were to discuss the cost price. The total expenditure for this equipment, including installation and other related expenses, does not exceed $5 million. Moreover, once this equipment is operational, it frequently requires maintenance, incurring costs of at least $3 to $5 million annually. Maintenance costs of $3 to $5 million? This essentially means that they are providing Gu Bing and his associates with a veritable ATM. Yang Kai raised his glass and clinked it with Qin Shou's, and then, with curiosity, inquired, Brother Qin, what is the quoted price for this equipment? $50 million, Qin Shou replied. Upon hearing this figure, Yang Kai spewed out the beer he had just taken a sip of. What the hell? Which company provided such a quote? This is outrageous. I calculated $2 million, accounting for both profit and kickbacks, and they dare to demand $50 million? Do they think Brother Qin is a fool? Given their close relationship, Yang Kai spoke to Qin Shou candidly, without the need for pretense or politeness. Do you know which company it is? Qin Shou asked. Which one? Yang Kai was intrigued. He was acutely aware that all government procurements require expert evaluations. Although many of these experts are unscrupulous, taking bribes to approve, the price discrepancy is still staggering. After all, there are some experts who fear imprisonment. Nanjing Water Conservancy Engineering Company, Limited, Qin Shou disclosed. Yang Kai paused briefly and asked, is it the company run by Gu Bing's sister-in-law? Qin Shou nodded in affirmation. Come on, Brother Qin, let's have a drink. Yang Kai raised his glass again and toasted with Qin Shou. After finishing his drink in one gulp, Yang Kai sincerely cautioned, Brother Qin, you cannot contend against the powerful. Even if you're the head of the Jigongi hydropower station, you cannot thwart them. After all, you were once the secretary of the county committee's chief, and you couldn't manage to deal with them then. Do you have any good suggestions, Kai? Qin Shou inquired. If it were in the past, I wouldn't have any advice to offer. But now that you have divorced Su Jing and find yourself alone in Changle County, much like me, why not consider resigning together? My classmate's newly established water conservancy company is in dire need of personnel. If you are willing, I can arrange a meeting in a couple of days for you to discuss with my classmate. Regardless of whether you ultimately decide to join or not, it opens up another option, another path. Kai, you have exerted so much effort to become a selected cadre and have been assigned to Changle County. Are you truly content to leave in such a disheartened manner? What does it matter if I'm not content? If I am not satisfied, I will fight. Damn it. If we win, we can both vent our frustrations and carve out a future for ourselves. Even if we lose, as long as we do not engage in corruption, we can simply pack our bags and leave. Resigning voluntarily is still a form of retreat, just a different kind of cowardice. Even if we cannot win, we must at least put up a fight. Otherwise, what kind of men are we? Qin Shou's words ignited Yang Kai's passion once more. The blood that had grown numb surged with fervor again. The youthful spirit within him had returned. Previously, in order to safeguard his stable job as a civil servant, he had behaved like a meek housewife at the Water Resources Bureau, never daring to voice his opinions. Now he had resolved to resign, to relinquish that iron rice bowl. If he could finally vent the pent-up frustrations within him, it would be utterly liberating. As long as he stayed within the bounds of the law and did not care for that stable job, what was there to fear? Damn it! Yang Kai seized a bottle opener and swiftly opened 2 bottles of beer, handing one to Qin Shou while taking the other for himself. Brother Qin, shall we toast? Cheers! They both tilted their heads back and gulped down the beer, almost finishing simultaneously. Drinking with Brother Qin was exhilarating. Yang Kai set down the bottle and bellowed in release. Kaizi, are you in or not? Qin Shou inquired. Absolutely. Damn it. I no longer want this iron rice bowl, so why should I be afraid? With all burdens shed, Yang Kai was now fearless. Kaizi, how about you transfer to the Jigong River Hydropower Station? I could establish a technical department and appoint you as the director. Qin Shou was eager to share his plans with Yang Kai. Brother Qin, if you want me to be the director of the technical department, then what next? Yang Kai asked. You know about the Jigong River Hydropower Station. During its construction, many took bribes, and the issues are significant. Although I am the station chief, I am entirely inexperienced in hydropower. You, however, are an expert. Therefore, I need your expertise to identify all the problems at the Jigong River Hydropower Station and compile a report. Then, we can investigate all the corruption and gather evidence. Ultimately, we will submit this evidence to the Discipline Inspection Commission and take down that group of corrupt officials. Brother Qin, if this were before, I would never have joined you. Because if we succeed, it's fine, but if we fail, it would mean burying my own future. Now I understand. What does it matter if I have professional skills? What does it matter if I am diligent and honest? What does it matter if I graduated from a prestigious university? The future remains bleak. My vibrant youth has been buried in Changle County, overshadowed by those corrupt officials, entombed by the local Brahmins. Before I leave, I want to go out with a bang. If I could bring those corrupt officials down with me as a tribute to my youth, it would indeed be a satisfying endeavor. Kai-zi, since you've agreed, I will proceed with the paperwork. All right, Yang Kai acquiesced. In truth, this was also a test of Qin Shou's capabilities. If Qin Shou could successfully handle the paperwork, it would demonstrate his competence. Perhaps, alongside Qin Shou, they could challenge those corrupt officials with a glimmer of hope. But if he could not even manage the paperwork, there would be little worth fighting for. The outcome would be nothing but an untimely demise before the battle had even begun. The following day, Qin Shou arrived at the office early, prepared an application for the establishment of a technology department. The Jigong River Hydropower Station was not yet officially operational. Still in its preparatory phase, and being a significant project for the county, it was directly managed by the county committee. Consequently, Qin Shou took the application to the office of the county secretary. Naturally, one cannot approach Secretary Yang empty-handed. After a brief search, he discovered that milk tea was no longer on discount. Thus, he decided to visit Shui Wang to procure a cup of lemon water for 4 yuan. That morning, Xiaoyu had taken Yang winching out for soup dumplings. They were delightful to consume. Yet afterward, Yang Wenqing felt somewhat overindulged. Upon arriving at the office, she took out her phone, intending to order a cup of lemon water to refresh her palate. Just then, there was a knock on her office door. Knock, knock. Come in, she called. As her words faded, the door swung open, and Qin Shou stepped inside. The first thing Yang Wenqing noticed was not Qin Shou's chiseled and handsome visage, but rather the cup of lemon water he held in his hand. She had just been contemplating drinking lemon water herself, and here he was arriving with it. Was he a mind reader? Qin Shou extended the lemon water towards Yang Wenqing, wearing a pleasing smile. Secretary Yang, may I offer you this lemon water? He inquired. Why didn't you buy any Yangji Ganlu this time? Yang Wenqing questioned. Because there are no ongoing promotions, no discounts, Qin Shou replied candidly. Then why did you buy lemon water? Yang Wenqing asked, intrigued. What discount? It only costs 4 yuan, and it never goes on sale. The reason I bought it is that I am financially constrained. This is all I can afford to treat you with, Secretary Yang. When my salary arrives next month, I shall treat you to Yangji Ganlu. Even without promotions or discounts, I will still treat you. Yang Wenqing couldn't help but laugh at Qin Shou's candidness. Being so stingy, meticulously counting every penny for a cup of milk tea. How do you expect to win a girl's heart? She teased. The kind of girl who requires spending to win her over is not suited for me, Qin Shou replied. Why is that? Yang Wenqing pressed curiously. Chapter 56. A gnat meets a pillow because I am not a corrupt official. My salary is limited. A girl who is overly enamored with vanity will only lead to excessive spending if I were to win her affection. In such a case, I would make mistakes and end up in prison. Qin Shou's response prompted Yang Wenqing to tease him further. With a playful smile, she asked, Are you afraid of making mistakes? Not at all. Qin Shou shook his head, clarifying, I fear imprisonment. Yang Wenqing burst into laughter once more. If mistakes could be made without the risk of imprisonment, would you still make them? I would not fear the consequences of being dismissed from my position. If a mistake carries no cost, it is a mistake worth making. Not making it would be foolish. Is this your philosophy? Secretary Yang is my true belief. As long as Secretary Yang guides me to avoid mistakes, I shall not falter. If Secretary Yang desires me to make mistakes, regardless of the nature, I would gladly oblige. Yang Wenqing slammed her hand on the table. Bang! It startled Qin Shou, causing him to jump slightly. I command you not to make mistakes. Not only must you refrain from making mistakes, but you must also prevent me from straying down the wrong path. Do you understand? Yes. Secretary Yang. Yang Wenqing lifted the glass of lemonade to her lips and took a generous sip. Then, she assumed a serious demeanor befitting a female leader and inquired of Qin Shou, "Have you come to see me regarding a particular matter?" Secretary Yang, I propose the establishment of a technical department at the Jiangxi hydropower station. Here is the application. Qin Shou replied, handing the document to Yang Wenqing. He continued, I would like to transfer Yang Kai, the head of the technical division at the Water Resources Bureau, to serve as the director of this new department. Surprised by his suggestion, Yang Wenqing paused momentarily and asked with curiosity, why him? Secretary Yang, I am but a novice when it comes to hydropower stations. Yang Kai, however, is a graduate with a master's degree from Haihai University and possesses significant expertise. Hence, I require his assistance at the Jiangxi hydropower station to conduct a comprehensive evaluation. Assistance? What exactly do you intend to accomplish? The construction of the Jiangxi hydropower station encountered numerous issues. Although it cost $3 billion, a substantial amount of that was embezzled. Thus, I need an expert to thoroughly inspect the station, identify all existing problems, and uncover the misappropriated funds. I can approve the establishment of a technical department at the Jiangxi hydropower station. As for your request to transfer Yang Kai as its director, you will need to communicate with Minister Jiang of the organization department. Personnel arrangements within the county fall under the purview of the organization department. Even though I am the county party secretary, it is inappropriate for me to interfere or make decisions on their behalf. Yang Wenqing was testing Qin Shou. If he could not persuade Minister Jiang Guanghui, his claims of rooting out corruption would be mere bluster. She had little patience for boastful officials, preferring those who delivered tangible results. Understood, Secretary Yang, Qin Shou acknowledged. He recognized Yang Wenqing's challenge and knew he must succeed in convincing Jiang Guanghui. Upon exiting the county party secretary's office, Qin Shou proceeded directly to the county organization department. In Minister Jiang Guanghui's office, Jiang unwrapped a pack of heaven and earth cigarettes and lit one, lost in thought as he furrowed his brow. His old comrade, Ma Weidong, had prospered in business over the past few years. Ma Weidong's son, Ma Rui, graduated from a third-tier university. Leveraging connections, Ma Weidong enrolled him in an internal training program renowned for its ability to provide access to real examination questions. With these resources, Ma Rui barely passed the civil service exam, ranking last in the written test. During the interview, Ma Weidong again sought assistance, enabling Ma Rui to achieve the highest score and secure a position at the Changle County Water Resources Bureau. Consequently, Ma Weidong approached Jiang Guanghui, requesting his old comrades' help in securing a promising position for Ma Rui at the Water Resources Bureau. The Heaven and Earth cigarettes Jiang was smoking had been a gift from Ma Weidong, along with a full case of 20-year-old Matai, which Ma Weidong had presented as a local specialty. With such generous gifts received from an old comrade, Jiang felt compelled to fulfill the request. However, the Water Resources Bureau currently has no suitable vacancies. It would be inappropriate to have the son of an old comrade work at the grassroots level, laboring as a mere custodian of the reservoir. Such positions offer no future prospects. Just as Jiang Guanghui found himself in a quandary, a sudden knock echoed through the office door. Knock, knock. Jiang Guanghui hastily concealed the premium cigarette he had on his desk. Although he held the position of minister in the county's organization department, indulging in such high-end cigarettes was equally inappropriate. To maintain discretion, he retrieved a pack of inexpensive Baisha cigarettes, which he could afford on a salary. Jiang Guanghui extinguished the premium cigarette in his hand and lit a Baisha instead, not intending to smoke it, merely going through the motions. Having donned his disguise, he called out to the person outside, "Come in." The door gently opened, and Qin Shou entered the office. Upon seeing Qin Shou, Jiang Guanghui was somewhat taken aback. Nevertheless, being a seasoned official with over 20 years in the political arena, he quickly extended a warm welcome. "Ah, Director Qin has arrived. Please take a seat. Have a cigarette while I fetch you a glass of water." Jiang Guanghui offered Qin Shou a Baisha cigarette and then retrieved a disposable cup from the water dispenser, filling it with water. In the political circles of Changle County, Jiang Guanghui was not a local, much like Qin Shou, making him an outsider. Thus, his guiding principle in governance was to offend no one. Even though Qin Shou found himself in a precarious position, targeted by all, Jiang Guanghui had no intention of throwing him under the bus. After all, it was unnecessary. What if Qin Shou weathered this storm and emerged even stronger? Thank you, Minister Jiang. Qin Shou graciously accepted the water. Jiang Guanghui understood that Qin Shou had not come without purpose. Therefore, he directly inquired, Director Qin, "You've come to see me regarding a matter?" Minister Jiang, "It is like this," Qin Shou began. The Chittagong River Hydropower Station is preparing to establish a technical department, and Secretary Yang has already given his approval. Furthermore, this technical department requires a director. Yang Kai, the head of the technical section at the Water Resources Bureau, is an expert in this field and is someone we urgently need at the Chittagong River Hydropower Station. Hence, I would like to transfer Yang Kai to the technical department as its director. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Guanghui was elated. It was indeed a fortuitous encounter. He had been pondering how to arrange for Ma Rue if Yang Kai were transferred to the Chittagong River Hydropower Station. The position of head of the technical section at the Water Resources Bureau would become vacant. At that point, he could promote the deputy head to take over his head and appoint Ma Rue as the deputy head. This would not only adhere to protocol, but also assist an old comrade in resolving his predicament. Thus, it was a win-win situation. Chapter 57. Concealing emotions. Concealing emotions is a fundamental quality of an official. Therefore, despite his inner joy, Jiang Guanghui maintained a stoic expression, his demeanor as calm as a still lake. Director Qin, what is Secretary Yang's stance on transferring Yang Kai to the Chittagong River Hydropower Station? Jiang Guanghui inquired. He is in full support. Otherwise, how would I dare to approach you directly, Minister Jiang? Qin Shou excels at fabricating grandiose tales. When it comes to deceit, he speaks with ease, without the need for any preparatory notes. Jiang Guanghui instinctively inserted the burning hard white sand into his mouth and took a puff. Cough, cough, cough. He was immediately choked. The poorer the quality of the smoke, the harsher its potency. It had been a long time since he indulged in such inferior tobacco. Qin Shou, with his keen eyesight, glanced at the ashtray and spotted the remnants of that ubiquitous cigarette. Naturally, he understood that this hard white sand was merely a prop for Jiang Guanghui's performance. Thus, after inadvertently taking a puff, Jiang Guanghui found himself choking. A hint of embarrassment flickered across his face, prompting Qin Shou to hastily take a drag from his own white sand. Cough, cough, cough. After a couple of coughs, Qin Shou remarked, Minister Jiang, this hard white sand is indeed potent. Even seasoned smokers like us can get choked if we smoke too quickly. Indeed, this tobacco is powerful, undeniably fierce. Therefore, I have always favored this particular brand. As a mountain dweller, I cannot indulge in the finer grades. Those premium packs costing dozens or even hundreds. I cannot afford, nor can I acclimate to them. As the county's organization minister, Jiang Guanghui must cultivate an image of integrity in front of outsiders. Even if it requires artifice, akin to painting a barren mountain green to feign lush vegetation, such an image must be upheld. After all, in the political arena, superiors often assess not merely the accomplishments, but also the demeanor of their subordinates. Regardless of how well one performs, a poor attitude renders such individuals unfit for use. Conversely, even if performance falters, a commendable attitude may still render one valuable. Those who excel in both performance and attitude are truly indispensable. Yet, those with poor performance but outstanding attitudes are regarded as trusted confidants, worthy of significant responsibilities. Why is this so? The ancients coined the phrase, merit eclipses the ruler. No leader appreciates subordinates who outshine them. Subordinates must heed the directions of their superiors. If you are more capable than your leader, what do you intend to do? Do you aspire to lead? Naturally, having ascended to the position of county organization minister, Jiang Guanghui is a shrewd individual. He readily perceives that Qin Shou feigned urgency in his smoking, intentionally choking to alleviate Jiang's embarrassment. Given Qin Shou's gesture of goodwill, Jiang Guanghui would reciprocate, extending a courtesy toward Qin Shou. Thus, he addressed him, saying, Director Qin, should you wish to transfer Yangkai to your Jiangyi hydropower station, our organization department can facilitate the necessary procedures. However, whether the Water Resources Bureau will agree to Yangkai's transfer, you must discuss with Director Ge. And I must thank Minister Jiang in advance. Qin Shou promptly expressed his gratitude. Director Qin, do not go empty-handed to Director Ge. I shall provide you with a personnel transfer application. Kindly fill it out and take it to Director Ge. Jiang Guanghui proceeded to print a personnel transfer application, signing it and affixing the official seal of the county organization department. Ordinarily, according to established procedures, the approval should first come from the County Water Resources Bureau before the organization department would stamp it. However, Jiang Guanghui had already sealed it in advance. This was essentially opening a backdoor for Qin Shou. Regardless, Jiang Guanghui had granted sufficient face. Whether Ge Bing would extend the same courtesy to Qin Shou depended on Qin Shou's own capabilities. This application for personnel transfer, should the Water Resources Bureau fail to stamp it, would merely be a worthless piece of paper. Such is the nature of government institutions, no matter the task at hand. If any involved department neglects to affix their seal, the others become inconsequential. Upon exiting the county organization department, it was already noon, the designated time for lunch. Therefore, Qin Shou resolved to have a meal before proceeding to the Water Resources Bureau to seek Ge Bing's signature and seal. As he approached the entrance of the county committee building, he pondered what to have for lunch. At that moment, a stunning beauty clad in denim shorts approached, her long, slender legs captivating his gaze. Noticing Qin Shou's unabashed stare, Xiaoyu inwardly cursed him as a lecher. She then sauntered up to Qin Shou and inquired, "What are you looking at?" "The scenery, a beautiful view," Qin Shou replied with a gentlemanly demeanor. "Scenery isn't free. Treat me to a meal," Xiaoyu boldly suggested. Faced with a lecherous gaze, yet unable to drag him off to jail, she opted to exploit him for a meal instead. "What shall we eat?" Qin Shou asked. "There's a newly opened hot pot restaurant nearby. I've heard the flavors are delightful. Let me lead the way." Xiaoyu took the lead. Upon arriving at the hot pot restaurant, they were greeted with the sight of a seafood hot pot. Changle County, being landlocked, meant that seafood here was characterized by one defining trait. It was expensive. "What's wrong? Afraid it's too costly?" Xiaoyu inquired. Qin Shou nodded in response. "Indeed. Expensive or not, we must indulge. I have treated you to such an extravagant Western meal. You must reciprocate. Besides, how much could this hot pot possibly cost? Will it set you back 10,000? The thought of having handed Qin Shou 10,000 as a test left Xiaoyu feeling a pang of regret. This meal, she had to make it count. Xiaoyu's insistence on Qin Shou treating her was certainly not for the sake of a romantic rendezvous. She undoubtedly harbored ulterior motives. Regardless, now that she was divorced, what mattered was satisfying her own hunger. After all, it was just a seafood hot pot. She could afford it. With a firm resolve, Qin Shou declared, "All right, let us indulge in the seafood hot pot. Just don't waste anything. Order freely. That is more like it. No wonder your ex-wife left you." "Women despise stingy men," Xiaoyu remarked as she selected a table by the window and began perusing the menu. "Why don't they have king crab? No Australian lobster? Not even ivory clams? And no sea cucumbers? What a pathetic seafood hot pot." The priciest item was merely black tiger shrimp, priced at 188 yuan per plate. Listening to Xiaoyu's grumbling, Qin Shou couldn't help but gasp. Fortunately, this was a small, impoverished county with a low cost of living. High-end seafood simply wouldn't sell here. Otherwise, based on the items she had just mentioned, king crab and Australian lobster, this meal would have surely maxed out his credit card. Though she spoke of taking advantage of Qin Shou, Xiaoyu was fundamentally not a gold digger. After all, her family was not lacking in wealth. Thus, she ordered a total of 3 meat dishes and 3 vegetarian dishes, naturally including the most expensive black tiger shrimp. Chapter 58. A lack of ambition. "All right, I have finished ordering. Please take a look and see if you need anything else," Xiaoyu said as she handed the menu to Qin Shou. Upon glancing at the menu, Qin Shou felt relieved. She had only ordered items worth a little over 200 yuan. Consequently, he added 2 more dishes and ordered 2 desserts, bringing the total to just over 400 yuan, a price well within his means. After indulging in the meal for a while, Xiaoyu's stomach ceased its rumbling, and she felt about 70 to 80% full. Suddenly, For some inexplicable reason, she turned to Qin Shou and asked, "Why do you want to be an official?" "To have a wife and children, and a warm home," Qin Shou replied whimsically. "What does that mean?" Xiao Yu inquired, her charming eyes widening in confusion. "Upon returning from military service, I had two choices. The first was to pursue wealth. At that time, the sum I could acquire would have allowed me to purchase a 3-bedroom apartment outright in Zhonghai. However, if I chose money, I would forfeit employment. Without a formal job, I wouldn't even be able to speak of a wife. After much contemplation, I opted for a career. Originally, I hoped to be assigned to Zhonghai City, but due to my lack of connections and backing, I was instead dispatched to Changle County. It was there that I married and settled down. Although I entered the marriage through the back door, at least I had a wife and a semblance of a home. Post-marriage, I had always envisioned having a son. However, my ex-wife refused to let me touch her, saying that our intimacy would only occur once I became a proper division-level official. After considerable effort, I became the secretary to Secretary's son and the head of the secretarial department, achieving the status of a genuine division-level official. Yet, my ex-wife changed her tune, insisting I attain deputy bureau-level status before consummating our union. I thought to myself, if it's deputy bureau level, so be it. The revolution has yet to succeed. Comrades must continue to strive. Just as I was making progress, Secretary's son committed suicide. My future vanished, and my ex-wife promptly divorced me to mitigate her losses. "Do you resent your ex-wife?" Xiao Yu asked. "Yes," Qin Shou answered candidly. "Do you resent her for divorcing you?" Xiao Yu pressed further. "No." Qin Shou lifted his drink, took a sip, and added, "I resent her for playing with me and denying our intimacy." "Is that all that occupies your mind?" Xiao Yu remarked, somewhat exasperated. "Isn't that the purpose of marriage? Otherwise, why marry at all? To find a woman, hand over my salary card, and be scolded like a grandson? My status at home is even lower than that of a dog. Enduring such humiliation is all for that trivial matter. Isn't it?" Qin Shou's explanation left Xiao Yu speechless. Simultaneously, she formed a definitive judgment of him in her mind. This lecherous man harbored no grand ambitions, fixated only on that trivial matter. Therefore, she resolved to inform Qin Jia not to place any trust in this fellow. Although he should not be trusted, he could still be of use. Xiao Yu peeled a black tiger shrimp and placed it into Qin Shou's bowl. Qin Shou felt a twinge of confusion, sensing an unsettling resemblance to Pan Jinlian feeding poison to Wu Daolong. He inquired, "Xiao Yu, what does this mean? Are you going to peel shrimp for Brother Qin? Your wife, no, your ex-wife, has never peeled shrimp for you, right?" Xiao Yu rested her chin on her hands, gazing at Qin Shou with a playful smile, her eyes intentionally revealing a hint of infatuation. Qin Shou was no naive young man, yet Xiao Yu's antics undeniably captivated him. Noticing that Qin Shou remained unresponsive, Xiao Yu boldly picked up a black tiger shrimp with her chopsticks and brought it to his lips. "Open wide," she urged. Qin Shou complied and took a bite. So obedient, Xiao Yu cooed, treating him as if he were a child. After he finished the shrimp, she plopped down beside him, her hand resting on his thigh. Then, with a sweet tone, she asked, "Brother Qin, are you planning to install hydroelectric generators at the Jigong River Hydropower Station?" Qin Shou hesitated for a moment before nodding in affirmation. "Is this hydroelectric generator business intended for Nanjiang Water Conservancy? After all, Wu Qian, the owner of Nanjiang Water Conservancy, is the sister-in-law of Director Ge." Xiao Yu's statement raised a suspicion in Qin Shou's mind. Had Yang Wenqing informed her of these details? In truth, Qin Shou was mistaken. Yang Wenqing had not shared any information with Xiao Yu. All of this was knowledge she had gathered herself. She had even discovered that Go Jianxiang had gifted Qin Shou a 100-gram gold bar. The reason she was so well informed was due to her extensive network of informants throughout the county government. One must understand that with Xiao Yu's charm, any man who engaged her in conversation would be utterly enchanted, as if she were leading them like a pet. Although Xiao Yu had never directly contacted Go Jianxiang, his brothers and subordinates had long been ensnared in her web. Of course, Qin Shou was the only man upon whom she would rest her hand on his thigh. With the others, she merely exchanged pleasantries, never even addressing them as brother. "Xiao Yu, The procurement of hydroelectric generators for the JG River Hydropower Station must naturally adhere to the regulations and undergo a bidding process. Any qualified enterprise may submit a bid. As for who ultimately wins the contract, that will depend on the experts' evaluations. As such, significant projects require rigorous expert reviews. Expert evaluations? Who decides which experts will evaluate the bids? I cannot say for certain. It will depend on the circumstances at that time. Brother Qin, my friend, also wishes to bid. Do you think my friend's company can outcompete Wu Qian? Can they secure this business? Xiao Yu said sweetly, leaning against Qin Shou, making him feel a bit flustered. Strategically, Qin Shou shifted slightly away, attempting to maintain some distance. There's potential. There's always potential. You rogue, still pretending? Xiao Yu ceased her advances and returned to her own seat. Brother Qin, I know Wu Qian's tactics. According to the working style of Nanjiang Water Conservancy, every time they secure a project, they ensure to butter up everyone in the county. Due to the multitude of individuals involved in the arrangements, Brother Qin, despite being the director of the Chickengong River Hydropower Station and the ultimate decision-maker, would not receive a substantial reward. At most, he might garner a mere fraction. However, if Brother Qin is willing to assist, my friend's company could secure this tender. I can assure you that a 10% benefit can be offered to you. 10%? Qin Shou feigned hesitation. Brother Qin, my friend is quite beautiful. She is a charming divorced woman. What does that mean? Qin Shou inquired. Brother Qin, there is no need for pretense. Surely, you understand. Xiao Yu responded with a knowing smile. Do you have a photo of your friend? Qin Shou asked eagerly. His curiosity was merely a ruse to tease the woman, as she had initially toyed with him. Xiao Yu was taken aback. This shameless rogue was outright asking for a photograph? How audacious! She had no such picture, for her friend was entirely fictitious. Thus, she coldly replied no, without a photograph. It was evident that Xiao Yu's friend was a mere figment of her imagination. Consequently, Qin Shou decided to continue his playful banter, purposefully adopting a flirtatious gaze as he stared at the tumultuous waves, asking Xiao Yu, is your friend as beautiful as you? Indeed, Xiao Yu retorted dismissively. What do you intend to do with that? Divorced woman, soaring through the clouds. How shameless. When can you introduce me to your friend? I am rather eager. Qin Shou remarked. You truly are a beast. Previously, she had addressed him as Brother Qin, but now he had transformed into a beast? Because you are indeed a beast. Xiao Yu stood up, irritated, and declared, I'm full and leaving now. Goodbye. She then swayed her slender waist as she departed. The reason for her abrupt exit was twofold. First, she had genuinely had her fill, and second, Qin Shou's unabashed gaze made her uncomfortable, as if he had violated her with his eyes. As she approached the bar, an idea suddenly struck her, prompting her to seek a little revenge on Qin Shou. She asked the waitress, do you have Mount High here? Yes, beautiful, we do. Bring me 2 bottles and charge them to table 68. My husband will pay. Certainly, beautiful. The waitress, having seen Xiao Yu dining at table 68 and observing her affectionate demeanor with the man, naturally believed her assertion that he was her husband. Unaware that Xiao Yu had ordered 2 bottles of Mount High, Qin Shou, having consumed too many soft drinks, excused himself to the restroom. After finishing, he hummed a tune as he made his way to the cashier. I'd like to settle the bill for table 68, Qin Shou announced generously. Good day, sir. The total for table 68 is 7,588 yuan, the cashier replied. What on earth? 7,588 yuan? How could it be so much? Qin Shou exclaimed, utterly perplexed. Sir, your wife just left with 2 bottles of Mount High. In our establishment, each bottle costs 3,558 yuan. Here is the receipt for your reference. You may verify it. The cashier printed out the receipt and handed it to Qin Shou. After reviewing the receipt, Qin Shou could only curse silently in his mind. Damn it. Subsequently, he settled the bill. How audacious of Xiao Yu to claim to be her husband. Did that not imply he could exercise the privileges of a husband? The thought of those 2 bottles made Qin Shou wince at the expense. He could only resort to installment payments for next month's credit card bill. Qin Shou pulled out his phone to check the time. He was about to start work soon. Thus, he took the personnel transfer application and headed to the County Water Resources Bureau. In the office of the bureau chief, Ge Bing had just finished a call with his sister-in-law, who had been relentlessly charming him, insisting that he secure the tender for the procurement of hydropower generator units for the Jigong River hydropower station. Faced with his sister-in-law's persistent pleas, Ge Bing felt compelled to comply. However, he soon found himself in a quandary, for he was acutely aware that Qin Shou was a tough nut to crack. Consequently, Ge Bing lit a cigarette, exhaling clouds of smoke while contemplating his strategy. At that moment, a knock echoed at the office door. Knock, knock. Ge Bing extinguished his cigarette, straightened his posture, and assumed an authoritative demeanor before calling out, "Please enter." The door swung open, and Qin Shou stepped into the office. "Hello, Director Ge." Qin Shou greeted him with a smile. Ge Bing pondered whether he should take the initiative to engage with Qin Shou, only for Qin Shou to arrive at his doorstep instead. It was indeed serendipitous. "Director Qin, please take a seat." Ge Bing hurriedly retrieved a cigarette from the pack and offered it to Qin Shou. He then prepared a cup of tea, using a glass cup that he had specifically reserved for esteemed guests. After each use, Ge Bing would instruct his secretary to clean and disinfect the cup, ensuring its pristine condition. Ge Bing's warm hospitality was not unexpected for Qin Shou, considering that the 50 million yuan business his sister-in-law was pursuing had to pass through Qin Shou's hands. Though the bureaucratic realm was hierarchically structured, local officials often wielded more immediate power. The Jigong River hydropower station did not fall under the jurisdiction of the County Water Resources Bureau, but rather directly under the county committee. Thus, Qin Shou, as the station chief, was essentially on the same level as Ge Bing. Both held equivalent ranks, and with no direct subordination. Ge Bing would need to approach Qin Shou with a request. "Director Ge, I have come to seek your assistance in obtaining a personnel transfer from your bureau." Qin Shou presented the personnel transfer application to Ge Bing. Upon examining the application, Ge Bing's brow furrowed at the name Yang Kai. He was aware that Yang Kai shared a good rapport with Qin Shou, which piqued his curiosity. Qin Shou appointed Yang Kai as the director of the technical department at the Jigong River hydropower station. What does this signify? In the realm of politics, one must tread cautiously. Ge Bing would not readily acquiesce to Qin Shou's request. He needed to comprehend the underlying motives behind such a move. Only by discerning the intentions of the other party could he make an informed decision, thus avoiding falling into the traps laid by local powers. In the political arena, harboring malice is essential, but being vigilant against others is even more crucial. After all, the struggle for power has always been a life-and-death contest. Director Qin, it's not that I am reluctant to part with Yang Kai, but rather that he is the head of our technical department at the Water Resources Bureau, a key technical talent and one of our most valuable assets. If I were to approve this transfer, our technical department would be left leaderless, severely hindering our operations. Ge Bing expressed his predicament, fabricating a multitude of reasons to decline Qin Shou's request. In truth, Yang Kai had been largely ineffective at the Bureau, merely engaged in drafting reports devoid of significance or utility. Ge Bing's refusal was, of course, anticipated by Qin Shou. In bureaucratic affairs, nothing is ever simple. Even matters that could be resolved must be met with resistance. After all, power must be exercised, otherwise it becomes obsolete. Qin Shou composed, took a drag from the cigarette Ge Bing had offered, noting the superior flavor compared to his usual brand. The transition from modesty to extravagance is easy, yet the reverse is challenging. If one becomes accustomed to a luxury brand, can they return to a more humble one? This gradual erosion of integrity among officials is precisely how they become compromised. A single cigarette or a glass of wine can lead to significant downfall. However, Qin Shou would not succumb to such corruption, for he held no interest in wealth. His focus was solely on apprehending corrupt officials and eradicating malign influences. Naturally, he was also quite intrigued by Secretary Yang. Director Ge, Yang Kai is indeed talent. Were he not, I would not seek his transfer. I understand the principle of not usurping what others cherish. Yet, the Jigong River hydropower station urgently requires individuals of his caliber, especially with the imminent procurement and bidding for the hydropower generator sets. Although the technical department has been hastily established, without skilled personnel, it cannot fulfill its intended role. Qin Shou's statement was a deliberate signal, intending to mislead Gu Bing into thinking he was willing to engage in collusion regarding the generator procurement. However, Gu Bing was no Na'vi child and was not easily deceived. Seizing the opportunity, he inquired, "May I ask, Director Qin, what specific role do you envision for Yang Kai at the Jigong River Hydropower Station?" Director Gu, the procurement of hydropower generator sets is the most critical project for the Jigong River Hydropower Station. It not only involves a substantial financial commitment, but also necessitates accountability. While I hold the title of director, I remain an outsider in this field. Regarding the models and prices of hydraulic turbine units, I am utterly ignorant. Hence, it is only natural to seek someone knowledgeable to take charge. When discussing the word responsibility, Qin Shou emphasized his tone. Gu Bing, a cunning old fox, immediately grasped Qin Shou's intentions. "Director Qin, I recall your amicable relationship with Yang Kai. It seems quite favorable," Gu Bing inquired. "Indeed, my rapport with Yang Kai is quite solid. He places immense trust in me. Therefore, the technical leader for this hydraulic turbine unit tender must be Yang Kai." Qin Shou responded, unmistakably indicating to Gu Bing that he intended to leverage Yang Kai's trust and shift the burden onto him. If Gu Bing were an ordinary individual, he would undoubtedly dismiss Qin Shou's words as nonsense. However, being a cadre and the head of the bureau, he had navigated the political landscape for many years, and none were naive. In times of accountability, not only close friends, but even one's spouse could be sacrificed to bear the blame. One must prioritize oneself. Otherwise, calamity will ensue. In the realm of politics, excessive humanity is unnecessary. Rather, a primal instinct is essential. The more ruthless one is, the easier it becomes to ascend the ranks. Gu Bing lifted his teacup, taking a sip. After pondering for a moment with a furrowed brow, he decided to confront Qin Shou directly. Of course, as the head of the bureau, he was adept in the art of communication. "Director Qin, for the tender of the hydraulic turbine units at the Jigong River Hydropower Station, I presume numerous companies will be competing, correct? If you were to choose, which company would you prefer?" "Director Gu, my preferences hold little weight. Though I am the director, my understanding is limited. Ultimately, regardless of which company is selected, I must report to Secretary Yang. I must present substantial reasoning when I do so." "So, Director Qin, it appears you are still uncertain, deliberating over which company's performance aligns with your expectations?" "Director Gu, the Jigong River Hydropower Station is a key project in Changle County, and the procurement tender for the hydraulic turbine units is of utmost importance to the county. Therefore, merely aligning with my preferences is insufficient. If we are to accommodate, it must be in alignment with everyone's expectations. Only then can we bring this matter to fruition. Director Qin, your progress is commendable. With your wife gone, you find yourself alone. If you do not advance, will your life not be entirely over? Indeed, one must learn to progress. Those who stagnate will inevitably face ruthless elimination." Recognizing Qin Shou's astuteness, Gu Bing was more than willing to facilitate his request. Assisting others ultimately benefits oneself. Since Director Qin requires Yang Kai's talents, I cannot deny this need. Gu Bing signed the personnel transfer application and added, "Director Qin, I truly regret parting with such a talented individual as Yang Kai. Were it not for your standing, I would be reluctant to sign, even if it were Secretary Yang himself." "Thank you, Director Gu. Once this busy period concludes, I shall treat you to a drink." "Very well. I shall await your invitation, Director Qin." With the Water Resources Bureau's approval, the subsequent procedures would be handled by the county's organization department. Thus, Qin Shou returned once more to the organization department, specifically to the minister's office. Upon noticing Gu Bing's signature on the personnel transfer request and the official seal from the Water Resources Bureau, Jiang Guanghui felt a tinge of disbelief. Had Qin Shou truly accomplished this task, and so swiftly? Jiang Guanghui was well acquainted with Gu Bing's character. Obtaining Gu Bing's signature was no simple feat. Curiosity piqued. Jiang Guanghui inquired, "Director Qin, Gu Bureau is so agreeable to lending you the personnel?" The County Water Resources Bureau and the Jigongi Hydropower Station were akin to brother units. There would undoubtedly be numerous collaborative efforts in the future, and personnel exchanges were also likely to increase. Qin Shou's remark was sufficient for Jiang Guanghui to grasp the underlying implications instantly. Gu Bing's willingness to accommodate Qin Shou indicated that Qin Shou would reciprocate in the future. Although the organization department typically refrained from intervening in hydropower station matters, Jiang Guanghui had heard whispers that the Jiangxi hydropower station was preparing to tender bids for hydroelectric generator sets. This was indeed a lucrative opportunity. It appeared that Qin Shou and Gu Bing had reached a consensus regarding the allocation of this substantial asset. Despite having accepted cigarettes and liquor from his old comrade, Jiang Guanghui remained cautious. The Jiangxi hydropower station was under the watchful eye of Leng Xiangmei, and he could not afford to get entangled. Thus, Jiang Guanghui remarked, Director Qin, this personnel transfer request still requires Secretary Yang's signature. Naturally, Qin Shou understood the implications of Jiang Guanghui's statement. Once Secretary Yang affixed his signature, the matter would no longer concern him as the organization minister. After all, he was merely executing the directives of his superiors. Qin Shou nodded in agreement, stating, "All right, I shall seek Secretary Yang's signature at once." Chapter 61. How to break the impasse when visiting Secretary Yang. It was imperative not to arrive empty-handed. Even the smallest gift would convey heartfelt intentions. As Qin Shou pondered over what to purchase, his eyes suddenly brightened upon spotting a quaint shop. Changle Fan? The shop bore the name Changle Fan. Entering the establishment, Qin Shou casually picked up several fans to examine. The fan surfaces were crafted from silk, while the ribs were made from local bamboo. This particular bamboo, known as 1,000 drops of tears, was indeed the same. The Changle fan was a cultural heritage of Changle County, boasting a history of over a millennium. Once celebrated, it was not only a tribute, but also highly sought after in the market. Yet now, due to the prevalence of air conditioning and electric fans, these exquisite and artistically valuable Changle fans languished on the desolate shelves, gathering dust. Selecting a Changle fan, Qin Shou proceeded to the county committee. In the county committee secretary's office, Yang Wenqing found himself deep in contemplation as he reviewed the previous quarter's economic data for Changle County. As a poverty-stricken area, the economic figures had deteriorated year after year, plummeting by another 15 percentage points compared to the previous year. Without economic growth, the stigma of poverty would remain, and the populace would be unable to achieve a modest standard of living. Taking on the role of the county party secretary is not merely a pursuit for prestige or a means to embellish one's resume. It is an imperative to revitalize the economy of Changle County. But how does one achieve economic prosperity? The foundation lies in cultivating industries. However, what industries should Changle County develop? Enclosed by majestic mountains and blessed with a pristine ecological environment, it is crucial to foster economic growth without compromising our natural resources. We must preserve the verdant mountains and clear waters for future generations. Striking a balance between development and conservation is undoubtedly the most challenging task. Yang Wenqing wrestled with these thoughts, yet a clear direction eluded her. Just then, a knock on the office door interrupted her contemplation. "Knock, knock, come in." The door swung open, revealing none other than Qin Shou. Yang Wenqing scrutinized him, noting that he was unusually without his customary milk tea today. Her close friend, Xiao Yu, had boasted to her over lunch about having treated Qin Shou to a lavish meal, leading Yang to suspect that perhaps he could no longer afford his usual indulgence due to being treated so well. Nevertheless, she felt Xiao Yu had done well. This scoundrel deserved a good thrashing. If not for her position as the county party secretary, she would have certainly given him a sound reprimanding. Secretary Yang, the request to transfer Yang Kai from the Water Conservancy Bureau to serve as the director of the technical department at the Jigong River Hydropower Station has been approved by Director Ge from the Water Conservancy Bureau. And the organization department has no objections either. We now require your signature on the personnel transfer application, Qin Shou stated, handing over the document. Yang Wenqing glanced at it and promptly took up her pen to sign. "Thank you, Secretary Yang." After expressing his gratitude, Qin Shou produced a Changle fan he had just acquired and presented it to Yang Wenqing. Taken aback, she inquired, "What is the meaning of this?" "It is a gift for you, Secretary Yang. A Changle fan," Qin Shou replied with a smile. The name Changle fan caused Yang Wenqing to furrow her brows in contemplation. "Why give me this?" she asked. The Changle fan is part of our intangible cultural heritage, though it has fallen into obscurity. However, the decline of Changle County extends beyond just the fan. The fan's surface is crafted from silk produced right here in Changle County, which is on par with that of Jiangnan. In ancient times, it was a tribute presented to the imperial court. Furthermore, the framework is made from bamboo, another specialty of our county. The quality of this bamboo is exceptionally noble and lends itself to the creation of various bamboo products, also once offered as tributes to the palace. Today, however, our county faces significant economic challenges, which is why it has been designated as a poverty-stricken area. To rise above poverty, we must invigorate our economy. To do so, we must establish industries. Given our geographical isolation in the mountains, we face inherent disadvantages in transportation, making it difficult to compete with modern industrial production in other regions. Thus, for Changle County to thrive, we must develop industries that leverage our unique advantages, producing goods that others cannot. Only by possessing what others do not can we break free from our predicament. Regarding this small Changle fan, both the silk on it and the bamboo products crafted from Zhuan bamboo have the potential to establish an entire industrial chain. Most importantly, the cultivation of the silk and bamboo industries will not harm the ecological environment of Changle County. This endeavor not only has the capacity to invigorate our economy, but also to preserve the verdant hills and clear waters for future generations. Qin Shou's words enlightened Yang Wenqing profoundly. She had been troubled about the future development of Changle County, and here was Qin Shou, presenting her with a brilliant strategy through the mere mention of a Changle fan. Though Qin Shou's idea was commendable and his strategy sound, the question remained, how to implement it. Xiao Qin, your idea is quite good. Yang Wenqing began to address him with familiarity, indicating her significant recognition of him. Secretary Yang, I believe I am a couple of years older than you. Qin Shou responded, somewhat dissatisfied with the term Xiao Qin. Shall I call you Lao Qin? Yang Wenqing inquired. Lao Qin, isn't that a term used between an old couple? It seemed inappropriate for Secretary Yang to call him husband outright, and it was likely she wouldn't dare to utter it. Thus, calling him Lao Qin seemed a reasonable compromise. It's up to Secretary Yang, Qin Shou consented. Lao Qin, the direction you proposed is sound, and I am in support. However, how do we bring it to fruition? Whether it be silk or the bamboo products you mentioned, they're not exactly everyday consumer goods. Yang Wenqing was not one to indulge in empty rhetoric. She preferred tangible results. No matter how brilliant the idea or how meticulous the planning, if it could not be executed, it would all be in vain. Secretary Yang, you asked how we can implement it? Regardless of the industry, attracting investment is essential. We must entrust professional matters to qualified individuals. The economic development of Changle County hinges on our role as service providers. Generating economic returns is the responsibility of entrepreneurs. Therefore, we need to seek out entrepreneurs who are willing to establish long-term collaborations with Changle County, even those who wish to root themselves here, creating a symbiotic relationship with us. We do not need those who seek merely to exploit policies for short-term gain, without any intention of long-term operation or mutual prosperity with Changle County. However, pursuing this course of action may not yield immediate results. The predecessors plant trees, and the latter generations enjoy the shade. Secretary Yang, you are the predecessor. The question is, are you willing to take on that role? Qin Shou was essentially probing Yang Wenqing's resolve. After all, the notion of predecessors planting trees for future generations to reap the benefits requires a selfless spirit. Chapter 62. A relationship between the two. I am willing to be that predecessor, Yang Wenqing replied earnestly. Secretary Yang, I knew I did not misjudge you. Qin Shou's statement caused Yang Wenqing's eyes to widen in surprise. You did not misjudge me? She confirmed, seeking reassurance. Indeed, I have not misjudged you. A leader such as you, who embodies selflessness, is destined to ascend to great heights. In the future, when I become your legitimate husband, I can relish in the comforts of home, becoming a devoted house husband, preparing meals for my esteemed wife, and tending to our children as school runs. Get lost. Yes. Qin Shou promptly complied. As I reached the stairway, a flamboyantly dressed woman sashayed her way up, her slender waist accentuated by her attire. Lu Shuang, What a coincidence. Secretary Liu, during working hours, as the esteemed aide to Secretary Yang, should not your attire be more appropriate? After all, your purpose in entering the county committee building is to work, not to entice men. Given that we are adversaries, a bit of banter is only natural to relieve the tension. Otherwise, it would be quite unsatisfactory. Qin Shou, being utterly audacious, decided to indulge himself first. After all, Lu Shuang could hardly retaliate physically. Lu Shuang, gritting her teeth in frustration, clenched her small fists, feeling an overwhelming urge to strike this insufferable man. If you lack the tact to speak, kindly keep your mouth shut. After her retort, Lu Shuang, in her high heels, briskly brushed past Qin Shou, choosing to ignore him. However, as she reached the corner, a thought suddenly struck her, prompting her to call out, "You, mutt, stop right there." Qin Shou recognized she was addressing him, but chose not to halt. If he complied with her calling him a mutt, it would be tantamount to admitting he was indeed one. Qin Shou, halt. Lu Shuang reiterated. He turned abruptly, a gentlemanly smile gracing his face, and inquired, "Secretary Liu, are you attempting to entice me? I wouldn't even consider alluring a dog. So, your earlier remark, calling me a mutt, was a subtle invitation?" Lu Shuang, incensed, stamped her foot in frustration. After regaining her composure, she adopted a stern expression and said, "Let us cease the jesting and discuss serious matters. Between the two of us, a lone man and a lone woman, what serious matters could there possibly be?" Qin Shou continued to tease. "Hasn't Yang Song been transferred to the Jiangxi hydropower station? You want him to serve as the head of the finance department, do you hear?" Lu Shuang's tone was so commanding that one might think she was ordering her husband. "Are you suggesting I should appoint him as the head of the finance department, just because you say so? Are you my superior?" Qin Shou firmly rejected her request. "This is an order from my godmother. Should you dare defy it, you will regret it." With that, Lu Shuang did not wait for Qin Shou's response and swayed her way out. After all, she had already conveyed the message from Ruan Xiangyu to Qin Shou. If he dared to disregard it, she would report him to Ruan Xiangyu. Appointing Yang Song as the head of the finance department? What was Ruan Xiangyu implying? Did she intend for Yang Song to take the opportunity to settle those accounts, driving his second-hand Santana back to the Jiangxi hydropower station? Qin Shou remained oblivious to the fact that their earlier conversation had been overheard by Xiao Yu. Not only had she caught wind of Qin Shou's clandestine dealings with Ruan Xiangyu, but she also discerned the flirtatious banter between him and Lu Shuang. Given the authoritative tone Lu Shuang employed while addressing Qin Shou, who could truly believe they were not involved? With some leisure time on her hands, Xiao Yu contemplated whether to consult Yang Wenqing about arranging a girls' night out, perhaps inviting Wen Jiai for a shopping spree and movie outing. Upon uncovering Qin Shou's secret, she felt compelled to report to Secretary Yang without delay. Though the door to the county committee secretary's office was closed, Xiao Yu was well aware that she was Yang Wenqing's close friend. Upon glancing around and discovering the corridor devoid of any presence, she could not be bothered to knock, opting instead to push the door open and stride boldly into the office. Yang Wenqing lifted her gaze, exclaiming with irritation, "What a lack of decorum! Come on, Sister Qing. No one is watching. Why bother with such formalities?" Xiao Yu retorted as she plopped down in the chair opposite Yang Wenqing. "If we're talking about lack of manners, that Qin Shou is the true offender. You claim to have principles? You treated him to a lavish meal at noon and, on your way out, swindled him out of 2 bottles of liquor. That meal alone was worth 2 months of his salary." Yang Wenqing shot back, "Sister Qing, he doesn't even rely on salary. Besides, did I not give him 10,000 before? Today's lunch, coupled with those 2 bottles, would not even amount to that. Therefore, I must find another opportunity to treat him again." Yang Wenqing was rendered speechless. After a moment of contemplation, she opened her drawer, retrieved an envelope, and handed it to Xiao Yu, stating, "Return what belongs to him." Xiao Yu stared at the envelope, momentarily bewildered. But soon her expression shifted to one of indignation as she questioned, "Sister Qing, how could you betray me?" "Betray you? In what manner?" Yang Wenqing was utterly perplexed. "The 10,000. I intended it as a trap for Qin Shou. How did it end up in your drawer? Did you tell him after I confided in you, prompting him to return the money?" Upon receiving that envelope, He handed it directly to me. Chronologically, he informed me first about you giving him 10,000 as a bribe before you disclosed it to me. What is that scoundrel's intention? What does it mean? He is playing the long game, fishing for bigger prey. Once you reveal your true nature, he will ensnare you like a little fox caught in a trap. You two are my subordinates. Let's cease this internal strife. Yang Wenqing produced the envelope due to Qin Shou's recent behavior, which had earned her trust. She intended for Xiao Yu to focus her energy on their genuine adversary rather than continue this infighting with Qin Shou. As the county party's secretary, she could only rely on two individuals, Xiao Yu and Qin Shou. If her key allies were constantly at odds, how could they effectively work or eradicate the real threats? Xiao Yu widened her doe-like eyes. Disbelief etched on her face as she asked, Sister Qing, do you truly trust that Qin Shou? Indeed, based on my observations, he appears to be a good comrade, one worthy of trust, Yang Wenqing replied earnestly. Trustworthy, my foot. Just now, I witnessed Qin Shou and Lu Shuang flirting in the stairwell. Given Lu Shuang's tone, it's evident they share a romantic involvement. Xiao Yu, you can't possibly have feelings for Qin Shou, can you? Are you jealous of him speaking to any woman? You are asserting he has affairs with others? Yang Wenqing inquired. I would not even fancy a dog, let alone him. Even if all the men in the world perished, I would still not look his way. Qin Shou is a fraud. He is under Ruan Xiangyu's influence, consorting with that band of rogues. The beast is incredibly deceitful. I almost fell for his tricks. Xiao Yu spoke with unwavering conviction, which stirred some doubts in Yang Wenqing. Do you have any evidence that Qin Shou is under Ruan Xiangyu's control? Yang Wenqing asked with a serious expression. There must be. Otherwise, would I be this furious? Xiao Yu replied. What is the evidence? Yang Wenqing breset on. Lu Shuang informed him that Ruan Xiangyu instructed him to appoint Yang Song as the head of the finance department. If he truly does this, all the financial data from the Jigong River hydropower station could be falsified. By placing Yang Song as the head of the finance department, they aim to obliterate the evidence and evade legal repercussions. Therefore, Qing Jie, you must prevent this from happening. All right, I understand. By the way, Qing Jie, how about we invite Jia Yi to watch a movie and go shopping tonight? I have to work late. No time for that. Such a workaholic. How dull. At the Jigong River hydropower station, as Qin Shou returned to the station master's office, the head of the finance department, Ran Jia, entered. Station Master Qin, I received a notification from the county committee office to return next week for work. I will hand over the finance department's duties to the newly appointed head, Yang Song. Ran Jia's words caught Qin Shou off guard. He had not agreed to Yang Song's appointment. The county committee office had made the decision on his behalf. Ruan Xiangyu truly considered herself his mother, expecting him to be the obedient child. However, Ran Jia had been transferred from the county committee office to assist here. Previously, she was the deputy head of the finance section at the county committee office, and her personnel ties remained there. Hence, Ruan Xiangyu indeed possessed the authority to have her reassigned. Qin Shou gestured to the chair opposite him, saying, Ran Jia, please take a seat. Uncertain of his intentions, Ran Jia complied. Station master, do you have any instructions? She asked, somewhat apprehensive. Ran Jia, tell me honestly, regarding the financial operations at the Jigong River hydropower station, do you believe there are any issues with the financial data and reports produced by your department? Qin Shou's straightforwardness made Ran Jia panic. Over 80 of the financial data from the Jigong River hydropower station had been falsified. Although Ran Jia had not directly participated, she had been striving to distance herself from the situation. Nonetheless, she was the head of the finance department. Station master, all the financial data I approved is accurate. Ran Jia responded. She spoke the truth, fearing responsibility, as she had not signed any of the problematic, falsified financial reports, which remained untouched. Qin Shou retrieved a disposable cup from the water cooler and asked, Ran Jia, would you like some tea? I could brew a bit of the tea that Secretary Yang sent. Thank you, Station Master Qin, Ran Jia replied gratefully. Being a clever woman, she understood the implication of Qin Shou's earlier remark. He was revealing his allegiance to Secretary Yang. Ran Jia was reluctant to take sides. She aimed to offend no one. Thus, regardless of which faction ultimately triumphed, she would remain uninvolved. She merely wished to diligently perform her duties, to firmly grasp this iron rice bowl in her hands for a lifetime. Qin Shou retrieved some bitter tea from the cabinet and prepared a cup for Ranjia. This bitter tea, of course, was not a gift from Yang Wenqing, but one he had purchased himself. "Sister Ran, please enjoy the tea," Qin Shou said as he handed her the brewed beverage. Ranjia lifted the teacup and took a small sip, only to furrow her brow in response to its bitterness. "Is it quite bitter?" Qin Shou inquired. Ranjia, not one to feign, replied candidly, "It is indeed somewhat bitter. Shall you try another sip?" suggested Qin Shou. "Very well," she agreed, taking another taste. This time, she found it less bitter, with a hint of sweetness emerging. "Sister Ran, what are your thoughts on the tea gifted by Secretary Yang?" Qin Shou asked. "I am uncertain," Ranjia responded. "Initially, I could not comprehend the deeper meaning behind Secretary Yang's gift of this bitter tea. However, after partaking several times, I seem to have gained some insight. We public servants must learn to endure hardships and to embrace them. We must not be defeated by the allure of sugar-coated bullets. These sugar-coated bullets can deliver immediate sweetness, but following that sweetness comes the calamity of imprisonment. This bitter tea, however, is different, although it is quite bitter at first, more so than traditional herbal medicine. After a few sips, one begins to appreciate its lingering sweetness. The sweetness that follows bitterness is the truest form of sweetness." Having navigated the complexities of Changle County for over a decade, Ranjia had matured from a youthful girl into a middle-aged woman, with her child now in junior high school. She was well acquainted with the intricacies of the county. Thus, she understood what Qin Shou meant by sugar-coated bullets. "Director Qin, I have not been defeated by such trivialities," Ranjia promptly declared. "Sister Ran, since I have brought you the tea from Secretary Yang, it is only natural that I trust you," Qin Shou said, picking up a pack of Hongmei cigarettes from the table. "Do you mind if I smoke?" "Director Qin, feel free. My husband smokes as well, and I have long grown accustomed to the second-hand smoke from you men," Ranjia remarked casually, deliberately signaling to Qin Shou that he could regard her as a close friend, free from the constraints of formality. There's a saying in Changle County: "The county chief is as solid as iron, while the secretaries come and go like flowing water." Since Wang Ren assumed the role of county chief, several secretaries had come and gone, none lasting long. Each successive county secretary ultimately met the fate of being sidelined and departing in disgrace. The current Secretary Yang left a different impression on Ranjia. Deep down, she hoped that Wang Ren and his associates would be ousted. After all, only when this group fell would Changle County bask in a clear and bright future. Individuals like her, who prefer to be law-abiding, dedicated to their work, and unwilling to engage in flattery or corruption, could then work with peace of mind. Having reached middle age, Ranjia no longer held grand aspirations, yet she did not wish to break the law or be compelled to engage in criminal activities. Thus, she sincerely hoped that Secretary Yang would bring about change for Changle County. Qin Shou lit a cigarette and began to smoke, although not in the same department. Qin Shou and Ranjia have been colleagues for many years, thus they are well acquainted with each other. Consequently, Qin Shou refrains from urging her, patiently waiting for Ranjia to come to her own conclusion. He believes that Ranjia is an intelligent woman who will undoubtedly make the correct choice. Chapter 64. Ranjia's ledger. 3 minutes passed, during which Qin Shou consumed the majority of a cigarette. As for Ranjia, she had nearly finished half of her tea. "Sister Ran, shall I fetch you some more water?" Qin Shou inquired. "No need, Director Qin, thank you," Ranjia replied, having made her decision. "I have something to show you." "All right." Qin Shou nodded in agreement. Ranjia left and returned 10 minutes later, holding a ledger. She handed it to Qin Shou. "Director Qin, this ledger contains all the accounts related to the Jigong River hydropower station that I have had access to. Every entry has been meticulously recorded by me, and I assure you that they can withstand scrutiny. As for the financial department's records, they were not prepared by me, nor have I signed off on them. Therefore, any issues that may arise from those accounts are not my concern. Sister Ran, once you return to the county committee office, you must remain steadfast in your principles. Only by upholding our integrity can we clear the fog and see the light." Qin Shou encouraged earnestly. "I will." Ranjia nodded in agreement with Qin Shou. Yang Song, who had yet to report to the Jigong River hydropower station, received a notification from Lu Shuang, informing him of his new role as the head of the financial department. Upon learning of his appointed position, Yang Song arrived at the hydropower station in his Audi 4, strutting in like a victorious rooster into the station master's office. Yang Song held Qin Shou in disdain. Upon entering, he did not even knock, but rather swaggered in with an air of arrogance. Once inside, he plopped himself down in the chair opposite Qin Shou, casually crossing his legs. In fact, he brazenly retrieved a cigarette, placing it in his mouth and exhaling smoke without a care in the world. Throughout this entire display, Yang Song did not seek Qin Shou's consent, as if the office were his domain and he the master of it all. Qin Shou remained unfazed by Yang Song's arrogance. He produced his own Hongmei cigarette, lighting it and taking a puff. "You were supposed to report last Wednesday, right? You are now 5 working days late," he remarked. "Indeed, I am 5 days late. What will you do about it? If you have the guts, go ahead and fire me," Yang Song retorted, exhaling a ring of smoke with utter defiance. "I lack the authority to dismiss you. Although you have been transferred to the Jigong River hydropower station, you remain a civil servant. Thus, any dismissal would require procedures through the organization department, which would be particularly cumbersome. Since you cannot fire me, hurry up and arrange for me to be the head of the financial department. This is Director Ruan's directive, and you must comply. While I cannot dismiss you, I can withhold your bonuses. Since you reported 5 days late, you will not receive any bonus for this month. In fact, all bonuses for this quarter are forfeited. This is the utmost punishment that Qin Shou is willing to impose upon himself in making decisions. However, merely finding a small amount of money is evidently insufficient. Today, he must teach Yang Song a lesson in no uncertain terms. What is a mere deduction of bonuses? Let be done. Yang Song, with an air of indifference, hardly cares. As an official, his salary card has seldom been utilized. How could he afford an Audi on his salary? Perhaps just enough for a minuscule Alto. Is this not the current state of affairs for officials? There are 2 things of little use. One is the salary card, and the other is the wife. Qin Shou lifted his teacup and took a sip, proclaiming, "The position of director of the finance department is ill-suited for you. However, we do have a role at the Jigong River hydropower station that is quite fitting for you, that of a janitor." Upon hearing this, Yang Song was instantly infuriated. "Qin Shou, how dare you? You would assign me to clean toilets? Qin Shou, please understand that I am the station master of the Jigong River hydropower station, the authority here. Therefore, if I command you to clean the toilets, you shall do so. If you refuse, you may as well leave. Qin Shou, I advise you to tread carefully. Do you believe I want to call Director Wan? You'll be in for a world of trouble. Go ahead. Do you think Ruan Xiangyu can suppress me? Even Ruan Xiangyu, upon arriving at the Jigong River hydropower station, must heed my authority. Qin Shou, you will regret this." Furious, Yang Song stormed out of the station master's office and immediately dialed Ruan Xiangyu. After several rings, she finally answered. "Xiaoyang, what is it?" Ruan Xiangyu inquired. "Director Wan, Qin Shou is disregarding your authority. He knows I was sent by you. Not only has he refused to appoint me as the director of the finance department, but he has also ordered me to clean the toilets. I'm on my way." After hanging up, Ruan Xiangyu was incensed. Her ire was not directed at Qin Shou, but rather at Yang Song. How utterly incompetent could Yang Song be? He could not even handle such a trivial matter. Ruan Xiangyu drove her Mercedes to the Jigong River hydropower station. Although the car was purchased with her funds, it was registered under Su Jing's name. Since Su Jing held no public office, all the properties and assets acquired by Ruan Xiangyu over the years were registered in her name. Yang Song, the sycophant, would undoubtedly have been a competent eunuch in ancient times. While he may not ascend to the highest echelons, becoming a chief eunuch would be well within his grasp. After ending the call, he promptly made his way to the parking lot, eagerly awaiting Ruan Xiangyu like a loyal retainer. As soon as the Mercedes came to a halt, Yang Song rushed over, eagerly opening the car door for Ruan Xiangyu. "Director, you have finally arrived. That Qin Shou is utterly insufferable. I mentioned that you had appointed me as the director of the finance department, and do you know what he said? He dismissed you as if you were nothing." "Enough," Ruan Xiangyu coldly replied with just 2 words, instilling fear in Yang Song. who immediately fell silent. Although Ruan Xiangyu was quite angry, Yang Song felt elated. He naively believed that Ruan Xiangyu was furious with Qin Shou. The more enraged Ruan Xiangyu became, the worse things would turn for Qin Shou. It is worth noting that Ruan Xiangyu is not only the director of the county committee office, but also a member of the county committee standing committee. In reality, within the sphere of influence in Changle County, she ranks third, surpassed only by County Head Wang. After all, Director Ruan's backing comes from Deputy Mayor Ch. It's not just the other county committee members who must show respect. Even County Head Wang has to give Director Ruan some face. If Qin Shou dares to provoke Director Ruan, he is doomed, destined for a harsh reckoning. Ruan Xiangyu strode into the office in her high heels, her steps echoing with purpose. Upon seeing Qin Shou seated, one hand clutching a cigarette while the other held a teacup, her irritation flared. Thus, Ruan Xiangyu commanded, "Get up. Let me sit." "Yes, mother," Qin Shou replied promptly, rising with a cheerful demeanor as he ushered Ruan Xiangyu to take his seat. Chapter 65. A bitter fruit forced to ripen. This spectacle left Yang Song utterly astounded. What had Qin Shou just called Director Ruan? Mother? Once seated, Ruan Xiangyu, with a frown, questioned, "Am I really that old?" "Well, I certainly cannot call you young, mother," Qin Shou quipped. With a swift motion, Ruan Xiangyu seized the feather duster and gave Qin Shou a playful swat on the backside. "Smack! I won't let you off so easily, you rascal." After dealing with this unexpectedly adopted son, Ruan Xiangyu felt a considerable portion of her anger dissipate. Unbeknownst to her, each time she reprimanded Qin Shou, a peculiar joy bloomed within her. How delightful it would have been to have had a son like him much earlier. It was undeniably entertaining. The more she observed Qin Shou, the more she found him agreeable. In fact, a fleeting thought crossed her mind. Perhaps she should reconsider her daughter marrying this fellow. Primarily, she had attempted to encourage Su Jing to date Chen Fing multiple times, but Su Jing remained steadfast in her refusal, claiming she felt no spark. In an effort to nurture her daughter's feelings, Ruan Xiangyu even orchestrated outings between Su Jing and Chen Feiying. Yet, Su Jing wouldn't even entertain meeting Chen Feiying. Being a woman herself, Ruan Xiangyu understood that Su Jing harbored feelings for Qin Shou. After all, despite her attempts to discard the trifles Qin Shou had gifted her, no matter how trivial, even a mere rag doll, her daughter steadfastly refused to part with them. A fruit forced to ripen is never sweet. The thought of her daughter eventually falling for this oaf filled Ruan Xiangyu with indignation. She longed to thrash Qin Shou as one would a son. The subtle shifts in Ruan Xiangyu's mindset were lost on both Qin Shou and Yang Song. As Qin Shou fetched a cup of water from the dispenser and handed it to Ruan Xiangyu, he remarked, "Mother, if you're tired from beating me, take a sip of water, then continue." Since this was merely a performance, intended to deceive Ruan Xiangyu, gain her trust, and ultimately acquire evidence to imprison her, he knew he must exhibit Oscar-worthy acting skills. After all, this former mother-in-law was no naive 18-year-old girl. She was not easily fooled. "You insolent wretch," Ruan Xiangyu scolded, yet picked up the feather duster once more and playfully swatted Qin Shou again. If the first strike had left Yang Song with some lingering hope, the second blow shattered any illusions he harbored. Hadn't Ruan Xiangyu always despised Qin Shou? Wasn't she intent on sending him straight to prison? Yet, her demeanor just now belied any hatred toward him. It is unmistakably the love of a mother for her son. Ruan Xiangyu lifted her cup and took a sip of water. Perhaps it was because she had begun to find Qin Shou more agreeable. Even a glass of pure water he offered seemed to possess a hint of sweetness. It felt akin to nurturing a son for many years, only to witness him finally showing filial piety. Suddenly, Ruan Xiangyu recalled that despite having raised her daughter for over 20 years, she had never once brought her a glass of water. Each time she returned home, regardless of her exhaustion, her daughter would simply say, "Mom, I'm thirsty. Pour-moi glace of water." "Mom, I'm hungry. What is for dinner tonight?" "Mom, where are my clothes? Can you help me find them?" The mere utterance of "Mom" irritated Ruan Xiangyu, and the absence of it vexed her even more. "Mom, how about I give you a shoulder massage?" Taking advantage of the moment, Qin Shou circled behind Ruan Xiangyu and began to massage her shoulders. After a few presses, Ruan Xiangyu felt that his technique was more soothing than that of a renowned blind massage parlor she often visited, where one had to wait in line. Turning her head with curiosity, she asked, "Where did you learn this?" "In the army. When we were exhausted from training and needed recovery, we would massage each other." Qin Shou replied candidly, "Why didn't you ever massage me before? I ended up wasting money at the blind massage parlor. And it wasn't as comfortable as your touch. Mom, you used to be as fierce as a tigress. How could I dare to massage you? Dare to call me a tigress, and I'll beat you." Ruan Xiangyu playfully smacked Qin Shou. This scene of maternal affection made Yang Song feel utterly superfluous standing there. Coming to terms with reality, Yang Song pondered the situation. Director Ruan had assigned him as the head of the finance department at the Jigongi hydropower station to deal with those troublesome accounts. Even if Director Ruan now appeared to be as close to Qin Shou as a biological mother and son, those accounts still required resolution. Thus, his position as the head of the finance department was unassailable. Moreover, what he witnessed today must be reported to Lu Shuang. Lu Shuang, being Director Ruan's goddaughter, held far greater significance in her heart than Qin Shou, the former son-in-law. Once Lu Shuang visited Director Ruan and whispered a few words of slander, Director Ruan would certainly distance herself from Qin Shou. At that point, Qin Shou would be left without support, allowing Yang Song to continue dealing with him. Yang Song had no personal grievance against Qin Shou. His relentless targeting stemmed from Lu Shuang's disdain for him. As a dutiful sycophant, he felt compelled to attack anyone his goddess found displeasing. "Director Ruan, I have reported to the Jigongi hydropower station today as per your instructions, intending to assume the role of head of the finance department. However, Qin Shou won't allow me to go and insists on assigning me to clean the toilets." Yang Song's words were carefully considered, crafted after much deliberation. His intent was to sow discord between Ruan Xiangyu and Qin Shou. He believed he understood Ruan Xiangyu well. If Qin Shou dared to defy her wishes, she would undoubtedly erupt in anger. Ruan Xiangyu turned her head and inquired of Qin Shou, "Is that so?" "Indeed, mother." Qin Shou replied candidly, "Are you so audacious as to disregard your mother's words?" Ruan Xiangyu's irritation was palpable. "Of course, I must heed mother-esque counsel. However, I believe that Comrade Yang Song exhibits a certain restlessness. He needs to engage in grassroots work to hone his skills appropriately," Qin Shou remarked. "Very well. You may make the arrangements." Ruan Xiangyu's statement left Yang Song astounded. To have Qin Shou orchestrate his tasks, given their current enmity, what good could come from such an arrangement? Yang Song's countenance turned a shade of deep crimson, more unsightly than a bitter melon. Meanwhile, Qin Shou continued to massage Ruan Xiangyu's shoulders, relishing his newfound authority. "Yang Song, you shall commence by cleaning the restroom. My standards for cleanliness are exceptionally high. When you finish, the water in the urinal must be potable." "Director Ruan, surely you see that Qin Shou is intent on tormenting me." Yang Song implored Ruan Xiangyu with a desperate gaze, hoping she would intervene on his behalf. "Qin Shou, isn't this arrangement for Yang Song somewhat inappropriate?" Ruan Xiangyu interjected, still advocating for Yang Song. "If our positions were reversed, he would be far more ruthless in his treatment of me. Hence, our relationship is inherently antagonistic. There is nothing inappropriate about it. If you find it unsuitable, mother, feel free to reassign him," Qin Shou asserted, showing no regard for Ruan Xiangyu's authority. Though somewhat displeased by his response, Ruan Xiangyu maintained her composure. "You are the station chief. Your word is law. Even as a son matures, he may disregard his mother's wishes, let alone a mere former son-in-law." Ruan Xiangyu rose, advising Yang Song, "Do take care of yourself." With that, she departed, no longer yearning for the massage Qin Shou provided. Although Ruan Xiangyu harbored some fondness for Qin Shou, she understood the necessity of keeping him in check. Otherwise, he might become insufferably arrogant. Thus, as she took her leave, she emphasized that Qin Shou was merely a former son-in-law, intending to embolden Yang Song to continue opposing him. As a director of the county party office, Ruan Xiangyu was well acquainted with the art of managing subordinates. The more fiercely they clashed amongst themselves, the more secure her position as a leader became. Should they cease their infighting, they might unite against her, which would pose a significant threat. Qin Shou settled back into his chair, lifting his teacup to savor a sip. Yang Song, now that you are in my grasp, you shall abide by my directives. Whatever tasks I assign you, you must fulfill. If I instruct you to clean the restroom, you shall clean the restroom. Qin Shou, do not revel in your triumph. You are merely Director Ruan's former son-in-law. Do you truly believe that calling her mother will earn you her affection as a true son? You are shameless to still refer to Director Ruan as mother after your divorce from Su Jing. Are you going to clean the restroom or not? If you refuse, I shall promptly call my mother and have you reassigned to the county mortuary to guard the morgue. You are a civil servant, and I cannot dismiss you. However, at the Chicken River Hydropower Station, I am the one in charge. I can do as I please with you. Qin Shou, remember this well. There will come a day when you will regret it. After speaking, Yang Song left with clenched teeth. Where are you going? Qin Shou inquired. I'm off to clean the toilets. Although Yang Song protested verbally, his body betrayed him. It sufficed that his body complied. Qin Shou did not demand more. Qin Shou locked the office door and retrieved Ran Jie's ledger, smoking a cigarette as he perused it. Although he was not well-versed in finance, he was bewildered after a cursory glance at the ledger. Outside, night had fallen. Qin Shou resolved to present this ledger to Yang Wenqing. After all, Secretary Yang was the county's leader, and the handling of this ledger required her guidance. He could not act unilaterally. Checking the time on his phone, he noted it was past 8 in the evening. Secretary Yang must have already finished work, right? Perhaps it would be best to wait until morning to give it to her, where she was still working late. Alternatively, he could take the ledger to the county committee building. If Secretary Yang happened to be working overtime, visiting her this late would also allow him to demonstrate his initiative. With the ledger in hand, Qin Shou drove his second-hand Santana towards the county committee building. After parking in the courtyard, he looked up and noticed the light in the county secretary's office was indeed on. Astonishing. Secretary Yang was truly working late. He wondered if she had eaten dinner. Perhaps he could seize the opportunity to ask. If she hadn't dined yet, he could extend an invitation to share a late-night meal together. As a subordinate, it was essential to create opportunities for one-on-one time with leadership. The more they spent time together, the greater their understanding and trust would grow. Over time, familiarity could naturally lead to becoming a trusted confidant. Qin Shou adjusted his appearance in the rearview mirror. Who was that handsome figure? A veritable Adonis. He praised himself extravagantly with every flattering word he could muster. Then he grasped the ledger, exited the car, and walked into the county committee building. The door to the county secretary's office was ajar. Rather than barging in, Qin Shou knocked politely. Knock, knock. Inside the office, as a storm approached, the air grew stifling. Yang Wenqing had removed her blazer, wearing only a chiffon blouse. Given the late hour, she instinctively assumed the visitor was Xiao Yu and had not donned her blazer. Come in, she called, and as her words faded, the door swung open. Upon entering, Qin Shou was greeted by the sight of Yang Wenqing clad solely in a chiffon shirt. A truly spectacular vision. Yang Wenqing, upon noticing him, was taken aback, her complexion paling. She hastily covered her chest with her hands and reprimanded, "Get out." Qin Shou promptly retreated, gentlemanly closing the door behind him. Yang Wenqing quickly donned a fitted blazer. After taking a moment to compose herself, she coldly called out, "Come in." The office door swung open once more. Although Yang Wenqing had now adorned herself in the blazer, the allure of her figure remained undeniably striking. Qin Shou stole a furtive glance, wary of lingering too long, for he was there on serious business, with matters yet unresolved. Being dismissed by Secretary Yang once more would not bode well. Yang Wenqing noticed Qin Shou's discreet gaze and was prepared to express her ire, but he wisely averted his eyes, earning her leniency for the moment. "What brings you here?" she inquired. "Secretary Yang, I have brought you a significant gift," Qin Shou replied. "A gift?" A hint of skepticism flickered across Yang Wenqing's elegant oval face. "What kind of gift?" To be precise, it was a hot potato. Qin Shou, not one to prolong the suspense, directly handed her the ledger he held. Yang Wenqing flipped through its pages, curiosity piqued. "Where did this come from?" she asked. "From Ranjia," Qin Shou explained. "Which Ranjia?" Yang Wenqing questioned, unfamiliar with such a minor figure. He elaborated. "She is the current director of the finance department at the Jigong River Hydropower Station, and will soon be transferred back to the county committee office. Subsequently, Ruan Xiangyu has instructed me to recommend Yang Song to succeed Ran Jie. This ledger contains all accounts meticulously prepared by Ran Jie, each entry verifiable and audit-ready. As for the accounts managed by the finance department, Ran Jie informed me that she never signed off on them. Chapter 67. Grasping leadership with this revelation. Yang Wenqing comprendet Qin Shou es implications. Though she had not reviewed the financial records of the Jigong River hydropower station, the ledger in her possession hinted at numerous discrepancies. Her immediate objective was to unearth the corrupt elements plaguing Changle County, tackling both the tigers and flies alike. For without eradicating these pests, Changle County could scarcely hope for progress. Each of these vermin threatened to devour the fruits of the labor of the local populace, ultimately leaving them with naught. Yang Wenqing placed the ledger on her desk and pointed at it, inquiring, "What thoughts do you have regarding this ledger?" "Following your guidance, Secretary Yang," Qin Shou replied. "If every entry in this ledger provided by Ran Jie is accurate, then the issues at the Jigong River hydropower station will be considerable. This implicates numerous cases of embezzlement and corruption. Such matters should be investigated by the comrades of the Discipline Inspection Commission. Therefore, this ledger should not be presented to me, but rather to Ling Xiangmei of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission." Yang Wenqing's words were a test for Qin Shou. Let's examine the intellect of Qin Shou. Presenting this ledger to Director Lung of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission is indeed a clever strategy, albeit the most convenient and least labor-intensive approach. Both Secretary Yang and I can effortlessly distance ourselves from the matter. Ultimately, regardless of the outcome concerning the Jigongi hydropower station, it shall bear no consequence for us. Do you imply that you possess a superior suggestion? Secretary Yang, I hold confidence in Director Lung's integrity and professional competence. By entrusting this ledger to her, she will undoubtedly uncover all corrupt officials within her reach. However, delegating this investigation to Director Lung will inevitably trigger a seismic upheaval within the political landscape of Changle County, severely disrupting its political ecology. Consequently, unforeseen and potentially unmanageable situations may arise. So, what is it that you wish to convey? We must root out every one of these parasites in Changle County, leaving none unscathed. Yet, we cannot act impulsively and unearth them all at once. Firstly, such an approach is impractical and will lead to many evading capture. Secondly, if we proceed in this manner, the entire county committee and government will undoubtedly collapse. My proposal is that, since we are addressing the corrupt officials of Changle County, Secretary Yang, as the foremost leader, should steer this endeavor. Even when Director Lung investigates in Changle County, it should be under your direction, Secretary Yang. Wherever you point, let Director Lung investigate. Qin Shou's words resonated deeply with Yang Wenqing. However, even though she felt immense satisfaction, she could not openly acknowledge it. Yang Wenqing raised her cup and took a sip of water to compose herself. Then, feigning anger, she interrogated, "Qin Shou, what do you mean by that? Are you suggesting that I should monopolize power and interfere with the work of the Discipline Inspection Commission? To ask me to do so is tantamount to encouraging me to breach discipline." Yang Wenqing sought to take command while simultaneously avoiding any breach of protocol, exemplifying a typical case of wanting it all. Thus, her reprimand towards Qin Shou was an implicit request for a reasonable proposal from him. "Secretary Yang, you certainly cannot intervene in the work of the Discipline Inspection Commission. In terms of hierarchy, Director Lung possesses the authority to investigate you directly," Qin Shou asserted. "So, were those remarks you made earlier mere nonsense?" Yang Wenqing scolded Qin Shou harshly. If it were another subordinate, she would not have resorted to such uncivilized language. Yet, Qin Shou was different. He was a beast. The memory of that night still incensed Yang Wenqing. How could her pristine self be so sullied by this beast? It infuriated her. "If you believe I am speaking nonsense, shall I take my leave?" Qin Shou feigned an intention to depart, testing the waters with this woman. "Go ahead." Yang Wenqing replied nonchalantly. "If Secretary says I am speaking nonsense, then I am indeed speaking nonsense. Such things as nonsense, if held in, create discomfort. They must be released to feel truly satisfying. Therefore, I shall finish expelling my nonsense before I take my leave. Failing to gain the upper hand with her leader, Qin Shou provided himself an escape route, shamelessly descending from the situation. You shameless wretch! Young Wenqing reproached Qin Shou. However, she did not prevent Qin Shou from passing gas. She was curious to see what kind of foul odor he would produce. Secretary Yang, I have skimmed through this account book. As I am not a finance professional, some specialized terminology is beyond my comprehension. Nevertheless, I have a modest proposal regarding the eradication of the pests infesting the Jigong River hydropower station, which I wish to convey to Secretary Yang for your assessment of its feasibility. Please, spare me the roundabout talk and speak plainly. The primary issue with the accounts of the Jigong River hydropower station lies within the procurement section, which constitutes at least 60% of the records. Therefore, my personal recommendation is to begin the investigation from the procurement department. The first individual to scrutinize should be Director Go Jinxiang, who gifted me 100 grams of gold bricks. Yang Wenqing furrowed her brow, contemplating in her mind. Go Jinxiang was the nephew of Go Zhongqing, who was the brother-in-law of Wang Ren. Targeting Go Jinxiang could serve as a warning to Wang Ren. Thus, Yang Wenqing nodded and said, "All right, you manage this, but be cautious not to botch it. If you fail, I cannot guarantee your safety. Rest assured, Secretary Yang, I am quite reliable in my endeavors. Go ahead." Yang Wenqing waved her hand, signaling Qin Shou to leave. Yet, Qin Shou had no intention of departing. He cheerfully inquired, "Secretary Yang, have you finished your work? What are your plans?" Yang Wenqing looked perplexed. It was already late, and time for a late-night snack had arrived. "How about I treat you to a late-night meal?" Secretary Yang? Qin Shou extended the invitation. A late-night meal? What was his intention? Yang Wenqing felt a twinge of uncertainty. However, she had not dined that evening, having worked late in her office. Now that her tasks were complete, her stomach was beginning to grumble. Thus, she nodded in agreement. "All right. Given that this scoundrel took such advantage of me the other night, treating him to a meal is only fitting. I'll order the most expensive dishes tonight, aiming to spend at least 500. Yang Wenqing secretly resolved. Unbeknownst to her, Qin Shou's invitation for this late-night meal held a deeper significance, as he intended to orchestrate a scheme. Chapter 68. The cat turns the steamer for the dog. Qin Shou took Yang Wenqing to a bustling street of food stalls. Entering the renowned Si Mei food stall, the flavors of Si Mei food stall are unmatched in Changle County. Qin Shou's choice was not solely based on its delectable offerings, but also because he had arranged an elaborate performance for Yang Wenqing. Despite the throngs of customers, many establishments along the food stall street were incurring losses, struggling to survive due to rampant corruption and extortion. Having served as the county party secretary for some time, it was Yang Wenqing's first visit to the food stall street. Although it was late, the street thrived with vitality, rivaling even the liveliest night markets in the provincial capital. This vibrant atmosphere delighted Yang Wenqing. She picked up a pen and began to enthusiastically mark her selections on the menu. Tonight, she intends to have Qin Shou contribute to the economy of Changle County. After placing the order, Yang Wenqing handed the menu to Qin Shou, inquiring if there was anything else he wished to add. Upon reviewing the menu, Qin Shou was taken aback. Goodness, Secretary Yang is quite audacious, ordering so much and all of it rather expensive. The total adds up to nearly 500 yuan. Naturally, he dared not question the choices of his superior. However, the sight of 10 skewers of lamb kidneys sparked a flicker of doubt within him. What could Secretary Yang possibly need with so many lamb kidneys? Did she perhaps have something else in mind for the evening? This thought made Qin Shou feel less pained about the expenditure. After all, it was merely 500 yuan. That woman Xiao Yu had once drained him of over 7,000. Fortunately, Qin Shou was of the mindset that one person's meal sufficed for the entire family. Otherwise, he would struggle to withstand such financial demands from these women. While his salary was insufficient, he still had over 100,000 in his provident fund. Although he had purchased an old and small apartment, he was indeed a homeowner and could withdraw from his provident fund. At that moment, Yang Wenqing noticed a business for transfer sign on the glass door of the popular eatery. This piqued her curiosity, leading her to ask Qin Shou, "Old Qin, if the business here is thriving, why is there a transfer notice?" Good business does not necessarily equate to profit. Qin Shou's response left Yang Wenqing feeling somewhat uneasy. She pressed further. What do you mean? Hearing is one thing. Seeing is believing, Qin Shou retorted cryptically. What are you trying to imply? Yang Wenqing inquired. Instead of answering, Qin Shou asked, Today is the 15th, right? Yes, it is the 15th, Yang Wenqing replied, her brow furrowed in confusion. What of it? Every 15th of the month. There is quite a spectacle to behold on this street of eateries. Once our dishes arrive, we shall dine while we await the show, Qin Shou declared. What sort of spectacle? Yang Wenqing probed. It cannot be succinctly explained. Moreover, to spoil the surprise would diminish its allure. Thus, Secretary Yang, you shall witness it for yourself. Although Qin Shou was pleased to treat the beautiful leader to street food, he felt that leaders ought not only to dine, but also to engage in work. Hence, he resolved to find some tasks for Yang Wenqing this evening. In his view, the greatest joy of holding office lies in serving the people. A bureaucrat who does not advocate for the populace is better off returning home to dig sweet potatoes. Though Sister C's eatery was bustling, with every table occupied, she refrained from hiring staff to cut costs. Her husband cooked, her mother-in-law washed the dishes, and she managed the front, serving dishes and handling payments. Once the 10 skewers of lamb kidneys were ready, Sister C personally served them at their table. Intrigued by the business transfer, Yang Wenqing inquired, Excuse me, are you the proprietress? Indeed, Sister C nodded. I see your establishment is thriving. Why then consider a transfer? Yang Wenqing asket. Sister C sighed deeply. It's akin to a cat flipping a basket to do a dog's work. Exhausted from dawn till dusk, yet I earn not a penny. And every month I incur losses. With such good business, how can you possibly be a loss? Yang Wenqing was perplexed. Let us not dwell on it. Feng Sumei offered no explanation, nor did she feel inclined to provide one. In any case, she would no longer operate this food stall. Given the industrious nature of her family and her husband's culinary skills, they could certainly open a restaurant elsewhere and earn a decent income. Yang Wenqing picked up a skewer of lamb kidneys and handed it to Qin Shou, saying, This is for you. For me? Qin Shou looked at Yang Wenqing with wide eyes, asking, Are all 10 skewers for me? Indeed, all 10 are for you. You must finish them all. Not a single skewer is to be left. Yang Wenqing replied with a smile. By ordering these 10 skewers of lamb kidneys, she aimed to play a little trick on Qin Shou, seeking revenge for that night. She wanted to provoke him, leaving him with nowhere to vent his frustration. Secretary Yang, are you trying to spark a fire in me? Qin Shou gazed at Yang Wenqing with a playful glint in his eyes, asking, after igniting it, Will you be responsible for extinguishing it? What fire? What extinguishing? Be serious. Yang Wenqing shot him a glare. Just then, a group of individuals clad in city management uniforms arrived. The leader, Ruan Tianming, was the captain of the county's city management team and a nephew of Ruan Xiangyu. Qin Shou picked up a skewer of lamb kidneys and offered it to Yang Wenqing, saying, Xiao Yang, enjoy the lamb kidneys while watching the show. What did you call me? Yang Wenqing inquired. Xiao Yang. You call me Lao Qin, and I call you Xiao Yang. It's quite reasonable, don't you think? This is outside, not at work, so referring to your title feels a bit ostentatious, Qin Shou explained. Daring to call a leader Xiao Yang, you truly are audacious. Yang Wenqing glared at him once more. She then asked, What show are we watching? Say nothing and just sit back and observe. Qin Shou fell silent, contentedly eating his lamb kidneys. The stage was soon handed over to Ruan Tianming. Qin Shou intended for Yang Wenqing to witness how the Ruan family wielded power and acted lawlessly in Changle County. Upon seeing Ruan Tianming arrive, Feng Sumei hastily welcomed him. Captain Ruan, this table is fully occupied. Please wait a moment while I arrange a new table for you and bring out some specialty dishes. Feng Sumei, I am not here to dine. I am here to collect your fines. Look at your setup. It obstructs the sidewalk. According to previous regulations, each table incurs a fine of 100 yuan per day. You have 10 tables outside, which amounts to 1,000 yuan daily. This month has 30 days, totaling 30,000 yuan. Hurry and pay this month's fine so that we can move on to the next establishment. Otherwise, I will order you to clear all these tables and cease business here. 30,000 yuan? The sheer amount left Feng Sumei utterly dumbfounded. Captain Yuan, although my food stall attracts numerous customers, our prices are low. After a month of hard work, deducting all costs, we barely make 10,000 yuan. Last month, we paid you 10,000 yuan, meaning our family worked for nothing. This month, you demand 30,000 yuan, a threefold increase. How can we possibly pay that? This is a matter of life and death for us. Feng Sume spoke candidly. Her food stall had been in operation for over a decade, relying on thin profit margins and high volume, which garnered her many loyal customers. In times of economic prosperity, the sale of alcoholic beverages flourished. A family could labor diligently for a month at a bustling eatery and net a profit of 20 to 30,000. Over the course of a year, this could amount to 2 to 300,000. In a small county like Changle, which is still classified as impoverished, such earnings were commendable. However, with the current economic downturn, the number of patrons has dwindled, and monthly profits have plummeted to around 10,000. Before Yuan Tianming assumed the role of captain in the urban management team, the officers would frequently visit the street where the eatery was located, engaging in extortion. At that time, a team member would receive a 200 yuan red envelope, while the captain would take 1,000, followed by a meal to secure their cooperation for a month. Since Yuan Tianming took over as captain, the practice shifted from offering red envelopes to outright demands. He Jia, the owner of the neighboring eatery Chopwood, noticed Yuan Tianming collecting protection fees at Si Mei's eatery and hurriedly approached him with an envelope. He Jia shared a good rapport with Yuan Tianming, yet his establishment, despite its high prices, was notoriously unpalatable, making it the least successful in the area. Consequently, he harbored resentment towards Feng Si Mei, wishing to acquire her eatery at a low price. Given the lack of customers and the knowledge of Yuan Tianming's impending visit, He Jia merely set up a single table on the sidewalk, devoid of patrons, with only a languid yellow dog lying underneath, too dispirited to gnaw on bones. Nevertheless, this setup served as a pretext for his forthcoming performance to curry favor with Yuan Tianming. Approaching Yuan Tianming, He Jia nonchalantly produced a pack of cigarettes, naturally the softer variety. He offered one to Yuan Tianming and distributed another to each accompanying officer, aware that He Jia was there to bolster his standing. Yuan Tianming greeted him with a smile. "Bossy, how has business been lately?" he inquired. "Captain Yuan, it's all because Si Mei's eatery is improperly setting up tables on the sidewalk, capturing all the customers. My place has become desolate, a true lament." He Jia lamented openly. In truth, his establishment was far superior to Si Mei's. Patrons wishing to enter her eatery had to pass by his. Fen Si Mei, fully aware of He Jia's character and his collusion with Yuan Tianming against her, remained unfazed. She had already decided to leave. Even if her eatery could not be sold, she would cease operations next month. Continuing to operate was merely a loss, so she preferred idleness. Upon hearing this, Yuan Tianming's demeanor darkened as he reprimanded Feng Si Mei. "Boss Feng, your improper table placements on the sidewalk not only mar the city's aesthetics, but also disrupt the normal operations of neighboring businesses. Therefore, our county's Urban Management Bureau must penalize your illicit operations and confiscate your unlawful earnings. Your establishment must earn at least 1 million a year, correct? Thus, not only must you pay a fine of 30,000 yuan for this month, but you are also required to surrender all your illicit earnings for the past year, totaling 1 million yuan. If you lack funds, your life is all that remains. Take it." Feng Sume understood that Yuan Tianming was unreasonable. He was akin to a bandit. Consequently, she resorted to subterfuge. Observing this, He Jiang promptly retrieved the envelope he had prepared in advance and handed it to Yuan Tianming. "Captain Yuan, although my chaotic barbecue stall has been obstructed by Feng Sume, I still manage to serve a table now and then. Therefore, according to regulations, I should be fined 3,000 yuan for the month, as each table incurs 100 yuan daily." Accepting the envelope from He Jiang, Yuan Tianming opened it and extracted the money. It was filled with crisp 100 yuan bills, totaling 30, without a single note missing. Shaking the money in his hand, he admonished Feng Sume, "Boss Feng, observe the awareness of Boss He, and then reflect on your own actions. Are you not ashamed of your behavior? Do you not feel a sense of disgrace? Do you believe that operating unlawfully and resorting to trickery exempts you from penalties? Such conduct is intolerable by the law. If you do not remit the 30,000 yuan fine today, I shall report this and pursue your legal gains. At that point, it will not merely be 30,000 yuan. It will escalate to 1 million. Upon hearing Ruan Tianming's words, Feng Sumei was struck with fear. 30,000 yuan was no trifling sum for her. Yet after a moment's hesitation, she could muster it. However, 1 million? That was an astronomical figure for her. Even if she sold her possessions, she could never amass such an amount. I operate legally and have no illegal gains, Feng Sumei protested. Legally? Where's your legality? Look at your business license. Does it encompass the sale of cold dishes? Ruan Tianming pointed to the table where Qin Shou was seated, with a plate of garlic cucumber before them. This garlic cucumber, lacking proper certification, constitutes an overstepping of your business scope. A fine of 100,000 yuan is not excessive, is it? According to legal provisions, the selling of garlic cucumber indeed requires certification. However, Feng Sumei was merely an ordinary citizen, unaware of such intricacies. Furthermore, in a place like Changle County, rife with bureaucratic hurdles and corruption, obtaining a license for selling garlic cucumber would demand not only relentless effort, but also substantial bribes, often amounting to tens of thousands. Selling garlic cucumber for a lifetime would hardly recoup the costs of obtaining the necessary permits. The formulation of laws is not the issue. Rather, it is the multitude of petty officials who complicate their enforcement. The common folk desire regulation, yet find no means to attain it. For all rules are dictated by those in power. Whoever governs this domain determines the regulations. Feng Sumei was rendered speechless. A fine of 100,000 yuan for selling a simple cucumber? This was a matter of life and death. Unsure of how to proceed, she sank to the ground, weeping disconsolately. Yang Wenqing could no longer bear to witness this. Though she recognized the necessity of certification for selling garlic cucumber, she believed that law enforcement should possess a degree of humanity. The law is meant to protect the citizenry, not to harm them. Chapter 70. Aiding and abetting. Feng Sumei was unaware that she needed a permit for her cucumber dishes. As an enforcer, it was the duty of the authorities to inform her of the necessary steps to obtain one. At the very least, a verbal reprimand should suffice for a first-time offense, rather than imposing an exorbitant fine of 100,000 yuan. Is this enforcement? It resembles extortion. Upon seeing Yang Wenqing rise to intervene, Qin Shou hastily detained her with a gesture, saying, "Xiao Yang, allow me." How audacious to refer to her in such a diminutive manner. Yang Wenqing was filled with a desire to send this shameless individual flying into the ether with a swift kick. Qin Shou's intention in stepping in was to provoke Ruan Tianming, compelling him to reveal the Ruan family's arrogance before Secretary Yang. As the county committee's secretary, Yang Wenqing wielded considerable power. She was a trump card not to be played lightly. The purpose of this evening's gathering at the food stall was not solely to treat Feng Sumei, but to honor all the diligent, law-abiding merchants throughout the county. Upon returning to her seat, Yang Wenqing acknowledged Qin Shou with a nod. With the secretary's approval, Qin Shou promptly approached Ruan Tianming. "Captain Ruan, you certainly exude an air of authority in that uniform. Are you aware that you're collecting protection fees under the guise of legality? Does Director Han of the Urban Management Bureau know of your actions?" Director Han Yong, while not corrupt, dared not confront Ruan Xiangyu. He was aware of Ruan Tianming's misconduct, but chose to remain oblivious, burying his head in the sand like an ostrich. Many officials in Changle County exemplified this behavior, coasting through their positions while turning a blind eye to the injustices inflicted upon the common people. These officials may not be greedy, yet they contribute to the perpetuation of malevolent forces. Their disinterest in matters that do not directly affect them is tantamount to wrongdoing. For years, Changle County has been unable to shed its reputation as a poverty-stricken area, with the populace's income stagnating, largely due to the complacency of these bureaucratic guardians of their positions. Upon recognizing Qin Shou, Ruan Tianming smirked, remarking, "No wonder I heard barking in my ear. I thought a stray dog had wandered by. It turns out to be my former brother-in-law, cast aside by my cousin. Before my cousin ended your affiliation, you had my respect. Now what are you? Merely a lost hound. Do not obstruct my lawful duties." Ruan Tianming, is this enforcement? You are committing a crime. I advise you to reconsider your path and promptly apologize to Boss Feng. Otherwise, given your recent actions, dismissal would be a merciful outcome. Qin Shou understood Ruan Tianming all too well. He knew this man would only escalate his misconduct. Ruan Tianming's rise to the position of captain of the urban management team was not without substantial gift bestowed upon Ruan Xiangyu. In her presence, he acted as a sycophant, having played that role for many years, transforming from an ordinary officer to a captain. Having acquired power, Ruan Tianming naturally revels in the pleasures it brings. With authority in hand, he feels unrestrained. Today, he must deal with Ruan Tianming, while simultaneously delivering a stern reminder to Ruan Xiangyu. Just because she shares the Ruan surname and is a relative does not entitle her to place unworthy individuals in positions of real power. Expelling me? Qin Shou, do you still fancy yourself as the secretary to the county committee? You are merely the director of the Jigongi hydropower station now. Your rank has been demoted to a secondary staff member, no longer a division-level cadre. Even if you were still a division-level cadre or the secretary's aide, you lack the authority to dismiss me. The position of captain of the urban management team was granted to me by my second aunt. Qin Shou is aware that Ruan Tianming's second aunt is Ruan Xiangyu, yet Secretary Yang remains oblivious. Thus, Qin Shou feigns ignorance, asking, "Who is your second aunt?" Ruan Tianming retorts, "Qin Shou, are you pretending not to know? My second aunt is Ruan Xiangyu, the director of the county committee office." Ruan Tianming boldly proclaims Ruan Xiangyu's full name. After all, being her nephew is a matter of pride, something to flaunt. The director of the county committee office can arrange for you to be the captain of the urban management team. When did the personnel arrangements of your bureau come under the purview of the county committee office? Qin Shou is attempting to elicit further information from Ruan Tianming. After all, this foolish nephew is devoid of discretion and will speak freely. Today, Qin Shou must tempt him into revealing more, cleverly setting a trap for his second aunt. Qin Shou, have you been in Changle County for so long that you do not realize my second aunt, though the director of the county committee office, is, in fact, the second in command of Changle County? Ruan Tianming's arrogance and indiscretion bring a smile to Qin Shou's face. With such a useless nephew, Ruan Xiangyu deserves the consequences. A worthless individual insisting on being elevated will ultimately cause the structure to collapse, falling upon Ruan Xiangyu. She has brought this upon herself. The second in command of Changle County? Shouldn't the first in command be the county secretary? The second in command ought to be the county mayor. Below the mayor, there exists the executive deputy mayor. How can a director of the county committee office be deemed the second in command? Qin Shou raises his doubts. There's a saying in Changle County, the secretaries coming, but the mayors remain steadfast. This implies that the first in command has always been the mayor, not the secretary. As for the executive deputy mayor in my second aunt's presence, they are insignificant. Below the mayor is my second aunt. Thus, when I assert that my second aunt is the second in command of Changle County, it is an unassailable fact. Sometimes, even the mayor must heed my second aunt's counsel. The unrestrained Ruan Tianming continues to divulge increasingly audacious information. Naturally, Qin Shou must seize the opportunity to prompt Ruan Tianming to boast further, continuing to ensnare his second aunt. Why does even the mayor heed your second aunt's words? Qin Shou inquires. Because my second aunt has connections in the city. Ruan Tianming replies. Connections? What kind of connections? Qin Shou presses. Ruan Tianming is well aware of the nature of these connections. His second aunt is the mistress of Deputy Mayor Chun. However, while Ruan Tianming may be somewhat dim-witted, he is not entirely foolish. In the presence of the public, he certainly could not disclose that his second aunt was the lover of Vice Mayor Chun. Although many within the political circles of Changle County were aware of this affair, the common folk remained oblivious. Secrets of the political realm ought to be whispered among officials, never to be revealed in the company of the masses. After all, officials must cultivate a dignified image. The more corrupt the official, the more they must distance themselves from the populace. Otherwise, their deceitful nature would inevitably be exposed. Chapter 71. Unintended confessions. Yang Wenqing dared to frequent the street food stalls. While Ruan Xiangyu would never be seen there, Regardless of her dining companions, Ruan Xiangyu exclusively frequented the private rooms of upscale restaurants, strictly avoiding the presence of ordinary citizens. Ruan Tianming understood Qin Shou's meddlesome tendencies and coldly challenged him. Qin Shou, do you know why your situation continues to deteriorate? I do not, Qin Shou replied. It is precisely because you revel in being a busybody. You delight in meddling in others' affairs. Mind your own business and enjoy your supper and drinks. Once I finish my duties, I shall have Feng Si may waive your bill. Regardless of your consumption, I will ensure she covers it. Ruan Tianming's sudden display of goodwill towards Qin Shou stemmed from his awareness that, despite her divorce from him, his cousin still harbored feelings for Qin Shou. For his sake, she even refrained from meeting with Qin Shou. Should a day come when they reconciled, Qin Shou would once again become her husband. Thus, Ruan Tianming extended this olive branch, hoping for Qin Shou's departure for the best. Primarily, Ruan Tianming recognized that demanding 30,000 yuan from Feng Si Mei was illegal. Any money acquired would not be turned over to the unit but pocketed instead. Of course, he intended to distribute 200 yuan in red envelopes to each of his accompanying team members. Qin Shou was a stubborn bull. Should he oppose Ruan Tianming and escalate the situation, it would be difficult to resolve. Hence, Ruan Tianming devised this plan of offering a meal as a peace offering, hoping to placate Qin Shou and prevent any further conflict. Upon hearing this, Qin Shou felt an instant surge of delight. Ruan Tianming was preparing to confess all his misdeeds before Secretary Yang. Since Ruan Tianming sought to confess, Qin Shou was obliged to grant him the opportunity. Thus, Qin Shou inquired, Captain Ruan, you propose to treat me to dinner, with Boss Feng covering the bill? Have you consulted her about this? Has she granted her consent? Would she dare to refuse? Ruan Tianming boasted. Not only in this street of food stalls, but anywhere within Changle County, whenever I dine, I am never required to pay. Ruan Tianming was merely showcasing his influence. He was not exaggerating. Since assuming the role of captain of the urban management squad, he had been living lavishly. Although he had not amassed much wealth, he certainly enjoyed the fruits of his position. After all, donning the uniform of the urban management officer, any restaurant owner, upon encountering it, must ingratiate themselves like a submissive pup. Otherwise, they might as well abandon their business. Qin Shou cast a furtive glance at Yang Wenqing. At this moment, the elegant willow-shaped brows of Secretary Yang were slightly furrowed, and a delicate layer of frost seemed to settle upon her beautiful oval face. Observing her demeanor, it appeared that Secretary Yang was indeed quite irate. Yet, her anger was remarkably captivating. Perhaps he should provoke her ire again next time. The circumstances in Changle County, when experienced solely through reports in the office, are akin to peering through a fog or gazing at the moon's reflection on water, deceptive and lacking clarity. Thus, Qin Shou felt compelled to frequently accompany Secretary Yang on discreet visits to observe firsthand how the corrupt officials in Changle County exploited the populace, draining them of their resources. Only by witnessing the truth could Secretary Yang fully grasp the immense burden she bore and recognize her need for a robust ally to share the weight. Captain Wan, is it just you who dines without paying, or does every urban management officer enjoy such privileges? Qin Shou needed to clarify this matter, ensuring that Secretary Yang was well informed. The severity of individual actions differs vastly from that of collective behavior. If all urban management officers behaved in this manner, then decisive action would be necessary to rectify the situation within Changle County's urban management team. The role of urban management is crucial. Their patrols on the streets uphold the county's overall image, promptly curbing minor infractions. Consequently, they interact most frequently with the public, serving as a direct representation of the government. The image of urban management reflects the government's standing in the citizens' eyes. If the urban management team operates recklessly, it signifies to the public that the government is equally disordered. For Changle County to thrive and for its citizens to enjoy a prosperous life, it is imperative that the populace believes the government is their ally, not their oppressor. Hence, reforming the urban management team is essential. Upon hearing Qin Shou's inquiry, Ruan Tianming could not contain himself and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha! After his fit of laughter subsided, he regarded Qin Shou as if he were a fool and gestured to his own uniform. Look at this. This is a uniform. As urban management officers, when we dine in restaurants, which owner dares to charge us? We might be willing to pay, but would they dare to accept? Yuan Tianming exuded pride and arrogance, engaging in corrupt practices and exploiting the citizens. In his eyes, was not a disgrace, but rather a badge of honor, a matter to boast about. This sentiment was shared among his subordinates, who began to chime in enthusiastically. Ever since Ming Ge became our captain, our urban management team has genuinely enjoyed a better life. Indeed, in the past, during the scorching summer, patrolling the streets meant that even a slice of watermelon to quench one's thirst had to come from personal funds. With our meager salaries, how could one possibly manage? After Ming Ge took charge, it became effortless to indulge in a slice of watermelon, or even to take two home at once. Without Ming Ge, the small vendors in Changle County would completely disregard our urban management team. Not only would they show no respect, but if we dare to tell them to cease their disorderly vending, they would even have the audacity to rebuke us. Indeed, the obstinate populace of Changle County requires a leader like Ming Ge to bring them to order. With Ming Ge as our support, these unruly individuals no longer dare to oppose us. Upon hearing the remarks from the urban management team, Yang Wenqing's expression darkened, akin to a sky on the brink of a tempest. Were these urban management officers speaking as reasonable individuals? How do they perceive the common folk? Are they merely prey to be exploited? Donning their uniforms seems merely a guise to oppress the populace, to feast upon their labor and drain their vitality. The urban management team necessitates a thorough reorganization. It must be rectified. Though seething with rage, Yang Wenqing refrained from revealing her identity, aware that if she did, the scene she just witnessed would vanish. The county secretary would only perceive what those beneath her wished to showcase. Chapter 72. The reckoning this beast is truly a disgrace. After laboring tirelessly throughout the day, she sought a late-night meal to unwind, only to find herself ensnared in this predicament. Yang Wenqing felt an urge to kick Qin Shou into oblivion, banishing him to the far reaches of the galaxy to avert the incessant aggravation he brought upon her. Casting a frigid glare at Qin Shou, she began to peel boiled peanuts, preparing to observe the unfolding drama. She was eager to see how Qin Shou, the director of this farce, would orchestrate the performance. Prior to enticing Yuan Tianming to leap into the pit, Qin Shou discreetly activated his phone's recording function, capturing every word exchanged, both from Yuan Tianming and the urban management officers. The matters concerning the Urban Management Bureau ought to be managed by the bureau chief. Although Qin Shou was well aware of Han Yang's character, he resolved to extend an opportunity to him. Without further ado, Qin Shou directly warned Yuan Tianming, "Captain Yuan, have you taken matters into your own hands, or shall I call Chief Han to retrieve your authority?" "Chief Han? You mean Han Yong?" "Qin Shou, do you believe you hold any significance? It's late at night. Even during the day, if you called Han Yong, he would bother with you." Yuan Tianming retorted. The reason he came to collect protection fees at night was precisely because the Urban Management Bureau was closed. Regardless of who it was, calls made to Han Yong after hours were invariably ignored. After all, Han Yong embodied the essence of a laid-back official. Why would he answer calls at such an hour, or attend to any work? Qin Shou proceeded to call Han Yong directly. After a few rings, Han Yong picked up and inquired, "Station Chief Qin, what brings you to call at this late hour?" "Chief Han, are you sleeping?" Qin Shou queried. "Yes," Han Yong replied with a yawn. In truth, he was not asleep. He was indulging in a newly opened foot massage parlor. The young women at this establishment were quite charming, and their techniques were commendable. Although it was a legitimate massage, it still captivated Han Yong, who visited at least 3 times a week. "Director Han, even if you were asleep, you must hasten to get dressed. An important figure wishes to invite you for a late-night snack at the C. May Hawker Center." "Which important figure?" "You shall know upon your arrival. Since I am to meet someone of significance, I must tidy myself up, which may take an hour or 2. The distance from your home to here is merely a few hundred meters. Thus, 15 minutes should suffice. If you are not here within a quarter of an hour, you may as well resign from your position as the director of the Urban Management Bureau tomorrow." Having delivered this ultimatum, Qin Shou ended the call without further ado. Han Yong, who was enjoying his massage, felt a twinge of reluctance, but sensed that Qin Shou was not deceiving him about the importance of the person awaiting him. An important figure? Someone whose presence could cost him his directorship? Who could it be? Could it be Secretary Yang? Indeed, it must be Secretary Yang. The mere thought of it propelled Han Yong into action. I will postpone this massage for now. I shall make up for it next time. He hastily donned his clothes, hailed a cab, and sped towards the C. Hawker Center. After hanging up, Qin Shou turned to Ruan Tianming and said, Captain Ruan, you have precisely 15 minutes before Director Han arrives to deal with you. Director Han is coming? You must be jesting. Ruan Tianming dismissed the notion, convinced that Han Yong would not show up. Not even in the past, when Qin Shou served as the county committee secretary, could a mere phone call summon Han Yong at such a late hour. Moreover, Ruan Tianming had been informed earlier that Han Yong had gone for a foot massage this evening. Qin Shou, uninterested in further conversation, plopped back down beside Yang Wenqing and pointed at a plate of garlic shrimp, cheekily requesting, Xiao Yang, could you peel a shrimp for me? Yang Wenqing was taken aback. What audacity! How dare he ask her, a county committee secretary, to peel shrimp for him? If it weren't for the numerous onlookers, she would have kicked Qin Shou across the room. Very well, I shall peel one for you. She casually picked up a shrimp, deshelled it, and fed the succulent meat into Qin Shou's mouth. Seizing the moment, she leaned closer to his ear and warned, do not let Han Yong uncover my identity. Otherwise, this shrimp shall be your undoing. As the county committee secretary, personally intervening in urban management affairs would only signal to the public that the county's functional departments were utterly inept. Yang Wenqing, despite her intention to address the Urban Management Bureau's shortcomings, resolved to grant Han Yong a chance for redemption in the eyes of the public. The political landscape of Changle County had been in disarray for far longer than a day or two. Even if she succeeded in ousting Han Yong, who would take his place? Until she had a thorough understanding of the individuals and matters within Changle County's political sphere, Yang Wenqing would refrain from making any rash decisions. In the realm of officialdom, every position, particularly that of a department head, is interlinked. A single misstep can trigger a cascade of adverse consequences. Qin Shou discreetly gave Yang Wenqing a thumbs up, quietly praising, Secretary Yang is astute. How audacious of you to ask me to peel shrimp. Yang Wenqing shot Qin Shou a resentful glare. Having grown up, she had never once peeled shrimp for any man. And now, her first time was bestowed upon this scoundrel. How utterly unfair. Ruan Tianming scurried to a corner and called Wang Yang, who was patrolling near the foot massage parlor. Xiao Wang, is Director Han definitely at the foot massage parlor tonight? Brother Ming, I saw Director Han enter with my own eyes. Has he finished his wash? It's only been a short while. He hasn't finished yet. I'm keeping watch at the entrance. If Director Han comes out, I'll spot him immediately. Weary from patrolling the streets, Wang Yang had also entered the parlor to indulge in a foot massage, especially since they were offering a discount today. Only 399 yuan. After hanging up, Ruan Tianming felt completely at ease. Director Han was still at the parlor and hadn't rushed over it all. Thus, Qin Shou had merely been deceiving him. Furthermore, during the call, Qin Shou mentioned an important figure who was supposed to treat Director Han to dinner. Who could this important person be? The woman accompanying Qin Shou, though strikingly beautiful and possessing an extraordinary demeanor, was addressed as Xiao Yang by him, which Ruan Tianming overheard. Moreover, Qin Shou had even asked her to peel shrimp for him. A woman who peels shrimp for Qin Shou could hardly be considered an important figure. Smack! Ruan Tianming slapped his forehead, realization dawning upon him. Qin Shou was merely putting on airs. He had feigned a call to Director Han, claiming that he must arrive at the C. Made to Peidang within 15 minutes, or else he could forget about his position. The beauty must have been fooled into believing he was a person of great authority, thus yielding to his request to peel shrimp. What a rascal! Qin Shou had the audacity to use himself as a stepping stone to woo women, all while performing like a jester. Ruan Tianming was determined to expose Qin Shou, ensuring he would not succeed in his romantic pursuits tonight, and to reveal the true nature of this charlatan to the captivating beauty. He approached Yang Wenqing and cautioned, be careful. The man treating you to supper, Qin Shou, is not a good person. Guard against his deceit, lest you end up losing both wealth and beauty. Yang Wenqing was aware that Ruan Tianming was not a paragon of virtue either, but neither was Qin Shou an admirable character. Ruan Tianming's demeanor suggested he held some incriminating evidence against Qin Shou. Intrigued, Yang Wenqing sought to delve deeper into the gossip. Thus, she summoned her Oscar-worthy acting skills and, with a charming smile, inquired of Ruan Tianming, "You imply that Qin Shou is a swindler. Does he have a criminal record?" "He must." Ruan Tianming immediately adopted a sincere expression, launching into his discrediting of Qin Shou. "My dear lady, you have no idea. This Qin Shou is nothing but a scoundrel. After marrying my cousin, he engaged in indiscretions and caused a female university student to become pregnant. When the truth came to light, my cousin, in a fit of anger, divorced him. Although the marriage has ended, she still harbors feelings for him and has not sought another partner since. To my astonishment, this scoundrel has now approached you for a date?" Ruan Tianming's nonsensical remarks detonated in Yang Wenqing's heart like an atomic bomb, obliterating the fragile affection she had just begun to cultivate for Qin Shugong. As Qin Shugong attempted to clarify the situation, a taxi pulled up at the entrance of the food stall. Han Yong had arrived. Upon seeing Han Yong exit the vehicle, Ruan Tianming was left dumbfounded. What was happening? Wasn't Director Han supposed to be at a foot massage? Why was he here? Qin Shugong quickly approached him, greeting Director Han. Han Yong glanced at Yang Wenqing, and a sense of foreboding gripped him as he quietly inquired, "Station Chief Qin, what is going on?" "Secretary Yang is on a discreet visit. Please do not reveal her identity. As for the specifics, you may ask Ruan Tianming later. In any case, tonight's incident stems from an internal management issue within the Urban Management Bureau. As the director, if you cannot handle this properly and fail to satisfy Secretary Yang, be prepared to pack your belongings and leave. I will manage it properly. I will manage it properly." Han Yong's back was drenched in cold sweat. Seeing Qin Shugong whispering with Han Yong, Ruan Tianming was certain that he was reporting him. However, he felt no fear. He was undaunted. After all, his second aunt was Ruan Xiangyu. What could Han Yong possibly do? When Han Yong was in a good mood, he would call him Director Han, but when displeased, he was nothing more than a nuisance. Many with connections often adopt such a mindset, believing that their backing grants them immunity from consequences, convinced that no one would dare challenge them. This, however, is a miscalculation, as these individuals are often regarded as insignificant by those who truly hold power. Their superiors would not retaliate against those who disciplined their troublesome subordinates. Ruan Tianming approached Han Yong, eager to demonstrate his standing, taking out a cigarette and offering one to Han Yong. "Brother Han, smoke?" Ruan Tianming had indeed referred to Han Yong as brother before, and Han Yong had acknowledged it. But under these circumstances, with Secretary Yang present and Ruan Tianming having stirred such a significant mess, how could he dare to call him brother? "I'm not your brother, Han." Han Yong retorted, his expression darkened, and he did not accept the cigarette. To have Han Yong so publicly deny him respect in front of his subordinates infuriated Ruan Tianming. Thus, his countenance soured as he reminded Han Yong, "Director Han, my cousin is no longer married to Qin Shugong. He is no longer my cousin-in-law or my second-aunt son-in-law. A loud drum does not require a heavy hammer to sound." Although Ruan Tianming is merely the captain of the urban management squad, he considers himself a player in the bureaucratic arena. He has grasped some superficial knowledge of the intricacies within this realm. Thus, Ruan Tianming believed that his subtle hints would be comprehensible to Han Yong, as he was convinced that Qin's phone call, summoning Han Yong, was undoubtedly due to the influence of his second aunt. Who else, apart from the director of the county party office, could wield such power to summon Han, who was currently indulging in a foot massage at the foot bath establishment? Having conveyed his thoughts, Ruan Tianming once again extended the cigarette he held to Han Yong. At this moment, if Han Yong had not been struck by a fit of foolishness, he should have accepted the offering without hesitation. However, Han Yong remained unyielding, not only refusing the cigarette, but also confronting Ruan Tianming with a scowl, inquiring, "What on earth are you doing here at this late hour with these urban management officers?" Feng Sume, fearing Ruan Tianming might distort the truth and invert the narrative, hastily reported to Han Yong, "Director Han, it's not easy for us to conduct our modest business. Previously, Captain Ruan brought the urban management officers and demanded 3,000 to 5,000 from us, which we complied with. This time, he directly demanded 30,000. He even claimed that I was selling pickled cucumbers and threatened to fine me 100,000. If I refused, he would impose a penalty of 1 million. Such an exorbitant sum. Even if I were sold off, I couldn't possibly provide it. Shouldn't you, as officials, offer us ordinary citizens a semblance of a livelihood? At this point, Feng Sume fell to her knees before Han Yong, leaving him flabbergasted. Were it not for Secretary Yang's presence, he might have dismissed her display of desperation without a second thought, allowing her to kneel for as long as she wished, regardless of the toll it took on her knees. Yet, Secretary Yang was indeed present. Han Yong quickly extended his hands to help Feng Sume to her feet. My dear sister, please refrain from such actions. The Qin dynasty has long since perished. We no longer live in a feudal society where commoners kneel before officials. Our knees are meant for bowing to heaven, earth, parents, and our ancestors, but not for such indiscriminate kneeling. Han Yong's lofty rhetoric momentarily swayed Feng Sume. Chapter 74. Is he a fool? Feng Sume, believing she had encountered a true benevolent official, looked at Han Yong with hopeful anticipation and asked, Leader, can you advocate for us? Absolutely. I must advocate for you today. Though Han Yong's response was enthusiastic, his mind was a tumultuous haze, leaving him somewhat bewildered. How was he to navigate this situation? Without any directives from Secretary Yang, who wished to remain incognito, he felt at a loss. After pondering, Han Yong's frown deepened as a realization dawned upon him. If Secretary Yang preferred to conceal her identity, it likely indicated that she did not wish to amplify the ramifications of this incident. To avoid escalation, the most prudent course of action would be to raise the matter delicately and set it down gently. Consequently, Han Yong commanded Ruan Tianming. Immediately take your urban management officers and leave. From this point forward, you are forbidden from disturbing the normal operations of these merchants. Should you dare to infringe again, I shall not be lenient. Was this the resolution? Yang Wenqing furrowed her slender eyebrows, internally assigning Han Yong a failing grade. As the director of the Urban Management Bureau, how could he mishandle the situation in such a manner? Was this truly a resolution? It bordered on absurdity, although Yang Wenqing's brows merely knitted slightly. Qin Shou noticed the subtle discontent. It appeared that Secretary Yang harbored considerable dissatisfaction with Director Han. However, Qin Shou felt a surge of joy. The incompetence of others only served to illuminate his own capabilities. He was indifferent to the performance of his peers. His aim was to ensure Secretary Yang recognized his exceptional talents that would make her reliant on him. After addressing the issue, Han Yong exchanged glances with Qin Shou, silently inquiring if his handling of the matter was commendable. With Secretary Yang seemingly satisfied and Director Ruan unoffended, he had indeed achieved a delicate balance. This resolution was a triumph for all involved. Although Qin Shou was aware that Han Yong had bungled the situation, he nonetheless offered Han a smile of approval. Their silent communication, however, did not escape the keen observation of Yang Wenqing. Qin Shou was cunningly duplicitous. He was fully aware of Yang's dissatisfaction with Han Yong, yet deliberately allowed Han to misconstrue her feelings as approval. Such audacity! Was he attempting to use Han Yong's failures to showcase his own competence? For reasons unknown, Yang Wenqing found herself mentally chastising Qin Shou. After all, the term she used carried a certain familiarity. While Han Yong's performance was already lacking, Ruan Tianming's actions surpassed even Han's folly. In that moment, had he simply departed with his team of urban management officers, he might have defused the situation entirely. Even if accountability were to be sought, it could have been postponed. Yet, Ruan Tianming did not leave with his officers. Instead, he took the cigarette that he had previously offered to Han Yong and placed it between his lips. A nearby officer, ever astute, produced a lighter he had pilfered from a vendor, igniting Ruan Tianming's smoke with a click. The camaraderie of his subordinate provided Ruan Tianming with a sense of pride. After exhaling a plume of smoke, he addressed Han Yong with a tone of bravado. Director Han, if you understand the situation, I shall address you as director. Should you fail to grasp it, you are merely old Han. Initially believing the matter resolved, Han Yong's previously pallid visage darkened once more, contorting into a stormy expression. Was Ruan Tianming truly a fool? In his moment of fury, Han Yong comprehended the situation. It was no wonder Qin Shou had summoned him. Yuan Tianming was indeed foolish. Prior to Han's arrival, Qin Shou had undoubtedly cautioned Yuan Tianming against creating disturbances that evening. Yet, his counsel had fallen on deaf ears. Thus, Qin Shou had resorted to calling Han Yong to the scene. Now, Han Yong found himself in a quandary, uncertain of how to proceed. Although he held the title of director, his authority had long been undermined, rendering him virtually powerless within the bureau, particularly with someone like Yuan Tianming, who had consistently shown him no respect. In a state of urgency, beads of sweat the size of soybeans appeared on Han Yong's forehead. Yang Wenqing observed Han Yong's predicament in silence, watching intently to see how he would respond. As the head of the Urban Management Bureau, how could he not manage even a single team leader under his command? This ineptitude left Yang Wenqing profoundly disappointed. How could someone so ineffective be in a position of authority? If such a person were in charge, what could the Urban Management Bureau possibly accomplish? Yuan Tianming, I am granting you one last opportunity. Depart immediately with your team. Han Yong commanded, his expression darkened. This was his final chance for Yuan Tianming. If he failed to grasp it, Han Yong would be pushed to his limits. I refuse to leave. I will remain right here, Yuan Tianming declared defiantly as he pulled over a plastic chair and sat down heavily. He then turned to Feng Sime and ordered, Boss Feng, please bring a platter of spicy crayfish and a few signature dishes, along with a couple of cold beers. Seeing his team members standing dumbfounded, Yuan Tianming shouted, Brothers, take a seat. Let's enjoy some late-night snacks and drinks. The night is still young. We can eat and drink at our leisure. I am eager to see how Han Bureau Chief intends to deal with us if we refuse to leave. Yuan Tianming was challenging Han Yong while simultaneously testing the loyalty of his subordinates. These urban management team members had followed Yuan Tianming for quite some time and enjoyed a life of indulgence under his leadership. Naturally, they stood steadfastly by his side now. The urban management team members all took their seats, showing no respect for Han Yong whatsoever. Being publicly humiliated by Yuan Tianming in front of Secretary Yang was intolerable. Even a turtle would retaliate in such a scenario. Qin Shou pulled out a cigarette, offering one to Han Yong. Here, Han Bureau Chief, take a moment to relax. Thank you. Han Yong replied gratefully as he accepted the cigarette. Upon witnessing this, Yuan Tianming's expression darkened, and he confronted Han Yong. Old Han, are you disregarding my authority? I offer you a cigarette, and you refuse it, yet you accept one from Qin Shou? What's the deal? Are you tired of living well and longing for hardship? Yuan Tianming, it is not I who has grown weary of a good life. It is you, Han Yong retorted, taking a drag from the cigarette. Feeling its sharpness pierce his throat, yet invigorate him. After contemplating, Han Yong devised a strategy against Yuan Tianming. He issued a stern warning. Yuan Tianming, this is your final opportunity. If you do not leave with your team immediately, I will call Director Yuan. This was Han Yong's tactic to invoke Yuan Xiangyu's name as a means of intimidating Yuan Tianming. Qin Shou was rendered speechless by Han Yong's audacious maneuver, as was Yang Wenqing. Is this truly the head of the Urban Management Bureau? Upon hearing that Han Yong intended to call his aunt, Yuan Tianming recognized that Han Yong was out of options. Thus, Yuan Tianming naturally became even more arrogant. Old Han, have you even considered what time it is? At this hour, do you dare to call my second aunt? Are you not afraid of being scolded? If you provoke her, can you still retain your position as the director of the Urban Management Bureau? Originally, you could have lingered in this position until retirement. But if you offend my second aunt over a mere phone call and lose your job, that would be an egregious miscalculation. Qin Shou is putting on airs to impress the ladies. I fail to understand, Old Han, why you can't simply enjoy your foot washing at the foot bath, but instead come here to oppose me. What is your intention? Are you seeking discomfort for yourself? Han Yong paused, momentarily perplexed, and asked, Are you saying that Director Qin is trying to woo women? Indeed, just now, this lovely lady was swayed by Qin Shou, believing him to be a man of great stature. She even peeled shrimp for him and fed him directly. Fortunately, I intervened in time to help her see through Qin Shou's true nature as a scoundrel. Yuan Tianming's words left Han Yong utterly stunned. Yuan Tianming was unaware of Yang Wenqing's true identity, hence his previous comments were not mere fabrications. Secretary Yang peeled shrimp for Qin Shou and even fed him? What kind of relationship do they share? Qin Shou approached Han Yong, patting him on the shoulder, and remarked, "Director Han, you're the head of the Urban Management Bureau. Therefore, matters concerning the Bureau should be handled by you, not by Director Wan." Had Qin Shou said this earlier, Han Yong might have dismissed it. However, upon learning that Secretary Yang had fed Qin Shou shrimp, it became evident that Qin Shou's words echoed the sentiments of Secretary Yang. Han Yong, Usman, discreetly glanced at Yang, winching after Qin Shou spoke, noticing her lack of reaction. No response indicated acquiescence. Han Yong steeled himself and unleashed a decisive move. Ruan Tianming, you have unlawfully solicited funds from businesses within your jurisdiction, violating work discipline. Henceforth, you are relieved of your position as the captain of the urban management team and demoted to an ordinary team member. Having dealt with Ruan Tianming, Han Yong turned his attention to the other urban management team members. You all have colluded with Ruan Tianming, disrupting the normal operations of businesses within the jurisdiction and severely violating work discipline. Therefore, you are all terminated immediately. In the face of Han Yong's announced penalties, Ruan Tianming remained unfazed. However, the other urban management team members clearly panicked. After all, Ruan Tianming's second aunt was the director of the county committee office, and they did not possess such formidable connections. Though they had managed to join the urban management team through connections, theirs were mostly indirect. Moreover, they were temporary workers bound by labor contracts. Han Yong's word could indeed lead to their immediate dismissal. Brother Ming, is Director Han really going to expel us? Yang Fen Inquiret. To become a member of the urban management team, his family had relied on numerous connections and spent considerable sums. Although the salary was only $2,000 to $3,000 a month, they had invested over $100,000 to secure this temporary position. After successfully becoming a city management officer, Yang Fan hosted a banquet to celebrate with friends and family. With the security of his new position, he not only stood tall in their presence, but also spoke with newfound confidence. However, should he face dismissal, returning home would mean he could not explain his situation to his family, and he would struggle to lift his head among relatives and friends. In a small county like Changle, securing a job connected to the government is considered a legitimate occupation. For such a respectable position, spending tens of thousands is merely a modest investment. Indeed, some individuals would expend hundreds of thousands, drawing from the savings of 3 generations, merely to secure a so-called iron rice bowl. After Yang Fan's inquiry, several other city management officers turned their attention towards Ruan Tianming. Earlier, they had all chosen to side with him, and if Ruan Tianming did not come to their aid now, their livelihoods would be at stake. Ruan Tianming opened a bottle of beer with his teeth, producing a sharp pop. He then handed the bottle to Han Yong, saying, "Old Han, you seem a bit agitated. Perhaps a cold beer will help cool your temper." This gesture was Ruan Tianming's way of providing Han Yong with an exit from his current predicament. The use of Old Han rather than Director Han served as a reminder that, despite Han Yong's rank, Ruan Tianming considered himself the superior. Naturally, Han Yong refrained from accepting the beer. To do so would imply submission to Ruan Tianming. How audacious of Ruan Tianming to disregard protocol, relying on his aunt, Director Wan. To bolster his confidence, in front of the city management officers, he dared to address Han Yong so informally. Nevertheless, Han Yong, displaying a shrewdness of his own, found a way to defuse the situation. Ruan Tianming, you've been dismissed. You are no longer the captain of the city management team, nor even a team member. You are not my subordinate, and addressing me as Old Han is entirely appropriate, he remarked, casting a glance at the other city management officers. You all can address me as Old Han as well. Upon hearing this, Yang Fan was utterly taken aback, for Han Yong was showing no regard for Ruan Tianming's authority. The other city management officers felt a wave of anxiety wash over them. Their hard-won positions seemed precariously threatened. How could Han Yong be so audaciously dismissive? Ruan Tian, feeling the heat of anger rising within him, smashed the beer bottle on the ground with a crash. The bottle shattered, spilling beer everywhere. He pointed a finger at Han Yong, scolding him as if he were subordinate. Han Yong, you think I've given you face? Refusing a toast, are we? Do you think your words of dismissal hold any weight? Let me tell you, even as the director of the City Management Bureau, You lack the authority to dismiss me. Unlike the other officers, Ruan Tianming held a formal position. Therefore, for Han Yong to dismiss him was not as simple as uttering a few words. It required following due process. Dismissing someone with a permanent position is a complex procedure. With his official status and connections, Ruan Tianming felt secure in his stance. Han Yong also had his pride, and being provoked by Ruan Tianming, demanded a response to remind him of his place. Ruan Tianming, I declare that if I say I will dismiss you, I shall certainly do so. If I cannot dismiss you, then I shall resign as the director of this Urban Management Bureau. Chapter 76. No one can dismiss me. Han Yong's words were laced with fierce determination. This proclamation was directed at Secretary Yang. Dismiss me? Han Yong, what qualifications do you possess to dismiss me? Do you think I'm a temporary worker whom you can simply cast aside at your whim? Let me enlighten you. I hold a formal position. Therefore, as long as I do not resign, no one can dismiss me. Ruan Tianming brazenly shouted. His formal position was the foundation of his arrogance. For anyone with a formal position, even if they err in their duties, dismissal is not an option at will. Otherwise, why would it be said that such positions are akin to iron rice bowls? Han Yong was rendered speechless by Ruan Tianming's retort. Just moments ago, he had issued a fierce ultimatum. If he could not dismiss Ruan Tianming, he would no longer serve as the director of the Urban Management Bureau. Having made such a bold claim, if he failed to carry it out, how could he maintain any authority in the Bureau? Although currently, Han Yong's authority was already quite minimal. The personnel within the Bureau were more inclined to follow directives rather than proclamations. However, Ruan Tianming's defiance this evening was a significant blow to his pride. If he could not dismiss Ruan Tianming, not only would he lose face within the Bureau, but he would also stand humiliated before Secretary Yang. Qin Shou, observing Han Yong's predicament, eagerly offered advice. Director Han, Ruan Tianming is indeed correct. He holds a formal position, and thus, you cannot simply dismiss him. However, since Ruan Tianming has become the captain of the urban management team, he has extorted numerous merchants in the county, which constitutes bribery. Given this behavior, as long as the merchants report him to the office of the City Discipline Inspection Commission in Changle County, specifically the Red Brick Building, and seek out Director Long, I am confident that Director Long will not turn a blind eye and will investigate thoroughly. Initially, Ruan Tianming had been quite arrogant, but upon hearing Qin Shou's words, he immediately panicked. He pointed an accusatory finger at Qin Shou and began to curse. Qin Shou, you wretched scoundrel with a festering head and suppurating feet. Are you not afraid that such insidious schemes will backfire on you? Seeing Ruan Tianming's agitation, Feng Sime appeared fearful, solidifying her belief that Qin Shou's suggestion was indeed effective. Thus, she hurriedly inquired of Qin Shou, Director Qin, if I go to report to Director Long, will she take me seriously? Absolutely. Director Long is known for her zero tolerance for corruption and detests corrupt officials. As the head of the 8th Investigation Office of the City Discipline Inspection Commission, it is her duty to apprehend corrupt officials. When you go, make sure to prepare your reporting materials thoroughly. Moreover, do not go alone. It would be best to unite all merchants who have been extorted by Ruan Tianming. Director Qin, what material should I prepare? I will add you as a friend and send you a template of the required materials. Additionally, I will share a photo of Director Long with you. When the time comes, ensure that you personally deliver the materials into Director Long's hands. The actions of Qin Shou left Ruan Tianming utterly astonished. This Qin Shou was truly despicable. He audaciously instructed Feng Sime, that madwoman, to report him, as if he were deliberately leading himself to ruin. Han Yong was taken aback. He was no fool and understood that Qin Shou was using him as a stepping stone to elevate himself in front of Secretary Yang. Qin Shou patted Han Yong on the shoulder and inquired, Director Han, do you have anything to add? Han Yong was momentarily dumbfounded and appeared utterly perplexed. Qin Shou quickly tried to signal him, yet this fool remained oblivious. Truly astonishing. Therefore, Qin Shou had no choice but to resort to mouthing his words. However, it seemed that Han Yong, perhaps due to excessive foot bathing, had muddied his brain, for he still did not grasp the situation. Han Yong's foolishness left Qin Shou utterly speechless. When subtle hints failed, Qin Shou had to be direct. Director Han, Ruan Tianming must have engaged in some corrupt practices within the Urban Management Bureau, right? Shouldn't you, as the director, personally investigate these internal issues? After clarifying the matter, you should present your findings to Director Lung. Yes, Director Qin, I will commence the investigation first thing tomorrow. I will ensure that all of Ruan Tianming's crimes are uncovered, compelling him to face the most severe legal repercussions. Upon hearing that someone was to report him to the Discipline Inspection Commission the next day, Ruan Tianming dared not linger any longer. He needed to seek assistance. He had to find his second aunt. Ruan Xiangyu resided at 8 Shanghai Street in a self-built residence. However, her self-built home was a grand villa, sprawling over 5 acres of land. Once Ruan Tianming departed, the urban management team, now leaderless, slunk away in defeat. Han Yong approached Yang Wenqing, his head hung low. Before Han Yong could speak, Yang Wenqing commanded, "It is too late today. Handle the matter tomorrow and report back to my office." "Yes, Secretary Yang." Han Yong felt as if he had been granted a reprieve and hurriedly left. Yang Wenqing shot a glare at Qin Shou, biting her red lips as she said, "You are truly wicked." "How am I wicked? Everywhere is wicked. You're a big bad guy." "Little Yang, I am the one who deals with the bad guys. I am the good person." "Good person, my foot." Yang Wenqing retrieved a bottle of beer from a box and opened it with a bottle opener. Bang! She then handed the bottle to Qin Shou, ordering, "Down in one go." "Why?" Qin Shou questioned, bewildered. "Daring to use your position to entrap your superiors. You have quite the audacity. This bottle of beer is your punishment, a lesson for you." Yang Wenqing could not conceive a better way to deal with Qin Shou. Thus she decided to impose this penalty first. "All right, I accept my punishment." Qin Shou tilted his head back and downed the entire bottle of beer in one go. After finishing, he asked, "Little Yang, what do you think of the dishes at Simei's diner? Are they delicious?" "Do not call me Little Yang." "Little Yang, Little Yang, Little Yang. You better be serious." "Little Yang, are the dishes here tasty or not?" Yang Wenqing genuinely felt an overwhelming urge to kick this fellow away. It has been clearly stated that she should not be referred to as Little Yang anymore, yet he persists. Who truly holds the authority here? Nevertheless, I shall rise above this trivial matter, as one must possess a magnanimous spirit. After all, a beast is incapable of comprehending human speech. It is futile to attempt to educate such a creature. The culinary offerings at Sister C's street stall are exquisite. The dishes here differ significantly from those found in other street stalls, which often rely heavily on seasonings. In contrast, Sister C's stall accentuates the natural flavors of the ingredients, employing minimal seasoning. Although I'm not a gourmet, my penchant for delightful cuisine has led me to sample a variety of delicacies from across the land. It is my personal impression that the chef here takes great care and dedication in their culinary pursuits. Chapter 77. Who would willingly leave their hometown? The chef is the husband of Feng Simei, and this street stall is vital for their family's livelihood. How could he lack diligence? In any endeavor, one must fear the absence of earnestness. Qin Shou offered a brief explanation before deftly peeling a small lobster and presenting it to Yang Wenqing's lips. "Ah!" Yang Wenqing exclaimed, instinctively opening her mouth. Qin Shou skillfully fed her the lobster, and upon finishing, Yang Wenqing felt an unsettling sensation. "Are you taking advantage of me?" she retorted indignantly. "Feeding you shrimp is taking advantage? It's not like I fed you anything else," Qin Shou replied, bemused. "What else do you intend to feed me?" "Guess," he teased. Yang Wenqing pondered for a moment before realization dawned upon her. "You," she began, her beautiful doe-like eyes narrowing in a fierce glare, her lovely face flushing a deep crimson. A sight to behold. Truly a beast, Yang Wenqing exclaimed, grabbing a lobster shell from the table and tossing it at Qin Shou, striking him squarely on the chest. The impact left a large grease stain on his newly purchased white shirt, which had cost him $9.99 on a certain shopping site. "Li Dou Yang, you've soiled my shirt. When we return, you must wash it by hand. This shirt is quite expensive, an international brand, 9 Wolves. Get lost." Qin Shou decided not to continue teasing her. He feared she might genuinely become upset. Hence, he resolved to attend to more pressing matters. "Li Dou Yang, please hold on a moment. I need to have a word with Feng Simei. Such a delightful street stall cannot be allowed to close. It is my late-night dining haven. In the future, I must frequently invite little Yang to enjoy meals here. Not a chance. If I dine with you again, I shall consider myself a dog. Yang Wenqing was unsure why, but after a brief exchange of banter with Qin Shou, she had relinquished her authoritative demeanor as the county committee secretary. At that moment, both she and Qin Shou appeared entirely devoid of any hierarchical semblance, resembling nothing more than a couple, deeply enamored. Upon noticing Feng Si Mei resting on a bench, Qin Shou approached her. "Boss Feng, are you considering transferring this establishment?" he inquired. Alas, Feng Si Mei sighed deeply, a look of reluctance upon her face. "It is unavoidable. If this continues, our family shall struggle to make ends meet." Wasn't the issue with the urban management already resolved? As long as you take the merchants to report Ruan Tianming to Director Lung tomorrow, you can operate here with peace of mind, Qin Shou assured her. Even if the situation with Ruan Tianming is resolved, will the new head of the urban management team necessarily be a virtuous individual? In a small county like Changle, life is exceedingly challenging for the common folk. My spouse and I have come to a consensus. We must venture to the metropolis. Although competition is fierce and the pressures of urban life are daunting, at the very least, larger cities tend to offer a semblance of fairness to us ordinary citizens. What Feng Sumei articulated must be acknowledged by Qin Shou. The reason young people flock to big cities is precisely due to the dominance of the elite in small counties. For the average individual, survival in a small county is a relentless struggle. Feng Sumei was seated only 2 to 3 meters away from Yang Wenqing. Thus, she overheard the entirety of Qin Shou's conversation with her. "Boss Feng, a new Secretary Yang has arrived in Changle County. I firmly believe that under Secretary Yang's governance, the business environment in our county will rival that of any metropolis. In the future, the people of Changle County can live and work in peace, without the need to leave their homes in search of prosperity. They will be able to lead joyful and fulfilling lives with their families." Qin Shou's words were directed not only at Feng Sumei, but also at Yang Wenqing. Upon hearing them, Yang Wenqing felt an overwhelming pressure. "You beast! How dare you delegate such a daunting task to a leader? Just wait until I find the opportunity to deal with you." Despite her inner thoughts of wanting to eliminate Qin Shou, his words echoed the vows she had made to herself prior to her arrival in Changle County. If one seeks comfort and merely wishes to drift through life, given Yang Wenqing's background, there was no need for her to come to such a poor county. She could have chosen any department in the provincial capital. Remaining in the province would have accelerated her ascent in the ranks, especially since all her relatives and elders were there, ready to pave the way for her achievements. Though the shortcuts were evident, Yang Wenqing chose not to pursue them. She held no obsession with status or the size of her position. Her foremost desire was to serve the people. This was her life's ambition. With her family lacking neither wealth nor power, her pursuit lay in attaining psychological fulfillment. After listening to Qin Shou, Feng Sumei remained relatively unfazed. After all, the words of officials could be dismissed as mere rhetoric. "Director Qin, I recognize you as a good person and an admirable official. However, the Secretary Yang you mentioned may not endure in Changle County. ISNT, they're saying here. The secretaries may come and go, but the county magistrate remains steadfast. Changle County belongs to County Magistrate Wang. No secretary can make a significant impact. Boss Feng, if you seek to establish a business in the city, you might not see profits for 6 months. Given that we are already in the latter half of the year, why not try this? Allow Secretary Yang some time to settle in. If by year S end nothing has changed and Changle County remains as it is, then after the Spring Festival, you and your family can pursue your fortunes in the big city." Although Feng Sumei harbored little hope, she was, after all, a native of Changle County. Having lived in this small town for decades, the thought of leaving to struggle in an unfamiliar metropolis was daunting. Who would willingly take such a step unless driven by desperation? Thus, Qin Shou's suggestion struck a chord within her. If she could settle and thrive in her hometown, who would wish to leave their roots? Very well, I shall give it another 6 months. If Secretary Yang proves to be just as ineffective as the previous secretary, crushed by the pressures from the Wang family, then I shall relinquish all hope. From then on, even in death, I shall not return to Changle County. Boss phone. Secretary Yang will surely not disappoint you. He will not let the people of our county down. Station Chief Qin, I must return to my duties now. Very well. As soon as Qin Shou returned to his seat, Yang Wenqing opened another bottle of beer for him and handed it over. Drink up. Why must you insist I drink again, little Yang? How dare you assign such a formidable task to a leader? You possess quite the audacity. Indeed, I understand. If I remain sober, the leader shall have no opportunity. Qin Shou jested, then tilted his head back, consuming the beer that Secretary Yang had personally opened for him in one swift motion. Chapter 78. The unattainable is the most desirable. Meanwhile, Ruan Tianming arrived at the entrance of number 8 Shangha Street. The Villa S gate was firmly shut, shrouded in darkness. Given the late hour, it was evident that Ruan Xiangyu and her family were fast asleep. Ruan Tianming hesitated to knock or call, for even though Ruan Xiangyu was his second aunt, she had always regarded him with disdain, deeming him a worthless individual. After much contemplation, he plopped down on the stone lion at the doorstep, resolved to wait there until dawn if necessary. As morning broke, the sky began to lighten. Exhausted, Ruan Tianming dozed off beside the stone lion. A stray golden retriever approached. Having enjoyed a refreshing nap and prepared, as per usual, to relieve itself on the stone lion. Afterwards, it would scavenge for breakfast, hoping to find some meat buns that customers had accidentally dropped. Occasionally, a kind-hearted shop owner would toss it a spoiled bun, one that had burst open. The dog, unbothered by the bun's imperfections, approached the stone lion only to find a person occupying its preferred spot. Nonetheless, the dog remained considerate, refraining from disturbing the slumbering figure. It quietly walked up to Ruan Tianming, lifted its hind leg, and relieved itself. The overnight brew, golden in hue like finely crafted beer, splattered across Ruan Tianming's face. In his dreams, he felt a warm flow and instinctively opened his mouth, only to awaken to a foul, bitter stench. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with the sight of a golden retriever. What the hell? I'll kill you. Ruan Tianming, furious, aimed a kick at the dog. Unfortunately, before his foot could reach its target, the golden retriever had already scampered away. Just then, the Villa S gate swung open, revealing a Mercedes-Benz driven by none other than Ruan Xiangyu. Upon seeing her second aunt emerge in her car, Ruan Tianming ceased his pursuit of the large yellow dog and hurriedly retraced his steps, positioning himself directly in front of the luxury Mercedes. The vehicle came to a screeching halt, narrowly avoiding a collision, thanks to its advanced braking system. Ruan Xiangyu, momentarily dazed, managed to apply the brakes just in time. Had she been an ordinary driver, prone to mistaking the accelerator for the brake, Ruan Tianming might have met with a far graver fate. Ruan Xiangyu, noticing someone darting in front of her car, was unaware it was Ruan Tianming. Leaning out of the window, she unleashed a torrent of expletives. Are you blind? Can't you see my car approaching? If you want to die, just jump into the river. The Chongqing River is wide enough. No one will stop you. Her petite, cherry-like lips fired off insults like a rapid machine gun, lambasting Ruan Tianming's ancestors through generations, including his numerous aunts and uncles, with his second aunt among them. After enduring a verbal onslaught, Ruan Tianming stealthily maneuvered to the driver's side window. And it's me. Ruan Xiangyu's expression shifted to one of confusion. Caught up in her own fervent tirade, she realized she had inadvertently included herself in the insults, even extending them to her own parents. What do you mean it's you? Aunt, there's something crucial I need to discuss with you. Just then, a breeze wafted by, carrying an unpleasant odor. She furrowed her brow in perplexity, inquiring, Why do you smell so foul? It's not me. A large yellow dog just urinated here, Ruan Tianming retorted, unwilling to admit that the dog had inadvertently marked him. What do you want? Ruan Xiangyu pressed, lacking the time to indulge Ruan Tianming's woes. Today, she needed to head into the city as Chun Haiba had summoned her for a matter of importance. Once her obligations were fulfilled, she might even have to cater to his personal whims. Being the mistress of the deputy mayor entailed such demands. A mere phone call from Chun Haiba would require her immediate attendance. Before she could attend to Chun Haiba's needs, she had to ensure her responsibilities at the county committee were in order. Thus, she resolved to first visit her workplace before hastening to the city. And that scoundrel Qin Shou is instigating Sister Four's boss, Feng Cece, to report me to Lung Xiangmei. You must intervene, Wan Tianming urged. Understood, Wan Xiangyu replied, pressing down on the accelerator as she drove off in her Mercedes, the tires kicking up dust that enveloped Wan Tianming's face. As for his claims, Wan Xiangyu dismissed them entirely. What relevance did a small eatery owner's allegations hold? Did Lung Xiangmei have the time to concern herself with such trivial matters? Wan Tianming's position as merely the captain of the urban management team hardly warranted the involvement of Director Lung. That would be akin to using a cannon to swat a fly. Arriving at the office, Wan Xiangyu convened a brief meeting with the department heads, efficiently outlining the tasks at hand. Having swiftly organized the work, she prepared to depart for the city to meet Chen Haibo. As soon as the Mercedes was started, before even leaving the parking garage of the county committee building, Chen Haibo called. Haibo, they have already set off and will arrive shortly. The voice of Wan Xiangyu was sweet and intoxicating, capable of melting any man's resolve. Xiangyu, I am about to head to the province for official business, so you need not seek me out today. I call to share a piece of news with you. I will convey it directly over the phone. Is that convenient for you? Convenient. I am alone in the car. Your former son-in-law, that Qin Shou, is connected to Zheng Yaohua. Furthermore, Yang Wenqing is also under Zheng Yaohua's influence. Zheng Yaohua is my sworn enemy. Thus, even if you cannot bring down Yang Wenqing, you must handle Qin Shou. Understood, Haibo. Wan Xiangyu intended to say more, but Chen Haibo had already hung up. When she first became Chen Haibo's mistress, he would shower her with affectionate calls, often reaching out hundreds of times a day. Now, however, he had clearly become distant. Wan Xiangyu was a perceptive woman. She realized that it was imperative to secure a backup plan for herself. Qin Shou was indeed connected to Zheng Yaohua. Zheng Yaohua was the municipal party secretary, 2 ranks above Chen Haibo. Had she known this earlier, she would never have permitted her daughter to divorce that man. However, that man still referred to her as mother. As long as her daughter cast him a flirtatious glance, he would undoubtedly pounce upon her like a vicious dog. Fortunately, her daughter's virtue remained intact. She had not been sullied by Chun Feiying. She must not let Qin Shou discover that she was aware of his background. Therefore, she needed to maintain a delicate distance from him. As for her daughter, pursuing Qin Shou was out of the question. She must keep him intrigued. Chapter 79. How dare he deceive her? Men, by nature, are all alike. What is unattainable is deemed the most desirable. Once acquired, they often fail to cherish it. It was essential for her daughter to treat Qin Shou like a dog on a leash, thereby rendering him useful to her. With no need to visit the city, Wan Xiangyu naturally returned her car to her designated parking space before heading back to her office. Although Chen Haibo instructed her to deal with Qin Shou, she had no intention of confronting him directly. After all, she still needed to play the role of his mother. Thus, she summoned Lu Shuang into her office. Upon entering, Lu Shuang presented a jewelry box to Wan Xiangyu. Godmother, today is Mother's Day, and this is my small gift for you. Lu Shuang's voice was sweet and melodious, akin to a warm little cotton-padded jacket. Mother's Day? A small gift? My biological daughter, Su Jing, has not even uttered a happy Mother's Day to me, let alone offered any gift. Wan Xiangyu glanced at the calendar on her desk in puzzlement. Is today really Mother's Day? It is indeed not Mother's Day today. It is next Sunday. Lu Shuang hastily clarified. Ever since I gained a godmother, every day feels like Mother's Day. After graduating from university, Lu Shuang successfully passed the civil service examination and secured a position in Changle County. Once she became a civil servant, she refrained from returning to her rural hometown, not even during Mother's Day or the New Year. Lu Shuang's parents continue to toil in the fields, leading a life of hardship. Rather than sending gifts during the festive seasons, Lu Shuang feels a sense of shame toward her agrarian background and harbors resentment towards her family of origin. Thus, she strives to establish a firm boundary with her parents, intending to sever ties completely. As for Wan Xiangyu, she opened her jewelry box to discover a delicate gold necklace, worth perhaps 2,000 to 3,000 yuan. However, even the smallest of gains is still a gain. She expressed her gratitude to Lu Shuang with a nod. Thank you, Shuanger. Did you call me for something? Lu Shuang moved behind Ruan Xiangyu and began to massage her shoulders. Having experienced the skilled touch of Qin Shou's professional massage, Ruan Xiangyu found Lu Shuang's ministrations uncomfortable. Despite Lu Shuang being a woman, her fingers felt as unyielding as steel bars, poking indiscriminately into Ruan Xiangyu's shoulders without any rhythm or method. Nevertheless, Ruan Xiangyu was adept at concealing her discomfort, refraining from asking Lu Shuang to stop. Recognizing the latter's potential utility, Shuanger, has Yang Song reported to the Chicken River hydropower station yet? This question momentarily startled Lu Shuang, as Yang Song had previously contacted her, requesting Ruan Xiangyu to advocate on his behalf, only for Qin Shou to undermine her with repeated calls of mom. Ultimately, Ruan Xiangyu aligned herself with Qin Shou. Now, Ruan Xiangyu's sudden inquiry about Yang Song left Lu Shuang bewildered. Could it be that Yang Song had deceived her? Indeed, it must be so. How could Ruan Xiangyu, who harbored such animosity towards Qin Shou, allow him to call her mom? The very thought was repugnant. It's been a few days, Lu Shuang replied, seizing the opportunity to inquire. Do you have any instructions, godmother? Shuanger, you are now a leader. Though you may only hold a minor position, you must learn to utilize people effectively. Even if Yang Song has been demoted to the Chicken River hydropower station, he should not be left idle. Just thinking of Qin Shou makes me furious. You must create more troubles for Yang Song, ideally leading him straight to jail. Ruan Xiangyu was deliberately manipulating the situation, intending to keep Lu Shuang under her control. Yang Song's infatuation with Lu Shuang was well known within the county committee courtyard. The previous incident at the hydropower station, where she sided with Qin Shou while he repeatedly called her mom, would undoubtedly lead Yang Song to report back to Lu Shuang. Thus, Ruan Xiangyu's scheme aimed to instill doubt in Lu Shuang's mind, convincing her that Yang Song was deceiving her. Originally, Lu Shuang had harbored doubts about whether Yang Song was deceiving her. Now, with Ruan Xiangyu's remarks, it became evident that her suspicions were well-founded. How dare he lie to her? Yang Song truly had audacity. Lu Shuang remained silent for a while, not pressing any buttons, instead resting her hand upon her shoulder. Clearly lost in thought, Ruan Xiangyu was convinced that Lu Shuang must be doubting Yang Song. Therefore, she feigned an expression of confusion and inquired, Shuanger, do you believe that what your godmother has said is beyond your capability to handle? I can handle it. I can handle it. Lu Shuang quickly replied. Then what were you contemplating just now? You were silent for quite some time, Ruan Xiangyu asked. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Shuang resolved to confide in Ruan Xiangyu. Godmother, previously Yang Song mentioned that you had visited the Jigong River hydropower station. He also said that Qin Shou called you mom and that it brought you great joy. Lu Shuang did not fully disclose everything. She only revealed a portion, demonstrating her wisdom. What nonsense is this? Qin Shou called me mom. That scoundrel has no right to address my mother. If he dares to call her that, I shall tear his mouth apart. Ruan Xiangyu's reaction confirmed to Lu Shuang that Yang Song had indeed been lying to her. Angrily, she remarked that Yang Song has truly overstepped his bounds. Daring to deceive me? Shuanger, the human heart is a labyrinth, especially when it comes to men. Do not be fooled by their outward loyalty, even if they appear as devoted as a love-struck fool. Who knows what they might do behind your back? As someone who has been through it all, let me remind you, there is not a single man in this world worthy of your trust. The only one you should believe in is your godmother. Though I have a biological daughter, your sister does not heed my counsel at all. Not only does she disregard my words, but she also engages with that Qin Shou. I even urged her to divorce him, and then I suggested she marry Qin Shou. Yet, behind my back, she continues her entanglement with Qin Shou, which infuriates me. Ruan Xiangyu's words filled Lu Shuang with joy, almost lifting her spirits to the skies. If Ruan Xiangyu's relationship with Su Jing deteriorated to the point of severing their mother-daughter bond due to Qin Shou, then wouldn't Lu Shuang, as her goddaughter, become akin to a biological daughter? Lu Shuang, in her innocent naivety, was oblivious to the complexities of maternal love and the bonds that tether a mother to her child. Chapter 80. A Meeting with Director Lung. No matter how much one might resent, it remains a piece of oneself. In comparison to Su Jing, her biological daughter, Lu Shuang could not hold a candle to her status in Ruan Xiangyu's heart, let alone when comparing her to Qin Shou, the divorced former son-in-law. After all, if Su Jing were to remarry Qin Shou and bear another child, he would immediately enjoy the privileges of a biological son. Lu Shuang was merely a tool. Su Jing was the true daughter. Ruan Xiangyu, the cunning old vixen, was acutely aware of this. After engaging in a few light-hearted exchanges with Ruan Xiangyu to strengthen their bond, Lu Shuang took her leave. With nothing else to occupy her, Ruan Xiangyu picked up her phone, opened Douyin, and began scrolling through short videos, admiring those men with chiseled abs. Women of her age possess an insatiable desire. Chen Haibo, whose body has long been depleted by indulgence, is naturally unable to fulfill her needs. However, Ruan Xiangyu adheres to the virtues of a faithful wife, merely indulging in glances at flirtatious men on her phone, refraining from any indiscretions. It is not that she lacks desire, but rather that she is gripped by fear. For if she were to stray, and Chen Haibo were to learn of it, her fate would be dire. Chen Haibo is permitted numerous lovers and can engage in affairs. Yet Ruan Xiangyu is bound to him alone. Such is the tyranny of power. Ruan Xiangyu merely observes, not even daring to offer a like, let alone send gifts. Just as she was engrossed in her viewing, her phone rang unexpectedly. Ruan Tianming, glancing at the caller ID, her interest momentarily disrupted, she contemplated hanging up, but after a brief hesitation, she answered. "What is it?" Ruan Xiangyu inquired, her tone frosty. "Second-hand trouble is brewing. The latest news is that Feng Samai has rallied a dozen ruffians to lodge complaints against me at the Red Brick House. You must stop them," Ruan Tianming exclaimed, his urgency palpable, nearly in tears. If his recent actions were to reach Lung Xiangmei, imprisonment would be his fate. "All right, I understand," Ruan Xiangyu replied before disconnecting the call. Such trivial matters were hardly worth a concern. Yet, after a moment's contemplation, she decided to make another call. This time was to Lu Chong. The phone rang twice before it was answered. "Director Wan, greetings." Lu Chong addressed her with the utmost respect, aware of her connection to Chen Haibo. This was not merely courtesy, but an essential understanding of the intricacies of officialdom. "Xiao Lu, a group of ruffians has gone to the Red Brick House to confront Director Lung. Please be vigilant and ensure they do not meet with her." "Understood, Director Wan," he affirmed. Meanwhile, Feng Samai had organized a dozen merchants, beleaguered by Ruan Tianming's bullying, to approach the Red Brick House. As they arrived at the entrance, Lu Chong emerged to intercept them. "What are you doing here?" he questioned, adopting a condescending tone. Feng Samai, being an ordinary citizen, naturally felt diminished in the presence of authority. She stammered, "Leader, greetings. We have come to see Director Lung." "Director Lung is not here. Cease this gathering and disperse at once," Lu Chong ordered, his expression darkened. He was, of course, lying. Lung Xiangmei was indeed in her office. However, her office was on the third floor at the back, and even from the window, she could not observe the activities at the entrance. To demonstrate his authority to these ruffians, Lu Chong shoved Feng Samai, sending her tumbling to the ground. Seeing his wife fall, Wang Dakuai's fury ignited. As he helped Feng Samai to her feet, he confronted Lu Chong. "On what grounds do you push people around?" Lu Chong, who always looked down on the common folk, regarded only his superiors and thus arrogantly retorted, "What of it if I push you? A group of obstinate individuals if you do not disperse and continue to cause a commotion here. Do you believe that with a mere phone call, I could have you all apprehended? You are inciting trouble, and you could face a sentence of at least 10 to 8 years. In Lu Chong's eyes, this group of ruffians is merely a collection of uneducated farmers. Even if they engage in minor trades and earn some money, they are still farmers. Thus, with a casual threat, he believes he can intimidate them. Indeed, as soon as Lu Chong uttered these words, some timid souls in the crowd began to murmur. The common folk do not contend with officials. We cannot win this fight. Perhaps it would be best to simply let this go. If we are truly imprisoned, what will happen to my parents? What will happen to my children? In any case, staying in Changle County will not yield much profit. If we do not find fortune here, we shall seek it elsewhere." Seeing the crowd faltering, Wang Dakuai's temper flared. Before becoming a chef, he was a butcher skilled at slaughtering pigs. What is there to fear? Why retreat? We are here to reason, not to incite chaos. I refuse to believe that there is no place in this world where one can reason. We have come here today specifically to meet Director Lung. If Director Lung behaves like those other corrupt officials, using unfounded accusations to intimidate us and imprison us, then I shall be the first to leave Changle County. Wang Dakwai is as stubborn as a mule, unyielding until he hits a wall. Qin Shou summoned them to meet Director Lung, and he is determined to find him. Upon observing a leader among the dissenters, Lu Chang realized that this group of obstinate individuals would not be easily intimidated. As he could not frighten them, he cunningly decided to adopt a different tactic. Thus, he turned to Wang Dakwai and inquired, "If you are not here to create trouble, then what is your purpose?" "We have come to report the misconduct of the urban management team's captain, Ruan Tianming, who has been extorting us merchants." Wang Dakwai clarified their intent. Strictly speaking, the captain of the Changle County urban management team is not even a civil servant. He merely holds a position within a public institution. Therefore, it is not within our municipal discipline inspection committee's jurisdiction. However, when the populace presents issues to us, we naturally must endeavor to address their concerns. Thus, if you provide me with the materials, I shall pass them along to Director Lung. Lu Chang's intention was to deceive them into handing over their complaints, only to incinerate them without a trace. As for passing them to Director Lung, that was simply impossible. Wang Dakwai, having dealt with livestock in his youth, possessed a keen eye. At least when it came to animals, he could discern accurately. Based on Lu Chang's previous demeanor and his words, Wang Dakwai concluded that this man was undoubtedly a corrupt official, unworthy of their trust. Accordingly, he resolutely replied to Lu Chang, "Leader, we will only submit our materials to Director Lung." "Only to Director Lung? Are you implying that you refuse to cooperate with our Discipline Inspection Committee and intend to persist in causing trouble here?" Lu Chang was adept at labeling with grand accusations. "Leader, we are not causing trouble. We will wait at the entrance, ensuring we do not obstruct the way." Wang Dakwai could not conceive of a more ingenious stratagem. Thus he resorted to the most rudimentary of methods, waiting idly by the tree for a hare to come along. Upon hearing this, Lu Chang realized that if this group remained stationed here, they would inevitably encounter Director Lung once she emerged. At that juncture, should they present their materials to her, it would spell disaster. Given Director Lung's temperament, any corrupt official, regardless of stature, would face thorough investigation and punishment. This simply cannot be allowed. It was imperative to prevent this troublesome group from lingering at the entrance, to deny them any opportunity to come across Director Lung. After work today, Director Lung would return to the city and would not revisit Changle County for several days. Therefore, as long as they were denied a chance to meet her today, this rascally group could forget about seeing her again in the future. Worst case, he could inform Ruan Xiangyu to arrange a petty charge, detaining the ringleaders for a few days. The most effective means of dealing with troublemakers was to imprison them. A few days of confinement would surely tame their unruly spirits. However, now was not the right time to apprehend them. Making too much noise might attract Director Lung's attention. After much contemplation, Lu Chang devised a cunning plan. He immediately employed the art of facial transformation, an essential skill for any individual in the bureaucratic realm, altering his countenance from one of disdain to a visage of warmth, brighter than the spring sun. "Dear fellow villagers, Director Lung is currently attending to matters in the city. However, she will indeed come here later. Standing at this entrance, even if you're not obstructing it, creates a rather unfavorable impression. How about I escort you to the lounge? There you'll find tea and fruit platters, allowing you to rest while you await Director Lung." Yet Lu Chang had no intention of leading the villagers to a lounge. Rather, he intended to guide them to a detention room. Wang Dakwai pondered for a moment and found Lu Chang's reasoning somewhat valid. With a dozen people blocking the entrance, it certainly could lead to undesirable consequences. Regardless, he had resolved firmly that he would not depart without seeing Director Lung. "All right, we will accompany you to the lounge." Wang Dakwai acquiesced. Lu Chang led the group into the detention room. The walls of this room were cushioned with foam, ensuring that even a headlong charge would result in nothing more than a cushion impact, akin to colliding with cotton. The ordinary citizens were unaware that this was a detention room designed for the torment of corrupt officials. Upon entering, Wang Dakuai's initial impression was that the decor was quite splendid. The lighting was bright, and the walls were lavishly padded, surpassing even the most opulent private room. What Wang Dakuai did not realize was that the bright lights would render sleep impossible. The padded walls not only prevented suicide, but also contained signal jammers. In this room, a mobile phone was rendered utterly useless. "Dear villagers, please rest here while I procure some tea and fruit for you." Lu Chong feigned. "Leader, there is no need for tea or fruit. Those are state funds, and we must not squander them. You go about your business. We will simply wait here." Wang Dakuai responded, displaying a commendable understanding. In truth, it is not only Wang Dakuai who demonstrates understanding. The majority of the common folk are equally considerate and refrain from causing turmoil for the nation. It is precisely due to the forbearance of the populace that so many corrupt officials have emerged, engaging in misconduct. Lu Chong ceased his idle chatter and departed directly. Upon exiting, he secured the door of the detention room, a specially designed barrier-resistant to fire and explosions, impervious even to a power drill. Thus, as long as he did not open the door, not a single troublesome individual could hope to escape. The detention room lacked windows, toilets, water sources, or sustenance. Lu Chong, possessing a keen sense of moderation, having served in the Discipline Inspection Commission for many years, was well aware of human limits. Therefore, he resolved to confine these obstreperous individuals for a duration of 24 hours. Having concluded his official duties, Qin Shou lit a cigarette and began to smoke. Just as he inhaled, his right eyelid began to twitch. The left eye signifies fortune, while the right foretells misfortune. Last night, it was agreed that Feng Sumei would seek out Long Xiaomei today. It was already afternoon. Why had there been no word? Even if Feng Sumei had not communicated with him, Long Xiaomei ought to have called to berate him, accusing him of causing unnecessary trouble. Something felt amiss. Qin Shou dialed Feng Sumei's number. "Sorry, the number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable." The call could not be connected. What was going on? Qin Shou hurriedly drove his second-hand Santana toward the street lined with food stalls. He casually inquired among passers-by and learned that Feng Sumei and her husband had organized a group of over 10 merchants who had gone to the Red Brick Building. Qin Shou immediately requested the mobile numbers of the other merchants who had accompanied them and called each one, but all were unreachable. A dozen individuals, all out of contact? This was a serious matter. Without delay, Qin Shou sped to the Red Brick Building, making a beeline for the director's office. The door was closed, yet the light within was illuminated. Thus, Qin Shou knocked on the door. "Knock, knock, please enter." The voice that emanated from within belonged to Long Xiaomei. It was cold, yet somewhat melodious. Qin Shou pushed the door open and stepped into the office. Upon seeing him, Long Xiaomei raised her eyes and teased. "Have you come to confess?" "Confess? Nonsense. Over a dozen people have gone missing in your Discipline Inspection Commission. Do you not know this, Director Lung?" Qin Shou's words caused Long Xiaomei's finely arched brows to furrow tightly. She retorted sharply, "What are you saying? Over a dozen people have disappeared here? Do you take this commission for a den of kidnappers?" "Director Lung, it is as follows. Last night, I was having a late-night snack with Secretary Yang at Sumei's food stall when the captain of the county urban management team, Ruan Tianming, arrived with a group of officers to extort the merchants. I suggested that these merchants bring their evidence to you today. After all, Ruan Tianming is the nephew of Ruan Xiangyu, the director of the county party office, so the Discipline Inspection Commission here is certainly unreliable. I waited for news, but did not receive any. Therefore, I decided to check the food stall street and discovered that over a dozen merchants had come to the Red Brick Building, yet all their phones were unreachable. To substantiate his claims, Qin Shou promptly produced his mobile phone, dialing several numbers in quick succession. As expected, none connected. "You scoundrel, Qin Shou, are you deliberately creating trouble for me? The city management captain's trivial matters are not my concern." Cold Xiangmei fumed, her teeth clenched in frustration. "Director Long, I know you're focused on tackling significant issues. However, amidst your pursuit of substantial targets, it is equally your duty to swat a few flies." She continued, "Isn't your position meant to eradicate corrupt officials? Even the captain of the city management team, despite his lower rank, is still a corrupt official. Moreover, what if you discover a breakthrough from Ruan Tianming? the city management captain. It could lead to unearthing major corruption. Chapter 82. Swatting flies. Qin Shou endeavored to persuade her with emotional appeals and logical reasoning. Though he did not fully convince cold Xiaomei, she pondered over his words and found a semblance of validity in his argument. Swatting a little fly is a trivial task. If I could extract even a hint of information from this little fly, it would be an unexpected gain. She mused. Yuan Tianming is but a small fly, while you are the larger one. My fly swatter shall inevitably land upon you, and I shall strike you down. Cold Xiaomei, Changle. Director Lung, is there any place in your office where mobile signals are absent? Qin Shou inquired. The detention room. Cold Xiaomei replied. How about you take a step over and show me the detention room? Qin Shou suggested, anxiety creeping in. If those dozen individuals were not in the detention room, but had been taken elsewhere, it would be quite problematic. After all, it was his idea to have Feng Sima report to cold Xiaomei. If anything were to go awry, his conscience would weigh heavily upon him. All right, cold Xiaomei, a spirited woman, promptly rose and led Qin Shou toward the detention room. Upon reaching the entrance, cold Xiaomei sensed something amiss. The door to the detention room was locked. Typically, this door remained open unless there was a necessity for it to be secured. Lacking the key, cold Xiaomei turned to Qin Shou and commanded, Go to office 203 and fetch Wang Jejia to bring the key and unlock this door. Understood, Director Cold, Qin Shou replied, hastily making his way. Office 203 was ajar, revealing two desks, one belonging to Wang Jejia and the other to Lu Chong. Wang Jejia was preoccupied with a makeup mirror, applying lipstick, while Lu Chong was conspicuously absent. After confining Feng Sima and the others to the detention room, Lu Chong had gone to the county committee to seek Ruan Xiangyu. Although the office door stood wide open, Qin Shou still knocked politely. Knock, knock. Wang Jejia glanced up and, spotting Qin Shou, arched an eyebrow, slightly furrowing her freshly drawn crescent brows. What brings you here? She inquired. Director Cold sent me to fetch you for the key to the detention room, so we can unlock it, Qin Shou explained. Detention room? Wasn't it open? Why do I need to unlock it? Wang Jejia questioned, puzzled. After all, it was Lu Chong who imprisoned Feng Sima and her companions in the detention room. She was unaware of it. Why not take a look and find out? Such unnecessary chatter. Qin Shou expressed his disdain for the woman. You seek my assistance. Yet this is your attitude? Wang Jejia, too, had her temper. It was your Director Lung who summoned me to convey her orders, not the other way around. Regardless, I have delivered the message. Whether you choose to act on it is up to you. Qin Shou, disinterested in further conversation, turned and headed towards the detention room after relaying the directive. Wang Jejia was infuriated, wishing she could strike Qin Shou down. However, she certainly dared not defy Director Lung's commands. She believed that even if Qin Shou had 1,000 audacious intentions, he would not dare to falsely convey orders. Thus, Wang Jejia hurriedly opened the cabinet to retrieve the key for the detention room. But upon opening the cabinet, to her surprise, the key was missing. What was going on? Was the key supposed to be in the cabinet? Wang Jejia searched frantically, but found no key. Director Lung was still waiting in the detention room. Even without the key, Wang Jejia had to report to Lung Xiaomei first. So, she donned her high heels and dashed over to the detention room. Upon seeing Wang Jejia arriving late, Lung Xiaomei shot her a cold glance and urged, hurry and unlock the door. Director Lung, this door 1T open, Wang Jejia replied. 1T open? What do you mean? Who locked this door? I commanded you to open it, and it cannot be opened? Lung Xiaomei clearly misunderstood Wang Jejia. Director Lung, that is not what I meant. I didn't lock it, and I don't know who did. When I say it 1T open, it's because I can't find the key. The key should have been in the cabinet, but I searched everywhere and couldn't find it, Wang Jejia quickly explained. The key is missing? Lung Xiaomei's expression shifted to one of suspicion. It seemed improbable that anyone would dare to steal the key to the detention room from the disciplinary committee. The only individuals aware that the key was in the cabinet were myself and Lu Chong. Wang Jejia voiced her doubts. Lu Chong? Call him, commanded Lung Xiaomei. Yes, Director Lung. Wang Jejia took out her phone and dialed Lu Chong's number. Sorry, the number you have dialed is temporarily unreachable. Lu Chong had deliberately turned off his phone to keep Feng Si-mei and her dozen or so associates confined in the detention room until Lung Xiangmei departed from Changle County. He needed to remain unreachable with the key in his possession. Lu Chong was certain that Lung Xiangmei would not seek him today. As for others, even if they could not locate him, he could simply claim that his phone had run out of battery afterwards. He had previously informed Xionggang that he would need to be temporarily unreachable. Director Lung, Lu Chong's phone is unreachable. I'm not sure if he has turned it off, Wang Jieji reported. Unreachable? Lung Xiangmei pulled out her phone and personally dialed Lu Chong's number. Sorry, the number you have dialed is temporarily unreachable. The cold robotic voice echoed through the receiver. As an experienced member of the disciplinary committee, Lung Xiangmei could certainly deduce that Lu Chong was most likely playing a deliberate game of hide-and-seek. Thus, she decisively commanded Wang Jieji, call 119 and request the firefighters to break down this door. Upon hearing this, Qin Shou hurriedly intervened, saying, Director Lung, how about I summon an exceptional locksmith instead? If he can unlock it, we can avoid the need for violent entry. After all, this door belongs to the public, and damaging it would constitute a loss of public property. Very well. Director Lung nodded in agreement. Qin Shou made a phone call to old Wang, not the neighbor next door, but the locksmith who set up shop at the entrance of the Happy Garden, skilled in unlocking doors, duplicating keys, and unblocking drains. Notably, this old Wang indeed resided next to Qin Shou. Before long, old Wang arrived with his tools. After examining the lock on the detention room door for a while, he remarked, Qin, this lock is quite high-end. It has 3 layers of encryption. Is it possible to open it? Qin Shou inquired. It should be possible, but I cannot guarantee that the lock won't be damaged in the process. Old Wang was a cautious individual. While he had an 80% certainty that the lock would remain intact, he pondered the possibility of damage. Qin Shou turned to Director Lung and asked Director Lung, if the lock gets damaged, will old Wang be held liable? No. Director Lung reassured him. All right. Qin Shou nodded and said to old Wang, let us proceed. Chapter 83. Qin, my brother, all right? Old Wang took out his tools and began to work on the lock. A quarter of an hour later, with a click, the lock was opened. In truth, old Wang could have resolved the issue in 3 minutes. But he took his time to ensure no damage would be inflicted on the lock. Qin, the lock is still usable. I haven't damaged it at all. Old Wang wiped the sweat from his forehead and began to pack up his tools. How much do I owe you, old Wang? Qin Shou asked. I don't charge for public service, old Wang replied. That 1 due. I'll transfer 200 yuan to you. You must accept it. This is for Director Lung's matters, and I'll reimburse her later. Qin Shou would not allow the common people to be at a loss or to take advantage of Director Lung. Having packed his tools, old Wang said, leaders, I shall take my leave now. Take care, old Wang. Remember to accept the red envelope. Otherwise, I want to call you next time there's work. Qin Shou warned old Wang. The exchange between old Wang and Qin Shou surprised Director Lung. After years in the Discipline Inspection Commission, she rarely encountered officials like Qin Shou, who could engage so amiably with ordinary citizens. Most notably, during their conversation, old Wang exhibited no hesitation and even dared to address Qin Shou as Brother Qin. Brother Qin, you can keep the 200 yuan. We want to reimburse it from our side. Director Lung joked with Qin Shou. Director Lung, you haven't reimbursed me for the expenses of filling in the grave from last time. If you don't pay this time, doesn't that seem rather unreasonable? I help your commission without any compensation, and now I'm expected to pay out of pocket? Brother Qin, you can certainly profit from this. Just dare to take advantage, and I will arrest you immediately, offering you an opportunity to feast without labor. Director Lung's casual address of Brother Qin left Wang Jieji utterly astonished, because Director Lung has always been exceedingly stern. Regardless of whom he faces, he addresses them directly by their title. The appellation Qin Laodi sounds quite inappropriate. The reason Lung Xiangmei refers to Qin Shou as Qin Laodi is to lower his guard, aiming to catch him off balance. She would never believe that Qin Shou is innocent. However, this Qin Shou is a cunning little fox, exceedingly sly. Not only does he conceal his own misdeeds adeptly, but he also throws other corrupt officials under the bus, hoping to gain their trust through such deceit. Naturally, Lung Xiangmei intends to apprehend the corrupt officials Qin Shou has implicated. She is equally determined to unearth Qin Shou's hidden tricks. Upon entering the detention room, a wave of heat enveloped her, accompanied by an unpleasant odor of sweat. It was the peak of summer, and the detention room lacked air conditioning, with no windows to relieve the stifling atmosphere. Lu Chong had even locked the door behind him. The room was airless, akin to a sauna. The dozen or so merchants confined inside had already succumbed to the heat, listless and devoid of energy. Several had even suffered from heat stroke. Noticing this, Qin Shou quickly called upon those who could still move to carry the heat-stricken individuals out to a ventilated area. Wang Jiejia, perceptive as ever, hurried to fetch some medicinal pills and essential oils, along with a case of mineral water. Fortunately, the condition of those who had overheated was not too dire. After taking the pills and drinking the mineral water, they all regained their senses, with no major issues arising. Had the door of the detention room remained closed, it could have led to a grave situation. Qin Shou gestured towards Lung Xiangmei and introduced her to Feng Simei, saying, "Boss Feng, this is Director Lung." "Hello, Director Lung. I am Feng Simei from the Simei to Payday. I wish to report Captain Ruan Tianming of the County Urban Management Team. Here are our materials for the complaint." Feng Simei handed a thick stack of documents to Lung Xiangmei. Accepting the materials, Lung Xiangmei inquired, "How did you end up in the detention room? Who locked you in?" "It was a leader. He said that Director Lung was in the city and would return later, thus instructing us to wait in the lounge. After we all entered, he locked the door and never returned." Wang Jiejia retrieved a photo of Lu Chong from her phone and asked, "Boss Feng, is this the leader you mentioned?" Feng Simei glanced at it and quickly nodded, "Yes, that's him." Lu Chong truly had audacity. Lung Xiangmei seethed with anger, yet she maintained a smile on her face in front of the crowd. "Boss Feng, please take everyone back. I will personally review the materials you submitted. Rest assured, our municipal disciplinary committee will not let any corrupt official slip through the cracks." "Thank you, Director Lung." Feng Simei expressed her gratitude, but the other merchants, fearing that Lung Xiangmei might not take their plight seriously, all knelt before her, organized by Wang Dakui. "Director Lung, you must stand up for us. Ruan Tianming comes to extort protection fees from us daily, making our lives unbearable." The audacity of Ruan Tianming stems from his powerful connections, particularly his second aunt, Ruan Xiangyu. Lung Xiangmei, having encountered the broader world, found it unprecedented to witness the common folk kneeling before her. She was taken aback. How could she endure such humiliation? Consequently, Lung Xiangmei hurriedly bent down to assist the kneeling crowd. Yet, no matter how she tried, she could not lift them. Frustrated, she bellowed, "Get up at once. If you continue to kneel, I shall no longer intervene." Upon hearing this, the crowd hastily rose to their feet. It is our duty in the Discipline Inspection Commission to apprehend corrupt officials. As long as you submit your reports to us, we will treat them with utmost seriousness. We shall never wrong an innocent person, nor shall we let a villain escape. Lung Xiangmei spoke fervently, and although her words were bureaucratic in nature, the gathered masses believed her wholeheartedly. After escorting Feng Simei and others away, Lung Xiangmei commanded Wang Jiejia, "Xiao Wang, take your team and bring Ruan Tianming back to me." "Yes, Director Lung." Wang Jiejia set off to capture Ruan Tianming. "Director Lung, I won't disturb your work any longer." Qin Shou made a gesture to depart. "You are coming with me to my office. I have matters to discuss," Lung Xiangmei firmly asserted. She certainly would not allow Qin Shou to escape. This fellow had created such a significant dilemma for her. He had no chance of slipping away. Lung Xiangmei swayed her slender waist and, in her high heels, ascended the staircase with purpose. Although Qin Shou suspected that Lung Xiangmei had no good intentions for him, he knew that even if he tried to flee, he would find no avenue of escape. Chapter 84. A poor idea upon returning to her office. Lung Xiangmei plopped in her chair and pointed at the water cup on her desk, commanding Qin Shou, "Fetch me a glass of water." "Where should I get it from?" Qin Shou inquired. Lung Xiangmei, aware of his feigned ignorance, retorted irritably, "From the water dispenser." As Qin Shou picked up the cup, he asked Director Lung, "Would you prefer it hot or cold?" "Neither too hot nor too cold," she replied, wishing to impose a minor inconvenience on him for all the trouble he had caused her. After filling the cup with half hot water and half cold, he brought it back to her. Director Lung, please enjoy your water. Just place it on the table. I'm not thirsty at the moment. Director Lung, are you toying with me? Indeed, I am indeed toying with you. Do you have a problem with that? Not all. Qin Shou plopped down into the chair across from her. Who permitted you to sit? Stand up. Lung Xiangmei barked. The Black Widow indeed acted like a Black Widow. With no men at home, she took her frustrations out on him. Qin Shou muttered under his breath. In an irate tone, Lung Xiangmei slammed the table and demanded, "What did you say?" I said, "Since Director Lung commands me to stand, I cannot sit. After all, you are known as the Black Widow. Anyone targeted by you will not escape unscathed." Qin Shou obediently stood up, observing that this individual was relatively compliant and not opposing her. Lung Xiangmei decided to reward him with a sweet date, saying, "Please take a seat." Qin Shou obediently sat down and inquired, "Director Lung, if you have any instructions, please feel free to speak. I am devoted to serving the director, no matter the peril. Last time, you mentioned that there was a mole within my team. Is that mole Lu Chang?" Lung Xiangmei asked. "Director Lung, I'm not part of the Discipline Inspection Commission and am not familiar with your colleagues there. Therefore, how could I possibly know if Lu Chang is the mole? However, I do have a rather dubious suggestion. If you are willing to give it a try, we might be able to uncover who the mole is." Qin Shou began to plot. A dubious suggestion? Lung Xiangmei shot Qin Shou a glance, retorting, "With your mind, I expect nothing but poor ideas. Nevertheless, what is your suggestion? Do share." Director Lung, Ruan Tianming is merely the captain of the county management team, not even a civil servant, but merely a staff member. Thus, if you personally investigate this matter, it would be akin to using a cannon to kill a mosquito, a gross misallocation of resources. Therefore, why not delegate this case to Lu Chang and let him handle it? Let Lu Chang investigate this case. Lung Xiangmei pondered for a moment and replied, "Your suggestion is indeed rather poor. However, it may be worth a try." As for Ruan Tianming, she regarded him as a mere nuisance, easily disposed of with a slap. However, the presence of a mole within her team was utterly intolerable. Any issues within the Discipline Inspection Commission were a grave dereliction of duty. If there truly was a mole, it must be ferreted out and dealt with according to the law. Of course, Lu Chang was one of Lung Xiangmei's most valued subordinates, and she fervently hoped that this incident was merely a misunderstanding. Meanwhile, at the county committee office, Lu Chang had been waiting for over an hour at the door when Ruan Xiangyu finally returned from her shopping. Lu Chang had come here ostensibly to report to Ruan Xiangyu, but in reality, it was to ingratiate himself with her. After all, Ruan Xiangyu's connections with Vice Mayor Chun were far more substantial than those with Xionggang. In the world of politics, relationships were paramount. Upon seeing someone at the office door, Ruan Xiangyu was intrigued to discover it was Lu Chang. "Little Lu, what brings you here? Is there an issue with Ruan Tianming?" she asked. For being her nephew, she could not entirely dismiss her concern. "Director Ruan, I have come to report the situation," Lu Chang teased, creating an air of suspense. "Let us discuss it in the office," he added. Ruan Xiangyu took out her keys, unlocked the office door, and invited Lu Chang inside. "Little Lu, would you prefer tea or water? A guest must be treated courteously," she said. For Lu Chang was not her subordinate, but a member of the city's Discipline Inspection Commission. Proper etiquette was essential, especially given the potential for her to exploit Lu Chang's value. "Thank you, Director Wan, but I am not thirsty." Lu Chang feigned politeness. On such a hot summer day, having stood at the door for so long without a sip of water, he was parched and felt as if his throat might ignite. Ruan Xiangyu was adept at winning hearts. Recognizing Lu Chang's potential for usefulness, she was determined to captivate him. "Allow me to fetch you a glass of cool, boiled water." The heat of the day was unbearable, and the tea was too scalding to drink. Ruan Xiangyu made her way to the water dispenser, filling a disposable cup with water. "Thank you, Director Wan." Lu Chang, no longer pretending, gulped down more than half of the water in the paper cup in one go. As Ruan Xiangyu returned to her chair, she inquired, "Xiao Lu, what is the situation?" "Feng Sime and a group of over 10 people are blocking the entrance to the red brick building. Director Lung is working there today. If we allow them to obstruct the entrance, he will surely become aware of it. Initially, I asked Feng Sime to hand over the materials to me so that I could deliver them to Director Long. However, she insisted on delivering them herself. Therefore, I devised a strategy, suggesting that their presence at the door was detrimental and inviting them to wait in the lounge. Subsequently, I led them into the detention room and locked them inside. The room lacks windows, and cell phone signals are blocked within. Once the door is closed, Feng Sime and her group are naturally cut off from the outside world. Director Lung will return to the city after finishing work today and 1T come back to Changle County for several days. Thus, I intend to release them only after Director Lung has departed. After listening to Lu Chang's report, Ruan Xiangyu nodded in approval. Xiao Lu, you have done well. Director Ruan, it is merely my duty, he replied. However, this can only be considered a temporary fix. It does not resolve the issue at hand. Director Lung will eventually return to Changle County. What if Feng Sime and her group seek her out upon her return? Director Ruan, to resolve this matter completely, your cooperation will be essential. What do you need from me? Once I release Feng Sime and her troublesome group from the detention room, we should apprehend the ringleaders and detain them for a few days. These ruffians share a common trait. Once dealt with, they will behave themselves. Ruan Xiangyu pondered Lu Chang's suggestion. Though it was somewhat crude, it proved to be effective. In the face of unruly individuals, authority is indeed the true resolution. Let me think it over. Ruan Xiangyu refrained from giving an immediate response. Chapter 85. A promise worth 1,000 gold. As a leader, one does not readily agree to anything. Even when acknowledging a course of action, one does not make absolute commitments. A leader's word is invaluable. Thus, leaders refrain from making promises, opting instead for ambiguous language. This is the wisdom of leadership. At the County Urban Management Bureau, Wang Jejia entered the captain's office accompanied by 2 uniformed staff members. Inside, 4 or 5 individuals were present, including Ruan Tianming, along with several urban management officers with whom he shared a close rapport, engaged in casual conversation. Not recognizing Ruan Tianming, Wang Jejia inquired, "Who is Ruan Tianming?" Ruan Tianming took a deep drag from the cigarette he had been holding and, discarding the remaining third onto the floor, extinguished it with the sole of his shoe. Rising to his feet, he glared at Wang Jejia and asked, "What do you want? You are Ruan Tianming?" Wang Jejia had a hunch, but needed confirmation. "Indeed," Ruan Tianming replied. "I am Wang Jejia from the city's disciplinary committee. Please accompany us." Wang Jejia cast a meaningful glance, prompting the 2 staff members behind her to swiftly advance, one to the left and one to the right, apprehending Ruan Tianming. He was taken away by officials from the Discipline Inspection Commission. Meanwhile, at the county committee, Lu Chang engaged in casual conversation with Ruan Xiangyu, deepening their rapport before preparing to take his leave. At that moment, Ruan Xiangyu's phone rang. "What? Ruan Tianming has been taken away by the Discipline Inspection Commission?" After hanging up, Ruan Xiangyu turned to Lu Chang and said, "Xiao Lu, Ruan Tianming has been taken by your commission. What on earth is happening? Taken away? This is unexpected. I must return to the commission immediately to ascertain the situation." Lu Chang hurriedly made his way to the red brick building. At the County Urban Management Bureau, upon receiving news of Ruan Tianming's apprehension, Han Yong summoned Deputy Captain Du Ziding into his office. Du Ziding was among the earliest members of the county's urban management team, known for his diligent work ethic and his integrity in dealings with merchants. Given his capabilities and overall assessments, he was the rightful candidate for the position of captain. However, in the hierarchy of the system, merit often pales in comparison to connections. Ruan Tianming, having a relative as the director of the county committee office, naturally secured the captaincy through Ruan Xiangyu's influence. In front of his subordinates, Han Yong felt the need to put on a facade. While he typically indulged in Huazi cigarettes privately, he opted for Yushi cigarettes in the presence of his team, as they were more costly at 22 yuan a pack, an expense he could afford with his salary. As soon as Du Ziding entered, Han Yong immediately offered him a cigarette from his pack. "Old Du, please take a seat." After arranging for Du Ziding to be seated, Han Yong brewed him a cup of tea. "Old Du, enjoy this tea. It's high mountain green tea, grown by my second aunt's family. While it may not be a renowned variety, is quite pleasant to drink. With Han Yong's cigarette and tea before him, Du Zedong felt uneasy, hesitant to indulge in either. Director Han, have you summoned me for something specific? He inquired with a hint of anxiety. Old Du, you have been a veteran of our urban management team. If my memory serves me well, you have held the position of deputy captain for nearly a decade, correct? As a leader, Han Yong understood the art of managing his subordinates. By inviting Du Zedong and offering him cigarettes and tea while feigning concern, he aimed to leverage his influence. Every gesture of concern from a leader carries an underlying motive. If there were no ulterior motives, one would question their worthiness of such attention. Han Yong est apparent sollicite de me du Zedong in criasing de ansius. Nevertheless, he mustered the courage to respond. Director Han, I have served as deputy captain for 9 years and 8 months. When the captain's position last became vacant, considering both capability and contributions, it should have rightfully been yours. The fact that it ultimately went to Ruan Tianming was beyond my control. Appointments within the system are not solely based on merit. However, this time, old Du, your opportunity has arrived. As the vice captain, you have a significant chance to be promoted to the captain of the urban management team. Han Yong directly painted a rosy picture for Du Zedong. Du Zedong was aware that Ruan Tianming had been taken away by the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission. Yet, even with Ruan Tianming's arrest, the position of captain of the urban management team would not fall into his hands. Changle County may lack many things, but it certainly has an abundance of connections. Although the position of captain is not particularly high-ranking, it is indeed a position of substantial power, one that is closely monitored by numerous individuals. Du Zedong had a clear understanding of his own limitations. He knew this position was not meant for him, and was acutely aware that Han Yong was merely spinning a tale to entice him. After all, Han Yong mentioned a significant opportunity without asserting that the captaincy was assuredly his. This is the art of communication among leaders, implying possession while leaving room for ambiguity. The promise is merely a vision to motivate you to work harder, not a guarantee of reward. The fact that the leader had crafted such a vision clearly indicated that tasks were about to be assigned. With this realization, Du Zedong felt no need for further politeness. He lifted the cup of tea Han Yong had brewed for him and took a small sip. To his surprise, while not made from rare leaves, the tea was indeed quite pleasant, serving well as a staple beverage. Director Han, this is truly good tea, rivaling Longjing. Du Zedong exclaimed. Old Du, I have several more packets in my cabinet. You can take one with you later. Although Han Yong was indeed painting a picture of hope regarding the captaincy, the decision of who would ultimately occupy that position lay beyond his authority. However, deciding to give Du Zedong a packet of tea was within his power. Han Yong was merely a laid-back leader, not the type to withhold every benefit from his subordinates. In fact, during annual performance evaluations, Han Yong consistently awarded high marks to those in the Urban Management Bureau who worked diligently, striving to ensure they received ample bonuses. This was the only authority he genuinely possessed. Han Yong's approach was not born from lofty morals, but rather a means to ease his conscience slightly without jeopardizing his own fate. Promotions and appointments were matters for higher-ups to decide. Nonetheless, he could still determine who performed well in their work. The higher-ups would not scrutinize such details closely. Du Zedong, being straightforward and lacking the propensity to guess at his superior's intentions, directly asked, Director Han, did you summon me for a specific reason? With Ruan Tianming taken away by the disciplinary committee, it was evident that he was embroiled in controversy. We in the Urban Management Bureau must cooperate with the committee's efforts. Please investigate and determine which team members have given money to Ruan Tianming, the amounts they contributed, and compile a report for me. Chapter 86. A son is his Achilles heel. Han Yong's request for Du Zedong to compile evidence against Ruan Tianming was not intended for submission to the disciplinary committee, but rather to be presented to Yang Wenqing. Upon hearing this, Du Zedong thought, Isn't this just asking for trouble? There would be no benefit to gain, only a heap of trouble. Ever since Ruan Tianming became captain, a significant portion of the urban management team had gifted him with presents. Some contributions amounted to over 100,000, while others were in the thousands. The individuals who offered substantial sums, amounting to over 100,000, aimed to secure formal positions within the civil service. Each year, the The urban management team has a limited number of opportunities for transitioning to civil service roles. Yuan Tianming accepted the money and indeed facilitated the process. Those who contributed such significant amounts successfully attained civil service status. As for those who only offered a few thousand, they received preferential treatment from Yuan Tianming during scheduling. It's likely that Yuan Tianming pocketed the smaller sums for himself. The larger contributions resulted in Yuan Tianming merely profiting from the price differential, with a significant portion surely being given as a tribute to his second aunt. After all, Yuan Tianming is merely the captain of the urban management team. He lacks the authority to secure civil service positions. Although Yuan Tianming was taken away by the disciplinary committee, Yuan Xiangyu remains unscathed. Perhaps after a few inquiries, Yuan Xiangyu could intervene, prompting the city's disciplinary committee to release Yuan Tianming. After all, Yuan Xiangyu has the backing of Vice Mayor Chen. Du Ziting, reluctant to wade into this murky water, declined Han Yong's request, stating, "Director Han, I cannot handle this matter." Cannot handle it? Why? Han Yong was taken aback. Was it so humiliating for him as the director? I am merely a deputy captain, lacking both connections and authority. I cannot afford to provoke the Yuan family. Moreover, investigating corruption is the responsibility of the disciplinary committee. I am just an urban management officer. I prefer not to meddle in matters that do not concern me. Du Ziting was forthright, expressing himself without any euphemisms. The reason behind his stance was his formal position and his desire to remain stagnant. As long as he did not err, he could defy leadership daily without consequence. After all, civil service positions are akin to iron rice bowls. As long as one does not break the law or resign, no one can dismiss them. Han Yong took a drag from his cigarette, pausing to reflect. He understood Du Ziting's complacency. As he too was in a similar state of inertia, they shared a common plight. Old Du, do you find any joy in this monotonous existence? Han Yong intended to engage Du Ziting in a heartfelt discussion, hoping to guide him toward a different perspective. Work has always been a rather unexciting endeavor. I'm already 48 years old and have come to terms with my fate 2 years early. My life is destined to be one of tranquility until retirement. As for holding a position of power, I neither aspire to it nor contest for it. I can perform my duties, but I refuse to engage in underhanded dealings. I will not provoke anyone, and I expect the same in return. Du Ziting candidly expressed his true feelings, laying bare his current mindset. Old Du, I want to preach about being a public servant, funded by taxpayers and obligated to serve the people. Such lofty rhetoric is unnecessary. Your son is already in his 3rd year of university, correct? In a year, he will graduate. Given the current job market, how easy is it for him to find work with his degree from a second-tier institution? As a father, should you consider your son's future? The best opportunity now is to secure a government job, securing that iron rice bowl, whether it be for civil service or public institution exams. How many truly earn their positions through rigorous testing? Take the urban management team, for instance. How many of those with formal positions achieve them through examination? The disparity between formal employees and labor dispatch workers performing identical tasks is staggering, with income and benefits differing by several folds. As a formal employee, you possess a secure position, a proverbial iron rice bowl, granting you lifelong security. However, what about your son? Upon graduation, he faces unemployment. Do you intend to support him indefinitely? Your son, Du Lang, is the Achilles heel of Du Ziting. His primary concern now revolves around Du Lang's employment prospects and the prospect of marriage and family. In the small county of Changle, those within the system are highly sought after. Should his son manage to secure a civil service position, not only would he enjoy a life free from financial worries, but potential daughters-in-law would also abound, with matchmakers eagerly crossing their thresholds. At such a juncture, the bride's family might forego the customary dowry, and may even offer houses and cars as part of the marriage arrangement. Marrying a man with a civil service position is indeed a matter of great pride. Whether acknowledged or not, possessing a formal position in this small county elevates one's status. Du Ziting did not rush to respond. Instead, he indulged in a series of contemplative puffs from his cigarette. As he savored the final drag, The ember nearly reaching the filter, he extinguished it in the ashtray. In pursuit of securing a future for his son, he must choose a side. After all, it merely entails offending the Ruan family. And as long as he remains within the bounds of the law, his stable position is assured. Should he make the right gamble, his son's civil service career could materialize. Without alignment, even with a substantial sum, one might find it impossible to navigate the intricate pathways to securing such a position. Despite reaching a decision, Du Zitong felt compelled to clarify his understanding. Thus, he cautiously inquired Director Han, what prompted the city's disciplinary committee to take Ruan Tianming away so unexpectedly? Logically, a figure of such minor significance should not warrant direct intervention from a committee. Upon hearing this, Han Yong discerned Du Zitong's underlying intentions, and by mentioning Du Lang, he began to unsettle Du Zitong's conviction. Old Du. In the dead of night, I was roused from my slumber by a call from Qin Shou, summoning me to the sea made to Peidang. Upon my arrival, would you care to guess whom I encountered? Han Yong teased, leaving a suspenseful pause. Who? Du Zitong, disinterested in guessing, offered no reply, for he knew he would not arrive at the answer. Secretary Yang. She was enjoying a late-night meal with Qin Shou at the sea made to Peidang. Han Yong revealed. Secretary Yang? The only secretary with the surname Yang in the county is Secretary Yang Wenqing. Du Zitong pondered. Yesterday marked the day Ruan Tianming collected protection fees along the street of Depeidang, coinciding with Secretary Yang's late-night outing with Qin Shou. Upon reflection, the pieces fell into place. Qin Shou, a sworn enemy of Ruan Xiangyu, had taken Secretary Yang to witness firsthand the entire process of Ruan Tianming's extortion. Thus today, Ruan Tianming was taken away by the city's disciplinary committee. It is said that Feng Si Mei, accompanied by several merchants, approached Director Lung at the Red Brick House to submit a report. There remained one critical question that Du Zitong needed to clarify. Was this situation orchestrated by Qin Shou, who exploited Secretary Yang, or was Secretary Yang the one orchestrating this, aiming to target the Ruan family? If it were under Secretary Yang's leadership, there would indeed be a chance to topple the Ruan family, and I could certainly risk everything for this cause. However, if Qin Shou is merely exploiting Secretary Yang, this matter would likely only reach Ruan Tianming, ultimately failing to inflict any real damage on the Ruan family or disturb its foundations. Chapter 87. Provide her with an explanation. Naturally, Du Zitong must align himself. However, once aligned, to what extent should he exert himself? Should he gamble everything in a desperate bid? He must weigh his options and contemplate. Director Han, could you give me some clarity? The item you asked me to handle earlier, was it your initiative or Secretary Yang's? Du Zitong enquaya directly. It was Secretary Yang who instructed me, Han Yong replied, a statement that bordered on deceit, yet was not entirely false. He was compiling this list solely to report back to Secretary Yang. After all, Secretary Yang had summoned him the previous evening for a work report. He certainly could not go empty-handed. Understood. Director Han, I will ensure this matter is handled impeccably. Du Zitong believed Han Yong's words, convinced that Secretary Yang intended to take action against the Ruan family. Thus, he was prepared to risk everything. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the red brick building, Lu Chong powered on his phone. As soon as it booted up, he noticed a missed call from Director Lung, causing his heart to skip a beat. What could Director Lung want with him? Lu Chong felt a surge of anxiety. He promptly made his way to Office 305. Upon reaching the third floor, he approached the office door but hesitated to knock. Instead, he stepped onto the terrace to smoke a cigarette, contemplating various scenarios. Ruan Tianming's arrest indicated that Director Lung had likely encountered the troublesome group led by Feng Si Mei. He needed to prepare an explanation for her. After pondering for a moment, Lu Chong had a sudden realization. He believed his reasoning to be entirely plausible and seamless, certain it would persuade Director Lung. He discarded the cigarette, but on the ground, and extinguished it with his foot. At that moment, Wang Jiejie emerged from Office 305 and witnessed Lu Chong's indiscretion. Wang Jiejie detested uncivil behavior, so she approached Lu Chong with a stern expression, demanding, "How could you carelessly discard your cigarette, but pick it up immediately and dispose of it properly?" Upon seeing Wang Jiejie, Lu Chong felt a surge of irritation. Before Director Lung had called him, Wang Jie had contacted him first. With someone detained in the holding cell, Director Lung would not be the one to notice. It could only be Wang Jie who had reported him. I just tossed it on the ground. Don't you enjoy reporting others? Go ahead and inform Director Lung that I'm littering here. Lu Chang retorted defiantly. As soon as he finished speaking, Director Lung approached, her high heels clicking purposefully on the floor. She had heard every word of Lu Chang's outburst. Lu Chang, pick up that cigarette, and clean the entire corridor. Once you're done, come to my office. Director Lung commanded firmly, with no room for argument. Having issued her orders, she turned on her heel and returned to her office. Serves him right. After bestowing a mere 2 words upon Lu Chang, Wang Jie ceased to engage him further and turned to leave. A small man achieving success. Lu Chang spat derisively at Wang Jie's retreating figure, ejecting saliva onto the ground. It was only after this act that he realized, damn it, now I have to clean it up, cursing under his breath. Lu Chang mentally berated both Lung Xiangmei and Wang Jie numerous times before fetching the cleaning supplies. He dared not defy Director Lung's orders. Half an hour later, Lu Chang had rendered the corridor immaculate, not a speck of dust in sight. After returning the tools, he washed his hands and then entered office 305. Lung Xiangmei glanced up at him, inquiring, "Is the corridor clean?" "Yes, it is," he replied. "For the next month, you shall be responsible for the sanitation of this building," she declared. "But Director Lung, isn't there a dedicated cleaning lady for this task?" He protested. "Do you have any objections to my arrangement?" She countered. "Not at all," he replied, suppressing any dissent. Lung Xiangmei lifted her teacup, sipping her chrysanthemum tea. Recently, numerous matters had arisen, most of which had not unfolded favorably, causing her some irritation. This tea served to alleviate her discomfort. "What is the situation with Feng Sumei and the other merchants?" Lung Xiaomei queried. Lu Chang understood that his punishment of a month's cleaning duties was not merely due to a discarded cigarette, but rather linked to the incident involving Feng Sumei. That wretched Wang Jie must have spoken ill of him to Director Lung. Otherwise, why would she be so incensed? "Wang Jie, I will ensure you pay for this." Lu Chang seethed internally, his teeth clenched in hatred, though his expression remained perfectly composed. "Director Lung, the situation was as follows. Feng Sumei and her group of merchants gathered at the entrance, declaring they would not leave until they met you, blocking the exit until you appeared. To placate them, I suggested they wait in the lounge. However, as you know, our lounge is quite small, and it could not accommodate so many people. Therefore, I thought it prudent to take them to the detention room, which offers more space." "And then what did you intend to do after confining them there?" Lung Xiaomei pressed. "Director, the individual they reported, Ruan Tianming, is merely a staff member, not a civil servant. It is not within our city's disciplinary committee's purview to intervene. Hence, I plan to settle them in and then consult with the county committee leaders to handle the matter, as this is a domestic issue for Changle County. It would be inappropriate for our city's committee to meddle in their affairs." Lu Chang's explanation was indeed a reasonable one. However, Lung Xiaomei was unlikely to accept it. "Which leader did you approach at the county committee?" she inquired. "I sought out Director Wan," Lu Chang confessed, feeling the weight of honesty upon him. After all, he had waited outside Ruan Xiangyu's office for quite some time, and numerous witnesses had observed him there. Cold Xiangmei casually inquired and soon learned about the relationship between Ruan Xiangyu and Ruan Tianming. "Do you know what it is?" she asked. "Yes," Lu Chang nodded in response. "Ruan Xiangyu is Ruan Tianming's second aunt. So, are you planning to tip off Ruan Xiangyu?" Cold Xiaomei questioned. "Director Lung, the reason we are stationed in Changle County is to investigate the corrupt officials there. I will inform Ruan Xiangyu about Ruan Tianming's situation. If she ultimately chooses to protect him, it indicates that Ruan Xiangyu is complicit," Lu Chang explained, a rationale he had devised while smoking earlier. He decided to leave the resolution of Ruan Tianming's matter for later. For now, Lu Chang was primarily concerned with his own safety. Chapter 88. Sacrificing the car to save the commander. If Ruan Tianming's situation could not be escalated, Lu Chang would not mind persuading Ruan Xiangyu to abandon her nephew. Sacrificing the car to save the commander. In the realm of officialdom, one must possess the audacity to make such bold decisions. Lu Chang's words somewhat swayed cold Xiangmei, leading her to ponder whether she had misjudged him, questioning if her capable subordinate was indeed an insider. Nevertheless, cold Xiangmei resolved to adopt the dubious strategy suggested by Qin Shou and put Lu Chang to the test. Even if Ruan Tianming is merely a minor character unworthy of our city's Discipline Inspection Commission's intervention, the allegations from Feng Sime and the other merchants have been submitted to us. Therefore, we must take action. You shall be responsible for investigating Ruan Tianming's case, she concluded, handing Lu Chang all the submitted reports while keeping a copy for herself. Cold Xiangmei sincerely hoped that Lu Chang could withstand this trial. Overjoyed, Lu Chang realized that handling Ruan Tianming's case would be manageable. After receiving the materials, he confidently assured Director Lung, "I will thoroughly investigate this matter and will not let you down." "Go ahead," she replied. "Yes, Director Lung," Lu Chang said, clutching the documents as he departed. At the Jigongi hydropower station, Yang Song received an order from Lu Shuang to deal with Qin Shou. Consequently, Yang Song discreetly collected some gravel and, seizing the opportunity while cleaning the restroom, tossed a few stones into each squat toilet. This action inevitably clogged the toilets. Although the temporary workers had all been dismissed, over 100 permanent employees remained. By blocking the restrooms, Yang Song ensured that the management of the Jigongi hydropower station would descend into chaos. Returning to the lounge, Yang Song began to contemplate the situation. The clogged toilets would soon be discovered as an intentional act of sabotage. While he had avoided all cameras during this operation, he intended to implicate Qin Shou by creating a scene of overflowing sewage on the first floor. Claiming that the gravel in the toilets was deliberately placed there by Qin Shou would be implausible. Suddenly, Yang Song had a stroke of inspiration. Though the restroom was not directly obstructed by Qin Shou, it was indeed his actions that led to the blockage. Yang Song hastened to the storeroom, retrieved a canister of red spray paint, and stealthily re-entered the restroom. Finding it unoccupied, he began to spray. "Qin Shou, return my job. Qin Shou, you wretched scoundrel. Qin Shou, you sleep with my wife? I will ruin your entire family." Yang Song, being a petty individual devoid of any grand aspirations, resorted to such despicable tactics. Once he had finished painting, he carelessly discarded the empty canister into the trash. He had worn gloves while spraying, leaving no fingerprints on the paint can. Thus, no evidence could incriminate him for these deeds. Unbeknownst to him, as he tossed small stones into the toilet, Wang Fong had witnessed his mischief. Aware of Yang Song's malicious intent, she concealed herself in the shadows, quietly observing him and capturing the entire sequence of his wrongdoings on her phone. Every action, whether it was throwing stones or defacing the walls, was meticulously recorded by Wang Fong. With the evidence of Yang Song's misconduct in hand, Wang Fong began to contemplate how to utilize it. As the director of the Human Resources Department, she found no prospects for advancement at the Jigong River Hydropower Station, which she viewed pessimistically. Hence, she aspired to be reassigned back to the county committee. Yang Song served as a lackey for Lu Shuang, who was the goddaughter of Ruan Xiangyu. Did Yang Song's malice stem from Ruan Xiangyu's influence? Was he attempting to create turmoil for Qin Shou? Wang Fong merely wished to change her circumstances but held firm to her principles, refusing to align herself with Ruan Xiangyu. Moreover, even if she shamelessly sought Ruan Xiangyu's favor, the director might not even acknowledge her. After all, Wang Fong lacked connections, power, and wealth. She was a trifecta of insignificance, unworthy of Ruan Xiangyu's attention. Wang Fong was a woman of daring resolve. Armed with the secretly recorded video, she made her way to the station master's office. Faced with a pivotal choice in her destiny, Wang Fong resolved to stake her chips on Qin Shou. Assisting Qin Shou at this juncture would be akin to delivering timely aid. Should Qin Shou prosper in the future, he would undoubtedly be grateful to her. Though Qin Shou lacked powerful allies, he was a man of loyalty and integrity. Wang Fong believed that those who are loyal and just are certainly favored by fate. Villains deserve their comeuppance. In the station master's office, Qin Shou was smoking a cigarette while reviewing a renovation proposal for the Jigong River hydropower station devised by Yang Kai. If this proposal were to be implemented, the station's power generation could witness an increase of 40 to 50% based on current output. requiring an investment of merely $10 million. From a long-term perspective, this proposal was exceptionally promising. Upon realization, the upgraded hydropower station would not only fully supply electricity for Changle County, but also have the capacity to sell excess power. At that point, the Jigong River Hydropower Station would not only cease to rely on county finances, but could also contribute to the county's fiscal health. Having already invested $3 billion, an additional $10 million was inconsequential. Although Qin Shou wholeheartedly endorsed this plan, he lacked the authority to make a definitive decision. He needed to consult Secretary Yang. He extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray, rose from his seat, and prepared to take the renovation plan to find Yang Wenqing. Suddenly, there was a knock on the office door. Knock, knock. Qin Shou returned to his chair and placed the renovation plan into his drawer. He would not permit any unrelated individuals to view the plan before it was formally approved. For should the news leak, there would undoubtedly be those who would covertly create obstacles to thwart the initiative. Any endeavor beneficial to Changle County would inevitably encounter resistance. For the more dismal the county's condition, the greater the profits for certain individuals. Consider the major road in front of the county committee. It undergoes constant repairs, with construction occurring approximately 300 days a year, yet it has never been completed. If it were finished, the profits would vanish. The Jigong River Hydropower Station suffers a similar fate. It too must remain perpetually under repair, unable to operate smoothly or commence production. After securing the drawer, Qin Shou called out to the door, "Please enter." The office door swung open, and a waft of delicate fragrance enveloped him. How much perfume had Wang Fong, this alluring young woman, applied? The scent startled Qin Shou, causing him to sneeze. "Achoo! Director Qin, are you catching a cold?" Wang Fong inquired instinctively. She was unaware that it was her fragrance affecting him. Qin Shou had intended to remark on her captivating scent, but reconsidered, deeming such a comment too frivolous. "The air conditioning was set a bit low last night, but it's nothing," he fabricated in response. "Director Qin, you must take care of your health. Living alone, without a woman to tend to you, who will cover you if you kick off the blanket at night. Perhaps you should set the air conditioning a little higher. Around 27 degrees should suffice." Wang Fong had a 3-year-old son who often kicked off his blanket while sleeping. So her tone was not flirtatious, but rather a habitual way of speaking to her child. Qin Shou certainly did not harbor any delusions about Wang Fong's intentions. She was not that kind of woman, nor was he that kind of man. He surmised that her unexpected visit must be related to a matter of importance. Thus, he inquired, "Sister Wang, is there something you need to discuss?" "Director Qin, while I was in the restroom just now, I saw Yang Song," Wang Fong replied. Qin Shou paused, momentarily incredulous, and pressed for clarification. "You mean you saw Yang Song in the women's restroom?" "He went into the ladies' room?" "Yes," Wang Fong responded, her expression grave, indicating she was not jesting. Qin Shou was taken aback. He had known Yang Song for quite some time, although the man was not of noble character. He could hardly stoop to the level of entering a women's restroom. What was Yang Song doing in there? Qin Shou asked. "Engaging in nefarious activities," Wang Fong replied. She was not deliberately teasing Qin Shou. Rather, she hesitated between merely articulating her concerns to him or directly presenting the secretly recorded video. Was Yang Song engaging in nefarious activities in the women's restroom? Wang Jia, such statements must not be made lightly. Do you possess evidence? If so, report it immediately. Clearly, Qin Shou was under a misapprehension. The misconduct he envisioned differed significantly from what Wang Fong had described. Earlier, Wang Fong had been somewhat flustered, failing to realize that her words had led to Qin Shou's misunderstanding. At that moment, she became aware of her error and promptly clarified to Qin Shou, "Director Qin, the misconduct I referred to is not that misconduct." Qin Shou found himself bewildered by her ambiguous communication. Women often favor such indirectness, shrouding their intentions in insinuations rather than speaking plainly and leaving one to infer. He had no time for guessing games, so he asked bluntly, "Not that misconduct? What then is this misconduct? I cannot articulate it clearly. Just watch the video." Wang Fong retrieved her phone, opened the secretly recorded footage, and showed it to Qin Shou. Upon viewing it, a sardonic smile crept across Qin Shou's lips. Yang Song's little trick was utterly juvenile. "Sister Wang, please send me the video," Qin Shou requested. "Certainly," she replied. After sending the video, she added, Director Qin, this video was recorded in the women's restroom. Should Yang Song attempt to slander you by alleging that you entered the women's restroom, I can testify that I filmed this. Having decided to place her cards squarely on the table with Qin Shou, Wang Fong was unequivocally all in. Thank you, Sister Wang. No sooner had she departed than Sun Chao rushed in, breathless. Director Qin, it's a disaster. The restroom on the first floor is clogged, and the entire level is flooded with sewage. It's impassable. Was Sun Chao in cahoots with Yang Song? Were they performing a duet of deception? Qin Shou was uncertain and opted not to produce the video immediately. Instead, he resolved to assess the situation first. He needed to discern the true extent of this unfolding drama and identify the principal actors involved. For the Jigong River hydropower station to function normally, it was imperative to expel all those who engaged in sabotage rather than legitimate work. Director Sun, as the head of logistics, it falls upon your department to address the flooded restroom. Why are you here instead of managing the situation on the first floor? Director Qin, I acknowledge this is our responsibility. However, the flooding was not accidental. It was deliberate. Moreover, the perpetrator is likely targeting you. Thus, you need to assess the situation firsthand. Very well. Qin Shou followed Sun Chao downstairs. At that moment, over 70 of the hydropower station staff had gathered on the first floor, undeterred by the stench, congregating at the restroom entrance to witness the spectacle. The restroom walls had been defaced with graffiti. Upon Qin Shou's arrival, the onlookers promptly parted to create a path. Yang Song had long arrived at the location, yet he remained concealed, not revealing himself. As soon as Qin Shou arrived, he naturally made his presence known. Yang Song squeezed to the entrance of the restroom, pointing at the writing on the wall of the ladies' room, and mockingly remarked to Qin Shou, Director Qin, "You're quite something. Whose wife did you sleep with? Her husband has come to post a public denunciation of you." Qin Shou cast a cold glance at Yang Song, questioning, Yang Song, isn't your duty to maintain the cleanliness of the restroom? Is this what you consider cleaning? The floor is covered in filth, and the walls are defaced with graffiti? Director Qin, you cannot hold me accountable for this. Yang Song retorted, although I have been assigned to clean the restroom, I have diligently ensured its cleanliness every day. As for the blockage, it is evident from the inscriptions on the wall that it was done intentionally. The reason someone would obstruct our power station's restroom is undoubtedly because you have been involved with another man's wife. As he spoke, Yang Song began recording a video on his phone, capturing the filthy floor and the graffiti on the wall, subsequently posting it on Douyin. The director of the Jigongi hydropower station, Qin Shou, was oblivious to whose wife he had wronged, inciting her husband to come and cause a ruckus. Not only did the graffiti tarnish the unit's image, but the blockage also disrupted the normal workflow. While live streaming, Yang Song provided commentary. Observing Yang Song's actions, Zhui Xiaolong promptly urged him, Yang Song, you must turn off the live stream. Family disgrace should not be aired in public. Even though the graffiti was directed at Qin Shou, Zhui Xiaolong, as the director of security, bore the responsibility for the protection of the power station. If outsiders could infiltrate the facility, it indicated a failure in security. Should this incident escalate, he too would face repercussions. Rather than ceasing his live stream, Yang Song escalated the situation by boosting his recently posted video on Douyin, aiming to amplify the impact, ensuring that the entire county would witness it, and that the county leaders would take notice. Such a spectacle would surely incite their wrath, leading to inevitable repercussions for Qin Shou. Chapter 90. Who is the true leader after boosting the Douyin post? Yang Song patted Zhui Xiaolong on the shoulder. Director Zhua, as the head of security, you are responsible for the safety protocols at our power station. Now, with outsiders breaching our facility, obstructing the restroom, and vandalizing the walls, your department's negligence is glaringly apparent. Prepare yourself for the consequences, Director Zhua. Go Zhongqing, who had been playing mahjong at a tea house, abandoned the game upon seeing Yang Song's live stream and hurried back to the power station in his Mercedes. With Qin Shou in distress, it was imperative for him to return and publicly show his support. Upon arrival, he found Yang Song still live streaming and immediately shouted, Yang Song, what are you doing? Turn off the live stream at once. Is this the sort of incident that should be broadcast? Even if Director Qin has erred, it remains a common human fault. Such matters should be discussed privately. Go Zhongqing's intervention was primarily to assert his dominance and establish who truly held authority at the Jiangxi hydropower station. Although Qin Shou was the director, he found himself unable to assert control over Yang Song. Conversely, upon the command of the deputy station master, Yang Song dared not disobey. Yang Song was no fool. He understood that Go Zhongqing's remarks not only solidified the accusation against Qin Shou for his illicit affair, but also served to establish his own authority. Although Yang Song would not yield to Go Zhongqing, the latter was the brother-in-law of Wang Ren. Thus, Yang Song promptly terminated the live broadcast, not out of fear of Go Zhongqing, but to preserve the dignity of County Head Wang. With the broadcast concluded, Go Zhongqing, the principal authority, began to assign tasks. Sun Chao, as the head of the logistics department, this matter falls under your purview. Expedite arrangements to have these sewage waters cleared and the drainage system unclogged. Furthermore, remove the graffiti from the walls and repaint them. Yes, Deputy Station Master Go, Sun Chao readily replied. Whether it was the clearing of sewage, the unclogging of drains, or the repainting of walls, all tasks required hiring external workers, as the power station lacked temporary laborers at present. Engaging outside labor would naturally yield a profit. For such an undertaking, it was not unreasonable for Sun Chao to expect to pocket a sum of 20 to 30,000. Of course, being prudent, he would ensure to gift Go Zhongqing a couple of bottles of good liquor and some cigarettes afterward. All right, everyone may disperse. Do not impede Director Sun in his cleanup efforts. Go Zhongqing waved his hand, signaling the crowd to leave. At that moment, Qin Shou stood merely as a backdrop. If matters were to end here, the narrative of Qin Shou as infidelity causing disruption of the unit would be firmly established, a conclusion he was unwilling to accept. Wait, Qin Shou suddenly called out. The crowd, poised to scatter, halted in their tracks, casting curious glances in his direction. Go Zhongqing, feeling quite pleased with his earlier handling of the situation, had just defended his position as the primary authority with mere words. Now, with Qin Shou unexpectedly interjecting, what could this mean? Did he harbor dissatisfaction with Go Zhongqing's decisions? Did he intend to reclaim the authority of the principal? Such thoughts naturally stirred a sense of rivalry within Go Zhongqing. He regarded Qin Shou with an amused expression and inquired, Director Qin, do you have additional comments? Deputy Station Master Go, you have tasked Director Sun with dealing with the sewage, unclogging the drains, and repainting the walls. All of these jobs require hiring outside help, correct? And hiring entails expenditure, does it not? Qin Shou questioned. Go Zhongqing nodded in agreement, responding, indeed, all these tasks necessitate hiring assistants and will certainly incur some costs. However, these are minor expenses, unlikely to exceed around 100,000 at most. Not even 100,000, but even a single penny belongs to public funds. How can public money be so recklessly squandered? Qin Shou challenged. Go Zhongqing misinterpreted Qin Shou's inquiry as an attempt to profit from the situation. After all, to claim an expenditure of 100,000 was an exaggeration. Such tasks could easily be accomplished by hiring a few laborers for a few thousand at most. Qin Shou, after all, is the station chief, the nominal leader. It would indeed be rather unseemly to indulge in the spoils without offering him a share. Consequently, Go Zhongqing, displaying his understanding, instructed Sun Chao, Director Sun, whether it involves cleaning sewage, unblocking drains, or restoring the walls, you must report each matter to Station Chief Qin. One by one, upon hearing this, Sun Chao instantly comprehended and promptly nodded in agreement. Yes, Vice Station Chief Go. The term one by one signifies that every quotation for work must receive Qin Shou's approval, and each quotation must also provide Qin Shou with his due share. Go Zhongqing then turned to Qin Shou, reminding him, Station Chief Qin, this is work time. Everyone is gathered here, which affects productivity. If you have any further comments, let us discuss them privately in my office later. Of course, I can also come to your office. Go Zhongqing had articulated his point quite clearly. Matters concerning the distribution of benefits could be discussed behind closed doors. After all, in such a public setting, with so many voices, it would be challenging to converse openly. If Qin Shou were not a fool, he ought to grasp the underlying implication. Vice Station Chief Go, is this how you conduct leadership? Qin Shou asserted. There are individuals causing disruption within the organization, resulting in losses to the public. As leaders, our primary responsibility is to identify and address these individuals. The financial losses incurred should not be borne by the public. Those responsible for the losses should be the ones to compensate. This declaration left Go Zhongqing astounded. After the initial shock, anger welled up within him. This Qin Shou was utterly incompetent. He had already agreed to share the spoils, yet he still sought to create trouble. Thus, Go Zhongqing decided he would no longer extend any courtesy to Qin Shou. He retorted sarcastically, "Indeed, Station Chief Qin is correct. The individual causing the destruction is targeting you specifically. You should be well aware of who that person is, considering you have been involved with his wife." Even if Station Chief Qin had indeed been with that man's wife, it remained a private matter between them. He could not disrupt public affairs. Therefore, the losses should unequivocally be compensated by that individual. Initially, Yang Song had turned off his live stream, but soon resumed it quietly. Upon noticing Yang Song's return to live streaming, other colleagues also began their own broadcasts. They all wished to amplify the situation, seeking to put Qin Shou in a difficult position. Before Qin Shou's arrival as station chief, they had enjoyed a lenient schedule, often skipping work 4 out of 5 days. Now, they were bound to a strict 9-to-5 routine, where even tardiness was no longer permissible. Chapter 91. Escalating the situation at the county committee. While Xiao Yu was in the restroom, she inadvertently stumbled upon a live stream. Quickly pulling up her trousers, she rushed to the county secretary's office. Yang Wenqing was engaged in reviewing work reports from various departments when Xiao Yu burst in without knocking. Upon seeing her, Yang Wenqing responded curtly, "No manners. Do you not know knock?" "Qing Jia, given our relationship, I could just as easily enter your bed without knocking. What need is there to knock to enter a door? Why are you here instead of working in the office?" "Qing Jia, you have to see the live stream." Xiao Yu promptly handed her phone to Yang Wenqing and then pulled up a chair to sit beside her. Upon catching sight of the live broadcast, Yang Wenqing s dilicata broas furoet. "Xiao Yu, what on earth is happening?" she inquired. "From what I gathered, it appears that scoundrel Qin Shou has been unfaithful, having slept with another man's wife. Consequently, the man, humiliated, stormed over to the Jigong River hydropower station. Not only did he clog the restroom, but he also vandalized the walls with a series of nonsensical phrases." Xiao Yu spoke with conviction, her voice laced with indignation, as if she had witnessed Qin Shou in the act of infidelity herself. Her impression of him was exceedingly poor. In her eyes, there was no depravity too great or hypocritical for Qin Shou to commit. Yang Wenqing senset something amiss. While she firmly believed that Qin Shou was indeed a beast, she thought that even such a beast would possess certain moral boundaries. Surely he wouldn't stoop to sleeping with another man's wife. She remained silent, fixated on the phone screen as she continued to watch the live stream. Meanwhile, Lu Shuang stumbled upon the broadcast as well. Eager to gain favor, she hastily took her phone and dashed toward the director's office. Wan Xiangyu, idly passing the time, was engrossed in a short drama titled "The Overbearing CEO Falls for Me, a Menopausal Woman." Though it was rather nonsensical, she found it quite enjoyable. Just as Wan Xiangyu was lost in the plot, a knock echoed at the office door. "Knock, knock." Wan Xiangyu paused the video, darkened her screen, and her expression sour, called out, "Come in." Lu Shuang entered. Upon seeing her, Wan Xiangyu felt an inexplicable discomfort. It seemed her fondness for Lu Shuang was waning, as she could distinctly sense that this goddaughter was no longer as obedient as before, instead playing her own games. Despite her unease, Wan Xiangyu was a seasoned actress. After all, one does not maintain a stable position as the director of the county committee office without skill. "Schwanger, why are you here instead of diligently working at your post? Is there something you need?" Wan Xiangyu inquired with a feigned affectionate demeanor, as though Lu Shuang were her own daughter. Lu Shuang, momentarily taken in by Wan Xiangyu's performance, subconsciously believed she might soon usurp Su Jing's place in Wan Xiangyu's heart. "Godmother, Yang Song's side has begun to take action. The employees at the Jigong River hydropower station are all engaged in the live broadcast. It's quite the spectacle." Lu Shuang quickly presented her phone to Wan Xiangyu. "Qin Shou sleeping with another man's wife? Ruan Xiangyu's displeasure surged upon seeing the graffiti on the wall. She had intentionally aimed for her daughter to reconcile with Qin Shou. How could that fool Yang Song tarnish her son-in-law's reputation with such slander? If her daughter were to remarry Qin Shou, what would others think of her? Marrying a man who had been unfaithful, how degrading that would be for her daughter's honor. Ruan Xiangyu has lived under the same roof as Qin Shou for quite some time and is well aware of his character. She understands that Qin Shou has his principles and would never engage in frivolous relationships. Even after his divorce from her daughter, he would resolutely refrain from any indiscretions. Her desire for her daughter to reconcile with Qin Shou is based on this very conviction. At her core, Ruan Xiangyu embodies a conservative nature. She cannot accept her son-in-law engaging with any woman other than her daughter, not even once. Noticing Ruan Xiangyu's furrowed brows and seemingly displeased expression, Lu Shuang mistakenly assumed that Yang Song's slander was insufficient. Hence, she hastily attempted to reassure Ruan Xiangyu, Annie, that Yang Song is as timid as a mouse. I urged him to write directly that Qin Shou got someone's wife pregnant, causing her to miscarry. Yet, he merely wrote that he slept with someone else's wife. This does not accurately portray Qin Shou as the scoundrel and beast that he is. Ruan Xiangyu remained silent, her gaze fixed on the phone screen. Meanwhile, at the Jigongi hydropower station, Qin Shou was acutely aware that his employees, who typically harbored resentment towards him and were prone to deceit, were live-streaming the events, eager to escalate the situation. He also knew that Secretary Yang was likely watching the live broadcast. Thus, it was his moment to shine. Qin Shou pointed to a red footprint on the ground, a result of Yang Song's paint splatter during the incident. At that moment, Yang Song had not taken notice. Now, as Qin Shou directed attention to the mark, Yang Song felt a pang of anxiety. A loose end had been left behind. He needed to concoct an excuse quickly to absolve himself when Qin Shou pointed out his involvement. This footprint must belong to the one who sprayed the paint. So by identifying the owner, they could unearth the true culprit, Qin Shou declared. Everyone turned their gaze to the footprint, instinctively scrutinizing each other's shoes. Zhui Xiaolong, a former scout, observed meticulously and immediately noticed red paint on the soles of Yang Song's leather shoes. He pointed towards Yang Song's footwear and inquired, Yang Song, you didn't spray these words on the wall, did you? Zhui Xiaolong, stop spouting nonsense. How could it possibly be me? Yang Song vehemently denied any wrongdoing. Let us see the soles of your shoes. Compare the pattern with the footprint on the ground, Zhui Xiaolong insisted. Yang Song, knowing he could not evade the scrutiny, had already prepared his excuse. Without hesitation, he lifted his foot. Upon inspection, the pattern on the sole matched the footprint perfectly, indicating that it was indeed Yang Song who left the mark. Zhui Xiaolong had long harbored suspicions about Yang Song's involvement, and now, with irrefutable evidence, he was convinced that Yang Song was the one casting aspersions on Qin Shou and sabotaging the hydropower station. Chapter 92. The pure will clear themselves, while the impure will becloud themselves. Zhui Xiaolong, with a grim expression, confronted Yang Song, asserting, these footprints are undeniably yours. The evidence is irrefutable. What further justification do you have? Yang Song retorted, just because the footprints belong to me does not imply that I am responsible for this. The paint was spilled on the ground, and I merely stepped in it by accident. Is that not a common occurrence? This was Yang Song's defense, simple yet reasonable, impeccable in its logic. At that moment, a slightly plump middle-aged woman stepped forward. She was Wu Qianqian, the deputy director of the procurement department. After a brief internal struggle, Wu Qianqian resolved to reveal the truth she knew. I was in the restroom when someone suddenly barged into the ladies' room. I dare not make a sound, and that individual did not notice my presence. Then, that person began to spray these words on the wall. Wu Qianqian did not witness Yang Song tossing small stones into the squat toilet. She had entered the restroom while Yang Song was retrieving the paint can. At that moment, Yang Song, overwhelmed by guilt, did not inspect the squat toilets, thus remaining unaware of Wu Qianqian's presence. Such is the nature of humanity. When committing wrongdoings, even the most clandestine actions will eventually come to light. All eyes turned towards Wu Qianqian, curiosity piqued. Who had been the one to deface the restroom? whose wife had been taken advantage of by Qin Shou. Upon hearing Wu Qianqian's account of being in the restroom, Yang Song was understandably flustered. Wu Qianqian, with all these cameras trained on you, this is live coverage. Every word you utter will serve as evidence in court. Slander and defamation not only lead to detention, but may also result in the loss of one's job. Thus, it would be wise for you to contemplate your words carefully, ensuring you do not falsely accuse anyone. This was Yang Song's veiled threat. He was confident that Wu Qianqian would act judiciously. For the sake of her stable position, she must heed the circumstances. Offending Director Yuan could lead to dire consequences. Even a civil servant could face dismissal. In Changle County, one ought to be cautious not to provoke Director Yuan. Wu Qianqian, gripped by fear, refrained from peeking out from behind the partition. Consequently, she merely caught sight of a pair of leather shoes, the very ones Yang Song was currently wearing. Furthermore, as Yang Song sprayed the words, he raised his hand high enough for her to glimpse not only his wrist adorned with a Rolex, but also the hand itself. Though secondhand, Yang Song's Rolex had cost him over 10,000. In a bid to preserve evidence, Wu Qianqian had stealthily recorded a video on her phone. Her decision to step forward was impulsive. Now, trepidation enveloped her. While she was certain Yang Song was the instigator of the chaos, she lacked irrefutable proof. Having not captured his face on camera, without concrete evidence, Yang Song could easily counter her claims, accusing her of defamation, leading to her detention and the potential ruin of her career. Such a loss would be catastrophic. In a realm of bureaucracy, many adopt a mindset of detachment, indifference to matters that do not directly concern them. However, Wu Qianqian was not one of them. Wu Qianqian is not particularly righteous. Rather, her position as the deputy director of the procurement department grants her insight into the unsavory dealings of the Jigongi hydropower station. Although she has consistently refused to partake in these illicit activities, the relentless audacity of the wrongdoers leaves her with two choices: either be ostracized or succumb to their corruption, ultimately leading to her imprisonment. To safeguard her precarious job, Wu Qianqian resolved to take a bold step. At that moment, I captured a video. Wu Qianqian retrieved her phone and played the footage. The video depicted a hand wielding a spray paint can, inscribing words upon a wall. Beyond the graffiti itself, the most striking detail was the Rolex adorning the wrist. Upon glimpsing the Rolex in the video, Yang Song instinctively recoiled, hastily attempting to remove his own watch and conceal it in his pocket. This subtle movement did not escape the keen eyes of Zhu Xiaolong, who seized Yang Song's wrist and raised his hand for all to see, proclaiming, "Look everyone, the Rolex in the video is the very same one worn by Yang Song." Despite being caught in a discrepancy, Yang Song maintained his composure. He forcefully shook off Zhu Xiaolong's grip, asserting, "How can you claim that the individual in the video is me? This Rolex is not a limited edition. I could wear it, and so could anyone else. Many are aware of my discord with Qin Shou. Perhaps the person spray painting intentionally donned an identical Rolex to frame me." Yang Song's mind was astutely agile, and his convoluted reasoning bore a semblance of logic. Go Jinxiang, aligned with Yang Song, promptly stepped forward to bolster his defense, stating, "Yang Song has worn this Rolex for over 6 months. Many have seen it. If he were the one spraying those words, he would certainly have removed the watch beforehand." At this juncture, Go Zhongxing was acutely aware that Yang Song was indeed the culprit. Thus, he intervened to extricate Yang Song from the predicament, asserting, "Who knows who sprayed those words? We are not the police, so how can we ascertain that? Let's call the police and allow them to investigate." The Jigongi hydropower station falls under the jurisdiction of the Shaha Street Police Station. Although Chief Liu Taijun has been apprehended, all officers at the Shaha Street Police Station remain loyal to him, meaning they are aligned with Ruan Xiangyu. Go Zhongxing's suggestion aimed to internalize and resolve the conflict. Yang Song is affiliated with Director Ruan, and the officers from the Shaha Street Police Station are also under Ruan's influence. Regardless of the eventual findings, they will reflect Director Ruan's stance. Go Zhongxing's call for police intervention was not lost on Qin Shou, who recognized the ulterior motives behind the man-as proposal. This live stream would undoubtedly be observed by Secretary Yang. The Jigongi hydropower station lies within the Shaha Street Police Station's domain. Thus, should the police be summoned, It is highly probable that Wen Jiai would respond. Although she is a novice officer, her possession of irrefutable evidence would enable her to uphold justice. Upon her arrival, all she would need to do is present the video, and she would surely act impartially. Seeing that Qin Shou had not expressed his stance, Go Zhongqing naturally understood that Qin Shou did not wish to report the matter to the police. Thus, he provocatively remarked, "Station Chief Qin, why are you silent? Do you perhaps fear reporting? Are you worried that the police will uncover your affair? While infidelity may not be a criminal act, it certainly constitutes a breach of discipline. Should this be substantiated, your position as station chief will be jeopardized. Not only will you lose your title, but you may also face dismissal from public office. The innocent will clear themselves, while the guilty will expose their own corruption." Qin Shou merely replied with this one statement. "Very well. Since you, Station Chief Qin, are so confident, I shall proceed to call the police. Let us invite the officers from the Shahe Street Police Station to verify your innocence." With that, Go Zhongqing immediately dialed the number for the Shahe Street Police Station. Chapter 93. She lacks a background at the county committee. Yang Wenqing addressed Xiao Yu, saying, "Send Wen Jiai." "Understood, Sister Qing." Xiao Yu promptly contacted Wen Jiai. Meanwhile, at the Shahe Street Police Station, following the arrest of LV Taijun, Deputy Chief Lin Guofu had assumed the role of acting chief. Upon receiving Go Zhongqing's report, Lin Guofu found himself hesitating, pondering who should be assigned to handle this hot potato. The live broadcast from a Jiangxi hydropower station was witnessed by the entire county, and he had certainly seen it as well. Anyone with a semblance of conscience could discern that the graffiti on the wall was undoubtedly sprayed by Yang Song. The critical issue was that the live stream was still ongoing. Regardless of who was dispatched, if they were to uphold the law impartially, Yang Song would have to be apprehended. Conversely, if they were to show favoritism towards Ruan Xiangyu and act corruptly, the entire county was watching, and no one would be eager to undertake such a task. Underhanded dealings could only be conducted discreetly. Broadcasting live meant exposing all actions to the light of day. Those clandestine maneuvers could not be executed. Lin Guofu found himself in a quandary. At that moment, Wen Jiai approached. Upon seeing her, Lin Guofu's eyes lit up. Wen Jiai was a newly appointed officer still in her probationary period, and Lin Guofu had verified that she had no connections. The seasoned officers would certainly shy away from handling such a delicate situation. Thus, why not assign this thankless task to Wen Jiai? It could serve as a small test on her path to growth. Regardless of how Wen Jiai chose to handle the matter, Lin Guofu would not complicate her situation. After all, although Lin Guofu was not a paragon of virtue, he was not the type to undermine a young officer's efforts. He understood that allowing a young person to bear the brunt of blame while he, as a leader, remained unscathed would be unconscionable. Of course, should Wen Jiai's actions ultimately offend Ruan Xiangyu, and should Director Ruan decide to retaliate, Lin Guofu would not come to her defense. In the realm of politics, one must never offend their superiors in the name of so-called justice and conscience. Such behavior is sheer folly. For in the world of politics, there exists only power, not justice, and certainly not conscience. If virtuous individuals could ascend to high office, then attaining such positions would be remarkably easy. After all, the easiest people to become are the good ones. I was just about to call for you. The station has received a report regarding an incident at the Jiangxi hydropower station. You need to handle it. Lin Guofu wasted no time and directly assigned the task. Wen Jiai had proactively volunteered to address the situation, having received a phone call from Xiao Yu just moments prior. However, Lin Guofu's insistence on her presence led her to ponder his intentions. After a moment's reflection, she discerned Lin Guofu's reasoning. Earlier, several colleagues in the office had been watching a live broadcast concerning the Jigong River hydropower station. Yet, upon hearing Go Zhongqing's mention of contacting the authorities, they all hastily exited. It was clear that her colleagues were avoiding involvement, and Wen Jiai understood the underlying reasons. Lin Guofu had assigned this task to her, a newcomer, fully aware that the seasoned officers were reluctant to engage. Thus, he intended to pass this hot potato to her. Wen Jiai did not decline. She nodded and replied, "All right, I shall set off immediately." At that moment, Ding Weiguo approached. An experienced officer, he disapproved of Lin Guofu's tendency to shift responsibilities onto the novice. He consequently volunteered, Lin, I will accompany Xiao. Lin Guofu glanced at Ding Weigua, recognizing his stubborn nature. This veteran officer was known for his unwavering commitment to justice and adherence to protocol. Having served for decades and still merely holding the rank of a local officer at the age of 53. Lin Guofu nodded in agreement, stating, very well. Old Ding, your extensive experience will greatly benefit Xiaowen. The mentorship within our station relies on you. A veteran guiding a novice ensures the latter's swift growth. Ultimately, Ding Weigua was a tough nut. Even during L. Tiejuan's tenure as director, he often disregarded authority. Therefore, Lin Guofu had no intention of reprimanding him. As long as he did not violate major regulations, Ding Weigua was free to operate as he wished. He would indulge in leisure while delegating arduous tasks to Ding Weigua. This was Lin Guofu's principle of utilizing him. Ding Weigua drove Santana, older than Wenjie herself, having traversed an impressive 580,000 kilometers towards the Jigong River hydropower station. During the journey, he unexpectedly inquired, Xiaowen, why did you choose to become police officer? For justice, Wenjie replied without hesitation. Is there really justice? Ding Weigua probed further. If we believe in it, then it exists. If we do not, it vanishes. Wenjie asserted, pausing momentarily before adding, Old Ding, if we, the enforcers of the law, do not believe in justice, where will the common people seek it? Her words sparked a flicker of life in Ding Weigua's seemingly deadened heart. The Sha Street Police Station, including the director, comprised a total of 15 officers and an additional 12 auxiliary officers. Among this group, Ding Weigua found no like-minded individuals. However, he admired the young Wenjie, the only officer who resonated with him. Sharing an office with her, Ding Weigua was aware that she had viewed the live broadcast. Thus, he asked Xiaowen, how do you plan to handle the situation regarding the Jigong River? With impartiality, Wenjie responded. And how do you define impartiality? Ding Weigua pressed for clarification. I watched a portion of the live broadcast earlier, she replied. From the current clues, Yang Song appears to be the prime suspect. Therefore, in the absence of new evidence, I shall bring Yang Song back to the station for a thorough interrogation. Wenjie, without any guile, candidly expressed her thoughts. Do you know whose man Yang Song is? Ding Weigua inquired. Regardless of his affiliations, anyone who transgresses the law must face the consequences. Wenjie was unconcerned about Yang Song's connections. Her sole focus was on justice. After all, she had every right to pursue it. In Changle County, she was unafraid of offending anyone, for no one could undermine her authority. It is worth noting that her father is Wen Ting. This world operates under such principles. Without status, background, or power, even the most righteous intentions can be rendered powerless. Take Lao Ding, for instance, a veteran police officer with a steadfast commitment to justice. He is akin to a stubborn old bull. Even if the reins wear through the thick hide, he remains immovable on this concrete terrain. The Santana arrived at the Jigongi hydropower station. After parking, Ding Weigua turned to Wenjie and said, Xiaowen, you shall take the lead on this case. If it concludes successfully, the credit will be yours. Should there be any shortcomings, I will bear the responsibility. Lao Ding, I can handle the case myself. We can split the credit evenly. If there are any repercussions, I cannot let you bear the burden. It will fall upon me. Chapter 94. The truth revealed when Jia understood that Ding Weigua intended to shield her from blame. But she would not allow it. After all, her father is Wen Ting. No matter the storm, it would not strike her. Burden me? I am an old hand at navigating such matters. I cannot be easily shaken. I'm like a tough piece of meat, indestructible. I have faced numerous reprimands. In a year, there are several, so I fear not the addition of another. Ding Weigua gazed at Wenjie with paternal affection, as if she were his own daughter, saying, Yet you, still young, have a future ahead. It is unwise to carry such burdens. Ding Weigua's daughter, Ding Yusin, once aspired to be a police officer. After receiving her college entrance examination results, she scored 638 points, sufficient for admission to the police academy. However, Ding Weigua did not wish for his daughter to pursue a career in law enforcement. Consequently, she enrolled in the Zhonghai University of Political Science and Law, majoring in jurisprudence. and upon graduation, secured a position as a lawyer in a law firm. When Jiai accompanied Ding Weigua into the scene, who reported the incident, she inquired. Go Zhongxing promptly stepped forward, stating, "Officers, I am the deputy director of the Jiangxi hydropower station, and I was the one who called in the report. It appears that an outsider has come to our station to cause damage." After listening to Go Zhongxing's concise introduction, Wen Jiai turned to Qin Shou and asked Director Qin, "Whose wife have you been sleeping with lately?" Qin Shou. When Qin Shou remained silent, Wen Jiai sternly reminded him, "Director Qin, please do not conceal anything. If you dare to lie, that constitutes deception against the police, which is a crime and an obstruction of justice." Officer Wen, do I look like the kind of upright man who would engage in such actions? Qin Shou replied, perplexed. Yang Song immediately interjected, questioning Director Qin. "If you haven't been unfaithful, then how do you explain the writing on the wall?" "What writing?" "You would have to ask yourself that." Qin Shou took out his phone and directly played the video recorded by Wu Qianqian. This video captured the entire process of Yang Song throwing small stones into the squat toilet, causing a blockage, and then spray painting on the wall. As the video concluded, the truth was unveiled. Wen Jiai initially believed that persuading Yang Song to confess would require considerable effort. However, Qin Shou presented irrefutable evidence. "Yang Song, what further explanations can you offer?" Wen Jiai inquired. With the evidence being indisputable, Yang Song had no choice but to concede. Thus, he addressed Wen Jiai, stating, "Officer Wen, I admit to my actions. I was recorded by Qin Shou, and I acknowledge my guilt. But what about Qin Shou? Doesn't he bear any responsibility? What issues does Qin Shou have?" Wen Jiai asked. "Officer 1, the incident occurred in the women's restroom. If Qin Shou hadn't intruded into the women's restroom, how could he have captured this footage? What business does a grown man have in a women's restroom? He must be a habitual offender. Who knows? He might be sneaking into the women's restroom daily to film. Otherwise, how could he have recorded me?" Yang Song was attempting to drag Qin Shou down with him, insisting that if he were to be covered in filth, they should both share in the disgrace. After Qin Shou revealed the video, Go Zhongxing felt somewhat disheartened. The matter of Qin Shou's affair had now been thoroughly cleansed. Although infidelity was not a crime, and many officials had dabbled in such indiscretions, such affairs must be conducted discreetly and never openly acknowledged. If publicly exposed, it would leave an indelible stain on one's reputation, effectively ending any prospects for advancement. After all, regardless of one's performance, such a blemish would preclude any promotions. Moreover, having an affair that was brought into the workplace and escalated to this extent was tantamount to a career-ending move. Wen Jiai, having interacted with Qin Shou, recognized that while he was not a paragon of virtue, he likely wasn't the type to covertly film in a women's restroom. Nevertheless, she was keen to ascertain how Qin Shou had fortuitously recorded the entire incident involving Yang Song. Thus, she inquired of Qin Shou, "Director Qin, please clarify. Do you often use your phone to secretly film in the women's restroom?" "Officer Wen, my phone is right here. Your technical team can recover all data from my device. If I have ever filmed covertly in the women's restroom, you would undoubtedly uncover the videos." Qin Shou, uninterested in further explanations, confidently handed his phone to Wen Jiai to prove his innocence. After all, his phone contained no incriminating material. Even if he had flirted with women, there was absolutely nothing of that nature. Therefore, he had no fear of Wen Jiai examining it. Wen Jiai refrained from accepting Qin Shou's phone and instead asked, "Was that video you recorded?" "No," Qin Shou replied. "Then who recorded it?" Wen Jiai pressed on, "Does it truly matter who filmed the video?" Qin Shou would certainly not betray Wu Qianqian. However, as soon as he uttered those words, Wu Qianqian stepped forward and declared, "It was I who filmed it." Wu Qianqian approached Officer Wen Jiai and explained, "Officer Wen, after I finished using the restroom, I saw Yang Song sneaking into the women's bathroom with a large bag of small stones, looking quite shifty. So, I decided to hide in the corner." To substantiate her claim, Wu Qianqian walked over to the very corner where she had concealed herself. It was right here. She took out her phone and recorded another video, then presented it to Wen Jiai. "Officer Wen, look, the angle of this video is identical to the one from earlier." Wu Qianqian recounted the entire sequence of events in front of everyone. Wen Jiai turned her gaze towards Yang Song and announced coldly, Yang Song. We have both witnesses and evidence. You vandalized the restroom, which constitutes damage to public property, and you are also suspected of provoking trouble. According to the Public Security Administration punishment regulations, we shall detain you for 15 days. Furthermore, you will be held responsible for any property damages incurred. With that, Wen Jiai produced a pair of silver handcuffs and placed them on Yang Song's wrists. Qin Shou turned to Deputy Station Chief Go Zhongxing and remarked, Deputy Chief Go, you previously stated that clearing the drainage and repainting the walls would cost over 100,000, correct? If the government were to foot the bill, it would be understandable for you to claim such a sum. However, if Yang Song is to bear the cost, wouldn't that directly offend him? Even if he faces repercussions this time, he is still under the influence of Ruan Xiangyu. The astute Go Zhongxing quickly mitigated his statement, saying, Station Chief Qin, my earlier estimate of over 100,000 was merely a rough approximation. After all, I am not an expert in this field. The exact amount should be confirmed with the logistics director. Go Zhongxing deftly shifted the responsibility onto Sun Chao. Upon hearing this, Sun Chao inwardly cursed Go Zhongxing, feeling that he had been set up. Nevertheless, his performance remained composed and unruffled. After gathering his thoughts, Sun Chao replied, Station Chief Qin, I am unable to provide a specific figure for the costs associated with the drainage clearance and wall repainting at this moment. The extent of the blockage and the volume of work required is currently difficult to ascertain. Additionally, we need to determine whether we will only repaint the sections with graffiti or if the entire wall needs to be redone, which necessitates a proposal first. Sun Chao's words were impeccably articulated, leaving no room for error while also ensuring he had ample maneuvering space. Whether the government or Yang Song ended up paying, it was irrelevant to him, as he would still benefit from the situation. The only question was how much he could gain. After all, it would be too much of a loss to undertake additional work without appropriate compensation. Yang Song was then escorted away by Wen Jiai and Ding Weigua, signaling the end of the farce. Meanwhile, in the county committee's office, Secretary Yang Wenqing beamed at Xiao Yu and asked, Since Qin Shou did not go off with someone else's wife, you must be quite disappointed that you missed out on the gossip, right? That beast is clearly not a good person. He must have slept with someone else's wife. Sooner or later, I will find the evidence of his wrongdoing and expose his vile face to the world. Xiao Yu tucked her phone into her pocket. Sister Qing, I won't disturb your work any longer. Goodbye. In the director's office, having concluded the live broadcast, a hint of joy inadvertently flickered across Ruan Xiangyu's face. Qin Shou's innocence remained intact, and with her daughter reconciling with him, there would be no room for others to deride her, branding him a scoundrel or a lecher. As for Yang Song, that was his own doing. Lu Shuang, however, failed to notice the joy on Ruan Xiangyu's face, as her attention was consumed by her anger. Director Ruan, that little police officer named Wen Jiai has shown you a complete lack of respect. She actually live-streamed while apprehending Yang Song, striking you right in the face. Lu Shuang, merely the deputy chief of the county committee's secretary department, aspired to the chief position which was currently vacant, and it would undoubtedly be hers. Nevertheless, even if she ascended to that role, she would still have no jurisdiction over the matters of the police station. Thus, Lu Shuang's words were intended to incite Ruan Xiangyu's wrath, hoping for a command to dismiss Wen Jiai. Ruan Xiangyu, the cunning old fox, immediately discerned Lu Shuang's intention to wield her influence against Wen Jiai. How audacious of a mere girl to attempt to manipulate her. Although Ruan Xiangyu was unaware of Wen Jiai's background, her instincts suggested that such a beautiful girl working as a small-town police officer in a place like Changle County was likely there to bolster her some. For those without connections, working at the grassroots level meant a lifelong commitment to it. For those with connections, it was merely a glamorous addition to their credentials. Ruan Xiangyu resolved to turn the tables, allowing Lu Shuang to confront Wen Jiai and uncover her true background. Shuangya, how could a newly arrived little officer be so naive? You've been in Changle County long enough to be considered a promising cadre. Therefore, it is essential for you to remind Wen Jiai and teach her how to conduct herself. Ruan Xiangyu's attitude led Lu Shuang to mistakenly believe her incitement had succeeded. With Ruan Xiangyu as her backing, Lu Shuang felt emboldened to act without restraint. Godmother, I will definitely educate that one Jai and teach her how to behave. Go ahead. Goodbye, Godmother. After Lu Shuang departed, Ruan Xiangyu felt a sense of fatigue and prepared to leave work early to relax at home and catch up on a drama. Of course, as a leader, she could not simply leave. She was conducting an inspection, engaging in research, and pursuing learning opportunities. At least, that is how Ruan Xiangyu noted her outings. The county committee maintained strict oversight of its officials, at least in formality, which was indeed very stringent. Even someone like Ruan Xiangyu, the head of a department, was not exempt from the rules. Each outing required a justification of purpose. However, the framing of those justifications was entirely at Ruan Xiangyu's discretion. Every procedure had to be followed meticulously. This was not mere formalism. It was about cultivating a work ethic and upholding discipline. Ruan Xiangyu packed her belongings, preparing to slip away when Lu Chang arrived. Ruan Xiangyu is an astute woman, and it was only natural for her to deduce that Lu Chang sought her out primarily due to matters concerning her inept nephew, Ruan Tianming. Ruan Xiangyu had completely given up on him. After all, he had been caught red-handed by Secretary Yang. If she were to intervene, it would only bring trouble upon herself. Such foolishness was not in Ruan Xiangyu's character. However, since Ruan Tianming had ascended to the position of captain of the urban management team, he had indeed bestowed upon her some financial gifts. Thus, Ruan Xiangyu needed to clarify her position. Little Lu, do you have something to discuss? Ruan Xiangyu inquired. Director Ruan, the complaint materials submitted by Feng Sime and others have been handed over to me by Director Lung for investigation. I have organized the documents, and here is the list. Lu Chang replied, presenting a folder to Ruan Xiangyu. Upon opening it, Ruan Xiangyu found a single sheet of paper detailing the payments made to Ruan Tianming by merchants like Feng Sime. The highest single transaction amounted to 28,000 yuan, while the lowest was merely 300. However, the total sum reached an astonishing 2,835,600 yuan. This figure left Ruan Xiangyu momentarily speechless. How long had Ruan Tianming been in his role as captain? To amass nearly 3 million so quickly? Ruan Xiangyu could only reflect on the fact that although Changle County was impoverished, power, even in the form of a mere urban management captain, could yield abundant riches. Little Lu, if the accounts on this list are verified, how long will Ruan Tianming be sentenced?